Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 347 to Chapter 432. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm trying to get votes for Chidian's 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. The goddess had 2 partners, which caused some commotion in the Winged Tiger tribe. A female actually had 2 partners. The Winged Tiger tribe found it hard to accept. At the same time, they were a little restless. Many male beastmen had expectations in their eyes. Obviously, they wanted to join this big harem family, especially Guy. Since Xianxia returned to the Winged Tiger tribe, he had been very attentive to her. Obviously, he saw hope. Ningxu just sneered at this. While Ji was sorting out the herbs, she said to Ningxu, "It's a mess." "Damn, I don't feel good." Ningxu said lightly, "You'll get used to it." Ji, "Damn, you said that the goddess would have more than one partner. How did you know?" Ji asked casually. "Isn't the goddess beautiful?" "Yes. That's it. Good things should be shared, right?" Ningxu said lightly. Ji, "Besides, she's the goddess. What's wrong with having more partners?" Ji scratched her head. "I feel like something is broken. It's a very bad feeling." It was hard to accept that the inherent rules were broken. Now, Ji just couldn't accept that a female could have more than one male. Such a thing had never happened before. Ningxu shrugged. However, this beastman from the Black Snake tribe was very unfriendly, especially to Ningxu. Sometimes, when they met in the tribe, the beastman from the Black Snake tribe would stare at Ningxu with a pair of sinister eyes. It was very scary. Ji hid behind Ningxu in fear. The beastman from the Black Snake tribe looked at Ningxu, stuck out his sharp tongue, and licked his lips. He said, "You're the female who bullied my goddess?" She guessed that Xianxia must have told this man about the grudges between them. Ningxu stared at the man's lower body. He was very curious. Did he really have 2 genitals? Ji tugged at Ningxu's animal skin. Only then did Ningxu realize what was going on. He was suddenly curious about whether they were in their animal form or human form when they were doing that. For example, felines had barbs on their genitals. If the men of the Winged Tiger race were in their beast form, they should have barbs on their genitals as well. If it was a 3P, would Chica be able to take it? Just the thought of it was enough to make one's nose bleed. The man from the Black Snake tribe saw that the female was looking at him strangely, so he immediately released a poisonous snake. The poisonous snake shot towards Ningxu's face. Ningxu grabbed the venomous snake and tore it into 2 halves with all her strength. The Black Snake beastman saw that Ningxu had captured his pet so easily and even killed the pet he had carefully raised. "You deserve to die." The man from the Black Snake tribe opened and closed his eyes. Ningxu stretched out his foot and crushed the snake's body, turning it into minced meat. "Come and kill me if you can." The man from the Black Snake tribe was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that there would be such a stupid female who dared to provoke a male beastman. The man from the Black Snake tribe really wanted to turn into a snake and coil around her to death. "Guh, it's time to eat." Chica walked over. When she saw Ningxu, her expression was indifferent. She didn't say a word and walked away with the Black Snake tribe beastman's arm. Whenever Xianxia faced Ningxu, she would always feel a sense of guilt. This was because Ningxu had previously said that she would have many partners. She had thought that it was slander, but now there was one more guh, which made her words true. Chica felt guilty and hated Ningxu. It feels so strange. She looked at the 2 people in front of her. Ningxu shrugged and laughed. There were already 9 moons in the sky, and the weather was so cold that it could freeze people. It had been snowing non-stop. The snow was very heavy. Ningxu had never seen such heavy snow. The snow was as heavy as goose feathers. Ningxu had to clear the snow at the entrance of the cave every day. Otherwise, the snow would block the entrance after a long time. The house built in the tribe had been crushed by the snow, so Chica moved to the cave to live. What Ningxu didn't expect was that the title of Goddess Chica would attract the males of many tribes, such as the charming and affectionate beastmen of the Green Fox tribe. The dragon tribe was even faster. Although they looked like Western lizard dragons, they were still dragons. There were also the honest ox tribe beastmen and the violent brown bear tribe beastmen. Ningxu's eyebrows twitched. The female lead's harem swarmed over, and every one of them was the young chief of the tribe. They would become the leader of the tribe in the future. Ningxu gnawed on a piece of boiled cured meat as she watched the male beastmen surrounding Xianxia and fawning over her. There were all kinds of men. Some were charming, some were domineering, some were masculine, some were upright, some were gentle, some were charming, and some were loyal. It was simply a feast of handsome men. Just looking at them was intoxicating. Moreover, each of them was very powerful. The battle between the winged tiger tribe and the black snake tribe had attracted the attention of other tribes. They heard that they were fighting for the goddess, so they wanted to see what she looked like. As soon as they saw her, they were all fascinated by her white and lustrous skin and beautiful appearance. They also saw the delicious food she made. They all stayed in the winged tiger tribe and refused to leave. The other females were no longer pleasing to the eye. Especially when they heard those ambiguous sounds at night, it made every male beastman's blood boil. The first one who couldn't take it anymore was the overbearing dragon. He transformed into his dragon form and took Xianxia away, flying to a faraway place. Then, in broad daylight, in a world of ice and snow, there was a beast bed on top of him. Then, there was negative distance between their bodies. This made the other beastmen look for her. They almost turned the entire tribe upside down. Even Ningxu's cave was visited by these male beastmen. They wanted to see if Ningxu had hidden the goddess. In the end, the dragon tribe beastmen were satisfied and brought Chica back to the tribe. Ningxu looked at the blushing Chica and wondered why he didn't freeze her to death. The weather was too cold. It was so cold that even Ningxu, who practiced peerless martial arts, couldn't stand it. But she could still do it in the snow. Perhaps the dragon tribe beastmen took the lead. Later, some beastmen wanted to communicate with Chica. They directly abducted Chica and had sex in the world of ice and snow. Ningxu felt cold for Chica. Why didn't they just do it in the cave? Why did they have to run out? What made Ningxu more depressed was that Chica wasn't frozen at all. Every time she came back, white smoke came out of her head. She was very hot and comfortable. Sure enough, exercise was the best way to generate heat. As long as Chica wasn't in the tribe, Rue's face didn't look good. His whole person became gloomy. Ningxu saw Rue more than once waiting for Chica and the other male beastmen to come back. TSK, this feeling was really sad. Ningxu felt that after experiencing the world of flesh text, there was nothing that could destroy his worldview. But now, Ningxu's worldview was shattered again. Bestial sex, it really made his worldview explode. Xianxia lived a happy life every day, but Ningxu felt very anxious. His heart was palpitating, and his hair was standing on end. Sometimes, when he went out of the cave, he could see snakes that were supposed to be hibernating were actually crawling in the snow. Rats were in groups, and the ones behind were biting the tails of the ones in front, running away in a hurry. In the river that was already covered in thick ice, he could hear the water bubbling under the ice. Ningxu knew that an earthquake was coming. Ningxu didn't sleep every night, and meditated until dawn. After swallowing several spirit marrow crystals, Ningxu's strength had increased by a lot. Previously, it was just a small group of animals escaping, but now, the sky was filled with flocks of birds crying out mournfully. However, with so many birds, the people in the tribe caught a lot of them and ate a full meal. That feeling of danger was getting stronger, and Ningxu's heart became even more irritable. At this time, the news of Qianjia's pregnancy came, and it made Ningxu's mouth twitch. He didn't know which tribe the child was born from. In fact, Ningxu couldn't figure it out. Xianxia, who came from the modern era, should be worshipping a pair for life, but how could she accept this kind of NP thing? Would she be able to love so many males? Perhaps Xianxia loved the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful men. Most of Qianjia's children didn't have the ability to transform, and Qianjia's genes accelerated the process of transformation. In fact, there were also male beastmen who didn't succeed in their transformation. These failed female beastmen were trash and defective products, and if they didn't awaken the power of transformation at the age of 5, the little male beastman's physique wouldn't be enough to support him to survive. Usually, they would die young, and this was a process of elimination. Xianxia was actually very happy that her child was a normal person, and her child didn't die young like other male beastmen who didn't awaken. The beastmen survived in this dangerous world, and what they relied on to survive was this powerful transformation ability. Not only was Ningxu guessing which male beastman the child in Xianxia's belly was, but the entire tribe was also wondering who the child was. Knowing that their beloved was pregnant, these male beastmen finally stopped pulling Xianxia to have sex every day. This made Xianxia feel relieved. Xianxia was very happy that she was pregnant. She wanted to treat everyone to a meal, so she invited a few female beastmen from a few tribes to help her cook. Occasionally, she would cook one or two of her signature dishes. It was winter now, and food was scarce. Rui meant to wait until winter was over to treat them, but in front of so many rivals, he couldn't say that. He didn't want Xianxia's other partners to look down on him, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. Moreover, the amount of food these female beastmen needed to survive in the Winged Tiger clan was enormous. Not only did he have to share his partner with someone else, but he also had to support his love rival. But he loved Xianxia. For Xianxia, he could endure anything. Guy took out half of the food he had in his cave. He was afraid that Xianxia and Rui would not have enough food, which would cause them to lose face. Even if he was greedy for grandiose achievements, he shouldn't be doing it at a time when resources were scarce. Was he trying to show off or something? And this time, Xianxia even invited Ningxu to a meal, which made Ningxu feel that he was showing off. Ningxu didn't attend any banquet. He was busy and had to carry some important things with him. For example, he ground herbs into powder and sharpened wooden sticks on stones. When he had nothing to do, he sharpened bundles of wooden sticks, just to deal with the beasts that panicked because of the earthquake. When he was treating, he found out about the accident. Xianxia fell in the snow and was bleeding on the spot. Even the shamans couldn't do anything about it. The shamans hurried over and asked Ningxu to take a look. Ningxu was speechless. No, 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 no. There was a risk in acting tough. Wasn't Xianxia holding a banquet just to show off that she was pregnant? At the same time, she wanted to gain the love of her partners. When Ningxu went over, he saw Xianxia's partners surrounding her and letting her sleep on the snow. They were so anxious that their eyes were red. Xianxia was lying on the snow. The blood that flowed out dyed the snow red and steamed. Xianxia clutched her stomach and moaned. Ningxu rolled his eyes and said, "Hurry up and carry her into the cave." Oh, oh. The male beastmen reacted and went to carry Xianxia. Xianxia was hugged by several beastmen. They didn't let go and secretly competed with each other. This made Xianxia suffer. Her stomach felt like there was a knife stirring. Her body was cold and hot. Ah, it hurts. Xianxia's voice was sharp and painful. The beastmen were frightened when they saw Xianxia's dying appearance. They let go of her and let Rui carry her in. Ningxu followed into the cave and asked the shamans, "How is the goddess?" The shamans shook their heads. It seems that the baby in her stomach is gone. Ningxu saw Xianxia's appearance and knew that she couldn't keep the baby. After being frozen in the snow for a while, the genes of beastmen and Xianxia were actually different. It was easy for her to have a miscarriage. For example, the genes of pigs and dogs wouldn't mix. They couldn't get pregnant. In essence, Xianxia and beastmen were actually two different species. What Ningxu didn't expect was that Xianxia, who was so lucky, would have a miscarriage. Go and see if you can use herbs to save the baby in the goddess' stomach, Ningxu said. Ningxu looked at Xianxia, who was in so much pain that she was sweating. No. Hearing Ningxu say no, Xianxia's partners looked at Ningxu with warning and disgust. Xianxia's moans became softer and softer. Finally, her head tilted and she fainted. Ningxu said, "Boil some hot water for her to wash." Feeling that there was nothing else for him to do, Ningxu turned around and left. However, Ningxu felt that Xianxia's miscarriage was a bit strange. In the plot, the Qian family had many children, both boys and girls. However, there was no mention of a miscarriage. Ningxu looked at the dark and gloomy sky. His heart felt like it was being weighed down by a piece of lead. He knew that there would be a disaster, but the feeling of waiting for it to happen was really ket up. He felt like he was waiting for death. It was better not to know. F***ck, F***ck. Ji walked into the cave with a head full of snow. Ningxu said, F***ck, do you know how the goddess lost her baby? Someone pushed her? Ningxu guessed. How did you know? Then guess who did it? Ji's face was full of gossip. Ningxu guessed again. A female beastman? F***ck, you are indeed a female who has communicated with God. You can even guess this correctly. Ji looked at Ningxu with admiration. Ningxu was speechless. I have seen a lot of things. Then do you know who did it? Ningxu asked Ji. Ningxu shook her head. She wasn't a god who could predict. It was Yi. Yi pushed Jia. Ji slapped her thigh and said, at that time, some beastmen saw that it was Yi who did it. This matter has already been reported to the leader. Ningxu didn't know which female Yi was, but she must hate Xianxia to do such a thing. She actually pushed Xianxia down and caused her to miscarry. How much did she hate Xianxia? Even if Ningxu and Xianxia were not on good terms, Ningxu had never thought of doing anything to the child in Xianxia's belly. The baby should not be harmed, but killing an innocent child was something Ningxu could not do. Why? Don't all the females in the tribe like the goddess? Ningxu said in surprise. Ji sighed and said, yes, partner doesn't treat her well. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. He had a guess. If it was true, then it was really a bad account. Ye's partner always said that if he didn't become Ye's partner, he might become the goddess partner. So Ye's partner sometimes beat Yi. He also said that the goddess is good in all kinds of ways. She looks good and knows how to cook. Anyway, he just hates Yi. Ji sighed. Ningxu sneered. Sure enough, it was the charm that caused the trouble. But men were really disgusting. They ate the food on the chopsticks, looked at the food in the bowl, and thought about the food in the pot. Xianxia was asking for trouble. She took in so many male orcs and let the male orcs in the tribe squeeze into her harem. If Xianxia only had Rui as her partner, would the other male orcs have such expectations? It was a self-inflicted disaster. Now the chief said that he wants to drive Yi out of the tribe. Being driven out of the tribe in such cold weather is also a death sentence. Ningxu said, Yi is so pitiful. After all, she did something wrong. She was too impulsive. Ningxu said lightly. You have to consider the consequences before doing anything. Even if you want to do something, you have to do it perfectly. The most disgusting thing was Ye's partner. Look at Xianxia. It was as if she wanted to turn a primitive society into a sex den. Things went too far. Xianxia's charm was simply terrifying. Her AX value was high. When Xianxia woke up, she knew that her child was gone, and it was killed by a female orc. At that time, she clamored to kill Yi to avenge her child. Xianxia dragged her pregnant body and held a Swiss Army knife in her hand. She was about to rush over and kill Yi. Yi knelt on the ritual square. Seeing Xianxia's face filled with hatred and the knife in her hand, his face turned pale and his body trembled. Xianxia's partners didn't stop her. It was just a female beastman. It was good to let their goddess vent her anger. As he did not want to offend the goddess, the leader of the Winged Tiger clan did not say anything. No one in the entire Winged Tiger clan spoke up for Yi. As the snowflakes swirled around, Chica felt as if her heart was being torn apart by a wild beast. Her first child was gone, and a lowly primitive female beastman had actually done such a thing to her. When Ningxu arrived, he saw Xianxia stabbing the female beastman called Yi with a knife. Ningxu bent down, grabbed a handful of snow, and threw it at Xianxia's wrist. The knife in Xianxia's hand was hit by the force of the snowball, and it stuck in the snow. Everyone looked at Ningxu and Ji, who were walking towards them. The moment Guy saw Ningxu, he immediately stood in front of Xianxia. Obviously, he was afraid that Ningxu would hurt Xianxia. Ningxu sneered and said, "Oh, look at you. Her real partner hasn't moved yet. You're just ridiculous. Don't forget, the goddess swore that she would never have anything with you in this life." Guy's face turned ugly, but he did not say anything. Xianxia's partners all looked at Ningxu, and there was a vicious light in their eyes. Ningxu walked over and pulled up Yi, who was kneeling in the snow. Yi looked at Ningxu blankly. His legs were numb from kneeling, and he could not stand up. Ningxu pulled Yi up and stuffed him into Yi's arms. He picked up the Swiss Army knife on the ground and looked around at the orcs. F***ck, what are you doing? Do you want to save her? Xianxia looked at Ningxu with disgust. Ningxu played with the Swiss Army knife and blew on the blade. The blade made a slight sound, and it felt very sharp. He said coldly, so many people bullying a powerless female orc. This is ridiculous. She made me lose my child. Why can't I take revenge? Ningxu roared, his body trembling. Rui came over and hugged Xianxia's trembling body. Ningxu's expression was very cold. He looked around the entire ritual square and looked at the powerful male orcs. He sneered. You only saw Yi hurt you, but you didn't see the pain Yi suffered because of you, and the torture she suffered from her partner. Hey, which one is your partner? Ningxu asked Yi. Yi looked at Ningxu blankly, and then pointed at a tall male orc. This female orc was very handsome. His expression was a bit ugly. Ningxu sneered. The fickleness of men was buried deep in their bones. His partner was about to be killed by Xianxia, but he did not say a word. He was probably still glad that he could get rid of this burden. Ningxu threw the Swiss Army knife in his hand at the male orc. He was very fast. When the orc wanted to transform to avoid the knife, the flying knife stabbed deeply into his shoulder. His whole body was pushed a distance away by the force of the knife. Blood spurted out and sprinkled on the white snow, steaming. Everyone looked at Ningxu blankly. Ningxu clapped his hands and said calmly, since it's a trial, those who should be punished will be punished. Ningxu turned to look at Xianxia, who was trembling with anger, and said, because this male orc wants to be your partner, but he already has a partner, so his partner is a burden. Partners who should be supporting each other have become like this. What right do you have to take revenge so confidently? What right do you have? Xianxia's body trembled even more. Did I make the male orcs fall in love with me? They fell in love with me because of me. Their feelings were not strong enough. Should they blame me when something happens? Should I pay with my life with my child? Ningxu laughed, and his expression became even more indifferent. Because of your greed, you have so many partners, making these. Ningxu pointed at the male orcs around them. Making these male orcs want to be your partner. They all want to sleep with the goddess. Xianxia had no principles, which was why such a thing had happened. Xianxia had broken her goddess halo and made every male beast man want to do her. F***ck, what if I have to kill her today to avenge my child? If you stop me, I will kill you. Xianxia's expression was gloomy. Do you know that I hate you very much? Very much. Is that so? Ningxu smiled calmly. Actually, I hate you too. Although I don't know if you are a goddess, your arrival has caused the whole tribe to fall into chaos. Alright, stop messing around. The chief looked at the two people arguing. Ningxu said, this female beastman killed the goddess's child. The goddess's child is the son of God. She should be punished by the goddess. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Fine, then we'll kill Ye's partner as well. How can that be? Male beastmen need to hunt. The chief immediately retorted. Then you should die? This is all Ye's fault. Ningxu raised his ugly eyebrows and asked. The chief did not say a word. Ningxu sneered. Because they were weak, they deserved to be bullied. Because they were weak, they deserved to die. Such an unprincipled tribe should be exterminated. Chief, if you lick the goddess's feet like this, let's see how much the goddess will give you. Ningxu sneered coldly. For the sake of a goddess, a tribe had abandoned its people. Such a tribe should be exterminated. Don't think that just because God gave you power, you can be so insolent, the chief said coldly. Ningxu said proudly, God gave me power to protect myself. You go and kill them. Kill the two of them. Xianxia pointed at Ningxu's partners and shouted. Xianxia's partners immediately surrounded Ningxu. They all transformed and sharpened their claws as they pounced on Ningxu. Ningxu stretched out his fist and punched the beastmen. Suddenly, he felt a violent tremor. The tremor was so strong that he could not stand firm. Everyone was dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know what was going on. Ningxu saw the sacrificial pillar falling towards her and hurriedly dodged it. She grabbed the branch and ran to an open space. "Earthquake, it's an earthquake!" Xianxia exclaimed. Instantly, the world turned dark. The tremor was so terrifying that Ningxu could not stand firm. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. The ground under her feet was falling apart. Ningxu's heart sank. She did not expect the earthquake to be so powerful. She was worried that the cave would collapse. The tremors continued, and there were screams, cries, and cries for help. Ningxu suppressed the fear in his heart. The might of heaven and earth was so terrifying that all life forms in front of it were so fragile that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. After an unknown period of time, the tremors subsided. The world suddenly became incomparably bright again. There were actually 3 suns in the sky. The blazing light brought a trace of warmth to the cold winter. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Xianxia was protected by her companions and was fine. Some people were killed by the pillars of the ancestral square. Then, the roars of the animals filled the entire forest, and the panicked animals rushed towards the tribe. From the size of dinosaurs to the size of snakes, rats, insects, and ants, all the hibernating beasts were disturbed. They were frightened by the earthquake and needed to fill their hungry stomachs at the same time. "Quick, pack your things and leave." The clan leader's voice was sharp as he shouted. F***ck, I'm scared. Ji held on to Ningxu tightly, and Yi held on to Ji tightly. Just like in the plot, these male orcs were the first to collect the seeds. They escorted Xianxia away and told the female orcs that they would come back to pick them up immediately. Some females were lucky enough to be taken away together. However, many little orcs and female orcs were left behind. Bastards. Ningxu looked at the orcs flying away and cursed in his heart. They could go back and take the seeds, but they had to send Xianxia to a safe place first. This showed that in the hearts of these male orcs, the seeds and Xianxia were the most important. "Ji, don't be afraid. Gather everyone," Ningxu said to Ji, and one by one, they fought against the beasts that rushed into the tribe. Ji's body was trembling. The female orcs were all gathered in the ancestral square. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Ningxu took out the poison and sprinkled it on the beasts. When they returned to the cave that they usually lived in had collapsed. Ningxu picked up the sharpened wooden stick. On the way back to the ancestral square, he saw that many female orcs had been torn apart by the beasts. There were also the corpses of little orcs. Ningxu saved a male orc who had transformed into a little tiger. The little tiger was avoiding the pursuit of a group of wolves. Ningxu picked up the orc. He sprinkled 2 bags of poison on the drooling waves. When they arrived at the square, Ji and a group of female orcs were huddled together. Many of the females were holding little orcs in their hands. There were many animals gathered around the square, but the whole ancestral square seemed to be covered by a layer of transparent enchantment that blocked these animals and kept the orcs in the square safe. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. At least these people were fine. Although he didn't know what was going on with this enchantment. These beasts couldn't tear the people inside the enchantment apart. When they saw Ningxu, they swarmed over to Ningxu. Ningxu threw the sharp wooden stick in his hand at these beasts. The stick directly pierced through the bodies of the beasts. F***ck, come in quickly. The shaman's voice was very tired and much older. Ningxu entered the enchantment and said with some surprise, "Old woman, they didn't take you away?" The old woman was a noble shaman. Sure enough, when disaster struck, everyone flew away. This is the power given to me by God. I will die soon. You have to take care of these people. The shaman coughed and said. Every shaman will get a little divine power from God. Ningxu, was she doing this by accident? If she said that her power was given to her by God, then she wasn't the next successor. In a moment, the enchantment dimmed, like a bubble in the sun. Ningxu hurriedly distributed the sharpened wooden sticks to everyone and said calmly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Ji, take everyone to the big cave later." I'll protect you from behind, Ningxu said to Ji. Ji's lips were trembling. She just nodded, holding the wooden stick tightly in her hand, tears in her eyes. The other female orcs were in a worse situation than Ji. They were used to the protection of male orcs. Suddenly encountering such a situation, the female orcs didn't know what to do at all. The earth was still shaking. The intensity of the aftershocks made people unable to stand steadily. Ningxu finally realized how difficult this task was. Fear was the most terrible thing, and there was also the unknown fate. With a bang, something like the enchantment broke. The shaman stuffed the god stone in her hand into Ningxu's hand. She spat out blood and said, "Continue the tribe." Ningxu held the god stone, which was a little hot because of the shaman's hand. He saw the shaman fall to the ground and her body turn into ashes. Ningxu bit his lip. His throat was a little choked. Seeing the stone of 1,000 worlds on the sacrificial altar, he stuffed it into his pocket. Then he led a group of female orcs and little orcs toward the cave. Ji led the way, stumbling. Ningxu was behind the team, holding a wooden stick stained with blood. His face and skin were stained with blood. His clear eyes stared at the beasts that were chasing them. Warm blood splattered on the ground and dyed the white snow red. Ningxu held a wooden stick in her hand and stabbed the wolf that pounced on her to death. On the way to the big cave, Ningxu and the others encountered a pack of wolves, which surrounded them. Ningxu's heart sank, but she remained calm and confronted the wolves. The original owner of the body had been killed by wolves. These beasts were cunning and cruel. Many of the female orcs in the team were scared to tears by such a horrible scene. They didn't even have the courage to fight with the wolves with wooden sticks. Ningxu held the wooden stick tightly in her hand and said calmly, "I'm here. It'll be fine. These beasts want to kill us, but we can bite them to death." Ji, who was standing beside Ningxu, said, "Yes, I'm not afraid at all." If it weren't for her trembling voice, Ningxu wouldn't have thought that she was afraid. The wolves loved the children in the female orc's hands and wanted to drag the children away. "Hold the children tight," Ningxu said coldly and stabbed a wolf that wanted to drag the children away. "If these beasts want to attack us, pick up the wooden stick in your hand. If we don't do anything, we'll be killed by these wolves. Then, our bodies will be eaten by these waves," Ningxu said in a low voice. The female orcs cried in a low voice. Ningxu took the lead and stabbed the beasts crazily. The only thought in her mind was to survive. When enemies met on a narrow path, the brave would win. Ningxu saw a little female orc being dragged away by a wolf from the corner of his eye. Her neck was bitten, and the little female orc stopped crying. She didn't even have time to kill the wolf before her child was killed by the wolf. Ningxu bit his lips tightly. His heart ached, and he stabbed the wolf to death with the wooden stick. Ningxu ate a spirit marrow crystal and used all of her strength. She smashed her staff on the wolf's head, causing Lang's head to explode. Ningxu killed the wolves as if they were watermelons. "Come on, everyone. The wolf will be killed soon," Ji shouted when he saw Ningxu's bravery. The wolves retreated in the end, dragging the orc's corpse with them. Ningxu closed his eyes. They didn't try to snatch the beastmen's corpses because the wolves would eat the beastmen's corpses. Once the wolves were full, they wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. It was just that cruel. Ningxu's arms were weak and trembling. "Let's go." Ningxu saw that there were fewer orcs in the group, so he turned and walked towards the big cave. Ningxu saw that some female beastmen couldn't run with little beastmen in their arms, so they carried one in each hand and carried one on their back. Ningxu knew that he had strained his muscles. It wasn't easy to reach the big cave. Ningxu thought that such a strong earthquake would cause the big cave to collapse, but fortunately, although it collapsed a little, it didn't completely collapse. Ningxu settled all the orcs inside and said to Ji, "Take care of these people. I'll go back to the tribe." Ji looked at Ningxu, whose face was covered in blood, and asked in a trembling voice, "Why are you going back?" "It's too dangerous. *CK, take a rest first." Ningxu shook his head. "I'll go back and find the stone pot." Originally, there was a pool in the cave, but because of the earthquake, the water was turbid and couldn't be drunk at all. Moreover, there was another sun in the sky. She felt that the weather had changed, and the thick snow had begun to melt. There might be a drought later. Ningxu had to prepare in advance and store enough water. Ningxu went out of the cave and moved a big stone to block the entrance of the cave, leaving a gap for the people in the cave to breathe. Under the three suns, the whole world was in a state of extreme brightness, so bright that it was dazzling to the eyes. Ningxu felt that his eyes were stinging after staying outside for a long time, so he quickly went back to the tribe. Ningxu ran for a while, and his body became hot. He was not afraid of snow, but he was afraid of a drought. Without water, people would die. Ningxu ran back to the tribe. The whole tribe was very dilapidated, and there was no sign of life. Stepping on the snow, Ningxu walked around the whole tribe. If he saw a cave that hadn't collapsed, he would go in to see if there was anything that could hold water. He found a lot of stone pots, but there were also some broken clay pots. However, these clay pots were broken in the earthquake and were very fragile. Ningxu carried the stone pot to the cave one trip at a time. Then, he asked the female orcs in the cave to put clean snow in the stone pots to store more water. Ningxu had a bad feeling. After the original owner died, he didn't know what happened in this world. After the disaster, there was a great plague, and there was another sun in the sky. It was simply a joke. Ji took the lead to respond to Ningxu's decision. She held the snow in the stone pot with her hands and pressed it tightly with her hands. The other female orcs also began to get busy, and some younger female orcs were also helping. When the stone pots were filled with snow, the female orcs carried the stone pots into the cave. Ningxu asked, "Who can make a stone pot? This little water is not enough." "I can make it." Yi stood up, but he didn't expect her to survive. "But it needs a special stone." "I know where to find this kind of stone." Ningxu nodded. "Take me there." Yi followed Ningxu out of the cave. Ningxu pushed the big stone hard and blocked the entrance of the cave. The stone used to make the stone pot was a kind of stone, but it didn't look like a stone. Ningxu didn't know what it was. He collected a lot of stones, each of which was the size of a desk, and Ningxu had to carry them back. Carrying them on his shoulder, Ningxu felt that his legs were shaking, but he still carried them back with difficulty. Yi began to make the stone pot. Ningxu had to go to the salt mine again to get some salt back. He needed to feed such a big family. It was not easy to be the president of the Women's Federation. After bringing back a whole basket of salt, Ningxu started assigning tasks to the female beast men, which was to look for firewood. It was best if they traveled in groups and didn't wander too far away. There might be danger. There were many beasts in the jungle. When the firewood was back, Ningxu found that there was no way to make a fire. Did he really have to drill the wood to make a fire? Why was it so difficult to survive in the primitive society? He couldn't figure out why Xianxia was so comfortable. Then Ningxu began to drill the wood to make a fire, but he didn't make a fire. The female orcs just looked at Ningxu. Finally, the tiger cub used its claws to scratch the stone, splashing sparks and igniting the withered grass. Ningxu was speechless. Please forgive her ignorance. She really didn't know that the claws could do this. After lighting the fire and looking at the dancing flames, the haze in everyone's hearts was dispelled. Ningxu said to Ji, "Go hunting with me." Hunting? Ji was stunned, but she still followed Ningxu out of the cave. Ningxu blocked the entrance of the cave with a big stone and asked Ji, "Did you tell them about the bacon?" Ji shook her head. "You should tell them." "I didn't." Hearing that Ji didn't tell anyone about the bacon, Ningxu nodded with satisfaction and said to Ji, "Let's leave the bacon for now. Now we have to go hunting." Because of the earthquake, animals were very active. If they only ate bacon, they would run out sooner or later. But we are females. How can we hunt? Ji held a stick in her hand, her face pale. Ningxu said very calmly, "It's okay. I'll do it. Everything is difficult at the beginning. If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves now." Ningxu found a wild boar that was digging snow. Its long fangs looked very dangerous. Ningxu felt Ji's body trembling next to her. "Watch how I do it." Ningxu whispered to Xianxia, then tiptoed to the wild boar. Because he stepped on the snow, there was a sound. The wild boar turned its head and saw Ningxu. It was not afraid at all. Instead, Ningxu rushed over and wanted to kill Ningxu with its fangs. Ningxu did not hesitate. He held a wooden stick and stabbed the wild boar's head, piercing it directly. Ji looked at Ningxu in a daze. Under Ningxu's guidance, Ji successfully killed a rabbit, but it was enough to make Ji happy. Dragging the wild boar back, the female orcs in the cave began to cook the meat. Ningxu looked at these people and some children. There were males and females among the children. He said, "From today onwards, I am the leader of the tribe. Before the witch died, she asked me to reproduce the tribe. We are now a whole. If we want to survive, we must be united. F*ck, how can we live without males?" Ningxu, a female orc, asked, "Won't the males come back to us?" Ningxu sneered in his heart. On the surface, he said calmly, "Then we have to live and wait for the males to come to us. From tomorrow onwards, we will hunt by ourselves and live until the male orcs come to us." Ningxu saw that the wild boar meat in the stone pot was cooked and said, "Give some to the child first, and then we'll eat." Ningxu ate a bowl of meat soup and then sat down to adjust her breathing. She had used too much strength before, and her body could no longer bear it. He mobilized the qi in his dantian to heal the wounds on his muscles. The female orcs hugged their children and hugged each other, spending the night in fear. During this time, the aftershocks continued, and the world was shaking. Everyone hugged each other, and some of the more timid orcs cried silently. The next day, Ningxu brought some female beastmen out to hunt. This was a cruel evolution. If you wanted to live, you had to bleed. Ningxu had told them a lot of things to take note of, but he still saw a female orc being killed by her prey in a daze. The cruel and bloody scene made the other female beastmen even more afraid. They even started crying. Ningxu suddenly did not know if this was the right thing to do. Females who had been living under the protection of males suddenly had to face such a bloody thing. Was it right or not? The first day of hunting was a failure. Ningxu went to hunt alone, and only then did they have food for the day. Ningxu was not in a good mood. When he returned to the cave, he did not say a word, and the female orcs did not dare to speak. When the meat was cooked, Ji put the meat in a stone bowl and gave it to Ningxu. Ji said, "Damn, don't be angry." "I'm not angry. I just think that we will all die if we continue like this." Ningxu looked at Ji and said, "The weather is hot. It should be winter, but there is another fireball in the sky, and the snow is beginning to melt. If the fireball keeps shining like this, there will be no water. I'm worried about how we can survive." Ningxu sighed. Yi said, "I will try to make more stone pots and store more water before the snow melts." Ningxu nodded and suddenly asked Yi, "Are you sad?" In fact, the earthquake had saved her life. Xianxia was determined to kill her, and Ningxu's 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. He might not be able to save her. Yi smiled to Ningxu, showing her big yellow teeth, and said, "I want to live now. I don't believe that the males will come back to pick us up." Phew, there was finally someone who understood. If he really cared, he should have taken her away. The other orcs all told Ningxu that they would learn to hunt seriously. Ningxu just sighed in his heart. It was easy to say, but it was not so easy to do. It was good enough that they were not chased by the prey. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The thick snow was about to melt, and the snow water invaded the ground, and tender grass grew. Everything seemed to be thriving. It would be great if there were not 3 suns in the sky. When Ningxu brought the female orcs to hunt, they would look for animals that were relatively docile. When they encountered dangerous animals, they would take a detour. However, with the terrible cooperation of a group of female orcs, they could kill an animal that looked like a water buffalo. They also had to rely on Ningxu to use vines to pull the prey that wanted to run away. Every time they went out to hunt, Ningxu would bring the male orcs and let them learn how to hunt. He would let them pounce on small rabbits to sharpen their teeth and claws. After a period of time, the number of female orcs decreased. Some died in the process of hunting. Some were injured and could only do small things in the cave. Ningxu looked at the marks he made in the cave. It had been almost a month since the earthquake, and there were already 25 scratches on it. However, these female orcs were different from before. Previously, they were still hoping that the male orcs would come back to find them. However, after such a long time, they did not come to find them. The male orcs had wings, so it would not take long for them to come back. Without hope, the female orcs were now desperately trying to survive. Previously, their hands were shaking when they held wooden sticks, but now, they could quickly attack their prey. Ningxu knew that the winged tigers had now left the primitive world and arrived at a fertile plain. Xianxia would build her own kingdom here. The plains were suitable for farming, so the orcs who had seeds naturally started farming. Ningxu sneered. You've abandoned so many female beastmen. You can just wait to be exterminated. Go get gay. Perhaps the matriarchal era had come. A female could have many males in order to carry on the family line. However, females were weak, and giving birth was very dangerous for weak females. Even the mother and child could not be protected. It was impossible for them to keep giving birth. This was a dangerous primitive society. There were dangers everywhere. When these orcs' transformation ability deteriorated, they could only wait for death. However, what Ningxu was worried about happened. When Ningxu made the 60th mark, the weather had already become very hot. There were 3 suns in the sky, and the water level in the river was clearly dropping. Moreover, the grass on the ground was roasted by the sun. Everything was a sign that the following days would be even worse. The weather was incomparably hot. As long as one stayed outside for a long time, their skin would be scorched by the sun. Ningxu and the female orc spent most of their time in the cave. With so many people crammed in the cave, no matter how cold the cave was, there was still a warm current that made it hard for them to breathe. The water in the pool in the cave was also gradually decreasing. More and more water was being collected. The entire cave was filled with stone pots filled with water. Although there was so much water, Ningxu was still worried. He didn't know how long the drought would last. In the evening, when it was cooler, Ningxu took the female beastmen out to hunt. He knew that the current situation wasn't good. When the female beastmen killed their prey, they would collect the blood of their prey and put it in a stone bowl. Each of them would drink a mouthful to quench their thirst. Ningxu wouldn't drink the blood no matter what. The smell made him want to vomit. But what made Ningxu happy was that these female beastmen were now used to this kind of life. Perhaps it would be better to survive this dry season. Because of the drought, the animals couldn't find water and began to die. Some scavengers began to tear apart the smelly corpses that were covered in flies. A large number of prey died, and they wouldn't be able to hunt in the future. What awaited them was death. Ningxu was now glad that he had prepared so much cured meat. If everyone ate less, they might be able to survive for a while. He didn't know how Xianxia and the others were doing. The plains were very far from here, but with Xianxia's luck, even if it was a drought, she would be able to find a spring and dig out water. Others had a difficult life, but it wasn't a problem for Xianxia. There was no way to compare people. If there was no heaven's favor, then they had to pamper themselves. They had to work hard and tenaciously live. The cooked food was getting less and less. Everyone was only given a little. It was enough to maintain their body's condition. The weather was getting hotter. Ningxu roughly estimated that it was about 50 degrees Celsius. His feet hurt from the heat. Ningxu wiped the sweat on his head. It was so hot that he wanted to stick out his tongue to cool down. However, as the chief of the tribe, how could Ningxu do such a thing in front of so many people? There were 100 marks on the stone wall. It had been 3 months, but no one knew when the temperature would drop. Some of the female orcs and little orcs in the cave were already suffering from diarrhea and dehydration. Ningxu gave these sick orcs some prunella grass to boil water, hoping that it would be useful. Right now, everyone was fighting against the heavens. They were just waiting to see how long they could endure. Ningxu even suspected that the so-called god wanted to exterminate all life in this world. With such a godly power, it was easy to take away a son. He probably didn't even remember this place. Everyone in this world was nothing but ants to him. F*ck, a female orc is dying, Ji walked over and told Ningxu. Ningxu went over to take a look. This female beastman was very thin and looked old. Her body was too weak. Under such conditions, the first ones to die were the children and the elderly. "Chief, you don't need to give me the medicine. I won't live for long. Leave these herbs for the other orcs." The female orc lying on the ground said to Ningxu. Her eyes were yellow and there was white saliva at the corner of her mouth. It seemed that she wouldn't live for long. Ningxu scooped some water from a stone bowl for her to drink. After drinking the water, the female orc's complexion became much better, but she still died at night. Ningxu sighed in his heart. He asked people to move the body out of the cave and dug a hole to bury the dead orc. Looking at these old, weak, sick and disabled people, Ningxu doubted whether he could complete his task. He just endured it like this. To Ningxu's relief, the little male orcs in the tribe were growing up and could cooperate to catch some prey. With these little male orcs, the tribe could continue. This team had completely broken away from the Winged Tiger clan and become a new tribe. Every new thing brought with it pain and joy. The future of the tribe depended on these little orcs. Every time Ningxu went hunting, he would bring the little female orcs with him. To live in this cruel world, one must have skills and learn to hunt on their own. Since they couldn't transform, they had to use tools. There was no animal that couldn't be killed. Ningxu really didn't want these little female orcs to follow the path of their predecessors. If they were abandoned by the male orcs, they could only wait for death. There was nothing that couldn't be done. It just depended on whether or not they were willing to do it. Ningxu taught these female orcs how to hunt and use tools. It was just that the female orcs were weak and didn't have good physiques. Ningxu wanted to teach these female orcs the ultimate martial arts. Even if they couldn't cultivate Qi Jin, they could at least protect themselves. 2333, I want to redeem the ultimate martial arts. How many points do I need? When she first got the secret book, she sold it to the system. The system only gave her 100 points. 2333 said calmly, 1,000 points. Ningxu thought, F*CKU. When I sold it to the system, it gave me 100 points. Now I want to buy it back, and it actually costs 1,000 points. Why don't you just rob me? Ningxu almost jumped up. F*CK, the thing that originally belonged to her was sold to her for 900 points. She was young and ignorant. If she had known, she wouldn't have exchanged it with the system. Ningxu held her breath and said, exchange. As long as this thing was hers, she had the right to use it. She could teach it to whoever she wanted. Sure enough, she still had to hold on to her own things. Ningxu called the female orcs in front of her and taught them the ultimate martial arts. She didn't expect them to cultivate anything. She only hoped that the later generations would have better genes. Sure enough, these female orcs were all confused. They couldn't understand such a profound thing. Ningxu only said that it was a gift from God to the tribe. Every female orc had to cultivate it. Ningxu didn't plan to give it to the male orcs. They already had the powerful transformation ability. If they still wanted to cultivate the ultimate martial arts, they would be like the three suns in the sky. Ningxu's original intention was to let the female orcs be stronger and not be restrained by the male orcs. Otherwise, they would die without the male orcs. When the female orcs heard that it was a gift from God, although they were confused, they still worked hard to cultivate it, although they didn't know what they were doing. Ningxu gave the incantation to Ji and asked her to memorize it. He wanted to pass it down in the future. Ji couldn't understand these things, so she had to memorize them. Ningxu began to think about the inheritance of the shaman. He gave the God Stone to the female orcs to see if they could communicate with the God Stone and become shamans. Existence was reasonable. This world was created by God, so it should have faith in God. Ningxu was looking forward to when he could have such power. Ningxu had forgotten one thing, which was that practicing martial arts would increase one's appetite. Therefore, when Ningxu realized what was going on, several little female orcs were looking at Ningxu eagerly. Ningxu was speechless. However, Ningxu was very happy. At least a few orcs were practicing martial arts, and they were all little female orcs. Everything in the tribe was developing in a good direction. Ningxu went hunting under the strong sun. The whole world was filled with a rotten smell, and there were rotten animal remains everywhere. After running for a long time, Ningxu finally found a bison, which was rolling in a puddle full of muddy water. Ningshu carried a wooden stick and went to the bison. This water buffalo should be enough to eat for 2 days. Ningshu sighed deeply in her heart. She killed the bison and was about to lift it up when something suddenly jumped on her shoulder, grabbed her hair, and squeaked. Ningshu turned her head and saw a little gray ball. She almost twisted her waist. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. This was an illusion, this was an illusion. How could she see this little thing in this world? Could it be this little thing's ancestor? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little gray ball squeaked and looked at Ningshu with its black bean-like eyes. Its nose twitched, and tears came out. It seemed to be very thirsty, and then it licked the tears into its mouth. Ningshu was speechless. Ningshu carried the water buffalo back to the cave. As soon as they arrived, the little gray ball jumped into the stone pot and drank water. She looked at the little gray ball. Ningshu asked, "What is this?" "I don't know." Ningshu rolled her eyes. She had met such a mouse-like thing in the world of the princess. She had given this little gray ball to Li Wen, but why was this little thing here? Ningshu could feel that this little thing should know her. The little thing drank all the water in the stone pot and then jumped onto Ningshu's shoulder. It shrieked and grabbed Ningshu's hair. Ningshu squeaked. Ningshu was speechless. The little gray ball dropped its tears and licked them into its mouth. Then it ran out of the cave. Ningshu held the wooden stick in his hand and chased after the gray ball. In the end, he found a person lying in a low thicket of thorns. The little gray ball squeaked at the man lying on the ground. Ningshu first saw a pair of dusty black shoes embroidered with cloud patterns, then a bright yellow dragon robe, and then a disheveled face. Ningshu wiped his face and squatted down to remove the hair from his face. Sure enough, it was Li Wen. His skin was already tanned by the sun, and his lips were so dry that they were curling. Damn it, how did he come to this world? Ningshu picked him up horizontally and carried him back to the cave like a princess. She was speechless. Ningshu threw Li Wen on the withered grass, scooped some water and poured it into his mouth. Li Wen, who was unconscious, drank the water instinctively. The little gray ball stared at Li Wen. Ningshu took off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, revealing Li Wen's muscular body. Ningshu poured some water on him. She looked at Li Wen in surprise, but her hand touched Li Wen's clothes. She said to Ningshu in surprise, "Damn, look at this animal skin. It's so comfortable. There's something on it." "What is it?" Ningshu was speechless. Every once in a while, Ningshu would give Li Wen some water. The little gray ball seemed to know that it was safe and curled up into a ball and fell asleep on Li Wen's body. It was a strange feeling to meet an old friend in such a world. How did Li Wen come here? Li Wen woke up a day later. When he opened his eyes, he saw a magnified ugly face. He almost fainted again. Miss. Li Wen called the ugly person in front of him. He had never seen such an ugly person. He looked around and saw that he was in a big hole. There were some ugly people around him, and there were even 1 or 2 little tigers biting his shoes. Ningshu looked at Li Wen. In an unfamiliar environment, Li Wen was scared at first, but then he calmed down. I want to eat something. Can you give me something to eat?" Li Wen asked Ningshu. Ningshu nodded and gave Li Wen a bowl of meat. Li Wen had been hungry for a long time since he came to this world. He just boiled it with water and added salt. The meat was very fishy, but Li Wen ate it very happily. "May I ask what this place is?" Li Wen asked Ningshu. Ningshu didn't say anything and just looked at Li Wen. "How the hell did you come here? Can't you understand what I'm saying?" Li Wen asked again. Ningshu said, "Who are you? How did you come here?" "I came here because of this little thing." Li Wen reached out and touched the little gray ball. "Ningshu?" Dumbfounded. Ningshu asked 2333, "What's wrong with this person?" 2333 thought for a moment and said, "There are some mysterious things in the world. This thing should be a silver cloud mink. It lives in space and its main food is some destroyed plane fragments. So, it has the ability to freely travel between planes." Ningshu, 0, Ningshu grabbed the little gray ball and looked at it. "It's so awesome." Ningshu pulled open the little gray ball's hind legs. Yes, it has a male dick. The little gray ball opened its eyes and kicked Ningxu's face and jumped onto Li Wen. Such an awesome thing didn't like her. She was speechless. She was the one who met this little thing first. Li Wen stayed in the cave, but he felt that his worldview was being challenged everywhere. 3 suns, 10 moons, and even a child had turned into a winged tiger in an instant. Monster? Also, he couldn't understand what others were saying. He could only communicate with one person, the leader of the tribe. Li Wen wiped his face. What the hell was this place? What made Li Wen depressed was that he couldn't do anything here. He couldn't hunt. He was the emperor, but he was so useless. His ability to stabilize the country was useless here. Every day, he had to wait for a bowl of meat. This made Li Wen feel very ashamed. Ningxu looked at Li Wen's bitter face and lit a candle for Li Wen. If he came here and couldn't go back, what would he do? Seeing the little gray ball's unreliable appearance, Ningxu felt that Li Wen would be in charge in the future. What Ningxu didn't expect was that Li Wen wanted to go hunting with the team. Ningxu just looked at Li Wen with contempt. It was okay to command others, but to go hunting himself? What a joke. Li Wen was the emperor, and he practiced martial arts to strengthen his body. He felt that it was useful to go hunting occasionally. Ningxu didn't stop him and let him go. When he really fought with these prey, Li Wen felt that these animals were fierce. Every meal was a struggle for life. Now, Li Wen wanted to go home. He really wanted to go home. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the sunlight was getting more and more intense. The leaves were already crispy and would crumble with a pinch. The grass on the ground had withered, revealing the yellow sand on the ground. It felt like there was no green in the entire world. Ningxu no longer dared to bring the team out to hunt, because if they stayed outside for another 10 minutes, they might get dehydrated and heat stroke. Their skin would be directly sunburned. Everyone huddled in the cave, and there was not a single drop of water in the cave. It was as if all the water in the world had evaporated, and there was not even a drop of dew in the morning. They were even more frugal now. Ningxu had already drawn 120 marks on the wall. It had been 4 months of drought, but there was still no sign of rain. Ningxu looked at the water in the stone pot, not knowing how long they could last. If it still did not rain, they would really be waiting for death. The previously handsome, dignified, and noble Li Wen had no water to wash up with now. His face was covered in black dust, but as he sat on the ground and leaned against the stone wall, his aura did not let others look down on him. Ningxu gave the little gray ball a little bit of spirit marrow crystal powder. After eating it, the little gray ball fell into a deep sleep, and Li Wen hugged it. Li Wen's face was calm, but his heart was going crazy. He really wanted to shake this little thing awake. If it fell asleep, how was he going to go back? Where did this little thing bring her to? Oh my God. There was no more prey in the forest, and many animals had died of thirst. Ningxu decided to take out the bacon buried under his feet. The tribe was filled with a sense of despair, but when they saw Ningxu dig out the bacon, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Li Wen looked at Ningxu with admiration. Obviously, he felt that Ningxu was prepared. I feel like you're very familiar. Li Wen raised his eyebrows and asked Ningxu. Ningxu glanced at him very elegantly. In the past, you were the emperor, and I had to curry favor with you everywhere. Now, I'm the master here. I don't know you. Li Wen, he felt that this person looked down on him. Because the temperature was too high, female orcs with weak physiques kept dying in the tribe, but the ones who survived were the ones with better physiques. What made Ningxu satisfied was that the female beastman didn't die, and the male beastman also didn't die under Ningxu's protection. After this difficult time, the entire tribe would be able to continue. Li Wen saw Ningxu looking at the corpses of his clansmen indifferently and asked, "Aren't you sad? Are they your clansmen?" When Ningxu heard this, he almost spat out his saliva. As the person who killed all of his brothers to ascend the throne, he actually had the face to ask him this question, "Can you be any more hypocritical?" Ningxu didn't say anything. There were already 150 marks on the wall. It had already been 5 months. The trees had already died under the scorching sun. There was no more water in the cave. There were only 2 stone pots of water left. Ningxu wiped his face. His heart was filled with despair. In front of the heavens and earth, everyone was humble and weak. What was going on with the heavens and earth? Ningxu said, F***ck, can you pray to God? Did God give up on us? Ningxu, how should she pray? Pray your ass. She didn't even know who God was. Under Xi's gaze, Ningxu held the stone of 10,000 worlds and mumbled nonsense. Li Wen raised his eyebrows and looked at Ningxu. Obviously, he didn't believe in God. Ningxu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the stone of 10,000 worlds in his hand was a little hot, and it was getting hotter and hotter. Suddenly, it flew out of his palm and into the sky. Then, a huge black hand appeared in the sky and scooped up the stone of 10,000 worlds. What the F***ck? Ningxu almost peed his pants. In all honesty, he was just touching the stone of 10,000 worlds. He didn't have any intention of taking the stone of 10,000 worlds. The huge black hand paused in the sky and directly crushed 2 suns before disappearing. Ningxu, what was that? Li Wen's voice was trembling. Li Wen, who didn't change his expression even when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, was stunned at this moment. Ningxu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Oh my God, his heart was trembling. That's our God. Ningxu puffed out his chest and said. Oh. All the orcs cheered. With 2 suns gone, the sky became much darker and wasn't as dazzling as before. Ningxu clutched his chest. He was so scared that he had a heart attack. Li Wen's pupils trembled. Obviously, he was shocked by the huge power of the huge black hand. The ant suddenly realized that there was something even more powerful in this world. With Li Wen's mindset, he wanted to pursue this power. He thought that he was lucky to have this little thing in his arms. He didn't expect to see such power. Li Wen was an emperor. He never believed in such supernatural things. However, he saw such a powerful power with his own eyes. Because there were 2 less suns in the sky, the world suddenly became cooler. It was so hot before, but why did it suddenly become cold? It even felt a little cold. It was easy for the cold and hot clouds to accumulate. After 2 days, it finally rained. After nearly half a year, it finally rained. The orcs jumped and cheered in the heavy rain. They opened their mouths to catch the rainwater. The female orcs took out the stone pot to collect the rainwater. Ningxu raised his head and let the bean-sized raindrops hit his face. It was a little painful and itchy, but there was an indescribable joy in his heart. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. The strong could control the fate of others. When would he be strong enough to control his own fate and not let his fate be controlled by others? After the rain, the grass grew again. Some withered books sprouted again. The whole world was filled with a fresh smell. No matter who that god was, Ningxu was grateful to him. His casual actions saved many lives and allowed her to not fail her mission. A good person would live a peaceful life. One day, she would also become a powerful existence. Before that, she had to live and work hard to live. Ningxu saw that Li Wen had been silent. His eyes were very bright, and there was a burning heat in them. The current Li Wen wasn't the same as the previous Li Wen. If the previous Li Wen defined himself as an emperor, then the current Li Wen didn't have such a feeling. He seemed to have a new goal. He felt that his entire person was sublimated. Your god seems to be very powerful. Li Wen suddenly said, does such a person really exist in the world? Ningxu nodded. God is omnipotent. God created this world. He is unbelievably powerful. After eating the spirit marrow crystal powder, the little gray ball woke up. It first jumped onto Ningxu's shoulder. Ningxu squeaked twice and then jumped back into Li Wen's arms. Ningxu wanted to roll his eyes. He had given this guy such a good thing, but it was still indifferent to him. This little thing was only compatible with Li Wen. Li Wen was about to leave. The day after the little gray ball woke up, she prepared to leave. Ningxu really wanted to ask, can you return to the Great Yong Imperial Palace? Could it be that the little gray ball could pinpoint the location of Transmigration? Li Wen suddenly said to Ningxu, the place I grew up in is completely different from here. This is for you. Li Wen pulled Ningxu and placed a jade pendant with an azure dragon on it in Ningxu's hand. Thank you for saving me. Ningxu looked at the jade pendant and grinned. No need. You keep this kind of thing. It seems that this thing can't be eaten or drunk. I don't want it. Li Wen smiled indifferently. That's true. I didn't think it through. Perhaps I will come and see you in the future. Ningxu only nodded and didn't say anything. Meeting her this time was already considered lucky. Ningxu didn't think that they would meet again in the future. Li Wen hugged the little gray ball. The little gray ball squeaked twice to Ningxu, and then its fur quickly turned silver-white. Its entire body was enveloped in an extremely complex halo. This halo enveloped Li Wen. Soon after, Li Wen's body disappeared into thin air. Ningxu exhaled. Looking at the lush green forest, he felt great. It was good to be alive. Only by being alive could one feel the beauty of life. Even if life was difficult, one could feel the beauty of life. Ningxu traveled through countless plains in order to survive and extend her life. She met many people in her life. The entire tribe was in order. There was no need for Ningxu to command. Everyone knew what to do. Everything was developing in a good direction. She could be considered to have fulfilled the original owner's wish. Although some female beast men died for various reasons, those who survived were braver and stronger. Ningxu stretched. Suddenly, he wanted to go and see Xianxia and their partners. In fact, Ningxu wanted to know how the winged tigers who abandoned their females were doing. It was nothing more than wanting to see them regret. However, he had already stayed in this world for a long time, and it would not be long before he left this world. Ningxu called Ji over and asked, if the male orcs come back to us, will we still go back with them? Ji shook his head. It's been so long. The male orcs must think that we're all dead and won't come back for us. Ningxu nodded. She laid down on the dried grass and prepared to take a nap. Ever since the earthquake, her nerves had been tense. Ji covered Ningxu with a piece of animal skin. She stared at Ningxu, whose eyes were closed, and said, even if they come back to us now, we won't go with them. We're no longer the same females as before. Ningxu didn't open his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Love oneself, then love others. 2333, do you know anything about Xianxia? Ningxu asked in his mind. 2333 replied, just like in the storyline, Xianxia built her own kingdom and became the queen. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, how did you build a palace? I can't even drill wood to start a fire. How did you build such a big city? This is already beyond the horizon. And then? Ningxu curled his lips and asked. 2333 said, although Xianxia has established laws, it's useless. The orcs live in the forest and don't like this kind of life. Also, the crops can't satisfy the orcs at all, and there are no beasts on the plains, so there's no way to hunt. This rough city is very chaotic. Ningxu was speechless. So, if he took a big step, he would get in trouble. The orcs living on the plains also had to face the threat from the sky. There were no trees on the plains, and the giant birds in the sky listed the orcs on their menu. More importantly, there were fewer and fewer female beast men. Many tribes were crowded here. Food was in high demand, and female beast men were also in high demand. Food in exchange for females, females in exchange for food. It was a mess. Moreover, Xianxia, who lost her child, got pregnant again. However, because of the previous miscarriage, she was frozen in the snow for a while, so her body was not very good. Coupled with the earthquake and migration, she was very tired and weak. It wasn't easy to give birth to a child. It was indeed a weak one, and it died not long after. Xianxia had many partners. Perhaps these partners wanted Xianxia to forget the pain of losing her child out of kindness. They wanted Xianxia to get pregnant, but Xianxia's body was not well, and she got pregnant again. The harm to her was a kind of harm. In the primitive society, there was no such thing as a confinement period. Xianxia got pregnant again within 2 months of the miscarriage. Xianxia was still a university student before, so she didn't know this at all. She didn't even know that she was ruining her own body. Coupled with the previous miscarriage and the early death of the child, Xianxia was very nervous when she was pregnant, which was not good for her body. The child she gave birth to was a child with a snake's body and a human's head. This deformed child should be from the black snake tribe. They weren't of the same tribe, so genetic problems were easy to occur. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore, and her emotions were on the verge of collapse. She felt that this was a punishment from the heavens for her, and all of this punishment was on her child. Even her mental state was a little abnormal. Although many died young, there were still children who survived. Xianxia now felt like a mother bee. Everyone hoped that Xianxia would give birth to more females, because there were fewer and fewer females now. The extinction of the tribe was right in front of them. Moreover, females were weak. Without the strong strength of males, they couldn't bear the power of male beast men. Besides, it was impossible for a female beast man to only have one male beast man. Xianxia opened the door to a new world for the female beast men. In short, everyone fell into a kind of anxious and indulgent atmosphere. If they didn't make any changes, the extinction of the tribe might really happen. Ningxu, knowing that you're not living well, I'm much happier in my heart. The beastmen were dazzled by the things that Xianxia brought, and even gave up their own principles of survival. If a tribe without principles died, then so be it. They deserved it. Ding, quest completed. Leaving the quest world. 2333's voice sounded, and then Ningxu's head buzzed. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the system space. Ningxu looked at the sofa, the carpet, the bookcase, and the big bed. After staying in a primitive society for so long, seeing these things again, he felt like he was in heaven. Ningxu ignored it and threw himself on the soft bed. It couldn't be more comfortable. The quilt was still fragrant, and there was no smell of dampness. There were no insects on it. Lying on the bed, Ningxu fell asleep. When he woke up, he felt refreshed and began to meditate. After his soul was filled, Ningxu asked 2333, System, do you know who the god of that world is? Are you kidding? How would I know? 2333 sneered, how would I know about such an existence? Fortunately, he didn't kill us. Ningxu, it sounded so sad, and he still had to thank the god for not killing him. Ningxu didn't want to think about God anymore. She quickly threw it to the back of her mind. That kind of person was just out of reach. It was useless to think about it. Let's take a look at this time's points. Ningxu's status panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 Name, Ningxu, Beginner Quest Taker, Age, 27 Experience, 100,000 70,000 Soul, 200 HP, 60 Wisdom, 85 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Spirit, 120 Strength, 30 Faith, 1 Aptitude, 26 Merit, 15-20 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Peerless Martial Arts Rookie. Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass's Blessing, Grass's Wish. 1. I don't want to die. 2. I want to save the female beastmen who were also abandoned. Quest completion, 100. Obtain 25 attribute points. Ningxu looked at the rich rewards and felt relieved. This time, he obtained 70,000 experience, 20 merit points, the title of Selfless Ancestor, the Leader Aura, and 25 attribute points. Selfless Ancestor? This group of beastmen thought of her as their ancestor and worshipped her in the future. Why did she feel guilty? She wasn't selfless at all. She just wanted to complete the quest. What's with the faith? Ningxu asked 2333. When creatures believe in you, it will produce faith? 2333 replied. Looking at the lonely bit of faith power, Ningxu couldn't help but wonder who had contributed it. Primitive people were honest. They gave her so many things. Her hardships in primitive society were not in vain. She had to take care of a large group of female beastmen, take care of small beastmen, and worry about the future development of the tribe. She believed that when she returned, she would see a lively tribe. However, this time, Ningxu once again saw the importance of strength. Without strength, she couldn't hunt, she couldn't store so much bacon, she couldn't defend against wild beasts when the earthquake came, and she couldn't hunt after that. Yes, things that can be resolved with force should be resolved with force first. Things that cannot be resolved with force should be resolved with wisdom. In short, martial strength was very important. Xianxia generously added 15 points of her attribute points to martial strength, life points, and luck points. Serial number 23333. Name Xianxia, beginner mission taker, age 27 exp, 100,000 70,000 soul value, 200 HP, 605 wisdom, 85 charm, 3 luck, 345 spiritual power, 120 combat power, 3015 faith, 1 aptitude, 26 merit, 35 skills, 5th ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, peerless martial arts novice. Honorary title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Xianxia's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing. After allocating the attribute points, Xianxia opened the exchange shop and exchanged for fasting pills, water, and some basic medicine. She also exchanged for some antidote pills. These were all necessities for survival. Even if they were not needed in the mission, Xianxia had to prepare them in advance. After the exchange, Xianxia casually browsed the shop and saw that there were some things that could only be exchanged with faith, which cost tens of thousands of faith. Xianxia saw that she had 1 point of faith power and silently closed the exchange store. This store was constantly reminding her that she was a poor person. Xianxia was not in a hurry to enter the mission. Instead, she took out a book from the bookshelf and sat on the sofa to read. Of course, with Xianxia's IQ, she could not read anything profound. It was not bad to read something that could increase her wisdom. Instead of reading these useless books, you might as well add your attribute points to your wisdom. 2333 could not help but say. Xianxia suddenly said, "Oh, I forgot. Next time, I'll add 1 point to my wisdom." Can something like wisdom really be added? Why do you believe that force points can be added up but not wisdom points? 2333 asked. Xianxia said, "Wisdom is fixed. Can I increase it by adding points to my attribute points?" 2333. You really should add some points to wisdom. With a higher wisdom value, you can quickly think of solutions when doing quests and complete them faster. 2333 was very dissatisfied with Xianxia for always adding attribute points to her martial strength. Did she only see the benefits of martial strength and did not see the other benefits? A real wise person is a person who does not miss a single detail. 2333 said, "This kind of person does not need great strength and will never get into trouble." Xianxia said, "Oh, how tiring would that be? Just listening to it was enough to kill a lot of brain cells." 2333, don't you get tired of waving your sword around all day? 2333 felt that it was his duty to guide this quest taker on the right path. How strong could a person be? If they encountered something they could not solve, they would need to rely on external help. This was the time to test a person's intelligence. Some people could easily solve the problem, but some people could not. If you only had martial strength but no brains, you would not go far. It's not tiring for me to fight. In the future, I will learn to use my brain. Use my brain. Xianxia nodded and said. Xianxia always felt that wisdom was something that could be accumulated slowly. The more knowledge one had, the higher one's wisdom would naturally be. Closing the book, Xianxia cultivated for a while. When her soul was much fuller, she said to 2333, "Let's enter the mission." Xianxia's brain went blank for a moment. Then, she heard all kinds of mechanical instructions. Strings of codes flashed in front of her eyes, mixed with the sound of electricity. When Xianxia heard the sound of electricity, she felt goosebumps all over her body. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in front of a valley. She was sitting on the ground, holding her ankle. Her ankle was slightly red and swollen, but Xianxia did not feel any pain. Xianxia touched her body from head to toe. She was wearing an elegant ancient costume and her hair was tied up with a hairband. Touching this body, Xianxia felt that she really existed, but there was no heartbeat. This body also did not have the ability to breathe. Xianxia could not help but take a few deep breaths. Breathing was no different from not breathing at all. She could not feel cold, heat, or pain. Other than her consciousness, there was nothing. What did she become this time? She looked around. This was a beautiful place. There was a river and trees. Every blade of grass and tree was very realistic. However, there was no sign of human habitation. A bird flew in front of Xianxia. Xianxia caught the bird, but the bird also had no breath. For such a strange phenomenon, Xianxia first chose to receive the plot. This was a holographic MMORPG world. The so-called holographic MMORPG was a very high-end gaming method. Through the gaming helmet or gaming chamber, the brain waves were reflected into the system. The simulation was very high, and it made the players feel as if they were in the real world. Xianxia guessed that the technology outside the game world was very advanced. At least Xianxia had never seen such high-end technology. And this body was an NPC. It should have been controlled by the system's intelligence, but under a coincidence, it had its own consciousness. The so-called NPC was a game character that was not controlled by the player. It was used to promote the development of the game story. For example, when the player entered a shop, the shop owner was an NPC. For example, Xianxia, this NPC, sprained her foot and waited for the player to come and save the damsel in distress. She let the player go to the valley to pick herbs and defeat the beasts guarding the herbs. To put it bluntly, she let the player kill monsters, drop equipment, and gain experience. The original owner's consciousness was like a newborn baby. She did not understand anything. Fortunately, there was the main system's control, so she knew what to do. But compared to other NPCs, the original owner had emotions and felt lonely. The game entered the last review. The original owner's abnormality was not discovered. When the players continued to enter the whole world, the game became popular. The male lead of this world was a person with the ID following Cool Breeze. He was the first person to enter the game and was also the first person the original owner met. This following Cool Breeze was the first person to come to the original owner. The original owner was very surprised to see this person. According to the game's plot, she let following Cool Breeze enter the valley to find herbs. The original owner was very curious about people. In order to be able to talk more with this person, she told following Cool Breeze in detail what the herbs looked like, what the boss's weakness was, how its defense was, and so on. Following Cool Breeze remembered these, defeated the boss, got the herbs, and healed the original owner's foot. When following Cool Breeze was about to leave, the original owner was very reluctant. She wanted following Cool Breeze to come and play with her in the future. Following the Breeze felt that this NPC was really special. Out of a desire to verify, every time following the Breeze wanted to farm monsters, he would look for the original owner. The original owner would tell following the Breeze about the boss's HP, attack, defense, and how to farm monsters. Every time I tested it, the level of flowing with the Breeze quickly increased, and I obtained a lot of top-quality equipment. These equipment were all money. Following the Breeze felt that this NPC should be a loophole in the system. Of course, following the Breeze did not treat this NPC as a person at all. He just wanted to use this loophole in the system to clear more instance dungeons and get more equipment. Under the guidance of the original owner, following the Breeze had played many hidden dungeons. These dungeons were not easy to be discovered by players, but, following the Breeze, had obtained great benefits from these dungeons. Sui Qingfeng kept the top-tier equipment for himself and sold the equipment that he did not need. This allowed Sui Qingfeng to gain a lot of wealth. Blown by the Wind also gradually became a godly player and established a guild. In the entire server, he stood at the top of the pyramid. Blown by the Breeze knew that some of his things were obtained by relying on the original owner, this NPC. He also felt that this NPC was a little clingy, so he just coaxed her and asked the original owner not to tell these things to others. Of course, the original owner nodded and agreed. She developed a kind of dependence on Blown by the Breeze. Perhaps it was also mixed with love. After that, the original owner met so many players, but she could not forget Blown by the Breeze. Later, the original owner revealed more and more things. The abnormalities in the data were finally scanned by the game control system. The game staff finally erased the original owner's code and erased her as an NPC. Without this NPC, Blown by the Breeze could only sigh. At the same time, he also let out a sigh of relief. The existence of this NPC was actually a balm to Blown by the Breeze. As a godly player, if this NPC revealed the secret, what would others think of him? And now, he had obtained a lot of wealth in the game. This wealth could be exchanged for money in the real world. Of course, in this world of gratification and revenge, of course, there would also be love. Especially the love between a godly player and a game rookie, it was naturally beautiful. The original owner's wish, to be a dutiful NPC, so that Blown by the Breeze could not casually use her. So that Blown by the Breeze would not be able to survive here. Xianxia nodded. Although Blown by the Breeze was strong, he could not climb so fast to become the #1 godly player in the whole server. An unshakable godly player. Wealth, glory, and beautiful love. This task was actually a bit difficult. After all, the male lead had luck on him. As an NPC, he could not be too biased towards the players. He could not be too against the players. If he harmed the interests of the game company, he would still be obliterated. But now, without her help, Blown by the Breeze could not climb so fast. Xianxia sat on the ground. All kinds of codes and instructions flashed through his mind. Thinking about it, the original owner could not be considered a person. She could only be trapped in this game for a lifetime. Being conscious was actually a kind of tragedy. It was better not to know. The original owner was so attached to Blown by the Breeze. First, it was because of the fledgling complex. After all, the first person she saw was Blown by the Breeze. Second, the original owner also realized that she and Blown by the Breeze were different. So, she used the dungeon and boss information to please Blown by the Breeze. But in Blown by the Breeze's heart, the original owner was just a system loophole, a string of data. If it showed human nature, Blown by the Breeze also thought that it was artificial intelligence. After all, technology was so advanced, there was nothing that could not be done. Xianxia sat on the ground and looked at the red mark on her jade-white ankle, but she didn't feel any pain. She rolled her eyes and walked to the river to look at her reflection in the water. She didn't expect the river to really reflect her face. This was an extremely realistic world. This could also be done. Xianxia looked at the water. This image was designed very beautifully. She was wearing a white fluttering deep robe with wide sleeves. Her beautiful hair was tied with a blue hairband. Her face was beautiful and gentle. Her phoenix eyes were half curved and had amber. Her red lips were a little cherry. She had a kind of fluttering temperament. But since it was a hero saving a beauty, the beauty had to be beautiful. Only then would the hero be willing to save her. Xianxia was responsible for the area around the valley. She could only move around in this area. Every NPC had their own responsibilities. Now, Xianxia was waiting for Blown by the Breeze to come. Xianxia was really bored. She laid down on the grass and slept. Although she was an NPC, she still needed to sleep. What rested was her soul. After an unknown amount of time, a command sounded in her head. Ask the player in front of you for help. Xianxia opened her eyes and saw a person standing in front of her. Looking at the ID above his head, Blown by the Breeze. I finally waited for you. Following the cool breeze, was wearing a t-shirt and white pants. His entire person looked slender and elegant. His face was handsome and he didn't look very old. He was at most in his early 20s. In holographic online games, players could define their own appearance. They could choose the degree of similarity to their real body. It was estimated that Following the Cool Breeze had a very high degree of similarity. Looking at Following the Cool Breeze's level, it wasn't very high. He also didn't have any equipment on him. He was completely new to the game. Following the Cool Breeze didn't think that there would be a woman lying here. She was dressed in ancient clothing. Following the Cool Breeze knew that this should be a game NPC. It was just that when this woman opened her eyes, Following the Cool Breeze expressed that he was stunned. The game developers had designed this NPC to be very beautiful. Xianxia and Following the Cool Breeze stared at each other. Xianxia's head transmitted an instruction, Hero, this little girl accidentally sprained her ankle. Go to the valley to find an herb. Hero? Xianxia said greedily, Hero, this little girl accidentally sprained her ankle. Can you help this little girl go to the valley to find an herb called the aconite immortal grass? Following the Cool Breeze knew that this was a mission issued by the system. He immediately accepted it and turned around to enter the valley. Ningxu looked at following the cool breeze back. This time she didn't tell him the exact location of the immortal grass. She didn't tell him that the immortal grass was guarded by a boss. She also didn't tell him the boss's weakness. With following the cool breeze's current level, it would be very difficult for him to deal with that boss. Ningxu crossed his legs and waited for following the cool breeze to come out. Sure enough, not long after, following the cool breeze came out. Ningxu looked at him. He had actually been killed by the boss and had actually lost 3 levels. His level wasn't high to begin with and now he had actually lost levels. Ningxu was secretly pleased and asked, "Hero, you didn't bring back the immortal grass?" Following the breeze did not make a sound. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. After much difficulty, he finally found that thing called aconite immortal grass. Just as he was about to pick it, a large spider with coarse skin and thick flesh suddenly appeared. The spider's silk that it spat out entangled him, making him unable to even retaliate. In order to increase the realism of the game, in order to let the players feel real, the game had set up sensory stimulation, especially pain. Every time blown by the wind was clamped by the spider's poisonous claws, it would be very painful. It was extremely painful. At the same time, he was terrified. He was terrified that he was really going to die. With great difficulty, he managed to break free from the spider web, and blown with the wind ran out. At this moment, when he heard this NPC ask him if he had picked the immortal grass, following the breeze suddenly felt his face burning. Even if the other party was just an NPC, following the breeze still felt embarrassed. Especially in front of such a beautiful woman. Following the breeze wiped his face and said, "The boss guarding the stage is too strong." At this moment, a notification appeared in Ningxu's mind. "Hero, it's okay. That 8-clawed poisonous spider is strong, but I believe that Hero will definitely pick the aconite immortal grass to save me. This little girl believes in Hero. Hero, you can definitely do it." Ningxu, F*ck, this line was really F*king disgusting. The corner of Ningxu's mouth twitched. He looked at following the breeze and said, "You piece of trash, I told you to pick a grass but you can't even pick it." Following the breeze, this NPC was really ruthless. Women were all fickle. Even NPCs were designed with this kind of character. Following the breeze felt that he had been humiliated and left in embarrassment. In the following time, Ningxu received players who came to the valley to clear the dungeon, but none of them succeeded. The game had just been released not long ago, so the players' levels were generally not high. Furthermore, they did not have any skilled skills and did not have any good equipment. Moreover, this was considered an intermediate dungeon. That spider's battle strength was very strong, and the most important thing was that this spider had laid nest after nest of small spiders. When he was in danger, it would release an endless amount of small spiders. Ningxu lived leisurely every day. He did not eat, breathe, or excrete. Ningxu also wanted to practice some peerless martial arts, but in the end, he gave up. This body was just a string of data, so he could not practice any peerless martial arts. This was the first time that he was so leisurely doing a quest. Ningxu strolled around his surroundings and even found the immortal grass. Of course, he also saw the big spider. This big spider was very big as 2 desks. Its whole body was covered in black hair, and its swollen abdomen was full of spider silk. Its pair of pincers was also quite scary. The big spider did not see Ningxu because it did not receive any instructions to attack. Even if Ningxu picked the immortal grass, the big spider would not pay attention to Ningxu. Ningxu did not know how to pick this thing, so it was useless to her. She would not do anything that exceeded her limits. There were always players who came to this dungeon. Ningxu followed the system's instructions and spoke very sweetly to these people to send themselves to death. Basically, those who entered would drop a level. Not long after, following the breeze came again. Following the breeze came again. Ningxu was not surprised at all. From a certain point of view, the original owner could be considered following the breeze's golden finger. This time, following the breeze did not come alone. He brought 3 people. It seemed like a group had come. He knew that he could not deal with the big spider alone, so he brought more people. Ningxu looked at the IDs above their heads. A chrysanthemum facing the south, the wind blows my balls cold, and the monster is very strong, you go first. Ningxu was speechless. What kind of names were these? However, these people would all be famous gods in the future. They were the companions of following the breeze. When they encountered large dungeons and strong monsters, these people would following the breeze to kill monsters. A chrysanthemum facing the south looked at Ningxu and said, "Yo, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful NPC. Every day in the beginner village, I would have come out if I knew earlier." Right now, most of the players were still wandering around the beginner village. The levels of the people brought by following the breeze were not very high. They probably wanted to use the human wave tactic to defeat the 8-clawed poison spider. Ningxu felt that these people were too naive. Following the breeze looked at Ningxu and said, "This NPC has a weird personality. Don't provoke her." Ningxu pretended not to hear what following the breeze said and told him about the quest. "Hero, this little girl accidentally sprained her ankle. Can you help this little girl go to the valley to find a stalk of immortal herb called aconite? This little girl will definitely repay you generously." Following the breeze looked at the pitiful Ningxu and accepted the quest. He brought his 3 companions and went in. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders. "I'll just wait for you guys to return victorious." This quest was still very rich. Not only would there be immortal herbs, there would also be equipment dropped by the big spider. She would also give some benefits. Ningxu didn't think that these 4 noobs would be able to kill the spider. At that time, following the breeze was so lucky, using the method given by the original owner to kill the big spider. Now she didn't give any pointers to following the breeze. Let's see how he played. It was clearly an intermediate level dungeon, and he wanted to use the noob's experience to clear it. Ningxu felt that following the breeze was going against this dungeon. It was probably because she said that following the breeze was trash, which provoked him and made him want to clear this dungeon no matter what. Ningxu waited outside for the 4 people to come out. After a long time, the 4 people came out with their tails between their legs. Ningxu saw that they had all dropped levels. Especially the player called Wind Blows My Balls Cold, there were still a few small spiders hanging on his body. The small spiders were tightly attached to his body, and he couldn't shake them off. In the end, it was the mage called a Chrysanthemum Blossom South who released an icicle that killed the small spiders. After killing the small spiders, a Chrysanthemum Blossom South, this burly man, received a pitiful amount of experience and a few gold coins. He. Ningxu covered her mouth and laughed, asking, "Hero didn't bring back the immortal grass?" The 4 people, they didn't complete the quest. Why was she laughing? This NPC was crazy. Following the breeze let out a breath and said, "The boss is too strong." Ningxu didn't scold following the breeze as trash anymore. After all, there were so many people watching. Ningxu said with a face full of sympathy, "Hero, it's okay. That 8-clawed poisonous spider is strong, but I believe that Hero will definitely pick the immortal grass to save me. I believe in Hero, you can definitely do it." Following the breeze was very surprised that this time the NPC was so easy to talk to. Out of instinct, following the breeze still asked, "We are looking for the immortal grass for you. Can you tell us, what are the weaknesses of that 8-clawed poisonous spider? What do you mean by looking for the immortal grass for me? It's clearly your own quest." "I don't feel any pain, I'm still alive and kicking." Ningxu didn't tell following the breeze everything like in the storyline, but now following the breeze actually asked it himself. It was clear that the storyline was powerful. "Do you think that an NPC would answer you if you asked such a question?" Ningxu covered her red ankle and pitifully said, "Hero, this little girl accidentally sprained her ankle. Can you help this little girl go to the valley to find a stalk of immortal aconite grass? This little girl will definitely repay you generously." Following the cool breeze, cool wind between pants and balls felt that following the breeze was trying to be funny, so he opened his mouth and said, "She's just an NPC, what the hell would she know? Are you crazy? Why don't you look at the game guide instead of asking an NPC?" Ningxu looked at the few of them repeating the mission over and over again. "Hero, this little girl accidentally sprained her ankle. Can you help this little girl go to the valley to find a stalk of immortal aconite grass? This little girl will definitely repay you generously. Following the cool breeze could only shake his head and leave with his companions. From time to time, following the cool breeze would turn back to look at Ningxu, whose skirt was fluttering in the wind. This NPC was following the cool breeze's opportunity. He should be able to feel it himself, but I won't tell you right now. If I don't tell you, you'll be anxious to death. Ningxu grabbed a small bird and played with it in his hand. When he met players, he would release a mission. Sometimes there would be female players who came to do missions. Of course, the results were even worse than the male players, and they were forced to return to the city to heal. This made Ningxu a little excited to see who would be the first to complete the mission. In the storyline, the first to complete the mission was following the cool breeze. After that, the entire world broadcast following the cool breeze's achievements. After all, he was the first to complete an intermediate level dungeon, so it was quite amazing. At that time, following the cool breeze's reputation gradually grew. In addition to the original owner's continuous instructions to following the cool breeze's achievements were constantly refreshed and he became a great god. Later on, when the game became popular, following the cool breeze also became a great god with a stable position. Following the cool breeze also did not casually complete dungeons. Only when they encountered the ultimate dungeon, would the super boss form a team to farm monsters. He was a godlike existence. Just in the game, it allowed following the cool breeze to earn a lot of money. In fact, this should be considered a prequel to the story. The beginning of the story was when a little noob met a great god. In fact, this was a little girl's fantasy story. But the original owner did not know that after she was killed, following the cool breeze fell in love with a female priest player. However, Ningxu also had her own things to do. That was, she liked coding. In her mind, there were constantly all kinds of data and codes flashing by. Ningxu did not know if the original owner could see it. Ningxu took a wooden stick and drew on the ground, writing out the codes in her mind. Then, she asked 2333 to teach her what these were. If she learned these codes, she might be able to become a computer expert. If she was a hacker, it would be even better. She could hack into anyone's computer if she wanted to. The system lord was much more complicated than the game's programming. It looked down on this kind of programming that was full of loopholes. However, when Ningxu asked, it still explained it to Ningxu. Ningxu learned these things. Although it was difficult to understand, she learned it every day. She understood that any kind of programming had loopholes. It was just that these loopholes could be big or small. Generally, it was not easy to find them. Ningxu learned more and more enthusiastically. If she mastered this, she might be able to walk through the game without being killed. With something to focus on, Ningxu did not pay much attention to following the cool breeze. Instead, she focused more on coding. Every time she saw flowers and grass, Ningxu felt that they were all codes. Strings of codes. Following the cool breeze came to accept the quest again. This time, he came alone. However, this time, his level had increased and he had some equipment on him. He looked completely different from his previous poor appearance. It was clear that he felt that he had the strength to kill the big spider. Following the cool breeze walked in front of Ningxu. Before Ningxu could call out for a hero, I limped and directly said, "I want to accept this quest." Ningxu almost could not help but roll his eyes. He repeated the same lines again before letting following the cool breeze accept the quest. Under Ningxu's gaze, following the cool breeze walked into the valley with his head held high. This time, Ningxu secretly followed him. Following the cool breeze had already started fighting with the 8-clawed poison spider. This time, following the cool breeze was much stronger than before. The dazzling sword in his hand had an extremely strong attack power, leaving scars on the 8-clawed poison spider's body. There was also a corrosive effect. Ningxu furrowed his brows. Was he really going to let following the cool breeze kill this guy? If he really did, then following the cool breeze would be the first person to conquer this dungeon. How could that be? The battle was very intense. Ningxu saw that, following the breeze, had such a powerful and cool equipment. He did not know if this equipment was obtained by him or if it was bought with money. Ningxu saw that the 8-clawed poisonous spider could not hold on any longer and had already released countless small spiders, densely attacking, following the breeze. The sword in, following the breeze, hand drew a line of fire dragons, exterminating these small spiders. At the same time, these small spiders were all turned into gold coins and were kept by, following the breeze. It looked like, following the breeze, really wanted to conquer this intermediate level dungeon. Ningxu took a deep breath and looked at the 8-clawed poisonous spider that was about to be defeated. He wanted to use the shitty coding skills that he had just learned to change the 8-clawed poisonous spider's command code, giving this large spider the ability to heal itself. The large spider was now a series of codes in Ningxu's eyes. Ningxu had only adjusted the position of 2 of the characters. After adjusting the characters, Ningxu looked forward to seeing the large spider heal itself. But what Ningxu did not expect was that the large spider did not have the ability to heal itself. Instead, it became even bigger than before. It was about the size of a room and looked even more ferocious. Ningxu was speechless. Could it be that she had adjusted the position wrongly? Following the breeze, was even more speechless than Ningxu. Seeing that this strange eye was about to be destroyed by him, it suddenly showed its might and became so big. It simply made people's eyes fall out. Following the breeze, shook his head. The sword in his hand was obtained with great difficulty. It was a fire attribute sword. After obtaining this equipment, he came to this place where he had been humiliated many times. He did not know what he was thinking, but, following the breeze, was determined to conquer this dungeon. This feeling was very strong, so he came after obtaining this equipment. In the end, he still did not succeed. Following the breeze, turned around and left the valley. Ningxu saw that, following the breeze, did not continue to fight and left. He ran out of the valley and waited for, following the breeze, at the entrance of the valley. When Ningxu saw that he had come out, he covered his mouth and giggled. This made following the breeze's expression very ugly. He said that he had not completed the mission and turned to leave. After Cool Breeze left, Ningxu hurriedly entered the valley. Looking at the huge spider, Ningxu wanted to restore it to its original appearance. If the command code was too abnormal, it would be discovered by the main game system. Then, Ningxu didn't even know what rune she had just changed. Now, he was at a loss. As a last resort, Ningxu could only ask for help. 2333 system, where was I changing the code just now? 2333, with your level of skill, don't come out and show off. If you get popular, you'll get killed by the game developers. 2333 pointed out the position of the characters in the code. Ningxu felt that he was stupid. He turned to 2333 and asked, "Is there any wisdom pill that can be consumed by humans in the system store? I can exchange for some in the future." "I'm sorry, there are only wisdom pills for animals." 2333 said faintly, "Every mission has a reward of attribute points. Just add the attribute points to your wisdom. Only when you use your brain do you realize how stupid you are." 2333 said disdainfully. Ningxu changed the position of the characters in the code. Then, the house-sized spider returned to its original appearance. Ningxu let out a sigh of relief. Ningxu continued to study the code. Everything around him was made of code. Changing a character in the code turned a blade of grass into a tree. This feeling was too magical. On the other hand, following the breeze felt that something was wrong. The game guide did not mention that the spider would become bigger. Moreover, he had already seen that the spider had almost no health left. Following the breeze returned to the main city and informed his friends to form a group to clear this small valley. If they couldn't even clear this small valley, how could they dominate the game? Thus, when everyone had arrived, following the breeze came to the valley again. Ningxu threw away the tree branch in the book. He raised his eyebrows and looked at following the breeze who had left and returned. Following the breeze's group had become stronger. Another ID was added. She was a priest and was the group's healer. This ID was really fitting. A burly man called a chrysanthemum blossom southward greeted Ningxu. "Hi beautiful lady, we meet again. It's a pity that such a beauty is only an NPC." Ningxu covered her ankle and said pitifully, "Hero, I've sprained my ankle. Can you help me go to the valley and find a herb called immortal aconite grass? I'll definitely repay you generously." Who knew how many times she had to say this sentence every day? Every time she met a player, she would say it. A chrysanthemum blossom southward shook his head, it's a pity for such a beauty. Wind blows my balls cold agreed, how good would it be if she was a beautiful player. As he said that, he touched following the breeze, don't you think so, boss? Boss always comes to do this quest. I even suspect that boss has fallen in love with this NPC. A strong monster you go first also laughed out loud. Ningxu was speechless. If it really was a senseless NPC, it would be fine if you guys teased her like this. F***ck, this NPC in front of you can hear you. This was the first time in his life that he had been teased. Ningxu really wanted to kick their crotch. However, a long vine suddenly grew out of the leg of a strong monster you go first and tied him up. Everyone was at a loss for a moment, but following the breeze still cut off the vine. After cutting off the vine, following the breeze received a gold coin. A strong monster you go first immediately jumped up and asked, F***ck, did you guys see the vine attack me just now? There wasn't this damn thing last time. How come there is this time? A strong monster you go first looked around vigilantly. Following the breeze frowned. He felt that it was very strange. Boss, are we still going to accept this quest? A big breasts big boss asked. Following the breeze asked, can you explain what happened just now? This kind of thing didn't happen in other dungeons. Why was there always so much trouble here? Following the breeze looked at the beautiful NPC in front of him. He felt that this NPC was really different from the other dull NPCs. Could it be that this valley wasn't an intermediate dungeon, but an ultimate dungeon? Ningxu smiled politely and said, in the game world, any kind of danger can happen. It's just that you didn't trigger the storyline. If you did, there would be dungeons everywhere. Following the breeze's eyes lit up. He asked Ningxu again, is there a hidden dungeon in this valley? I'll F***king tell you. Ningxu said faintly, please trigger the storyline on your own. Following the breeze originally wanted to ask something from this NPC. His intuition told him that this NPC might know something. But the NPC refused to tell him, causing Following the Breeze to feel anxious. There was clearly something in front of his eyes, but he just couldn't grasp it. This feeling was very unbearable. His companions all stared at Following the Breeze. Following the Breeze nodded and accepted the quest. The group of people then went into the valley. Ningxu followed behind them into the valley and saw that they were working together seamlessly. Ningxu smiled indifferently. Following the Breeze warned his companions, be careful, this thing will become very big. So everyone was looking forward to this spider becoming bigger, but they immediately discovered that this spider's defense was very strong. Many attacks landed on its body, but the spider's health did not decrease at all. There was no damage done to it at all. The most baffling one was Following the Breeze, because the last time he used his equipment, he was still able to leave a mark on the 8-clawed poison spider's body and even cause it to rot. But now there was no reaction at all. There was simply no way to fight. Seeing the 8-clawed poison spider release a large number of small spiders, Following the Breeze used the sword in his hand to release a fire dragon, burning these small spiders to ashes. He then said to the others, let's go, we're not fighting anymore. We're leaving first. Ningxu stood at the entrance of the valley and waited for the passers-by, asking, Hero, why haven't you guys succeeded yet? This little girl's foot hurts. Following the Breeze simply did not know what to say. Why was this dungeon so hard to fight? It was simply too hard to kill. Every time he came, it was different. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, Ningxu said, beautiful girl, just bear with it a little more. Next time we'll definitely succeed. As he said that, he even wanted to stretch out his hand to touch Ningxu. This NPC looked so real, he didn't know how to feel. Ningxu was speechless. Even teasing an NPC, could you be any better at playing? You want to tease me? Trigger a level 1 storyline. Ningxu said coldly. This was originally a pre-designed storyline. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south stared at Ningxu in astonishment. Ningxu pitifully said to the other 4 players, Heroes, save me. I'm weak, and now I've met a bully who wants to take me. I have nothing to repay her, so I'll give her my rainbow feather and 2 bottles of vitality-raising pills. Heroes, please save me. A chrysanthemum facing south almost jumped up. He was clearly a player, but now he had become a monster. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south hurriedly waved his hands when he saw that his companions were up to no good. I'm a player, I'm not trying to flirt with her. Teasing an NPC was simply too embarrassing. I'm sorry, chrysanthemum. Who asked you to be so valuable? The rainbow feather is a material for creating divine artifacts. This is something that has been delivered to my doorstep. It would be a waste to reject it. F***ck, you guys can't be so heartless, forgetting your friends when you see profit. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south was attacked by a swarm of 3 players. As the leader of the party, blown by the wind, could not attack his own teammates. He just watched from the side and looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. In the end, a chrysanthemum blossoms was attacked until he lost a level, and the quest was considered complete. Xianxia looked at the bruised and battered a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south. The system gave him the rainbow feather and 2 bottles of vitality-raising pills. Xianxia was very happy in his heart, and said with a happy face, "Thank you, heroes, for getting rid of the bully and allowing me to escape from the evil clutches." When a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south heard Xianxia's words, his face twitched. After blown by the wind and the others left, Xianxia went back to the valley to adjust the code of the big spider. Then, Xianxia began to crazily learn how to code. Who knew, he might be able to leave his identity as an NPC. Although 2333's conduct was very unpleasant, he was really very knowledgeable. It wasn't that knowledgeable, but it was more like he had all sorts of things in his knowledge base. When he needed them, 2333 would be able to pull them out. Xianxia used a tree branch to constantly write on the ground, constantly learning. However, this dungeon was finally conquered by someone. It was a male player with the ID "This King is Mighty." The World Channel released a message, congratulating This King is Mighty for conquering the Spider Valley dungeon. When Blown by the Wind heard this news, he was shocked. The dungeon was so difficult, but this player named This King is Mighty had actually conquered it. Furthermore, he had done it alone. Blown by the Wind went to find This King is Mighty, but he saw that This King is Mighty's level was lower than his own. His stats were inferior to him in all aspects. They had formed a group to farm the monster, but they had not succeeded. However, this King is Mighty had succeeded alone. Blown by the Wind communicated with This King is Mighty, and when he heard This King is Mighty say that the big spider did not have the ability to grow bigger, nor did it have a strong defense, it made Blown by the Wind even more confused. Why was it that when he went to farm the monster, the big spider was so strong, but why was it so easy for him? Blown by the Wind felt that he had followed the game's guidelines correctly, but Blown by the Wind also knew that there was no need for them to target him. With This King is Mighty's success, there were also people who succeeded in conquering this dungeon. This made Blown by the Wind even more dissatisfied. At the same time, he felt that he had lost something. He had always valued this dungeon, and wanted to be the first to conquer this dungeon. This was an indescribable feeling. In order to verify his thoughts, Blown by the Wind went to the valley again. He wanted to see if the spider was so easy to farm. If it was so easy, he would have taken down this dungeon long ago. When Xianxia saw Blown by the Wind, he curled his lips, knowing that he would come. Blown by the Wind succeeded, easily killing the big spider, and plucking the immortal grass, but it made his expression very ugly. How could it be so easy? Did the game's developers change the difficulty? Xianxia looked at the angry Blown by the Wind coming out to turn in the quest, and suppressed the joy in his heart, then watched Blown by the Wind leave. This was done on purpose by Xianxia. Every time Blown by the Wind came to the dungeon, Xianxia would increase the difficulty. Once Blown by the Wind left, Xianxia would return it to the previous difficulty. When there were players who conquered this dungeon, Xianxia would not use this dungeon to make things difficult for Blown by the Wind anymore. He did not want Blown by the Wind to be the first person to conquer this dungeon. This valley was the first step for Blown by the Wind to become famous. Now that Blown by the Wind had conquered this dungeon, there was no use at all. After all, there were still quite a few players who had conquered this dungeon. If there were more, it would not be strange. After Blown by the Wind conquered this dungeon, his few companions came over to conquer this dungeon. But this time, when they saw Ningxu, they did not dare to speak nonsense anymore. After conquering the dungeon and getting their own things, they left. After completing the Spider Valley instance dungeon, Following the Breeze became angrier the more he thought about it. He felt that he was being targeted. When he was killing monsters, the instance dungeon was difficult, but when other people were doing it, it was so easy. Following the Breeze directly questioned the game developer on the game forum. The content of the post was nothing more than the game developer casually changing the difficulty of the game. He also explained in detail the changes of the 8-clawed venomous spiders and the process of him defeating the monsters. Following the Breeze's post quickly became a popular post. To verify the authenticity of the post, many gamers came to the valley to see if it was true. Ningxu, who was studying seriously, suddenly had to receive many gamers. They swarmed to the instance dungeon, which made Ningxu feel puzzled. Ningxu roughly knew what was going on from these gamers. They were here to test the large spider. She did not change the programming code of the 8-clawed venomous spiders. The large spider was very normal now. Even the game's main system could not detect any abnormalities. However, what Ningxu did not expect was that Sui Qingfeng actually had such a reaction. Was he angry out of humiliation? Ningxu did not know how Following the Breeze was feeling. If the instance dungeons were of the same difficulty, then it would be fine. However, it was different every time. It was simply toying with him. The gamers who came to test felt that everything was normal. However, the gamer who posted the post swore solemnly as if it was true. Many players were looking down on Following the Breeze and replied to Following the Breeze in the post. Opposite is my grandson. After personal verification, what the OP said did not happen. The OP must have seen a ghost. I sympathize, peasant, the OP must be suffering from paranoia. Noon, 1, my dear is right. Pretty name, what is the OP thinking when he posted this? Could it be that the game developer fell in love with you and used this method to attract your attention? Although a few of Following the Breeze's buddies supported him, he was still drowned out. The posts were one-sided and had been verified, so most players felt that Following the Breeze was just a person who was trying to attract attention and scam people to reply to his posts. Using such an obvious lie to deceive people, wasn't that just playing to the gallery? What kind of person was she in real life? Following the Breeze looked at these replies and was about to explode in anger. These people had no idea what was going on. Several members of Following the Breeze looked at each other. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, comforted, Following the Breeze, boss, we naturally believe in you, but what's the use of us believing in you? Everyone thinks that there's nothing wrong. Very strong monsters, you go first also said, luckily, there was only one dungeon that had a problem. Don't talk about that dungeon anymore. Let's go to other dungeons. Blown by the Wind rubbed his forehead. There was an inexplicable anger in his heart. Even he himself did not know where this anger came from. In short, he was very angry. You wrong Big Breast said, boss, don't worry about it. Don't worry about that dungeon anymore. There's been a new dungeon recently. I heard that the equipment of the monsters this time is pretty good. We can earn a lot. Blown by the Wind could only nod his head. He kept feeling that there was something that he had forgotten. The popularity of Blown by the Wind's post did not decrease. It alarmed the game officials. In order to show fairness, the game officials rescanned all the data of the Spider Valley dungeon and concluded that everything was normal. They announced the results of this announcement. Blown by the Wind looked at this result and only laughed coldly. Whatever the officials wanted to say, he had already admitted his defeat. Blown by the Wind deleted the post. However, the dungeon owners kept an eye on it. The game capsule cached the dungeon so that there would be evidence. However, these dungeons did not have any more problems. Ningxu only laughed coldly. She felt that after a period of time, she would be able to break away from the identity of an NPC. However, with her current programming novice level, she still needed a period of time. Ningxu was more concerned about Blown by the Wind. As expected, he was a person with luck. The current Blown by the Wind already had a bit of fame. Moreover, his skills were excellent. It was said that he was going to establish a guild soon. Ningxu was not in a hurry. She worked hard to learn how to program. These things were very complicated. Xianxia wanted to ensure that she would be able to break away from the system's control without any mistakes. Blown by the Wind was already very popular in the game and was respectfully called a great god. After countless experiments, Xianxia took a deep breath. Finally, she replicated an NPC that looked exactly like her. This NPC was connected to the main system and would replace her to complete the commands of the main system. Actually, this NPC was a real NPC. It would meticulously complete the commands issued by the main system. And Xianxia would be able to break away from the main system. Xianxia registered a player account for herself. Her ID was kneel and worship this palace. Then, Xianxia used the identity of a player to wander around the game. She changed her clothes and chose a martial master character. She held a large knife and chopped monsters. She felt very refreshed. Xianxia started a life of unlimited dungeons. This allowed Xianxia's level to soar. Xianxia did not think of using the programming code to cheat. After all, she was now an honest player. Walking in the night for a long time would lead to bumping into ghosts. So Xianxia did not think of cheating at all. Killing monsters that had no life but a string of data felt very refreshed. She obtained a lot of good equipment. In a large-scale dungeon, Xianxia and Blown by the Wind met. When Xianxia saw Blown by the Wind, she pulled out the large knife on her back and shouted, "You thief, eat my knife." Then, without caring about anything else, she chopped towards Blown by the Wind. Blown by the Wind was first stunned. Then, he saw a woman rushing towards him. She was simply crazy. Blown by the Wind avoided Xianxia's attack. He was not going to fight with a woman. Moreover, he did not even know this person with the ID kneel and worship this palace. Xianxia did not care about Blown by the Wind dodging. She continued to rush towards him. She was determined to fight with Blown by the Wind. "You're crazy. If you continue to be like this, don't blame me for being rough." Blown by the Wind coldly snorted. He held a cool sword in his hand and confronted Xianxia. Xianxia opened his mouth and sneered, "I want to take revenge for my sister." "You're a beast who plays with other people's feelings." Blown by the Wind, crazy. "Boss, who did you play with?" "A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south," asked Blown by the Wind. He then looked towards Xianxia, "Such a beautiful woman. Can't we talk things out? Why fight and kill? Listen to Chrysanthemum brother. If there's anything, let's sit down and talk." Xianxia felt that the guy with the ID "A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south" was the most wretched. He looked at him and said, "You guys are jackals of the same tribe. You're someone who even flirts with NPCs. I don't dare to sit with you." A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south, this was simply a black history. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south wiped his face and his face twitched. The other team members who originally wanted to support their boss, upon seeing this scene, suddenly fell silent. Following the Breeze looked at the pestering Xianxia and said, "I don't know the sister you're talking about. Did you get the wrong person?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Even if you turned into ashes, I'd still recognize you. Because of you, my sister is living a life worse than death. Yet you're free and unfettered in the game. I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Following the Breeze was baffled. When did he cheat a girl's feelings? Following the Breeze sneered and said, "If you want to use this kind of method to attract my attention, this kind of method makes me feel disgusted. Why don't you tell me your sister's name? You don't need to use such a disgusting name to get close to me." Xianxia, could it be that the current Following the Breeze was so famous that all the female players were throwing themselves at him? N.I. Pinkson. Abbreviated as NPC. Never heard of her. Following the Breeze said expressionlessly. Xianxia sneered and said, "Of course you don't remember. My sister was heartbroken for you and you actually don't remember her. You really are heartless." Following the Breeze expression was very impatient. Someone suddenly appeared and said that he cheated a girl's feelings. How could he be happy? He directly waved the sword in his hand and wanted to destroy this noisy and annoying girl in front of him. Xianxia chuckled a couple of times. While blocking Sui Qingfeng's sword, she coldly said, "See, you're angry out of humiliation. You deceived my sister's feelings and even used her to achieve your own goals. You simply can't be any worse. Crazy. Following the breeze coldly waved his sword. Seeing that the opponent was actually able to dodge his attack, he increased the power of his attack. Ningxu did not have as many pieces of equipment as Following the Breeze, so it would be difficult for him to deal with Following the Breeze, but he would not be defeated easily. The surrounding players looked at each other. When did such a powerful person appear? Moreover, she was a female player. Moreover, she had chosen the martial master character. Normally, very few female players would choose such a character. Usually, they would choose to play supporting and elegant roles. Ningxu saw that he wasn't Following the Breeze's opponent for the time being. In order to avoid losing levels, Ningxu retreated a few steps to avoid Following the Breeze's attack. Following the Cool Breeze coldly looked at Ningxu. At this time, Following the Cool Breeze had the demeanor of a great deity. He stood proudly on Mount Han, with an attitude that was too high to endure. Stop fighting. Aya, if you have something to say, let's talk it out. Wind blows my balls cold, could tell that the two of them didn't want to fight anymore. Kneel and worship this queen was slightly weaker than blown by the wind, but the boss didn't want to bear the reputation of not being gentlemanly and bullying female players. Ningxu arrogantly said, I'll let you off this time. I'm here to clear an instance dungeon. Following the Cool Breeze didn't say anything. He just coldly laughed. What the hell was he laughing at? His fake smile was really ugly. He really thought that he had some style. Pretentious. Beauty, you're also here to clear this instance dungeon. Why don't we form a team? The monsters this time are very strong. I see that your strength isn't weak. Join us and we can resolve our grudges. Let's laugh and forget our grudges. A chrysanthemum blossom southward said to Ningxu. A pair of lecherous eyes were still looking at Ningxu's face. Ningxu really wanted to dig out his eyeballs. Her current appearance was already completely different from an NPC. At most, she could be considered to have a delicate and pretty face. She was already like this, yet this guy was still like this. No wonder even NPCs wanted to take liberties with people. Ningxu glanced at Following the Cool Breeze and coldly snorted. She disdainfully said, I won't stay with some people. Following the Cool Breeze coldly said, you simply don't have the qualifications to join my team. Ningxu curled her lips and turned around to enter the instance dungeon. This instance dungeon was in a dilapidated palace. There were many treasures in this palace, especially some hidden artifacts. Perhaps the stones you passed by could be the highest quality gems. But in Ningxu's eyes, these were all strings of data. After going through a series of twists and turns, he would be able to obtain some good things. Following the Cool Breeze's team also entered the palace. Relying on their keen senses, Following the Cool Breeze and his team found many treasures. As expected of Nanju Jun, who had a halo around her. Ningxu discovered that the equipment on Following the Cool Breeze were all top quality. Even the other people's equipment wasn't bad. They were simply a group of rich people. He really wanted to rob these people. The guarding boss was an ink-top silver beast. Its entire body was pitch black like a shadow and its speed was extremely fast. Before they could even react, this boss would be by their side. One claw was enough to make them lose a level. A few more claws and they could only be killed and sent back to the city. Losing a level could be trained back, but when these claws hit a person's body, it could cause them to vomit blood. The feeling was too real. Ningxu took the lead to face off against this boss. The opponent was too fast, making her unable to react. Ningxu analyzed the boss's code. The stronger the boss, the more stable its code was. Ningxu didn't even know where to start. She really was too bad. She should learn more. Ningxu was kicked in the back by the boss's hoof. Immediately, she felt a burning pain. Ever since she became a player, her stats were based on the player. Even if she was just a string of data, it would still cause her to feel pain. Hi beautiful lady, do you need our help? A chrysanthemum blossom smiled at Ningxu and asked. Every time Ningxu saw the smile on this burly man's face, she felt that it was very wretched. Ningxu humped and crawled up from the ground. No need. Following the cool breeze glanced at Xianxia and started to attack the boss with a few other members. Xianxia saw that these people were not weak. As expected of an unshakable god in the future, Xianxia planned to retreat. This boss was too strong. She couldn't do it. However, she wanted to level up and get a few more pieces of equipment before trying again. Following the cool breeze saw that this female player was preparing to leave. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. He turned around and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia, F*ck, this bastard. Xianxia saw that following the cool breeze had lured the boss over. She immediately became angry. She held a large sword in her hand and prepared to fight the boss head-on. The boss's huge impact made Xianxia feel as if her internal organs were displaced. In an instant, she was killed by this boss and lost 5 levels. Xianxia sucked in a breath of pain. She turned around and ran. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Next time, she would definitely kill following the cool breeze and lose 5 levels. No, 10 levels. Following the breeze looked at Xianxia's fleeing figure and furrowed his brows. He really didn't like this female player, especially her eyes. He felt like he had seen them somewhere before. It made following the breeze feel a little haze in his heart. He really didn't like this feeling. The other members looked at following the breeze. A chrysanthemum blossomed southward, said, "Boss, you actually lured the boss and killed her level, and it was even level 5. You're on big breasts, boss, what you're doing isn't right." A chrysanthemum blossom southward nodded, "Yeah, it really wasn't right." Following the breeze said snappily, "Come on, isn't it just because she's a female player? If it was a male player, would you guys be so protective?" A chrysanthemum blossom southward shrugged his shoulders, "It's rare to see a female player that's not weak. There's always a special feeling, ha 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 ha." In the end, following the breeze and the others killed the boss and dropped a lot of equipment. The game's main system broadcasted following the breeze and his party's achievements in the world. The equipment that was dropped made other players drool. And at this time, Xianxia had already returned to the city. Going out for a trip had lowered her level by 5. What Xianxia didn't expect was that following the breeze was actually so sinister. It didn't match his refined and handsome appearance. This time she was careless. Xianxia was very suspicious. If the game's main system didn't discover the original owner's abnormality, she was afraid that following the breeze would have told the game's developers about this loophole and finally erased the original owner. This time she was tricked by him, but there wouldn't be a next time. Xianxia first learned the code. One day she would be able to understand all the codes in this game world. She wasn't skilled enough and didn't dare to casually change the code. If she was found out, then she would be miserable. Being erased would be miserable. Because of the drop in level, Xianxia had no choice but to farm monsters for equipment and experience. She had to raise her level. There were many benefits to having a higher level. Her defense and attack would greatly increase. Xianxia found that her quest was just like a game. Completing the quest would give her reward. But the game she played was much more difficult than this. The bet was her life. If she didn't complete it, then there was nothing left. And this kind of game could start all over again. Xianxia returned to Spider Valley to take a look, preparing to return to his own territory to grind. The replicated NPC was a very responsible NPC. When he saw Xianxia walking over, he immediately asked for help from Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the beautiful but dull NPC. If the original owner was like this, he definitely wouldn't have been killed. But what's the point of being so silly and ignorant? Being able to understand human feelings was something that couldn't be exchanged for anything. It was a pity that although he had feelings, he didn't have experience or intelligence. In the end, because of his insignificant feelings, he buried himself. It was impossible for the original owner and following the breeze to be one. Humans and demons were very different. One person with a string of codes, it was simply the strangest combination. Following the breeze was only using the original owner. In his heart, he probably knew that this NPC liked him and probably felt disgusted. But towards the original owner, he was just coaxing and deceiving. Xianxia accepted the quest and entered the valley. As soon as the 8-clawed poisonous spider saw that Ningxu was about to pick the immortal grass, it immediately spat out spider silk at Ningxu, wanting to entangle Ningxu. Before, when she was still an NPC, this spider didn't even bother with her. Now that she was a player, it immediately attacked. Ningxu directly used her broadsword to stab through the large spider's swollen abdomen. The large spider was destroyed. Ningxu took the immortal grass and went to turn in the quest. However, it required a lot of experience to increase by 5 levels. The higher the level, the more experience was required. Ningxu hated Sui Qingfeng so much that her teeth itched. When she had more equipment and level up, she would definitely kill Sui Qingfeng 100 times. When Ningxu was preparing to rush to the next instance dungeon, she suddenly heard the voices of 2 little girls. Then she saw the 2 girls walking over hand in hand. It was obvious that they were here to farm monsters. But Ningxu looked at their state. They were holding hands and looking around as if they were shopping. This made Ningxu very speechless. Ningxu looked at the ID above their heads. One was called Lost Mimi. It was a little pharmacist. No, the level was too low. It should be called a little pharmacist. The other was called Icy Lotus. It was a mage. The levels of these 2 girls were not high. They actually came to farm an intermediate instance dungeon. It was obvious that they were rookies who had just entered the Jianghu. Ningxu turned around and left. She still had to farm the next instance dungeon. After taking 2 steps, Ningxu suddenly thought of something. That was, the destined girl of Following the Breeze was a girl called Lost Mimi. Then this little pharmacist was the female lead. In the original owner's memory, he did not have any impression of the female lead. Naturally, he did not know what the female lead looked like. Ningxu turned her head and looked at Lost Mimi. She was thin and small, youthful and lively. In short, she looked like a very simple girl. And it should be the female lead. Ningxu turned around and left. In the future, she would probably cross paths with this Lost Mimi. After all, she still had to chase and kill, Following the Breeze. Ningxu was just about to leave when a voice called out to Ningxu. The voice was crisp and lively. Sister, wait a moment. Ningxu, she had a premonition that trouble was coming. Sister. Lost Mimi pulled her partner Icy Lotus and ran in front of Ningxu. Ningxu saw that she was carrying a small medicine basket on her back. In the medicine basket, there were a few very low-level herbs. It was the kind of herbs that could be seen everywhere. It looked really shabby. Walking closer to take a look, Ningxu discovered that Lost Mimi was very cute. She had a small round face, clear eyes, and a face full of collagen. She looked very tender and smooth. It made people's hands itch to pinch her and see if water could be pinched out. Following the Breeze liked to tease this kind of little girl. Ningxu coldly asked, "What's the matter?" Lost Mimi was a little reserved and asked Ningxu, "Sister, how should we accept the quest?" Ningxu pointed at the beautiful NPC and said, "You guys go over. The NPC will tell you what to do." "Can you be more specific?" Lost Mimi asked again. Ningxu, this was no longer an ordinary noob. It was a white eye. When entering the game, you should first look at the game strategy. Seeing that the other party was looking at her strangely, Lost Mimi was a little reserved and said, "Is it too much trouble for you? You guys go over. The NPC will give you the quest." Ningxu said somewhat powerlessly. "Thank you." Lost Mimi quickly thanked Ningxu and then pulled her little friend over to the NPC. Ningxu also heard the girl with the ID Icy Lotus whisper, "What's there to be arrogant about? Isn't it just a higher level?" So arrogant. Ningxu naturally heard Clear Ice Lotus say that she was arrogant and proud. Ningxu crossed his arms and looked at the 2's backs. "Stop talking." Lost Mimi tugged on her friend's sleeve. She turned her head and saw Ningxu looking at her. Suddenly, she felt a little embarrassed and quickly turned her back. The 2 rookies hurriedly accepted the quest and then entered the valley. Ningxu was suddenly curious. Could it be that the 2 of them couldn't find the quest location? Maybe if they wandered around the valley, they wouldn't be able to find the location of the herb. Ningxu used a tree branch to draw the code outside and waited for the 2 to come out. After waiting for a long time, Lost Mimi and Clear Ice Lotus came out. They didn't lose any levels and came out unscathed. Ningxu was a little surprised. Did the two of them kill the 8-clawed poison spider? The two of them didn't go to the NPC to hand in the quest. Instead, they saw Ningxu and came over excitedly. Lost Mimi asked Ningxu, "Sister, were you waiting for us?" Ningxu didn't say anything. Lost Mimi said, "Sister, there are a lot of herbs in the valley. Look, I found a lot of herbs." Ningxu looked at the basket on Lost Mimi's back. There were some low-level herbs in it. "Didn't you do the quest?" Ningxu asked. Lost Mimi said, "We didn't find the place. When we saw the herbs, Clear Ice Lotus and I went to pick the herbs. There are so many herbs." Ningxu's mouth was slightly open. The tree branch in his hand fell. He was simply indescribably shocked. How much confidence did she have to be able to mistake stupidity for cuteness? Stupid people should learn more. Ningxu's mouth twitched. He felt that he should go to the dungeon and kill Clear Ice Lotus. Why waste time here? Lost Mimi didn't come here to play games. She came here to meet a beautiful love. Compared to this girl, Ningxu felt that he was quite smart. Ningxu turned around and left, thinking that he needed to get himself a mount. He didn't believe that he could rely on his legs to walk. Lost Mimi still wanted to talk to this sister, but the other party left without saying anything, which made Lost Mimi a little embarrassed. Beside her, Clear Ice Lotus curled her lips and said, "Mimi, why are you talking to her? This kind of person's eyes grow on top of her head. Just because she's high level, she's very arrogant. Don't ask for a rebuff." Lost Mimi could only nod her head, and then said expectantly, "When can we also reach such a level and become experts?" "Definitely," Icy Lotus said. Ningxu naturally knew that these two young ladies were very dissatisfied with him. So what if they were dissatisfied? Did he have to be polite and humble to them? This was originally a game world where seniority and strength were the most important. If he, a high-level player, lowered his voice to two newbies, that would be a joke. Ningxu went to clear 2 more dungeons, but he still didn't let his level not go up. Moreover, if he leveled up again after leveling up, he would have 20% more points than before. Therefore, Ningxu hated following the breeze to the point that his teeth itched. While Ningxu was still working hard to clear dungeons, a message came from the World Channel: "Great God, Following the Breeze will be establishing a guild in 2 days. He welcomes all players to come." This was the first guild in the entire server. Following the Breeze was very ambitious. The requirements to establish a guild were very harsh. Honor points, battle power, level, all of these had to be met before the guild could be established. After establishing a guild, the game system would give the guild a few shops. These shops were all real money. Moreover, there were more and more players in the game, and there would be more wealth. Shops could bring a lot of benefits to a guild. This was the real Jianghu world. However, there were very few people who could establish a guild. Ningxu clenched his fists. Since he was going to establish a guild, Ningxu felt that he needed to give his blessings. The disappearance of Following the Breeze, who wanted to establish a guild, caused a commotion in some worlds. To be able to establish a guild in such a short period of time, he really was a great god. It must be known that most of the players had just left the newbie level and were slowly climbing up. Now, other great gods were establishing guilds. However, Ningxu felt that the current Following the Breeze was far from the Following the Breeze in the storyline. He wasn't as godly as in the storyline. The current Following the Breeze was very impetuous, like a half-empty pot of water. He wanted to show off just because he had some achievements. He could barely be called a great god, but he couldn't be called a great god. Ningxu felt that there should be a great god in this server, but he was a bit low-key. When Lost Mimi and Icy Clear Lotus heard this news, they were filled with worship. Icy Clear Lotus said to Lost Mimi, "Mimi, let's join a guild. This way, we can find a master and do quests easier." Lost Mimi's eyes lit up, but she hesitated and said, "Our levels are so low, they won't want us." Icy Clear Lotus patted Lost Mimi's shoulder and said with certainty, "They will definitely want us. Don't forget that you are a medicine master. Guilds lack this kind of support profession the most. we will definitely succeed. Okay, let's give it a try. Lost Mimi suddenly smiled. Her face looked very cute. 2 days later, Ningshu arrived at the city where Following the Breeze established his guild. The guild's name was Following the Dragon Gang. The name was very domineering. Many players entered the guild with congratulatory gifts. Ningshu held a phoenix feather in his hand and was about to give it to the doorman, but when he saw that the person who welcomed the players was a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, he immediately took back the phoenix feather. When a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south saw the feather, his eyes lit up. Just as he reached out his hand to take it, the other party took it back. When he saw Ningshu, his heart suddenly thumped. Seeing the other party like this, he was definitely here to cause trouble. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south immediately smiled and said, "Hi beauty, long time no see. Your level has increased again. Congratulations, congratulations." A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south touched his head and said with a smile. However, he did not let Ningshu in. Obviously, he did not welcome Ningshu. Ningshu revealed a fake smile and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. I haven't seen you for a while and you have already established your guild. When I heard the news, I wanted to come and pay my respects. This is my congratulatory gift." Ningshu threw a gold coin to a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south and said without any sincerity, "Congratulations, you are the first guild in the entire server." A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south took the gold coin, his rough face twisted. The congratulatory gift was just a gold coin. You might as well not give it. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south said with a cold face, "Beauty, on such a joyous occasion, we welcome you with open arms with the Dragon Gang, but what you did was wrong." Ningshu blinked and asked, "Don't you want the gift?" A chrysanthemum blossoms southwards threw the gold coin to Ningshu, "You can go in." Ningshu kept the gold coin and asked, "What is your leader's level now?" A chrysanthemum blossoms southwards looked at Ningshu warily, "Why are you asking this?" "I'm just asking, why are you so nervous?" Ningshu laughed. The two rookies not far away heard their conversation. Lost Mimi said anxiously, "We still need the gift, we don't have any at all." Icy Lotus was also anxious, "Can't we go in? If we don't go in, how can we join the Dragon Gang?" Lost Mimi saw that the elder sister she had met before seemed to know the people from the Dragon Gang. She pulled Icy Lotus and ran in front of Ningshu and said, "Elder sister, can you take us in?" Ningshu, Lost Mimi saw that Ningshu didn't say anything, so she said to a chrysanthemum blossoms southwards, "Can you let us in? We are here to participate in the opening ceremony, and we want to join the Dragon Gang." A chrysanthemum blossoms southwards was obviously choked, especially after seeing the two girls' strength. He was speechless and said, "Our gang is not recruiting now. So it's like that." Lost Mimi was very sad and disappointed, showing all her emotions on her face. "I'm a mage, she's a pharmacist. Although she's only a junior pharmacist now, she'll be able to make pills soon." A chrysanthemum blossoms southwards, "They don't want such a trash pharmacist, there are plenty of great pharmacists who want to join their gang. But these two girls are really cute," a chrysanthemum blossoms southwards thought while rubbing his chin. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. He felt that the female lead would definitely be able to enter. "Chrysanthemum, let them in." Following the Breeze's voice rang out. Ningshu turned her head and saw that Following the Breeze was wearing gorgeous equipment. Even his pair of shoes were top-quality god artifacts. It was like a moving mountain of gold. This was all money. Blown by the wind stunned the two girls, especially Lost Mimi. Her eyes stared straight as she said, "He looks really good." Following the Breeze looked at Ningshu. The player with the ID Kneel and Worship This Palace had actually leveled up. He had lost 5 levels from the boss, but now he had actually leveled back up. Moreover, his level was even higher than before, and he had a godly weapon on his wrist. Sui Qingfeng felt gloomy in his heart. Then, he heard a voice that didn't know what to say. Sui Qingfeng looked at the person who spoke. It was a little girl. Sui Qingfeng was speechless as he shook his head. He turned around and entered the guild. Lost Mimi immediately pulled Icy Lotus into the guild. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. The male lead and female lead met at a glance. Walking into the guild, everywhere was luxurious and joyous. It was obvious that Sui Qingfeng had paid a lot for this guild. After all, it was the first guild in the entire server. He guessed that the game developers would also help out a little. There were many players in the guild. They were all chatting with each other. Most of them were male players. There were very few female players. Seeing a high-level female player like Ningxu suddenly appear, they were all very surprised. Especially when they saw the equipment on Ningxu's body. Some players even came over to strike up a conversation with Ningxu. But Ningxu had a cold face and didn't say anything. This made the players who came over to strike up a conversation unhappy. However, some people paid attention and looked up and down at the equipment on Ningxu's body. The two rookies, Lost Mimi and Icy Lotus, saw that there were many high-level players around them. They were all high-level players. This kind of scene made them feel weak in their hearts. They only knew this cold big sister here. The two rookies went over to Ningxu's side. Ningxu saw these two little girls go over to her side. She was speechless. Ningxu knew that these two people didn't like her. Outside the house, there was the sound of firecrackers. Ningxu listened to this sound and felt that the whole world was like a real world. There were many people, many grievances. It was virtual but also real. The original owner came back to live in this kind of world. This was a real world. What was real and what was fake, no one could say for sure. Sui Qingfeng brought a few partners and stood on the high platform. He was in high spirits as he announced the official opening of the Dragon Gang. Just as Sui Qingfeng finished speaking, there were countless red packets floating in the air. Sui Qingfeng said, "This is a little gift from the Dragon Gang. Thank you for coming to the Dragon Gang's opening ceremony." Many players were snatching the red packets. Ningxu caught a red packet. When he opened it, he saw that it was actually a high-quality gem. If he was lucky, he could get a semi-divine weapon. If he was unlucky, he could only get a gold coin. The two girls beside Ningxu each snatched a red packet. Icy Lotus only got 100 gold coins. Lost Mimi got a magic staff. It was extremely gorgeous and cool. Lost Mimi was only a pharmacist. This kind of staff was not suitable for her. He generously gave it to Icy Lotus and said, "Icy Lotus, this is for you." Icy Lotus Pure forced a smile and said, "Thank you. I heard that you want to join the Dragon Gang?" Sui Qingfeng noticed the situation here. He saw the round apple-faced girl get a staff and walk over. Ningxu rolled his eyes and moved to the side. The attraction between the male lead and female lead was simply too strong. Lost Mimi saw that the gang leader was actually talking to her. She was so excited that her body was trembling. She said, "Gang leader, I want to join the Dragon Gang. I will definitely contribute to the Dragon Gang." "Yes, I can do it too." Icy Lotus also quickly said. Sui Qingfeng nodded. His gaze landed on Lost Mimi. He had never seen such a pure girl in the game. Could it be that she did not see that other players were staring at the staff in her hand? She even put it out so casually. Was she not afraid of others stealing it? "You two can join the Dragon Gang today." Sui Qingfeng waved his hand and let the two rookies join the gang. This made the other players envious. They wanted to join the Dragon Gang. The Dragon Gang had all kinds of requirements. Now, two rookies who just entered the game could join the Dragon Gang so easily. They only hated that they were not girls. Really? Lost Mimi immediately hugged Icy Lotus and happily cheered. Ningxu was speechless. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Just like that, the male and female lead met. One was a godly player, and the other was a noob who didn't know anything. From then on, the godly player brought the noob to various dungeons, and there were pink bubbles all the way. So this was the type that Following the Breeze liked, but wasn't the original owner also ignorant of worldly affairs? Following the Breeze didn't like the original owner? Or was it because the original owner was an NPC, and didn't treat the other party as a person, let alone like the original owner? People had different lives. This was a troublesome matter, so there was no need to think about it. This kind of "you love me, I love him" thing was the most troublesome. Ningxu just watched Following the Breeze and the noob talk. Following the Breeze kept talking to Lost Mimi, but left Lost Mimi's partner Icy Clear Lotus to the side. It looked very awkward. And at this time, Lost Mimi also seemed to have forgotten her partner, and her face was red as she excitedly talked to the godly player. Follow the Breeze proposed to help Lost Mimi keep the mage staff. Follow the Breeze also had good intentions. After all, if this kind of rookie had anything valuable on him, he would be cheated by other players. Moreover, Follow the Breeze could see that this little rookie was just a piece of blank paper. He was simply an idiot. Lost Mimi very straightforwardly gave the mage staff to Following the Breeze. You're not afraid that I won't give it to you? Lost Mimi looked at Following the Breeze with a pair of clear eyes. Leader won't be like this, I believe in Leader. Besides, giving this to Leader is nothing. You may not know, but this thing is very valuable. Following the Breeze raised his eyebrows at this idiot. Lost Mimi shook her head. Following the Breeze kept the staff. Ningxu shook his head, and saw that Icy Clear Lotus beside Lost Mimi had a very ugly expression, especially when she saw Lost Mimi straightforwardly give the staff to someone else, and her face flashed with annoyance. First he said that he would give it to her, and now he gave it to someone else in a blink of an eye. Lost Mimi didn't understand the ways of the world, and didn't know how to look at people's faces. Naturally, she didn't know that her partner was in a bad mood. Following this kind of female lead was the easiest way to turn evil and make people vomit blood. This was because she didn't even know that her actions would make others unhappy or bring harm to others. After turning evil and doing something to harm the female lead would innocently and sadly ask, "Why are you doing this to me? Aren't we good friends?" Even if he told her about the harm she had done to herself, the female lead would still look innocent and sad and say, "I didn't know, I didn't want it to be like this." Was simply vomiting blood. Following the breeze, Mimi's face S face, following the breeze SSS, following the breeze's S's face S, following the breeze SS, following the breeze, mimicked breeze teat speaks have a 8 speak. Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Following the Dragon Gang's leader shouldn't be a coward. Ningxu mocked. Many players were excited, looking at Following the Breeze and the female player with the ID kneel and worship this queen. The matter between a male player and a female player always had some ambiguous color. They were all guessing what kind of grudge Ningxu had with Following the Breeze, that he had to pick this time to challenge them. It must be known that the Following the Dragon Gang could be said to be the center of attention, and now that they were challenged, they were slapped in the face. Ningxu wanted Following the Breeze's reputation to hit rock bottom, so that he wouldn't be able to use the ID, Following the Breeze, to mingle in this game. When the Following the Dragon Gang saw Ningxu's challenge, each and every one of their faces turned black. A chrysanthemum facing south stood out, and Ningxu said, "Your level isn't high, so you don't have the qualifications to challenge our leader. How about I fight with you?" Ningxu coldly said, "I'm not going to fight with you, I want to fight with Following the Breeze." Following the Breeze felt that this female player was really annoying. Following the Breeze was sure that he didn't hurt any girls at all, but this female player used the name of standing up for her sisters to go against him everywhere. Wasn't it just to attract his attention, it was simply disgusting. Ningxu saw that Following the Breeze was ignoring him, and with a high and mighty appearance, it was clear that he wouldn't accept his challenge. Ningxu insisted on fighting with Following the Breeze, otherwise what was the use of her coming here today? Ningxu directly asked the game's main system to fight with Following the Breeze. World News: Kneel and worship this queen challenges Following the Breeze. Does Following the Breeze accept? Now all the players in the game knew that Ningxu wanted to challenge Following the Breeze. Following the Breeze was the first great god to establish a guild, and now he was being challenged by an unknown player. This kind of challenge to a god, a heroic act of sending oneself to death, simply made people give a thumbs up. World News: Kneel and worship this queen challenges Following the Breeze. Does Following the Breeze accept? Following the Breeze's face was black, and the entire Following the Dragon Gang's players looked at him with unkind eyes. What kind of deep hatred was this, that he had to choose to challenge him when he was establishing a guild, and purposely lower the Following the Dragon Gang's honor points? Honor points were very important, and if the guild's honor points didn't reach the standard, the entire guild would be disbanded. Ningxu pulled out his broadsword, pointed at Following the Breeze and shouted, "Guild leader Following the Breeze, do you want to accept my challenge?" Lost Mimi obviously couldn't understand why she would pull out her sword and point it at him, and hurriedly ran in front of Xianxia and said, "Sister, don't fight, okay?" Xianxia turned his head towards Lost Mimi and said, "Sister is very busy, go play at the side." Lost Mimi, it was still Ice Lotus who pulled Lost Mimi to the side, and Lost Mimi even said, "Why do they want to fight? Why does she want to challenge our guild leader? This is simply too much, there are so many people watching." Ning Shu ignored Lost Mimi and impatiently said to Following Cool Breeze, "Following Cool Breeze, are you a man or not? Can't you be a bit more straightforward with your nagging?" Following the Breeze stood up, and coldly said, "As you wish." Just as Following the Breeze's voice fell, a dual stage appeared below Xianxia and Following the Breeze's feet. World News, Following the Cool Breeze accepts kneel and worship this palace duel. Following the Breeze said in disgust, "How long are you going to go against me? I said before, this method of yours will only cause me to be disgusted. I don't know if you know me outside the game, but use this method in the game." Xianxia only said one sentence, "The enmity of losing a level is absolutely irreconcilable." If he didn't make Following the Breeze lose a level today, Xianxia would crawl back today. Perhaps due to the demeanor of an expert, Following the Breeze didn't make the first move. Xianxia naturally didn't hold back, and took out his broadsword and chopped towards Following the Breeze. Looking at the opponent's attack, Following the Breeze's eyes flashed with disdain. Such a weak attack actually wanted to challenge him, he was simply overestimating himself. A sharp light flashed in Following the Breeze's eyes, and he met Xianxia's attack head-on. Following Cool Breeze was very annoyed with this strange woman. The first thing she said was that he had cheated the woman's feelings. Following Cool Breeze even felt that this woman could not love him in the real world, and was only going against him in this game. Today was supposed to be the day of the establishment of the sect. The other party's provocative behavior was simply stepping on the dignity of the Dragon Follower gang. It was also an insult to him as the gang leader. If he did not make this kneel and worship this queen unable to jump around today, in the future, other people would think that the Dragon Follower gang could be casually stepped on. Xianxia wanted to make Following Cool Breeze lose his reputation, and Following Cool Breeze wanted to use Xianxia to establish his prestige, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Following Cool Breeze had already decided that this time he would not kill the opponent by 5 levels, but directly kill her back to the novice village, so that she could not jump around in front of him. It would be best if she could not stay in the game anymore. Following Cool Breeze's eyes flashed a ray of light, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Xianxia was also not to be outdone. He followed Cool Breeze and resisted. Only after resisting like this did he feel that Following Cool Breeze's strength was strong. Xianxia fiercely counterattacked. He did not care about losing levels at all. As long as he could make the opponent lose levels, he was willing to make any sacrifices. The surrounding players looked at these two ferocious appearances, as if they had a deep hatred. They looked at each other in dismay and their blood boiled. A chrysanthemum faces south. "Boss, looks like you can't easily defeat, kneel and worship this queen." Yurong Big Breasts tightly frowned. "This woman is really fierce. She is completely fighting without any regard for her life. Instead, it is making Boss's hands and feet tied. To establish our prestige, we need to one-shot her to establish our prestige." "Wind blows my balls cold and monsters are strong, you go first." Both felt that something was wrong. Boss's strength is definitely stronger than kneel and worship this queen, but one shot is a bit unrealistic. Boss has been killed by kneel and worship this queen and lost a level. A chrysanthemum faces south slapped his thigh and said, "But kneel and worship this queen has already been killed by Boss and lost 3 levels. So what if he was level 3? Everyone could only watch as the Dragon Follower gang's leader was killed and his level dropped. That was enough. On the other hand, Xianxia, who was fighting with Following the Breeze, felt pain all over her body. Following the Breeze was really strong, but she wasn't someone to be trifled with. She had already said that if she didn't kill Following the Breeze today, she would crawl back. How could 1 level be enough? Xianxia equipped himself with all of his equipment. On the other side, Following the Breeze's face darkened. He pursed his lips and looked at Xianxia with loathing. The long sword in his hand flashed with a brilliant light. "Your strength is not bad, but if you think that you can rely on these equipment to make up for the level difference, you're thinking too much. Following Cool Breeze's entire body was also equipped with equipment. Every piece of equipment on his body was a top-notch divine artifact. The surrounding players were drooling at the sight of Yi Shiwen's gorgeous godly equipment. Their eyes were red with jealousy. These were all things that could only be bought with a ticket. Being able to have one divine artifact was already pretty good, but Yi Shiwen's entire body was full of them. Ningxu saw that, Following the Breeze, was fully equipped. Instead of getting angry, she laughed and said, "You being so serious means that you are afraid of me. You're even wearing equipment on your body. Very good, very good." When Ningxu said this, the surrounding people's gazes became a bit subtle. Originally, Following the Breeze, S level was higher than Ningxu's. Now that he was using a divine artifact, there was a bit of an unfair advantage. Adding on the fact that Ningxu was a female player, Following the Breeze, S actions seemed to be even more of a bully. Following the Breeze, S face darkened. A few of his companions, the core members of the Dragon Follower gang, all had a look of displeasure on their faces. They looked at Ningxu with unkind eyes. The opponent's method of not leaving any leeway made him an enemy. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, a burly man, rubbed his head and viciously said, "In the future, every time I see, kneel to me, I will kill her once and make her stay in the beginner village for the rest of her life." He really thought that they were pushovers. If he wanted to step on the Dragon Follower gang to become famous, he would have to see whether or not it would hurt his feet. "Monsters are strong, you go first," frowned. "How did boss provoke such a lunatic? No matter how you look at it, this woman is crazy." A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, sneered, "Boss is handsome, he will always attract crazy bees and butterflies." At this time, Lost Mimi came over and asked, "A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, boss will win, right?" A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, seeing such a cute girl, rubbed his head and said, "Don't underestimate boss. How can a great god be defeated so easily?" Lost Mimi immediately became happy. Her apple-like face was flushed red, making people feel comfortable just by looking at her. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, S eyes revealed a wolf-like green light. She really was a top-grade little beauty. "Bing bing, I knew that boss wouldn't lose." Lost Mimi pulled bing 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 and said excitedly. Bing ching bing 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 made a sound and did not say anything. Seeing such a cute girl, a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, started drooling and stared at Lost Mimi. Lost Mimi, yes, your Mimi is indeed lost. She doesn't even have one. Lost Mimi hurriedly covered her chest with her arms and shouted angrily, "You pervert, Mimi means cat." A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, only laughed ambiguously. "Chrysanthemum, that's enough. Stop messing around. Monsters are strong, you go first," glanced at Lost Mimi, frowned and said, "Boss is fighting up there, and you are teasing girls here." On the battle stage, Ningxu was unable to take it anymore. She had already lost 10 levels to Following Cool Breeze. Using the method of exchanging life for life, Ningxu had already killed Following Cool Breeze by 5 levels. Following Cool Breeze would have to work hard to regain 5 levels of experience. Although she had also been killed by Following Cool Breeze, she had already lost 10 levels. Both sides were already angry. Following Cool Breeze was very ruthless. Ningxu directly attacked him. She was not afraid at all. At worst, she would just give up on this ID and register a new one. Following Cool Breeze was willing to give up his great god ID? Moreover, this ID was the boss of a guild. Following Cool Breeze was unwilling. Ningxu had a plan in her heart. She did not care about anything else and did not defend anymore. Following Cool Breeze was shocked by the attack on Ningxu. The opponent did not care about anything else and only attacked him. Even if the opponent's level was dropping rapidly, he was still attacked. Ningxu's level was dropping rapidly, but, Following Cool Breeze, was directly killed by Ningxu and lost 10 levels. 10 levels? Following Cool Breeze was so angry that he wanted to die. At the same time, he was also terrified. The opponent's attitude made him very scared. He even wondered if he had really hurt the girl's feelings. Following Cool Breeze used a big move and directly cleared Ningxu's level to 0. Then, Ningxu was forced to return to the beginner village. Change your ID and start over. Following cool breeze, just you wait. World news, following cool breeze, challenge victory. World news, following cool breeze, challenge victory. World news, following cool breeze, challenge victory. This news was broadcasted 3 times in a row, and even the sound of fireworks rang out. It seemed very jubilant. Following the cool breeze won, but his heart was not happy at all. Instead, it was filled with irritation that was hard to get rid of, making following the cool breeze's face very ugly. To actually encounter a challenge when establishing a sect, and the leader was even killed and lost 10 levels, it was not easy to reach level 10. Thus, following the cool breeze did not establish his power very smoothly. The dragon-following gang members all had black faces, especially following the cool breeze's few companions, who were all frowning. Following the breeze jumped off the stage. "Don't wear underwear, cold balls," asked Boss. "I'm afraid that this woman is really here to take revenge on you." Looking at her ferocious appearance, did you really do something to make her hate you? Following the cool breeze's mood was very bad. When he heard his own members questioning him, his tone was very bad. "What do you mean I really did something? I didn't do anything at all, I just met a crazy person." Balls Don't Wear Underpants pursed his lips and did not say anything. The others saw that there was going to be hostility between the two, so they quickly mediated. Following the cool breeze turned around and left. Lost Mimi did not care about Clear Ice Lotus beside her and quickly followed, following the cool breeze. Following the cool breeze glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and coldly said, "What are you following me for?" Lost Mimi said very sincerely, "You're so strong, you directly killed that female player." "You really think I'm strong?" Following the cool breeze sneered and said. Seeing this girl's face full of reverence, he felt a lot better in his heart. Lost Mimi said as if it was a matter of course, "You have always been strong, really." Ningxu was forced to return to the novice village. She was now a little novice. If she wanted to train this account back, she would need more time than a new account. Ningxu immediately cancelled this ID and registered a new one called "This Queen is Here Again." However, this ID also chose the mage class. Then, Ningxu began his days of learning code while grinding dungeons. Ningxu's coding skills were now a little better than before. Sometimes, when he went to dungeon, he could even change the boss coding, making it much easier to kill bosses. However, Ningxu encountered a problem when she went out to grind bosses. Many players attacked her the moment they saw her. This made Ningxu speechless. For example, now that she had just finished killing the boss, a male player with the ID "Let the Lord Be Enlightened" stopped Ningxu and said, "You are kneel and worship this queen." Ningxu asked curiously, "Who is kneel and worship this queen?" "I don't know her." Let the Lord Be Enlightened felt that his intelligence had been insulted and said, "The Dragon Gang has issued a bounty. As long as I can kill you, I can get the equipment. If you let me kill you, you can leave. I know you are kneel and worship this queen. Your new ID is This Queen is Back, and you are also a martial master. Don't joke around, you are so open, who doesn't know? Stand there and let me kill you, this way everyone can report back." Ningxu was speechless. She didn't think that Following the Wind would have this move, a bounty? He really didn't even want his face anymore. Ningxu was someone who was about to level up. She directly killed Let the Lord Be Enlightened. When she met players who wanted to get rich, Ningxu directly killed them and lowered their level. After a long time, some low-level players didn't come to find trouble with Ningxu, but it was the high-level players that came to find trouble with Ningxu. Ningxu didn't think that the Dragon Gang would be so willing. The equipment that could move high-level players should be something good, or else these high-level players wouldn't be so persistent in finding trouble with her. Towards these people, Ningxu would definitely not be merciful. Even if she had to risk her life, she would teach these people a lesson, or else they would always come to find trouble with her. She didn't have that much free time. Every time the players that came to find Ningxu, they would all be killed by Ningxu until their level dropped, and Ningxu also obtained the title of Killing Level Demon King. Ningxu didn't want to find trouble with Following the Wind for the time being, but she didn't expect to meet him in an intermediate dungeon. In a short period of time, Following the Wind's level went back, and now Following the Wind was bringing Lost Mimi and Icy Lotus, these two rookies, to clear dungeons. Along the way, Following the Wind was arguing with Lost Mimi, mainly because Following the Wind liked to tease Lost Mimi too much. Following the Wind felt that this little girl was too gullible, too pure, and he couldn't help but want to tease her. For example, if he told her that there was a herb in front of her, she would immediately run over, but if she didn't see the herb, she would immediately pull a long face and accuse him of lying. But she didn't learn from her mistakes, and was always tricked by him. And Icy Lotus at the side was a bit embarrassed, following behind the two of them. She couldn't say anything, only looking at the figures of the two people in front of her. Her eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. Just like this, the two teams met, and Ningxu saw Following the Wind, smiled and said, "Yo, your level went back again, as expected of a great god." Following the Wind saw the smile on her face, and a wave of disgust welled up in his heart. Before she looked at him as if he was her enemy, and now she was smiling. She was simply crazy. "Even if you changed your account, you are still a weakling," Following the Wind said coldly. Ningxu smiled and said, "Is that so? Sooner or later, I will kill you back to the beginner village. Who knows who will be the one returning to the beginner village?" Following the Wind said coldly. Following the Wind narrowed his eyes, seeing that the other's level wasn't very high. He sneered, "Now I will let you return to the beginner village. Once you reach the beginner village, I will kill you back to the beginner village." Ningxu rubbed his chin and nodded. "This is really a good idea. In the future, I will kill you back to the beginner village again and again." Following the Wind's eyes became fierce, and he wanted to make a move. Ningxu wasn't afraid of Following the Wind at all. It was a good opportunity to test out his own code. Lost Mimi blocked Following the Wind in front of Following the Wind. Ningxu asked, "Sister, why do you always want to fight with our gang leader? If you have something to say it properly." Ningxu looked at the naive and cute Lost Mimi. Why is she protecting Following the Wind? Ningxu suddenly said, "Because Following the Wind deceived my sister's feelings. I came to find him for revenge." Lost Mimi was stunned. Deceived feelings? Following the Wind's face darkened. He pushed Lost Mimi behind him, looked at Ningxu and said coldly, "You are spreading rumors. I didn't deceive a girl's feelings at all." Following the Wind directly pulled out his sword and chopped at Ningxu's head. Ningxu dodged Following the Wind's attack, and coldly said, "You can't win in words, so you attack. Aren't you just angry out of humiliation?" Lost Mimi bit her lips and looked at Ningxu, and then looked at Following the Wind. Following the Wind felt that Lost Mimi, this girl, was quite interesting, and didn't want her to misunderstand, so immediately Ningxu coldly scolded, "Shut up." Following the Cool Breeze saw that Ningxu always put the title of a heartless man on his head, especially in front of Lost Mimi, this little girl, and his heart immediately became angry. *CK, he really wanted to kill this crazy woman. It was simply too bad. "You want me to shut up, so I'll shut up. Why would I listen to your words?" Ningxu sneered. "Come and hit me, even if you kill me, I'll still say it." Lost Mimi pouted her cherry red lips and snorted, then turned her head and did not look at Following the Cool Breeze. Following the Cool Breeze took a deep breath, thinking about what sins he had committed in his previous life to meet such a crazy person in this life, and it was even a female crazy person, who completely relied on her brain to imagine things. Following the Cool Breeze saw that the little girl was angry, and looked at Ningxu with an even colder gaze. Holding a sharp sword in his hand, he released a big move towards Ningxu, really wanting to beat Ningxu into ashes. Ningxu very straightforwardly laughed and directly jumped away, then with a point of his finger, the grass under Following the Cool Breeze's feet instantly grew into vines, entangling Following the Cool Breeze's feet. Following the Cool Breeze was entangled by the vines and could not break free, so he directly used his sword to cut off the vines, but as soon as he cut off the vines, new vines immediately grew out to entangle him. Following the Cool Breeze flipped in the air, but as soon as he touched the ground, vines would immediately grow out from his feet, making Following the Cool Breeze very annoyed. Ningxu bared his teeth and said to Following the Cool Breeze, "This is my pet, you'll be firmly entangled by it." This 1,000-mile vines code had been modified by her, making it abnormally strong, and the ability to entangle was infinitely expanded. It was simply awesome. Following the Cool Breeze was finally entangled by the vines, his hands and feet were entangled, and he did not have the slightest ability to resist. Ningxu cracked his fingers, held the big sword in his hand, and walked step by step towards Following the Cool Breeze. slash by slash, he slowly cut down, following the cool breeze's level. Lost Mimi saw that following the cool breeze was entangled and could not break free from the vines, so she anxiously said to Icy Lotus, quickly save the guild leader. Icy Lotus's face flashed a gloomy color, she shook her head and said, I can't beat her at all, what's the use of me going over this? Lost Mimi was so anxious that her eyes turned red. What should I do? What should I do? Lost Mimi saw the female player with the ID "This palace is here again" approach the guildmaster, who had no power to resist like a demon. She took a deep breath and wanted to rush over to save Following the Breeze. There was no way to see Following Cool Breeze being bullied like this. This palace is coming again was really too unreasonable. Clear Lotus saw that Lost Mimi was about to righteously rush over, so she quickly pulled her back and said, What are you doing? What's the use of you going over? Our levels aren't high to begin with. What if we annoy her and she kills us and drops our levels? But I can't just stand by and watch the gang leader become like this. Lost Mimi saw Following the Breeze continuously cutting down the vines. The sword in his hand emitted a roaring fire dragon, but these vines seemed to be endless. After being cut down, they grew back again. I've already informed the rest of the gang. They're already on their way here. We're just waiting for them to arrive. But Lost Mimi kept staring at Blown by the Breeze. That's enough. Even if you rush up, you won't be able to help Sect Master. Icy Lotus sounded impatient, but Lost Mimi didn't notice it. She apologized to Icy Lotus, I'm sorry. Lost Mimi said as she rushed in front of Ningxu. She opened her arms to block Ningxu, not letting Ningxu go with the wind. Ningxu was speechless. Seeing Lost Mimi standing in front of him with a strong and resolute face, Ningxu was suddenly speechless. He didn't know what to say at all. He felt that he was really a bad guy. Oh, when Following the Breeze saw Lost Mimi's actions, his heart was unspeakably complicated. This girl was really an idiot. She wouldn't really be killed. This was just a game. Looking at such a pure and serious girl, something took root and sprouted in Blown by the Wind's heart, breaking open his heart. Little idiot, go to the side. There's nothing for you to do here. Following the Breeze shouted at Lost Mimi. Her level was very low, and she was also a medicine master who didn't have any battle experience. What was the use of her blocking in front? The most important thing was that in the holographic game, one could feel pain. If this queen came back and made a move on Lost Mimi would feel a lot of pain. The pain was real. I won't let her hurt you. Lost Mimi turned her head and shouted at Following the Breeze. Ningxu was speechless. Now she was the bad guy who broke up the Mandarin ducks. Oh, sister, Following the Breeze is not the kind of person who deceives other people's feelings. There must be some misunderstanding between the two of you. You can talk it out. Attacking as soon as you meet is not a solution. Sister, can you let go of gang leader? Lost Mimi Ningxu explained. Ningxu was speechless. The female lead was so kind. What should she do? No matter what she did, she felt that she was a bad guy. What should she do? Ningxu directly let a vine drag Lost Mimi away. He didn't kill her and drop her level. Lost Mimi, who was being dragged away by the vines, was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed. When Following the Breeze saw this situation, he did not care about the vines around him and cut off the vines that were wrapped around Lost Mimi's ankle. But Following the Breeze himself was completely entangled by the vines. His 4 limbs were entangled. Under the burden of Lost Mimi, Following the Breeze completely lost his fighting strength. Go to the side. Following the Breeze shouted at Lost Mimi. His face was a bit ferocious. Lost Mimi immediately started crying. She felt very wronged in her heart. She was trying to save him, yet the clan leader was still so fierce to her. However, when she saw that Following Cool Breeze was being controlled, Lost Mimi felt a dull pain in her heart. She simply did not know why. She kept feeling very uncomfortable. She even resented Ningxu. Ningxu shouted, "You vicious woman." "I'm vicious, I'm proud." Ningxu glanced at Lost Mimi and directly went in front of Following the Breeze. He laughed coldly. Let's see who will go to the novice village first. Ningxu took the big knife and slashed at Following the Breeze. Following the Breeze was in so much pain that his face turned pale. In a short while, Following the Breeze was killed by Ningxu and dropped 2 levels. Ningxu was very happy to slash people. Following the Breeze looked at Ningxu with even more resentment and loathing. Following the Cool Breeze was entangled by the vines and could not move. He was like a fish on a chopping board, being slashed by the woman in front of him. His level dropped rapidly like a broken elevator, and the pain of being slashed by the knife was the most infuriating. Following the Cool Breeze looked at Ningxu with bloodshot eyes. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Following the Cool Breeze and said, "You don't like knives?" Ningxu put away the knife and took out a whip. The pitch-black whip, with a flick of it, there was an explosive sound in the air. Following the Cool Breeze's pupils trembled, clearly stunned. He finally confirmed that he had really met a crazy person. Ningxu swung her whip, and with a crackling sound, it landed on Following the Breeze's body. Following the Breeze's level dropped rapidly, and the whip landed on Following the Breeze's body, causing it to feel a burning pain. The 2 little girls next to him were stunned. Lost Mimi covered her mouth and cried. The last Lost Mimi could not take it anymore. Ningxu roared, "You're so cruel, how can you be like this?" Ningxu smiled, "There's nothing I can't do." If she and Following the Cool Breeze were to exchange places, and Following the Cool Breeze treated her like this, Lost Mimi would probably think that the clan leader was mighty and domineering. The double standard was too serious. Just as Following the Cool Breeze was about to be killed back to the beginner village, Following the Cool Breeze's few companions finally arrived. Lost Mimi saw that her savior had finally arrived, and cried towards the few people, "Hurry and save the clan leader. The clan leader is being tortured by that woman, she's so scary." When the few people saw Following the Cool Breeze's level, they were simply stunned. They quickly destroyed the vines on Following the Cool Breeze's body. Ningxu blew on his whip and lashed out at Following the Cool Breeze, making the few people's faces turn black and their faces tremble. The burly man, a chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, looked at Ningxu and said darkly, "Don't go too far." The few of them stared at Ningxu with unfriendly eyes. Ningxu sneered, "You've gone too far. Your dragon gang put out a bounty for other players to kill me. You've gone too far." The few of them worked together to bring Follow the Breeze down. Follow the Breeze's expression was indifferent as he pointed at Ningxu and said, "I will make you pay the price. You can't stay in this game anymore." Ningxu patted her chest and said, "I'm so scared. You should raise your novice level first before we talk." Ningxu pointed his whip at Following the Breeze and said, "That's what I said. I'll make sure you can't stay in this game any longer." Following the Breeze's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Ningxu and then looked away. "You've succeeded in pissing me off." Follow the Breeze turned around and left. The other people frowned and glanced at Ningxu. In the end, they all followed Follow the Breeze. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south. Ningxu grinned, revealing his white teeth. He made a throat-slitting gesture towards Ningxu, "No matter who you are, you're really out of luck. If we get serious, you might not be able to bear the consequences." Ningxu said indifferently, "There's nothing that I can't bear." Following the Breeze saw that Lost Mimi was in a daze and his voice was filled with warmth, "Girl, let's go. What are you still standing there for?" Previously, Lost Mimi's actions made Following the Breeze feel very touched. There was a girl who was willing to stand up for him when he was in danger. Although her strength was very weak, it still made Following the Breeze feel warm in his heart. Before, he felt that this girl was stupid. Now, he felt that this girl was really stupid. Stupid to the point that she was cute and made people feel sorry for her. Icy Clear Lotus saw that with the Cool Breeze only called Lost Mimi and did not pay attention to her at all. She immediately bit her lips and felt indignant in her heart. Why did these people only see Lost Mimi and were all comforting her? If she did not call people to save Following the Breeze, would Following the Breeze be able to escape from the hands of this palace is coming again? Lost Mimi was so stupid and would only cause trouble. Following the Breeze was tied up because Lost Mimi dragged him down. Why did Following the Breeze not blame her? People who did the right thing did not have a single word of praise. People who caused trouble without brains could still get other people's attention and praise. Icy Clear Lotus could not understand. Why was this? Why did Following the Breeze only place his eyes on this stupid girl? Icy Clear Lotus looked at lost Mimi, who was crying and laughing at Following the Breeze. Following the Breeze was even gently wiping away her tears. Annoyance and jealousy rose in her heart. Why did Following the Breeze only like lost Mimi? Why? Ningxu kept the 1,000-mile vine. He cleared the intermediate level instance dungeon and prepared to return to the city. But on the way back, Ningxu clearly felt that there was something wrong with the way people looked at him. Among them were quite a few high-level players. Moreover, they were the kind of high-level gods. The way these people looked at him was like he was a piece of high-quality equipment. Ningxu was very vigilant in his heart, but he was still blocked by a player. Ningxu looked at this person. He did not recognize him, but his level was very high. He was just a bit lower than Following the Breeze, who did not level up. Why are you blocking me? Don't tell me you want to kill me? Ningxu looked at him. His level was not low, so it would take some effort to get rid of him. This player with the ID Lousy Invincible Handsome looked at Ningxu without any malice and said, "You can only blame your bad luck. Now that Following the Dragon Gang has increased the rewards, just a full attribute triple cross flat top swallow wing purple gold crown is enough to make people go crazy. There are also a lot of other high-quality equipment." Ningxu had heard of this equipment. The purple gold crown was the most popular equipment among male players. At the same time, it was also the most expensive equipment. It was simply a tool to show off. If it was converted to RMB, it would be worth at least 10,000 yuan. Ningxu sneered. Following the Breeze was really willing to use a large sum of money to lure players. He made her face enemies from all sides, and in the end, she could only leave the game world. But Following the Breeze did not know that she was originally a part of this game. If she could register an infinite number of IDs. Moreover, she could change her appearance and continue to mingle in this game. If she was a real player, he was afraid that she would really be attacked by Following the Breeze to the point that she would not dare to enter this game again. Ningxu felt that Following the Breeze in real life should have a rich family, and the people that Following the Breeze hung out with should not be bad either. Right now, they were ganging up against her. Following the Breeze had been killed by her so many levels. If she lost another 2 levels, she would really have to go back to the novice village to relevel. Right now, she was determined to take revenge on her. Today, there was Lousy Invincible Handsome. Tomorrow, there would be Lousy Invincible Handsome. Players who wanted equipment would all come to find trouble with her. Towards these people who wanted to use him as a stepping stone to obtain equipment, Ningxu would not tolerate them. He released the 1,000-mile vine and entangled the players who were blocking him. Invincible Commander, who was entangled by the 1,000-mile vine, struggled violently. Seeing Ningxu's cold face, he smiled and said, "Beauty, I was just joking. I just wanted to see what it was like to make the Dragon Gang's great god jump up in anger." Ningxu grinned, "You're too modest. You're also a great god." Ningxu took a knife and cut down Invincible Commander's level. Everyone was not a good person, so there was no need to talk about mercy. If his strength was too weak, these people would swarm over and treat him as a money tree. They would treat him as a boss that dropped equipment. He was much more pitiful than these people. After cutting down the person's level, Ningxu very carefully left. Invincible Commander grimaced as he looked at Ningxu's back. This woman was really too violent. It would be very difficult to get back after being cut down. It seemed like this equipment was not that easy to get. Following the Cool Breeze made all the players target her. She definitely wanted to get revenge. Because the ID Following the Cool Breeze was a great god account, Following the Cool Breeze could not bear to part with this account. Even if it took a long time to level back, Following the Cool Breeze still wanted to level back. Therefore, Ningxu was now wasting time with Following the Cool Breeze. Whichever instance Following the Cool Breeze appeared in, Ningxu would immediately rush over and kill Following the Cool Breeze. As long as he leveled up, he would take advantage of the fact that his level was not high to kill him back to the beginner village. Let him start over from the beginner village. He didn't know if With the Breeze was really inseparable from Lost Mimi. Lost Mimi was just an alchemist that didn't have any battle power. With the Breeze even brought Lost Mimi along to level up. Lost Mimi was very happy. To be able to accompany the clan master back to the peak, this kind of excitement was even happier than leveling up by herself. So when Ningxu killed Following the Breeze, Lost Mimi would immediately condemn Ningxu, saying that Ningxu was a perverted woman. Ningxu gladly accepted the title of perverted woman. He didn't even speak to Lost Mimi. This was because she only considered things from her own point of view. She only saw that her favorite Following the Breeze had been killed and his level dropped, but she did not see the trouble that Following the Breeze had brought to her by throwing money. Ningxu didn't want to argue with her at all because it didn't make sense. Every time Following the Breeze was killed by Ningxu, he would use a very hateful and disgusted expression to look at Ningxu. In addition to Lost Mimi's condemning gaze, Ningxu, who was bathed in the "you are a bad person" gaze, felt very sour. Ningxu knew that the hatred between Following the Breeze and himself was irreconcilable, so every time he acted, he was very ruthless. Following the Breeze was killed by Ningxu and sent back to the beginner village twice. Following the Breeze also learned to be obedient. Every time he went to the instance dungeon, he would bring a few of his companions to escort him. He could see that this woman was crazy. Ningxu saw that Following the Breeze had called his people. That serious look made Ningxu directly laugh. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south touched his head and looked at Ningxu. As a person, don't go overboard. Don't think that just because you have a high level, we can still kill you. Ningxu's legs were shaking. Come on, come and kill me. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south sneered, you want me to f*ck you, right? A crazy woman like you, even if you lay down and let me f*ck you, I wouldn't f*ck you. Ningxu was speechless. Do you think you can f*ck me just because you want to? Ningxu sneered. Following the Breeze's companions' levels weren't low, and every one of them was a great god. Following the Breeze's level looked very shabby. Your level is really low. Look at your team members, every one of their levels is higher than yours. You still have the nerve to be the leader of the dragon follower gang. If you want some face, hurry up and give up your position. Ningxu sneered maliciously. Following the Breeze's face was a bit ugly. Seeing that his own team members' levels were indeed much higher than his face became even uglier. Following the Breeze had a very strong ego. This account should be the highest level out of all of them, but now, too many of them had been killed by this crazy woman. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south viciously looked at Ningxu, you are trying to sow discord between us. Let me tell you, the boss is the boss. No matter what level he is our boss. Yes. The monsters are very strong, you go first, immediately said, and then said to Following the Breeze, boss, you will be able to quickly raise your level. You roam big milk, what kind of intentions do you have, woman? Why do you always go against us? If you have any grievances, then say it clearly. Why are you using underhanded methods like this? Ningxu raised his eyebrows. He didn't think that Following the Breeze and his companions would support him so strongly. Supporting him wasn't right, Following the Breeze was the leader of this team. He reckoned that in reality, Following the Breeze's family background was definitely better than these people, and they were subconsciously trying to curry favor with Following the Breeze. However, Ningxu only cared that he couldn't stay in this game any longer. He also didn't say much to these people. It was obvious that he wanted to fight. Ningxu directly released his own 1,000-mile vine, entangling these people. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south sneered, you think that you are the only one with good things. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south also had a 1,000-mile vine. Although the vine wasn't as big as Ningxu's, the 2,000-mile vines were entangled together. They were fighting with each other, and a large area of thorns intertwined with each other. Ningxu laughed and snapped his fingers. His 1,000-mile vine immediately became bigger. Under everyone's gaze, a chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south's vines were all swallowed up by Ningxu's 1,000-mile vine. A chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south frowned, the 1,000-mile vine also has this kind of effect? After this period of dungeon clearing, Ningxu's level was already very high. At the very least, he was around the same level as Following the Breeze and his other companions. Moreover, he had the 1,000-mile vine with a very strong entanglement ability. Ningxu immediately let the 1,000-mile vine entangle these people. However, a chrysanthemum blossoms towards the south and the others weren't just for show. They had a lot of equipment on them, and they were all very strong. The vines couldn't even get close to their bodies. Ningxu stepped on the vines and held his broadsword to fight with these people. Following the Breeze and Lost Mimi, as well as Icy Lotus, who didn't have much of a sense of existence, watched from the side. Following the Breeze clenched his fists. This kind of feeling of being weak really didn't feel good. Watching others fight so coolly, it made Following the Breeze's self-esteem shatter into pieces. Seeing his own team members stronger than him, this kind of feeling made him feel very bad. Because of the existence of the 1,000-mile vine, Ningxu and the few people were equally matched in the battle. Not only did the few people have to deal with Ningxu, they also had to be harassed by the 1,000-mile vine. For a moment, both sides were locked in battle. Ningxu glanced at Following the Cool Breeze, who was being protected by a few people, and hurriedly let the 1,000-mile vine drag Following the Cool Breeze over. Following the Cool Breeze saw this woman's gaze on him and felt that something was wrong. Then, he saw the overwhelming number of vines rushing towards him. Following the Cool Breeze reflexively protected Lost Mimi behind him and tightly held the sword in his hand as he chopped at the vines that wanted to entangle him. Following the Breeze only protected the Lost Mimi and did not care about Icy Lotus at the side. Icy Lotus was quickly entangled by the vines. Although she did not die, she was still in pain from being strangled by the vines. Icy Clear Lotus blushed as she looked at Lost Mimi, who was behind Following the Breeze. Seeing Following the Breeze protecting her so much, her face twisted with jealousy. She also liked Follow the Breeze, but Follow the Breeze only liked Lost Mimi. Why, how was she inferior to that stupid Lost Mimi? Why did these people all like Lost Mimi, saying that she was a person with heavy thoughts and did not like her? Why could Lost Mimi be easily forgiven when she got into trouble? Was it okay because she was stupid? Just because she was a little more meticulous, they said that she was a person with deep thoughts. Based on what? The few people saw that Ningxu was so sinister. When he was fighting with them, he actually went to sneak attack their boss. Following the Cool Breeze directly released an incomparably bright ball of light. This ball of light exploded and emitted a strong light, burning the vines. Ningxu saw that the various attributes of the vines were decreasing and immediately kept the vines. He squinted his eyes and looked at Cool Breeze. This healer actually had such a strong battle strength. When Ningxu kept the vines, the few people were very concerned about Following the Cool Breeze. Following the Cool Breeze shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Lost Mimi stood out and said to Ningxu, "Sister, why do you always want to hurt our leader?" "Because I'm happy," Ningxu said with a smile. Lost Mimi pouted and said, "I know you're doing this because you like gang leader. You're doing this to attract his attention. You can't get what you want and hate because of love. Don't you want someone to live a better life if you love him?" Ningxu, haha, who told you that? Ningxu's Lost Mimi asked. This little girl even knew that she couldn't get what she wanted, and that her love had turned into hate. Lost Mimi betrayed her partner without hesitation. She pointed at Icy Purity and said, "It was Bing Bing who told me. Bing Bing is very smart. She saw through your thoughts long ago." Icy Purity, who was coughing because of the vines, stared dumbfoundedly at her partner. She then looked at Ningxu, who didn't have any expression on his face. Following the Cool Breeze and the others all stared at Icy Purity. Icy Purity's face immediately turned red. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Bing Bing, don't you think so? Using the method of hurting others to attract attention. Since you really like him, you should treat him well and not hurt him like this." "Bing Bing, this is what you told me." Lost Mimi walked over and grabbed Icy Purity's hand. She said to Icy Purity with a face full of certainty. Ningxu really wanted to light a candle for this Icy Lotus clean girl. Icy Clear Lotus looked at Lost Mimi's face. At this time, the other party could still smile, and it was this kind of silly smile. Icy Clear Lotus couldn't help but want to slap her in the face. She stole the person she liked and now she said these kinds of words to such a strong player. Was she looking down on her for not dying fast enough? Ningxu used a move on Icy Purity and directly killed her by a level. He coldly said, "Don't use your thoughts to guess at me." Instigating Lost Mimi to hate her was just following the cool breeze. When Ningxu made his move, following the cool breeze had already pulled Lost Mimi to the side. Ningxu's attack wasn't strong and the others could completely block it. But for some reason, they didn't help Icy Purity to block the attack. Icy Purity felt pain all over her body. She knew that the other party was unhappy because of her words and punished her. He warned her not to speak carelessly, otherwise she would be killed and sent back to the beginner village. Icy Purity knew that the difference in strength between her and this queen is here again was too big. She didn't dare to show any hostility towards this queen is here again. But in her heart, she hated Lost Mimi. How could she say what they had said in private? Lost Mimi saw that her good friend was attacked and hurriedly ran over to Icy Purity and said anxiously, "Icy Purity, are you okay? How can you do this? You were seen through by Icy Purity, so you attacked Icy Purity. How can you be like this? Even if you have great strength in the game, in reality you are still a woman who is not worthy of love." Lost Mimi angrily roared at Ningxu. She wanted to stand up for her friend. Ningxu didn't say anything. He didn't even look at Lost Mimi and Icy Purity. He looked at the few men who didn't care about the matter and shrugged his shoulders. "Are we still going to fight? Today we didn't kill following the cool breeze and drop his level. Count him lucky. I hope that you guys can protect him at any time in the future." TSK, following the cool breeze, great God is now a soft-footed shrimp. He is a trash who needs people to protect him wherever he goes. Ningxu said very viciously. Following the cool breeze tightly clenched his fist. He looked at Ningxu with eyes full of anger and disgust. He had never seen such a hateful woman before. "You are talking nonsense. Our guildmaster is not a soft-footed shrimp. You are bullying our guildmaster just because your level is high. What kind of man are you?" Lost Mimi saw that her sweetheart was being insulted and quickly said. Ningxu looked at her and said, "You talk too much. Why are you jumping up and down? Is it fun?" Looking at her was really annoying. He really wanted to kill her. But looking at Icy Purity's gloomy face and looking at Lost Mimi with eyes full of hatred and jealousy, he didn't make a move. There was a big bad wolf by the little cutie's side. She would always be at a disadvantage. What a good drama of close friends turning against each other. Ningxu felt that if he was Icy Purity, he would definitely be blackened. She was so righteous in tricking her teammates. Moreover, it would make people feel that she was pure and cute. She would say whatever she wanted to say. Wasn't that pure and cute? I will make you regret it. Following the cool breeze coldly looked at Ningxu. His eyes were full of coldness, whether it is in the game or in reality. This grudge had not only intensified in the game, it had also spread to the real world. Following the breeze had already been completely pissed off by this woman and wanted to use his power in the real world to make this woman pay the price. When Ningxu heard that Following the Breeze wanted to deal with him in the real world, he only laughed. "If you have the ability, come find me, Following the Breeze." A chrysanthemum blossoms southward saw that this woman was still so stubborn and sneered, "You will die very miserably. Provoking the boss, you are really going to be unlucky." Ningxu raised his eyebrows and said, "Can you take out the name of the great god Following the Breeze in the real world and let me see if it can scare me to the ground?" Balls Cold Without Pants said, "Following the Breeze's family is the richest family in Xianxia City. A casual word from them can make it difficult for you to move a single step in the real world." Ningxu seemed to chuckle and said, "No wonder you all serve Following the Breeze like you serve the Crown Prince. Aren't you just trying to curry favor with him?" Following the Breeze coldly said, "We are childhood friends, so we treat each other as equals." Hearing Following the Breeze say treat each other as equals, the others did not say anything. Ningxu did not comment. What equal treatment? Don't joke around. Boss, you are a rich family's young master? Lost Mimi curled her lips and did not look very happy. What, I can't be a rich family's young master? Following the breeze raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Lost Mimi curled her lips and said, "Rich people are not good people." "How are we not good people?" A chrysanthemum blossom southward touched his head and said unhappily. Lost Mimi stubbornly said, "In any case, we are not good people." Ningxu, just you wait, great God, following the breeze. I will kill you every time I see you. Ningxu said and turned to leave. Boss, she's too arrogant, a chrysanthemum blossom southward said as he looked at Ningxu's back. Following the breeze coldly said, tomorrow, I will temporarily not enter the game. When the few of them heard follow the breeze say this, they knew what follow the breeze meant. It was obvious that he wanted to human search this woman and make this queen is here again in reality completely kneel down so that she would not be able to strut around in the game. Ningxu didn't care at all about Cool Breeze checking him. What could she find out? It was just a game's programming code. No one would be able to guess her identity. Go ahead and check. Ningxu went to clear a few ultimate instance dungeons, allowing her experience bar to rise rapidly. Moreover, there were many top-grade equipment, and she also leveled up the 1,000-mile vine. Now that her strength was strong, Ningxu immediately went to find Following the Breeze. After not seeing him for a while, Following the Breeze also leveled up. This time, when Ningxu met Following Cool Breeze again, Following Cool Breeze did not bring Lost Mimi with him. She did not know if it was because they quarreled or because he felt that it was too dangerous to bring Lost Mimi with him. When Following the Breeze saw Ningxu, his face darkened. His expression was very complicated. He spent so much time, but he actually couldn't find out who this person was. Really, it was as if this person didn't exist in this world. It was simply inconceivable. Following the Breeze suspected that this woman's family was stronger than his, otherwise how could he not find out? Moreover, Following the Breeze couldn't remember when he had cheated a girl's feelings. This woman stared at him without letting go, making Following the Breeze feel extremely disgusted. Ningxu looked around and asked, Following the Breeze, why is there no one protecting you today? You actually dare to come out to clear an instance dungeon alone? Ningxu's tone was filled with disdain. Following the Breeze narrowed his eyes and looked at her. He suddenly asked, why do you keep following me like this? I've already said it many times. Ningxu said indifferently. He pulled out his own knife and prepared to kill Following the Breeze. Then, I want to know who you are, and who is the girl that I hurt? Following the Breeze stared at Ningxu and asked. Ningxu was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw Following the Breeze speak to him so politely. Moreover, it was using the method of an equal status. In the past, Following the Breeze would look at him with disdain. What was wrong with him now? Regardless of what was wrong with him, Ningxu raised his large knife and smashed it towards Following the Breeze's head. Following the Breeze resisted Ningxu's attack. Although it was strenuous, he still managed to persevere. Following the Breeze now only wanted to level by himself. Even if he knew that this crazy woman would come looking for him, Following the Breeze still did not want to lose face in front of his teammates. He did not even bring Lost Mimi. Ningxu's current level was much higher than Following the Breeze. He did not even release the 1,000-mile vine before killing Following the Breeze back to the beginner village. Following the Breeze's face was extremely ugly. Ningxu roared, "Who are you?" Ningxu did not speak. After killing Following the Breeze back to the beginner village, Ningxu felt extremely happy. Finally, he also let Following the Breeze return to the beginner village. In the following days, every time Following the Breeze wanted to level, Ningxu would immediately rush over and kill Following the Breeze. Once Following the Breeze leveled up, Ningxu would go and kill Following the Breeze. It was like shaving wool. When it grew, he shaved it. Following the Breeze was simply going crazy. Being bullied so badly, Following the Breeze even more did not want his teammates to know. He felt that it was extremely embarrassing. Seeing the opponent become stronger and stronger, Following the Breeze felt that he could not level up anymore. With such a crazy woman staring at him, no one would be able to stand it. So Following the Breeze decided to change accounts. When Ningxu was learning the code, he heard the world news. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south took over as the leader of the dragon gang. A chrysanthemum blossoms to the south, became the leader of the dragon gang? Then what about following the breeze? Could it be that he left the gaming world, but the system did not notify him that the quest was completed? That meant that following the breeze had not left yet. The most likely thing was to change accounts and start over. Xianxia hacked into the game's main system to check the newly registered accounts. He found a new account that looked a bit like following the breeze. The new account's ID was Lost Tibetan Mastiff. Lost Tibetan Mastiff, there was a Lost Mimi, and then there was a Lost Tibetan Mastiff. Could it be a couple account? Didn't following the breeze take the fresh and high-end route? How come there was such a big change in style? Xianxia felt that he needed to test whether or not this Lost Tibetan Mastiff was following the breeze. Xianxia found the Lost Tibetan Mastiff that was farming experience. His face was a bit similar to following the breeze, but it didn't seem like it. It was probably set, and the similarity with the original was estimated to be only 10%. Xianxia blocked Lost Tibetan Mastiff and shouted, "Following the cool breeze?" Following the cool breeze, S body immediately stiffened. He stared at Xianxia and did not deny it. "You're really amazing." He had just opened a new account not long ago and wanted to quickly level up. He had even spent money to buy a lot of equipment, but this crazy woman had come knocking on his door again. "Crazy," Xianxia immediately laughed and happily said, "It really is you. I didn't think that you would change to a new account, and your level is not bad." Following the cool breeze, looked at the woman who was as happy as an old friend. His heart was filled with disgust. Why didn't this crazy woman just go and die? Xianxia asked again, "Is your ID and Lost Mimi a couple account?" Following the cool breeze, go and die, crazy woman. Xianxia ignored following the cool breeze, S twisted face and said with admiration, "I really didn't think that you would actually give up on following the cool breeze. This is a godly account. Being killed by a crazy woman like you to the point that I can't even level up. What's the point of having it?" Following the cool breeze, S heart was filled with hatred for this woman. At the same time, he felt that being entangled by this crazy woman was truly a tragedy. For a moment, following the cool breeze was somewhat dispirited. He had originally wanted to subdue this woman in the real world, but he did not think that he would not be able to find such a person. Following the cool breeze, S heart was filled with curses. Xianxia smacked his lips and said, "Actually, I still like your following the cool breeze name. Why did you have to be so stubborn and insist on having the same style as Lost Mimi? AI, what a pity. Why did you have to be called a Tibetan Mastiff? Following the cool breeze, go and die, bitch. I don't want to chat with you. After all, I'm the first person to find you. I don't have anything to say. You probably didn't tell your followers about this account, right? After all, it's not a good thing to start a new account. Wait until you reach the top again and appear in front of them as a god." Xianxia acted as if he was chatting with an old friend. Following the breeze did not want to bother with her at all. He released his own spirit beast and prepared to leave. Xianxia directly released the 1,000-mile vine and entangled following the breeze. Then, Xianxia cut off all of following the breeze's levels, leaving nothing behind. Following the cool breeze once again returned to the new book village to stay. Following the cool breeze now felt more melancholy than hatred. Just what kind of power supported this woman to find trouble with him again and again, insisting on killing him again and again without knowing fatigue? Xianxia suddenly liked the feeling of a cat chasing a mouse. Every time following the cool breeze leveled up, Xianxia would suddenly appear and kill following the cool breeze, change accounts and kill again, and then kill again, and then kill again, and then kill again. Following the cool breeze did not even know how many times he had been killed by this crazy woman. Right now, he did not even have the slightest bit of passion to level up. Every time he leveled up, this woman would appear on time and kill him once. After killing him, she would chat with him as if they were good friends. Crazy, no matter how he changed accounts, this crazy woman would always be able to find him. What the hell was wrong with this person? Following the cool breeze suspected that this woman was a hacker. That was why she could find him so accurately. What kind of spirit was this? Numb. Xianxia kept his broadsword and comforted following the cool breeze by saying, "I believe that you will be able to level up very quickly. Good luck, I think very highly of you. Following the cool breeze did not appear in the game anymore. Ningshu could not find the target and would always invade the game's main system without leaving a trace, trying to filter out the possible idea of following the cool breeze. But Ningshu did not discover following the cool breeze. Ningshu did not believe that following the cool breeze would just leave like this. As a high and mighty young master of a rich family, a young master with an extremely high self-esteem would just leave like this. Ningshu even ran to the following dragon gang to find following the cool breeze, but was told that following the cool breeze would not play this game anymore. Not only did following the cool breeze not appear, Lost Mimi and Ice Clear Lotus also did not appear. Could it be that they went to develop feelings in the real world? She had a premonition that this would be another love story with pink bubbles. However, she really couldn't care less about the things in the real world. Ningshu didn't want to care too much about things outside of the quest. All the grudges were in the game. Since Blown with the Wind wouldn't appear in the game, Ningshu could not care less. However, she felt that following the cool breeze gave up too easily. It gave Ningshu a very uneasy feeling. Of course, Ningshu did not know that in following the cool breeze's heart, she was a crazy woman. Moreover, she was a crazy woman. Moreover, following the cool breeze felt that Ningshu had power in the real world. In addition, he could not compete with Ningshu in the game. It was not like this was the only game. In any case, following the cool breeze did not want to see this crazy woman at all. He took his little girlfriend and directly left. Lost Mimi felt that she could not leave her good friend behind. She brought the dark Ice Clear Lotus by her side. In the real world, Lost Mimi and Ice Clear Lotus were good friends. However, when the two girls fell in love with the same boy, it was obvious what would happen. Especially when one of them had turned dark. Ningshu did not train and clear dungeons anymore. Her level was already very high. She spent most of her time learning the code. She wanted to strive for perfection. She wanted to completely master the whole thing so that it would be easier to complete the mission in the future. Who knows, maybe this knowledge would be of great use. Not long after, the Following the Dragon gang also disbanded. Several members of Following the Cool Breeze also left the game. After all, playing the game had the meaning of accompanying the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince was no longer here, there was no meaning in staying. Ningshu's heart was somewhat unsure whether or not this mission was completed. This was because the original owner wanted to be a qualified and responsible NPC. However, she copied an NPC to replace her. If it was always an NPC, Ningshu did not feel that the mission would be difficult to complete. Moreover, if the NPC had any abnormalities, it would be very easy to be scanned by the main game system and would be erased. However, the identity of a player was different. Moreover, Ningshu felt that if the original owner came back to live in the game as a player, she would be able to communicate with others. She would not be confined to one place and could only move around in the area she was responsible for. The game world was very big, she could go anywhere she wanted. However, Ningshu arbitrarily changed the original owner's wishes. Could the mission be considered completed? Ding, mission completed. Leaving the mission world. The sound of 2333 rang out. Ningshu's head buzzed for a moment. When she remembered again, she was already in the system space. After staying in the game for so long, Ningshu was somewhat unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. As usual, Ningshu did not care about anything and went to sleep first. In a world, no matter how difficult the mission was, there would be many people and many things to do. If one did not organize everything for a long time, all the things would accumulate in one's heart. It would be unbearable. People with mental problems would see things that others could not see. Auditory hallucinations or visual hallucinations would cause them to have an emotional breakdown. Moreover, after experiencing so many worlds. After a comfortable sleep, Ningshu woke up. First, he took a watering can and sprinkled some water on the small potted plant. Then, he took a linen cloth and wiped the dust on the bookshelf. Although there was no dust in the system space, Ningshu still carefully cleaned it. The most regrettable thing was that the soul state couldn't sweat. If he sweated, it would be very refreshing to sweat. After finishing, Ningshu said, "Let's look at the points this time." Okay. Ningxu's status panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 Name, Ningxu, Beginner Task Taker, Age, 27 points, 170,000 30,000 Soul, 200 Life, 60 Wisdom, 80 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Mental Power, 120 Martial Power, 40 Faith, 1 Qualifications, 26 Merit, 15-20 Skills, 5 Ring Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Absolute Martial Arts Beginner Rookie Honorary Title, War God Empress, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker Sister, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Complete NPC's Wish, Be a Dutiful NPC. Let Sui Qingfeng not use her at will. Let Sui Qingfeng not be able to survive in the game. Mission Completion Progress, 80. Obtained 5 attribute points. Ningxu saw that the mission progress was only 80. The experience was only 30,000. It could be said that it was the lowest as an official task taker. Moreover, the attribute points were only 5. The last time it was 25 points. Ningxu pursed his lips. He knew that this mission was considered a failure. People really couldn't be self-righteous. The original owner wanted to be a dutiful NPC, but she let the original owner break away from the identity of an NPC. Ningxu stood in his position and felt that this was a very good way of life. But for the original owner, it was not necessarily so. The original owner was a programming code born from the game's main system. Breaking away from the identity of an NPC would make her feel at a loss. My honey, the other's arsenic. Fortunately, Ningxu learned the code. The original owner could return to her NPC identity. Otherwise, this mission would be considered a failure. Generally speaking, the things that Ningxu learned would be left to the original owner. The original owner would have this skill, and so would Ningxu. Ningxu took a deep breath. He felt that he could not be so self-righteous in the future. Even though that was what he thought, Ningxu still felt a bit disappointed because he hadn't obtained much from this world. 30,000 experience points and 5 attribute points. Ningxu remained silent for a while. Then, he added all 5 attribute points to wisdom, and the attribute panel changed. Serial number, 23333 Name, Ningxu, Beginner Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 200,000 Soul Value, 200 HP, 60 Wisdom, 805 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Spiritual Power, 120 Combat Power, 40 Faith, 1 Aptitude, 26 Merit, 35 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Peerless Martial Arts Novice. Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader's Aura, Grass Blessing. Seeing Ningxu's disappointment, 23333 said, the original owner's wish is what she wants the most. You don't have to change her wish. I know. I was stupid this time. I took it for granted. Ningxu nodded. 23333 was silent for a while. Then, he comforted Ningxu, but at that time, it was the best choice. It didn't matter if you lost a few points. The most important thing was still your life. 70 points is the mission standard. Actually, missions are also graded according to their levels. For example, Pass, Excellent, and Perfect. According to the 4 levels, the points and attributes awarded are different. There's such a thing? Ningxu was stunned. 23333 said, actually, you have a quest that gives you a perfect title. It's a primitive society. So, the points and attributes are higher. But this NPC quest can only be considered pass. Your way of doing things didn't make the original owner very happy, but completing the latter part of the quest can only be considered pass. Ningxu nodded to show that he understood. Ningxu opened the exchange shop and browsed through the items available. He wanted to see if there was anything that he could afford and that was more practical. After browsing for a while, Ningxu found something called the Calm Aura. It was an item that allowed the player to remain calm. Ningxu was very fond of the aura, but it was very expensive. It cost 150,000 points. Ningxu had worked so hard to earn 200,000 points. If he bought the Calm Aura, he would be back to square one. Ningxu pursed his lips. After a painful struggle, he finally bought the Calm Aura. Without his life, points were nothing. Ningshu clicked on the exchange button. Then, he saw his points jump violently. In the end, he only had 50,000 points left. However, with the aura on him, Ningshu instantly felt his mind clear up. Even his depressed mood dissipated a little. His heart was calm and steady. However, Ningshu knew that these were all supplementary effects. In the end, he still had to rely on himself to complete the quest. Ningshu distributed some points and exchanged them for fasting pills, water, medicine, and detoxification pills. After everything was prepared, Ningshu began to cultivate his soul. Ningshu had always been cultivating peerless martial arts. First, Ningshu felt that this thing was not bad. After so long, he had developed feelings for it. He also felt that this secret manual must be very powerful. It must be. Second, Ningshu did not have enough points to exchange for high-level soul cultivation secret manuals. Secret manuals could easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of points. Ningshu could only look at them. Therefore, the same was true for mission takers. The stronger the person, the more resources they had. The weaker the person, the weaker they became. In the end, they would be eliminated. Ningshu waited until her soul was full before she stopped cultivating. Her soul was much stronger than when she first entered the system space. When this soul was able to condense into a physical body, it would be much easier to cultivate peerless martial arts. I can do it, Ningshu thought to himself. He would continue on the path of a mission taker. Then he would become an intermediate mission taker. Then he would become an advanced mission taker. He would travel through countless worlds. Ningshu's previously depressed heart was now boiling with blood. Ahead of him was a new journey. Our goal is, the Sea of Stars 2333 system sir, enter the mission world. Ningshu said 2333. 2333 saw that Ningshu had swept away his dispirited appearance. His tone also relaxed a little. Okay. Good luck, Ningshu. Ningshu felt his mind go blank. When he could feel again, he found himself lying on a wooden bed. Around him were antique furniture and decorations. Ningshu knew that this mission should be set in ancient times. He just did not know what the original owner's wish was. Ningshu looked around and found that the things around him were very exquisite. The host was wearing a satin coat with a floral pattern. The stitches were so fine that there was no hair at all. It seemed that the host was either rich or noble. Ningshu closed his eyes and began to end the plot. The host was called Wei Lingxian. She was the wife of An Yu, the first-ranked general of Xinwei. They had a son and a daughter. They respected their mother-in-law and treated the servants well. They loved each other very much and didn't have a concubine in the backyard. There was a civil riot in Yunzhou. An Yu, the general of Xinwei, was ordered to rebel. In Yunzhou. Yunzhou was the fief of the emperor's half-brother. After the emperor got the news, he hurriedly asked An Yu to suppress the rebels. An Yu hurried to Yunzhou and found that the whole family of the king of Yen had died in the battle. On his way back, An Yu met the orphans of the king of Yen. One of them was the daughter of the king of Yen, Princess Mingzhu, and the other was the youngest son of the king of Yen. In order to protect his only son, King of Yen ordered his beloved daughter, Princess Mingzhu, to protect his son and escape from the mansion that was about to be attacked by the rebels. Princess Mingzhu would lose her family overnight. If it weren't for her father's wish, she would have left with them. She disguised herself with her maid and encountered bandits. She was in great danger and was saved by An Yu. An Yu appeared in front of Princess Mingzhu like a god. He made Princess Mingzhu, who had lost everything, feel safe and warm. When she was desperate, An Yu saw a glimmer of hope. Like a god, An Yu gave Princess Mingzhu a new life and made her feel warm again. An Yu thought that he was responsible for protecting King of Yan's orphans since he failed to save them, so he escorted them all the way to the capital. An Yu often comforted Princess Mingzhu when he saw that she was in pain because of the loss of her family. Princess Mingzhu was the same age as his daughter. She comforted her patiently when she saw the 16-year-old girl suffer such a thing. An Yu's care and love made Princess Mingzhu fall in love with him. She had feelings for An Yu, but she had to suppress her feelings because of her status. When they arrived in the capital, and you took Princess Mingzhu and the little prince to the general's mansion. And you felt responsible for Princess Mingzhu. The general's mansion welcomed Princess Mingzhu very much. And you even specially built a courtyard for Princess Mingzhu so that she could live alone. He said that he must let Princess Mingzhu feel the warmth of home. Princess Mingzhu and An Lingyun, who was of the same age, became good friends. Everyone in the general's mansion liked this weak but strong girl who shouldered the responsibility of revitalizing King Yan's mansion. Wei Lingxian's son, and Yu, was 17 years old. He was in love with Princess Mingzhu, who was as gentle as water. Under the encouragement of his sister, An Lingyun, he confessed to Princess Mingzhu. However, Princess Mingzhu loved An Yu's father, and Yu. Wei Lingxian found out about the relationship between her husband and Princess Mingzhu. She was dissatisfied with Princess Mingzhu and even did some things to stop An Yu and Princess Mingzhu from getting together. She went to the palace to persuade the Empress Dowager to give Princess Mingzhu a marriage. The Empress Dowager arranged a good marriage for Princess Mingzhu, who was from a noble family in the capital. But when Princess Mingzhu heard the news, she almost collapsed. She knelt in front of the Empress Dowager and begged her to withdraw the engagement. She also told the Empress Dowager that she liked An Yu and that she could only marry An Yu in this life. The Empress Dowager was shocked and angry. Princess Mingzhu was going to be a concubine, and she was going to marry a man who was about the same age as her father. It would damage the social order of the imperial court. The Empress Dowager naturally wouldn't allow it. However, Princess Mingzhu said that she and An Yu were in love with each other. It was true love. True love was not wrong. Princess Mingzhu knelt in front of Wei Lingxian and confessed that she loved An Yu. She would rather be a concubine and stay with An Yu like a cat or a dog. She only begged Wei Lingxian to forgive her. Wei Lingxian trembled with anger. An Yu, who loved Princess Mingzhu, didn't agree. The Empress Dowager didn't dare to let a princess be a concubine. An Lingyun blamed her good friend for letting her brother down and stealing her father. When An Yu saw that everyone disapproved of his relationship with Princess Mingzhu and everyone was in pain because of it, he volunteered to go to war with a sorrowful heart. Princess Mingzhu secretly ran out of the capital and went to the battlefield alone to find An Yu. Because of love, An Yu was depressed. An Yu, who lost the battle, decided to kill himself. At this time, Princess Mingzhu appeared in front of An Yu. When they saw each other, they felt as if they had been separated for a lifetime. They couldn't contain their feelings anymore and decided not to be separated again. They survived together, but what greeted them was still overwhelming opposition. Princess Mingzhu became the target of public criticism. Princess Mingzhu didn't care about her status and felt wronged. She only hoped to resolve the knot in people's hearts with sincerity. In the end, she moved the Empress Dowager, who was the most opposed. Princess Mingzhu became An Yu's concubine. Everyone was shocked by her bravery and fearlessness. Even the Empress Dowager supported her. Wei Lingxian humiliated and embarrassed Princess Mingzhu in all kinds of ways. This woman, who had lost almost everything, tortured Princess Mingzhu even more. Princess Mingzhu silently endured it, hoping to move Wei Lingxian with her true feelings. An Yu, who liked Princess Mingzhu, was disheartened and got married in a fit of anger. He ignored his newly married wife and went to the battlefield. An Yu knew his son's thoughts. In order to protect his son, he went to the battlefield with Princess Mingzhu. In the chaos, he was unfortunately shot and died in order to save An Yu. An Yu forgave his father. When Princess Mingzhu saw that An Yu was dead, she wanted to die in the same year, month, and day with him. She entrusted her younger brother, the crown prince, to An Yu and committed suicide. After Princess Mingzhu's death, the Empress Dowager found out about it. She thought that Princess Mingzhu was loyal and devoted, so she buried Princess Mingzhu with An Yu in the same grave. Wei Lingxian, the legal wife, was very embarrassed. Princess Mingzhu, who went to the battlefield and had her whole family died, had an illicit relationship with a man during her filial period. After her death, she was known as a loyal, brave, and strong woman. It put a hypocritical hat on this beautiful love story that had no regard for human relations. An old man and a simple and beautiful woman hurt everyone's love. Wei Lingxian's husband didn't love her, and her children were unfilial. She was known as a jealous woman. After her death, she couldn't be buried with her husband because he already had another woman. Even though the two of them were dead, Xianxia still felt like a joke. She lived in misery. She was a woman who had nothing. How enviable Xianxia was in the past was how pitiful she was now. His daughter and son both sided with the concubine. Even his son's daughter-in-law, who had just married his son, helped Princess Mingzhu and asked her not to be so cruel to Mingzhu. Ningxu was speechless. Well, this story can be summarized as follows. I was kind enough to take in my daughter's lonely and helpless best friend, but my daughter's best friend stole my man and seduced my son's heart, causing my family to be ruined and everyone to die. This was a story of a hero saving a damsel in distress. And you was a hero to Princess Mingzhu. She would give herself to him for saving her life. Ningxu thought, ha ha ha, Princess Mingzhu had a noble status, but she knelt down to others. She should live in the palace, but she chose to live in the home of an official. She put the burden of revitalizing King Yan's residence on the shoulders of a 7-year-old child, but she loved him all day long. There were also servants who didn't care about status. He had a premonition that true love was about to hit him. But when Ningxu saw the original owner's wish, he was stunned. Because the original owner's wish was like this. Xianxia's wish, there was no content at all. You have no requirements. How am I supposed to help you? 2333, what's wrong? Ningxu asked 2333, what's with Xianxia's wish? 2333 said, the original owner didn't even know what she should wish for. Her resentment couldn't be alleviated. She was filial to her mother-in-law and worked hard at home. She let in you, who was fighting outside, have nothing to worry about, not to mention the 2 children. But she had nothing left. No matter how good she was to her mother-in-law, she only had her son and grandson in her heart. In the end, she agreed to let Princess Mingzhu become a concubine. Not to mention her husband, who was in love with her for more than 10 years, almost 20 years. He didn't even have a concubine. I've lost everyone. What kind of wish can I have? There's nothing sadder than a dead heart. 2333 said, this is an intermediate task. The person who asked for it doesn't have any specific requirements. It's the most difficult task. Ningxu was speechless. Damn it. She had no regrets for love. She was crazy for love. She didn't even recognize her own family when she was in love. This task was really annoying. Ningxu scratched his head. There were some strands of hair on his hand. Every time you went to war, the original owner would wait for him to come back uneasily. She was afraid that something would happen to you on the battlefield. She had to pretend to be calm and take care of the general's residence. Ningxu got up from the bed and looked in the bronze mirror. Xianxia looked graceful and elegant. She was a dignified woman who knew when to advance and retreat. She was someone who could take care of her family well. In a feudal society, she was a woman who was qualified to be the matron of a clan. Previously, when you refused to take in a concubine because of Xianxia, all the noble ladies in the capital were extremely envious. Xianxia also said that she wanted you to take in a few concubines, but you refused all of them, and you, a mighty general, was actually called henpecked, but Xianxia felt sweet inside. She just didn't think that you would be so crazy as to fall in love with a woman who was the same age as her daughter. What was Xianxia? Humans were different from animals. Humans had constraints and morals, responsibilities and morals. They relied on their biological instincts to do whatever they wanted. They were beasts. With a creak, the carved door opened, interrupting Ningxu's thoughts. A delicate and pretty maidservant entered. She was about 17 or 18 years old. She looked very mature between her eyebrows, and her footsteps were light and unhurried. Seeing Ningxu sitting in front of the bronze mirror, Zhuer walked over with a smile. Madam, you're up. Ningxu nodded and said, help me wash up. Zhuer helped Ningxu wash up. She skillfully combed Ningxu's hair and said, Madam, you took a long nap this afternoon. It's time for dinner now. Old Madam told me to wake you up. Ningxu made a sound of acknowledgement and stood up. Zhuer pulled down the fallen hair from the ivory comb and twisted it together, not wanting Ningxu to see. Zhuer, am I getting old again? Strictly speaking, Wei Lingxian was now a middle-aged woman. After all, her son was already 17 years old. Zhu Er smiled and said, in Zhu Er's heart, Madam will always be the most beautiful. Ningxu shook his head. A beautiful figure floated in like a butterfly. Mother. And Lingyun reached out and held Ningxu's hand. Grandmother asked me to come and see what's wrong with you today. Mother, are you okay? Ningxu looked at Lingyun. She was pretty and cute. When Princess Mingzhu entered the general's manor, they became good friends. When her mother was sad, Lingyun ran to Princess Mingzhu's courtyard. Even if she didn't comfort her mother, she shouldn't have gone to the courtyard that made her mother's heart ache. Everyone said that daughters were considerate, but in the end, everyone was moved by Princess Mingzhu's sincerity and blamed the original owner of this body for being vicious and jealous. Lingyun noticed that Ningxu was staring at her. His eyes were scrutinizing and indifferent. She shook Ningxu's arm uneasily and asked, Mother, what's wrong? A smile appeared on Ningxu's face. She was elegant and magnanimous as she said, Mother is thinking about it again. Lingyun is already a big girl and should have a husband's family. Mother is thinking about what kind of husband's family to find for you. And Lingyun was a naive girl. She grew up in a harmonious family. She didn't realize that Princess Mingzhu had become her father's concubine and hurt her mother. It was not just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Therefore, naive and innocent people hurt people the most. And Lingyun was like this, and so was Princess Mingzhu. When Lingyun heard that Ningxu wanted to find a husband for her, she was a little shy. However, she said in a natural and unrestrained manner, Lingyun wants to find a man like father, indomitable, like father to mother, wholeheartedly devoted. Hearing this, Ningxu didn't say anything. His body was filled with sadness and numbness. There was also fear. He feared the arrival of Princess Mingzhu, who was about to destroy everything. Even Ningxu was affected by the sadness, hesitation, hatred, and pain that surged out of his body. Ever since his soul became stronger, he was rarely affected by the original owner's plot. But now, these emotions were overwhelming. His heart was in sharp pain. The pain made Ningxu's body bend. He couldn't help but cover his chest. It felt like there were countless needles pricking his heart. The pain made the veins on Ningxu's forehead bulge. The blood in his body was cold. So cold, Ningxu staggered. And Lingyun supported Ningxu. Seeing her mother's pale face and cold sweat, she anxiously said, Mother, are you okay? Zhu Er also came over to support Ningxu. Ningxu said weakly, help me sit on the bed. And Lingyun and Zhu Er helped Ningxu sit on the bed. Ningxu covered his chest and took deep breaths to calm his emotions. A cool feeling flowed into his heart, calming the pain and anxiety in his heart. Ningxu knew that this was the effect of the calm aura that she had spent 150,000 points on. The original owner of the body had spent day after day with these emotions. How painful it must have been. This strong emotion slowly faded away, but Ningxu didn't have any strength left in his body. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. Ningxu was still thinking about practicing the peerless martial arts so that this body would be even more powerful. Mother, are you all right? And Lingyun looked at Ningxu with a face full of worry and concern. She had never seen her mother like this before. And Lingyun's heart was still very flustered when her pillar of support mother suddenly became like this. Ningxu used a silk handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat on his face and said, I'm fine. I'll rest for a bit. You and grandmother can eat dinner first. Go, mother wants to rest. In the end, Lingyun left first, occasionally turning back to look at Ningxu. Zhu Er squeezed out a handkerchief for Ningxu and helped Ningxu wipe his face. Ningxu asked, Madam, do you want me to call a doctor to take a look? This servant sees that Madam's complexion doesn't look too good. Ningxu shook his head. His heart was still faintly aching. After a while, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the room. Following that, a large group of people walked in. Walking at the front was an old woman holding a mahogany cane. She wore dark red clothes and a black embroidered headband on her head. In the middle of the headband was an emerald. She looked like a dignified and wealthy old woman. The one supporting the old woman was Lingyun. Beside her was the tall and delicate Yu. And Lingyun. Ningxu shouted, "Mother! Mother, grandmother has come to see you," and Lingyun said to Ningxu. Ningxu saw that Madame Shen had come over. He held onto Zhuer's hand and struggled to stand up. The old woman walked over with her cane and pressed down on Ningxu. She said, "Don't get up. Your complexion doesn't look too good. Have you been working too hard recently?" Ningxu took advantage of the situation to sit down. His expression was very respectful. His eyebrows were tinged with exhaustion as he said, "Many thanks for mother's concern. Your daughter-in-law does feel a bit tired." The old woman sat on a stool beside the bed and said, "I know you're worried about Yu. It's fine. This old woman isn't worried, so you don't have to worry. Yu is a person with good fortune." Ningxu was speechless. "I'm afraid you'll be sending your child off." Ningxu could only force out a smile and beckon to Lingyun. Lingyun walked in front of Ningxu. Ningxu held Lingyun's hand and turned his head to speak to Xianxia. "Mother, daughter-in-law's health hasn't been very good recently. Lingyun is not young anymore and should be betrothed to someone else after the new year. Lingyun should learn how to manage a household. Can I trouble Granny to teach Lingyun?" Ningxu was panting heavily as he spoke. His face was sallow, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. He looked especially haggard. And Lingyun and Yu felt uneasy in their hearts. "Mother, rest well. Little sister and I will definitely be fine," Yu hurriedly said. Ningxu looked at Yu and his pupils shrank. Under Lingyun's instigation, he confessed to Princess Mingzhu, but was rejected by Princess Mingyue. The original owner of the body called Yu in front of him and told her not to think about having any entanglements with Mingzhu. Mingzhu was a princess of the imperial family and they were not worthy of her. Yu was originally rejected by the woman who was as gentle as water, and then Wei Lingxian said this. Moreover, her own mother went to the palace to persuade the Empress Dowager to bestow a marriage to Princess Mingzhu. She actually hated the original owner of the body for obstructing her. To be hated by her own child, wasn't this cutting into Wei Lingxian's flesh? Ningxu only smiled in the face of Yu's concern and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia put her hands on her walking stick and nodded, "All right, you rest well. I'll teach Lingyun how to manage a household for the time being." Ningxu struggled to get up. He opened the cabinet and placed the account book and the storehouse key on the table, saying, "I'll have to trouble Granny." Xianxia made a sound of acknowledgement and had Lingyun take the account book and the key. Xianxia stood up and the maidservant next to her immediately supported her. Xianxia comforted Ningxu with a few words and told him to rest well. She said that Yu was fine and that he shouldn't fall ill. Ningxu only nodded. He was respectful and filial towards Xianxia. Lingyun held the account book and said to Ningxu, "Mother, I'll bring you some food." Ningxu smiled, "All right." When the group left the room, Ningxu had Zhuer close the door. "I'll sleep first. No one is to disturb me." Zhuer nodded and closed the door. She stood guard at the door. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed. The original owner of the body took care of the entire general's household in an orderly manner. All the expenses and income were recorded. Every sum was given to Xianxia for review. If there were any large expenses, Xianxia would ask for instructions. Rather than saying that Wei Lingxian managed the general's household, it was better to say that the true authority of the household was in Xianxia's hands. In Xianxia's eyes, Wei Lingxian, this daughter-in-law, was transparent. Wei Lingxian had almost no selfish motives for the family. She attentively served and took care of her mother-in-law. Xianxia was very satisfied with Wei Lingxian as a daughter-in-law. She didn't say anything when her son didn't take a concubine. Wei Lingxian respected and loved Xianxia even more. Yu often went to war. Wei Lingxian spent more time with her mother-in-law than her husband. They were family. But when it came to her son, Xianxia gave up on Wei Lingxian. In fact, this was something that didn't need to be considered. Ningxu didn't have the patience to tire himself out every day for the general's household. Everyone else was enjoying themselves. Everything was orderly. When they were hungry, they had food to eat. When they were thirsty, they had warm water. Every day, their clothes were clean and fragrant. This kind of environment was painstakingly created by the original owner of the body. In the end, these people all accused her of being vicious and crazy. When one was full and warm, one would think of lust. Everything could be solved by oneself. Ningxu began to cultivate the ultimate martial arts, but he didn't achieve anything. However, with the calm halo, Ningxu was less affected by the original owner's emotions. The original owner's resentment and sadness were very strong. Ningxu could only sigh. When a person's heart wasn't with them, everything they did would be in vain. Ningxu really didn't have a clue about this mission. Take revenge on Yu, Princess Mingzhu, and all the people who hurt Wei Lingxian, but the people who hurt Wei Lingxian were the people she loved the most. But if he didn't do anything, how was he going to complete this mission? Ningxu realized that even if he became Wei Lingxian, he might not be able to do a better job than Wei Lingxian. No matter what he did, he had to deal with Princess Mingyu, this pure, beautiful, and true woman. Princess Mingyu was the prince's daughter and the emperor's niece. In this feudal society where the emperor's orders were greater than heaven, to deal with a princess of such high status, not only did he have to maintain his reputation as a virtuous person, but he also had to punish Princess Mingyu. It was a little difficult. The original owner of the body was a virtuous woman who supported the family. However, because of the incident with Princess Mingzhu, she was labeled as a vicious, jealous, tormented, and humiliated Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu's tolerance and kindness earned her the pity of everyone in the general's household. Ningxu, he felt that this mission was really a pain in the ass. He had no direction at all. Moreover, Ningxu couldn't tell what the original owner's attitude towards Yu was. Was it hate, love, or a mixture of love and hate? There was no hint. Ningxu began his life of recuperation. Old Madame Fu called a doctor to see Ningxu. The doctor took his pulse and said that his heart was damaged, and he was overthinking. To put it bluntly, he was thinking too much. When old Madame Fu came to see Ningxu, Ningxu said to old Madame Fu, "Mother, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling this time. I didn't have it before. Mother, is there something wrong with Yu?" Madame Chen slammed her walking stick on the ground and said, "What can happen? Yu hasn't encountered any major problems. This is just a civil disturbance. A group of rioters took advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. What can happen?" Ningxu saw that old Madame Fu was a bit haggard. He guessed that it was because she had to manage the backyard of the general's mansion and teach Lingyun how to manage the household. Hearing old Madame Fu's lecture, Ningxu immediately said, "Yes, mother. Daughter-in-law is thinking too much." Old Madame Fu looked at Ningxu's yellow face and sickly appearance. She really couldn't let her manage the backyard. And Lingyun, who was forced by old Madame Fu to learn how to manage the backyard, was simply flustered. She ran to Ningxu and cried to Ningxu, "Mother, get better quickly. I really can't do it." Ningxu stretched out her hand and touched Lingyun's head. She said with a smile, "You are my daughter. If mother can do it, you can also do it. When mother first learned, I was also like this. I was reprimanded by your grandmother until I cried. Don't you see that mother is doing well now?" What kind of thoughts did she have to say that her mother was vicious? The original owner was crazy, but it wasn't because of you two. Ningxu didn't have any feelings for the two children. They were completely ungrateful. Fortunately, they were born and raised. Without the company of a husband, they had to serve their mother-in-law and take care of their two children. In the end, they couldn't resist Princess Mingzhu's two sentences. Was Mingzhu beautiful and pure, or did she feel that the original owner's crazy appearance made them feel ashamed? Crows even know how to reciprocate. And Lingyun looked pitiful and her eyes were filled with tears. However, Ningxu's eyes were indifferent. He had a loving and teasing expression on his face. "Lingyun is a big girl now. You can't cry. Although it's tough now, it's better than going to your in-laws to suffer." And Lingyun pouted and arched her body in Ningxu's embrace. She said coquettishly, "Mother, I want to always be with you." Ningxu smiled. How can a girl stay at home all the time? And Lingyun saw that Ningxu had no intention of relenting, so she could only continue to learn how to manage a household. It was just that she was still young, so she was flustered. This caused the servants of the general's residence to become impatient as well. In the past, they all knew what they should do, but when Lingyun took over and faced the huge general's residence, they were completely dumbfounded. Xianxia was already quite old, and seeing Lingyun so busy, she could only focus on managing. This caused Xianxia's mental state to not be as good as before. Even Yu came to complain to Ningxu. She said that her clothes were sent over before they were ironed. Sometimes, she didn't even get to drink water. Ningxu looked at this child. He had handsome eyebrows and looked like Yu. There was a hint of immaturity between his eyebrows. In ancient times, a 17-year-old boy should be able to take responsibility. However, Yu had nothing to do. Every day, she calmly practiced martial arts. His confession was rejected by Princess Mingzhu. When he was depressed, he made bad friends and got addicted to gambling. Later, he even stole the original owner's money to gamble. Another spoiled child. Faced with Yu's complaints, Ningxu only said, "Your younger sister is the one managing the household. There are some things that she doesn't do well. You have to be more tolerant." "Mother, are you feeling better?" Yu asked Ningxu. Ningxu said, "Mother is fine. You don't have to worry." Ningxu looked at Yu's back. Each and every one of them was soaking in a honey pot. "This old lady should serve you all." "Nonsense." Zhuer walked in with a face full of joy. Ningxu said, "Madam, the general has returned in triumph." Ningxu's face lit up with joy. He quickly said, "Help me dress." "Okay." Zhuer responded and busily helped Ningxu dress, wash, and dress. When they arrived at the entrance of the general's estate, the matriarch was already waiting for them. Her face was full of joy. When she saw Ningxu, her expression became better. She said, "See, I told you that nothing would happen to you." Ningxu let out a long sigh of relief. In a light tone, he said, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, the two children, and the servants of the general's estate were waiting at the entrance. Ningxu looked in the direction of the palace. Yu and Princess Mingzhu were probably in the palace. The Empress Dowager felt sorry for the siblings and arranged for them to stay. Along the way, Yu saw the weak and helpless Princess Mingyue and felt that it was his duty to take care of her. He begged the Empress Dowager to let the princess and the crown prince stay in the general's estate temporarily. Ningxu wanted to vomit blood. What kind of plot was this? How could the Empress Dowager let an unmarried princess stay in the home of a minister? Moreover, she was still in her filial piety. Was it to make it easier for Yu and Princess Mingzhu to hook up? On the way from Yunzhou to the capital, the two of them rode on the same horse. Yu was very confident because he treated Princess Mingzhu like a father and daughter. Ningxu chuckled at this. Men and women should not be so close. They hugged and hugged each other along the way. Princess Mingzhu often looked at this man who was old enough to be her father. This plot made Ningxu want to vomit. This was the plot of an ode to a mistress. Don't talk about men in ancient times having multiple wives. Yu promised the original Wei Lingxian that he would only have one wife. He said that he would be satisfied with having a wife like Wei Lingxian in this life. He thought that this was a commitment between the two of them. However, one day, Princess Mingzhu appeared. This Princess Mingzhu was a mistress. Princess Mingzhu's arrival caused a huge uproar in the general's mansion. She and Yu could not help but love each other and hurt everyone. Yu thought that the best result was that he did not divorce Wei Lingxian and married Princess Mingzhu. However, it was harmful to both women. Soon, he would be able to see Princess Mingzhu, who was the epitome of beauty. Ningxu smiled and looked at the dark clouds accumulating in the sky. It seemed that it was going to rain. At this moment, Ningxu's mood was just like the dark clouds. The sound of horse hooves could be heard not far away. Everyone was shocked. Ningxu looked over and was shocked. Because he saw that Yu and Princess Mingzhu were riding on the same horse. In broad daylight, it was not a big deal in Yunzhou. However, in the capital, Ningxu could not figure out why the two of them were so calm. Did the powerful plot erase other things? This was an ancient time with strict rules. All the plot was focused on the general's mansion. Was everything else blurred? Yu and Lingyun did not care about the woman in their father's arms. When the old madam saw this, she glanced at Ningxu and gave Ningxu a look of affirmation. She was comforting Ningxu. Ningxu felt that the old madam was the most powerful person in the general's mansion. Her husband died young, so her son, and Yu, brought glory to the family and made her daughter-in-law be respectful and filial to her. The look in her eyes just now was very touching. He felt that his mother-in-law was on his side. And Yu and the others arrived at the gate. And Yu got off the horse first and then helped Princess Mingxu off the horse. They did not avoid physical contact. Mother. And Yu greeted the old lady first. The old lady nodded repeatedly and said, "It's good that you're back." Ningxu looked at Yu with a smile. Yu was a handsome man with the charm of a mature man. His military uniform gave people a sense of security. Ling Xian. Yu looked gentle and reached out to grab Ningxu's hand. The smile on Ningxu's face froze and his hair stood on end. "Thank you for taking care of our family." Yu grabbed Ningxu's hand. "Father, Mother missed you so much that she got sick. She recovered as soon as you came back," and Lingyun said coquettishly. Looking at his daughter, Yu thought of Princess Mingxu again. He explained to everyone, "This is Princess Mingxu, King Yan's daughter. Next to her is the young heir." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly knelt down to salute. Princess Mingxu hurriedly said, "You don't have to be so polite. When I see you, I'm very envious and yearning. I want to integrate into this family." Ningxu was speechless. The old lady's face changed. She had thought that Princess Mingxu was an ordinary woman in the civil unrest, but she did not expect that she was a princess of the royal family. Moreover, she was riding on the same horse with her son. Princess Mingxu will live in the general's mansion for the time being. And Yu said to everyone. Then he turned to Princess Mingxu and said, "You can treat the general's mansion as your home in the future." Seeing that her father treated Princess Mingxu so well, and Lingyun stamped her feet and said, "Father, you don't love me anymore. You like this princess." Ningxu scolded Lingyun, "Don't be rude to the princess." "It's okay." Princess Mingxu hurriedly said, "I envy you. When I see you, I think of my family in Yunzhou. They are no longer alive." And Lingyun immediately showed a sympathetic expression and said, "It's okay. I'll be your good friend from now on." Princess Mingxu nodded and smiled. She was very touched. She looked at Yu, who was looking at her with a smile. Ningxu looked at Princess Mingxu. She was elegant, poetic, gentle, beautiful, weak, strong, brave, and strong. It was as if he wanted to give her all the good things, but it couldn't cover up what she had done. A group of people courteously welcomed Princess Mingxu into the general's mansion. Ningxu saw that Yu had been comforting Princess Mingxu the entire time. Even Lingyun and Yu were surrounding her. Ningxu just watched. Seeing the old lady frowning, he smiled faintly. There were some things that she couldn't bear alone. Yu opened a separate courtyard for Princess Mingxu and added a lot of good things to the courtyard in order to make Princess Mingxu feel the warmth of home. Yu found Ningxu and asked him to draw some money from his account to make the courtyard more comfortable. After all, Princess Mingxu was a princess of the royal family. Ningxu almost rolled her eyes. She deeply felt that there was something wrong with Yu's head. He actually brought back an ancestor and made his family unhappy. What a childish act. Why didn't Yu feel that he was duty-bound to help Princess Mingxu? Since she was a princess of the royal family, she should stay in the imperial palace instead of living in the houses of her officials. Maybe Princess Mingxu really didn't know these things. In Yunzhou, Prince Yan was the king, and Princess Mingxu lived like a princess. No one asked her. Her life was simple and beautiful. After such a family accident, Princess Mingxu still chose to be simple. She was a pure white lotus, so pure that she didn't know anything about the world and didn't know shame. Ningxu smiled very virtuously and said to Yu, "Now Lingyun is in charge of the house. If you have anything to say, tell her. I thought that Lingyun is not young anymore, so I let her manage the house." Yu nodded and turned to find Lingyun. Then Lingyun generously gave Princess Mingxu a large sum of money and even went out to buy things with her. She told Princess Mingxu not to be polite. Ningxu just smiled faintly when she knew these things. She was so calm as if she was watching a play. The old lady's face darkened, but she couldn't say anything. Didn't she give the money? What if the reputation of treating a princess of the royal family was ruined? What if the Empress Dowager in the imperial palace was dissatisfied? Not everyone was like Princess Mingzhu, who didn't care about worldly opinions. Her son invited the great Buddha back, but she had to kneel down and worship him with tears in her eyes. It was ironic that a princess of the royal family had to be supported by the general's mansion. Moreover, the emperor and the Empress Dowager didn't give any compensation to the general's mansion. They didn't hold a funeral for Prince Yan, and his coffin wasn't brought back to the capital. These things had been forgotten. Princess Mingzhu didn't even burn any paper for her father and the clansmen of Yunzhou. All of them were full of love. A princess of the royal family cried and wanted to be an old man's concubine. After a busy day, Qin Haodong finally made Princess Mingzhu's small courtyard more presentable. Ningxu called on Ling Yun, who had gone out to play all day, to the front. Looking at his beautiful daughter, who was as beautiful as a butterfly, he felt cold in his heart. "Mother, what can I do for you?" And Ling Yun asked Ningxu. Ningxu told Ling Yun, "Make a vegetarian meal for dinner. Princess Mingzhu has just lost her family, so she needs to observe mourning for her family." "Ling Yun, you are a big girl now. There are some things you should know." The ancients valued filial piety, and filial piety was the most important of all virtues. Filial piety was a measure of a person's character. A strict family would even abstain from sexual intercourse. If a child was born during the mourning period, it would even be a stain on the official's record. From this point of view, Princess Mingzhu was actually a heartless person. If she slept with a man during the mourning period, would the Prince of Yan be angry? However, Princess Mingzhu, who was ignorant of worldly affairs, wouldn't know these things. This was a world of romance. These were all trivial things, so there was no need to pay attention to them. If you have nothing to do, ask your grandmother more. Your grandmother is a great woman, Ningxu said indifferently. And Ling Yun nodded and went to arrange it. At dinner time, old Madame Shen looked at the vegetarian dishes on the table. Ningxu asked, "Today is not the 15th day of the month. Why are we eating vegetarian food?" Old Madame Shen believed in Buddhism. Every 15th day of the month, she would eat vegetarian food for a day. She prayed that Enyu, who often went to war, would be safe. She also prayed for Enyu, whose hands were stained with blood, to atone for his sins. Old Madame Shen felt very uncomfortable that she had broken the old Madame's rule so rashly. Ningxu said, "Mother, Princess Mingzhu is in mourning. It is not suitable for her to eat as much as we do." At this time, Princess Mingzhu walked in with the little heir. When she heard Ningxu's words, she was very touched and said, "Thank you for thinking about me, madam, but I want to integrate into this big family. You don't have to worry about me." Ningxu, ha ha ha, Ningxu clearly saw the matriarch's face darken. Qianxia looked at the delicate and pitiful, fresh and refined Zhu Mingzhu. Her heart felt very uncomfortable. A person who was in her mourning period was living in someone else's home. Given Princess Mingzhu's status, it was not appropriate for her to live in the general's house. Not only was there a distinction between the ruler and the minister, but there was also the distinction between men and women. She was also an unmarried daughter. She had prepared vegetarian food for her sake so that she could fulfill her filial piety. How could she say that there was no need to care about her? Old Mrs. Shen's face was trembling, and she was so disgusted that she wanted to die. "Princess, don't you like the food I prepared for you?" And Ling Yun felt wronged. She had prepared the food especially for Princess Mingzhu, whose family had already passed away. Princess Mingzhu quickly explained. She was both moved and anxious. "It's not like that. Ling Yun, do you know how touched I am? But I want to be like you. I don't want to be special. Gij doesn't want me here. I want to be part of your family. Your family is so warm, with a kind grandmother, a strong father, and a noble and dignified mother." And Ling Yun forgave Princess Mingzhu immediately. And Yu, who was beside her, said, "Don't worry. Stay with us. We will take good care of you." And Yu, who was dressed in light blue, walked in and said, "Everyone, you don't have to worry about Princess Mingzhu. Treat her as a family. Don't exclude her. Don't give her any special care. Let her feel the warmth of a family." General. Princess Mingzhu looked at Yu with infatuation. Her eyes were full of affection. But when she saw the dignified and virtuous wife of the general, she began to feel sorry for herself. He already had a wife, a dignified and noble wife. But she still longed for the warmth of his body. She wanted to absorb his warmth. God, please let her feel more of the general's warmth. God, please forgive her greed. Hearing her son's words, the old madam frowned so hard that her eyebrows could be pinched to death. Ningxu laughed in his heart. And Yu looked old, but he was still a childish man. Without the guidance of his father, there were no more responsibilities on his shoulders. His mother was tolerant, and his wife gave in to him. And Yu was not influenced by the world. In essence, he was the same as Princess Mingzhu. How could he fight a battle with the intention of avoiding his feelings? How could he fight a battle with a calm heart, ignoring the piles of bones of the soldiers behind him? He, who was invincible, had lost the battle. He was ashamed and tortured by his feelings, so he wanted to commit suicide. However, Princess Mingzhu came, so they decided to live. Then she ran back and said that she wanted to be with him. Ningxu only wanted to ask, "Where is your face? Why is your face so thick?" And Yu was a man who was shameless as an old man, unrighteous as a husband, disrespectful as a father, unfilial as a son, and unwise as a minister. He was a man who looked like a genius on the outside but was rotten on the inside. Usually, it was not obvious, but when something happened, his character would be exposed incisively and vividly. For example, when it came to Princess Mingzhu, he was completely brainless. Ningxu said, "The princess has a noble status. How can she be the same as us?" "It's the same. Why would it be different? I want to be friends with everyone." "We are all equal," Princess Mingzhu said firmly. Ningxu was speechless. And Yu looked at Princess Mingzhu with brighter eyes, while Lingyun looked at her with admiration. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at his children. He had to do something. Everyone sat down, and the atmosphere was rather strange. The old madam, Qianxia, had a long face, but Yu did not feel it. He smiled as he watched his children chatter with Xu Mingzhu. Ningxu saw that Madame Shen's hands were trembling as she held the chopsticks tightly. Obviously, she was trying her best to restrain herself. Ningxu looked around and saw the little heir sitting next to Princess Mingzhu. The little heir was thin and looked tired. He looked weak when he was eating. He had not said a word since he entered the general's mansion. But Princess Mingzhu did not see it. She only had love in her heart. Love, she told the little heir to rebuild King Yan's mansion every day, but she did not expect that her behavior would completely ruin the little heir's future. She slept with a man during the mourning period and went to the battlefield. She was the princess of the royal family, but she insisted on being the concubine. With a sister like this, the little heir would face all kinds of colored eyes. This shame would be branded on him for the rest of his life. "Oh, your great love." Ningxu ate very little. After the meal, they went back to their own courtyards. Princess Mingzhu looked at Yu in a daze. Seeing her like this, Yu's heart moved as if something had broken. With extreme joy and strong uneasiness, he said in a dry voice, "Princess, have a good rest." Hearing this, Princess Mingzhu felt as if she had received the whole world. She held the little heir's hand and went to her own courtyard. Perhaps Yu had really regarded Princess Mingzhu as his daughter before. But having such a beautiful woman who loved him, compared to the dignified Wei Lingxian, Princess Mingzhu's naivety brought a different excitement to him. Yu followed Ningxu to Ningxu's courtyard. Seeing that Yu seemed to want to sleep with him, Ningxu became a Spartan. Neither Yu nor Ningxu spoke. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Ningxu said, "My husband must be tired. Rest early." Yu didn't seem to have the intention to roll around in bed either. He lay down with Ningxu. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not need to sleep with her. This was someone else's husband, not hers. Although they were husband and wife physically, their souls belonged to her. She was only here to complete the mission. After completing the mission, she would leave this world. She had no right to use this body to do anything against reason. It was like a strange question. If one day, your mother and your girlfriend exchanged souls, you had to have sex to get rid of the state. Would your sex be the mother's body with your girlfriend's soul, or your sex be the mother's soul with your girlfriend's body? It was difficult to choose because both were immoral. Ningxu turned over with her back facing Yu. She kept thinking about how to complete the mission. Since entering this world, Ningxu had been in a state of dissociation because she did not have a definite goal to strive for. She did not know what the original owner of this body wanted at all, so she was also in a state of confusion. Ningxu scratched her head. She calmed herself down and put herself in Wei Lingxian's shoes. If she were Wei Lingxian, she would be a genuine feudal woman. She was born dependent on men. Society had a lot of restrictions on women and required them to be faithful to one man. This kind of thinking was deeply rooted in Wei Lingxian's mind. Then it would be impossible for her to get divorced. Women who were divorced by their husbands would have to bear a lot of pressure in society. Some women even chose to commit suicide because they were too ashamed to live. Therefore, even if Yu hurt her deeply, Yu was still her husband. Ningxu cursed in his heart. Why did he accept such a mission? Ningxu wasn't really a woman from a feudal society. Even if he put himself in her shoes, he would still be biased. Besides, Ningxu didn't want to give Wei Lingxian an ending that she couldn't accept. Ningxu was a modern person. F***ck, she could cripple Yu, tear Mary Sue apart, get a divorce, or find a man who truly loved her. But circumstances didn't allow it. Besides, this man could be found easily. Wei Lingxian, who would truly love and get a divorce, wasn't tempted. It wasn't that Wei Lingxian wasn't good, but the circumstances were. Therefore, she had to protect her position as the wife. She couldn't do anything wrong and make public opinion side with her. There was also Wei Lingxian's son and daughter. Ningxu didn't know what to do with them. These two children were undoubtedly ingrates. They were both on Princess Mingzhu's side and even criticized their own mother for Princess Mingzhu's sake. Ningxu was also bitterly disappointed in the two children. However, they were Wei Lingxian's flesh and blood. Wei Lingxian had painstakingly raised them with joy. It was instinctive to protect one's children. Even if these two children hurt Wei Lingxian deeply, would Wei Lingxian be willing to see the mission enforcers bully her children? She could scold and hit her own children, but others couldn't touch them. When she was the empress, Ningxu changed the little kid's fate and made him the emperor. Empress Xiao even gave her the halo of an empress. Obviously, in the hearts of most women, children were very important. Blood ties couldn't be cut. F***ck, he really wanted to die. What kind of mission was this? 2333, what kind of mission did you accept? Ningxu was furious. He vented his anger at 2333. How many times have you tricked me, 2333, this kind of mission is random. It has nothing to do with me, 2333 said. I can only try my best to figure out Wei Lingxian's thoughts. Then what do you think Wei Lingxian wants? Ningxu asked 2333. I'm just a system. How would I understand the thoughts of humans, especially the thoughts of women? Ningxu, holy shit, Ningxu was at a loss the whole night. She pulled out a lot of her hair, but in her heart, she was thinking, what's the point of a woman's life? Marry, have children, work hard for a family, and in the end, these men won't take it to heart. So much so that when they met their true love, they would immediately forget about all these years of mutual help. Wasn't it good to live a peaceful life? Why did he have to make so many uncontrollable feelings, live a peaceful life? Ningxu suddenly had an idea. Right, Wei Lingxian hated Princess Mingzhu the most. Because of Princess Mingzhu's appearance, everyone in the general's mansion had fallen into hysteria. Their love and hatred had expanded infinitely. A father is not a father, and a son is not a son. Father and son are fighting over a woman. The entire general's mansion was destroyed because of this woman. What Wei Lingxian wanted the most was to return to the days without Princess Mingzhu. Although she worked hard to manage the general's mansion, she still had to worry about Yu, who was away on an expedition. However, Wei Lingxian's heart was calm and peaceful. All a woman wanted was a home, a stable home. Those were the best days of Wei Lingxian's life. Ningxu let out a long breath. Her erratic heart calmed down. At least she had a goal to strive for. Why aren't you sleeping? And Yu's voice rang out beside her. Ningxu shifted to the side and said, General, I'm worried about Yu. What's Yu worried about? And Yu's voice was hoarse from waking up. Ningxu was speechless. She said, Yu is already 17 years old. He's about to get married and have children, but he doesn't have a job. He doesn't have any fame or fortune. I remember that you were already on the battlefield when you were 17. And Yu grunted. That's true. Ningxu said, so I was wondering if I could find a job for Yu. He likes to practice martial arts. I want him to join the army. Join the army? Are you willing? I don't think mother will agree, Yu said. He's not my child. What's there to be reluctant about? Ningxu was silent. And Yu said he would think about it. At breakfast the next day, Yu told the old madam that Yu should join the army. The old madam didn't agree. Joining the army for 2 or 3 months and not seeing her grandson made the old madam's heart ache. Yu obviously didn't expect her father to suddenly ask her to join the army. Yu looked at the gentle Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu exclaimed and covered her mouth. She said to Yu, it's so dangerous to join the army. Why do you want Yu to join the army? Ningxu smiled gracefully and said in an extremely dignified manner, it's a man's duty to protect the country and fulfill his ambitions. Princess, why can't Yu join the army? Princess Mingzhu looked at Ningxu in astonishment. She said, but Yu is your son. How can you ignore his life and death? Princess Mingzhu frowned tightly. Her face was full of, how can you be so cold-blooded? The old madam didn't look happy. She was dissatisfied with Ningxu. The old madam was old and not as decisive as she was when she was young. When she was young, she also pushed her son Yu into the battlefield and became the general of Xinwei today. But Princess Mingzhu's words made her want to kill Yu immediately. Ningxu looked at Princess Mingzhu. Her casual actions and words would cause a huge dispute and sharp confrontation. Was she really innocent, or did she bring trouble to others with this kind of personality? Ningxu wanted Yu to leave the general's mansion so that Yu wouldn't be caught in the whirlpool of father and son fighting for a daughter. Ningxu looked at Yu and asked, Yu, what do you think? Don't you want to be like your father? Yu looked at Princess Mingzhu, but Princess Mingzhu was looking at Yu. Ningxu looked at Yu. Princess Mingzhu had just arrived at the general's mansion yesterday, but Yu was already like this. Princess Mingzhu was really charming. Her gentle and weak appearance made men want to protect her the most. Yu said, I'll think about it. Ningxu didn't say anything. He really didn't want to care about these 2 children, especially when he thought about the plot in the novel. It was simply too frustrating. As soon as Princess Mingzhu dropped Jin Daodu, everyone began to criticize her. Princess Mingzhu knew that she was wrong, but she wouldn't change. They were true love, and they didn't do anything wrong. She tried to use an apology to erase all the hurt. In fact, it was really scary to think about it. You couldn't avoid it because she would constantly confess to you, over and over again, and unconsciously stab you in the heart again and again. During breakfast, old Madame Fu's expression was gloomy. Moreover, she displayed it openly for Ningxu to see. Usually, the old madam wouldn't show such a face to her daughter-in-law, which meant that she was really dissatisfied. After breakfast, Ningxu followed the old lady into the room. The old lady sat in a chair and drank tea, ignoring Ningxu. Ningxu walked over and poured a cup of tea for the old lady. He said calmly, Mother is angry that I sent Yu to the army. The old lady snorted. Ningxu didn't care about the old lady's angry face. He said carefully, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Mother should know what kind of person I am. I've called you mother for more than 20 years. You're like my real mother. I have no choice but to do this. The old lady's face softened a little. She couldn't put down her pride and said, Why do you have to send Yu to the army? Ningxu pursed his lips and said, Everyone in the general's mansion is different from Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu is an unmarried woman. If her reputation is damaged in the general's mansion, the Empress Dowager will blame us. How can the general's mansion bear the responsibility? And you and Princess Mingzhu are about the same age. Especially now that Princess Mingzhu is still in her mourning period, it will be a big scandal. I'm taking precautions. As Ningshu spoke, he showed a distressed and helpless expression. And you as my son. How can I not feel distressed? But for the general's mansion and to train in you, I didn't sleep last night. After thinking it over and over again, I can only do this. The old lady frowned. She held the cane in her hand and kept turning it. Obviously, she was thinking about the consequences of this matter. Finally, she hit the cane and said, "Let's do it." The old lady asked you to send you to the army as quickly as possible. Moreover, it was the army of Lizho, which was some distance away from the capital. The army of Lizho was the most valiant of all the armies, and they were all veterans. If you, a pretty boy, didn't work hard, he would be miserable. And you meant to put you in the Agile Cavalry Battalion in the capital. After all, he could take care of you. However, Ningshu was determined to put you in Lizho. How could they meet in the capital all the time? The old lady glanced at Princess Mingzhu and saw that her grandson looked at Princess Mingzhu differently. She immediately nodded, waved her hand, and sent her away. If this drags on, I'm afraid something bad will happen. Ningshu did this on purpose. He wanted to make you suffer and take her mother's care for her as a matter of course. It was like raising a wolf for nothing. Before you could confess, she was packed up and sent away. Perhaps she had some vague feelings for Princess Mingzhu, who she had only met a few times. Even if it's just a hazy feeling, I'm going to grind it out for you. And you wouldn't die. After all, he was the supporting male lead. But even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Once you left, Ningshu felt much more relaxed. He looked at the elegant and refined Princess Mingzhu and smiled. Especially when he heard Princess Mingzhu ask Ningshu, "Why didn't you send you off?" Ningshu's smile became even more dignified. "Junju may not know, but if us womenfolk go, it will make the soldiers of Lizho look down on you. In the future, they will target you even more." Mingzhu's face was filled with disapproval. "Since you know those people have bad intentions, why did you send you over?" Ningshu was speechless. He couldn't communicate with her. After you left for a while, Ningshu found that there was something wrong with you. He was often in a daze. He was either distressed or had an irrepressible sweetness. Ningshu knew that some things were bound to happen eventually. This was the plot and couldn't be resisted. What Ningshu had to do was to minimize the damage. In order to prevent the general's mansion from falling apart, Ningshu chose to protect the two children and give up you. And Lingyun and Princess Mingzhu became good friends. And Lingyun had the power to manage the mansion and often spent some money to buy things with Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu lived in Yunzhou and lived a very rich life. She had a good taste and bought expensive and rare things. And Lingyun also spent a lot of money. When the old lady occasionally checked the account book, she was shocked and hurriedly asked Ningshu to go over. Ningshu looked at the account book and then looked at the uneasy Lingyun. Princess Mingzhu was standing next to Lingyun delicately. "Lingyun, where did the money go? You are a member of the Guan family and the livelihood of the entire general's mansion is in your hands. If you use the money, the entire general's mansion may have no food to eat," Ningshu said to Lingyun in a calm tone. And Lingyun twisted her handkerchief with her fingers and lowered her head, unable to say a word for a long time. "What happened?" And you walked in and asked. As soon as you came in, Princess Mingzhu's eyes were fixed on him. And you met her eyes and immediately looked away. Princess Mingzhu looked sad. And Yu's heart ached, but he forced himself to endure it. Ningshu told you what happened. And you frowned and didn't say anything. Ningshu said again, "Lingyun, there should be a record of every expenditure. What did you buy with the money? You are not young anymore. You can't be so capricious." Seeing that her good friend was being scolded, Countess Mingzhu suddenly knelt down, which shocked everyone in the room. Ningshu reacted first and knelt down. The old lady hesitated for a moment and also knelt down. Seeing that his mother knelt down, and you also knelt down. And Lingyun was at a loss and didn't know what had happened. Seeing everyone in the room kneel down, she knelt down as well. "Please forgive us. You are a princess. How can you kneel in front of us? We don't deserve it." Ningxu said, if the Empress Dowager knows that you have been wronged in the general's mansion will be blamed. Please forgive us. Princess Mingzhu's heart ached when she saw Yu kneeling in front of her. Was this the distance between her and the god? She didn't care about being a princess at all. Even if she wanted to stay with the god like a cat or a dog, she wanted to be with him. However, he had a graceful wife, a pair of children, and the warmth she yearned for in the general's mansion. Mingzhu's words were stuck in her throat. Finally, she said, Madam, please don't blame Lingyun. She went out with me. If it's because of money, I'm willing to take out my money. Please don't blame Lingyun. Damn it. It's not a matter of money. I educated my daughter. It's none of your business. With Ningxu's bad temper, he would have whipped her long ago. However, in this task, she had to keep calm to avoid falling into the crazy and depressing situation of the host. Hearing that Mingzhu pleaded for her, and Lingyun was grateful. And Yu looked at Princess Mingzhu and felt that she was the kindest and purest woman he had ever met. However, there were too many things between them. Once they took a step forward, everything would be destroyed. The matter of money was left unsettled. And Yu personally said that it was not a big deal and that it was not a big deal to buy something for Princess Mingzhu. When Ningxu heard this, he sneered in his heart. Damn, the entire general's mansion owed Princess Mingzhu. If she said no now, would there be a rumor tomorrow that the general's mansion mistreated the orphan? Damn, it was simply infuriating. However, he still had to keep a smile on his face. The aura of calmness flowed into his heart, making Ningxu feel like he was in a world of ice and fire. The old madam was so angry that her whole body was trembling, but Yu, as her son, did not notice. Ningxu originally wanted to work with the old madam to destroy Princess Mingzhu and protect the general's mansion before this matter was exposed. Going against Princess Mingzhu was actually going against the entire royal family, so he had to be careful with his strategy. However, the little heir suddenly fell ill and fainted in the school. This time, Princess Mingzhu went crazy. The little heir was the future of King Yan's mansion, so she cried for the imperial physician to save her brother. Ningxu looked at Princess Mingzhu, who was crying her heart out as if the sky was falling down. Ningxu rolled her eyes. She usually did not care about her younger brother, but she rushed all the way from Yunzhou to the capital. As soon as she reached the capital, she let the little heir enter the royal school. Usually, she only knew to tell the little heir that she wanted to revitalize King Yan's mansion. On Mingzhu's birthday, the little heir did not go to school and went to buy a gift for his sister. He was actually beaten by Mingzhu. After explaining, Mingzhu hugged the little heir and cried as she apologized. The little heir was traumatized. The imperial physician diagnosed that the little heir had caught a cold, which was contagious. In ancient times, colds were fatal. Seeing Mingzhu's desperate and sad look, Yu insisted on staying to take care of the little heir despite the old madam's objection. Looking at Yu's proactive attitude, she guessed that even her own mother did not receive such treatment when she was sick. Therefore, Yu stayed in Mingzhu's courtyard all day long. The two of them were originally affectionate. After the little heir fell ill, the two of them almost broke through the window paper between them. However, their actions were filled with the sweetness of lovers. Ningxu felt that she needed to have a good talk with her daughter. Last time, it was because of the money. After dinner, Ningxu took Lingyun for a walk. Ningxu looked at Lingyun's pretty face. The original owner really did spoil his children. Instead, he let them grow up to be so ignorant. Coupled with the influence of the main character aura, they basically didn't have the ability to think. Ningxu had seen many brainless people kneeling under the halo. However, Ningxu didn't know how to communicate with Lingyun. Teaching her a lesson would only cause her to have a rebellious mentality. If he was gentle, she wouldn't learn from her mistakes. She wouldn't know pain until the stick hit her. And Lingyun and Ningxu strolled like this. When they passed by the fake mountain, they heard a sound coming from the shadows. Ningxu stopped and asked Lingyun to keep quiet. It seemed to be Yu's voice. There are many things that we can ignore, but there are many things that we can't ignore. To me, you're too beautiful, too good, too young, and too noble. You're a princess of the imperial family, and I'm already 40 years old. I have a wife and children. I can't give you a perfect love. Since I can't give you that, I still let myself go and provoke you. I deserve to die. Princess Mingzhu was in great pain. You've returned to your original world. All the responsibilities, family ties, status, are surrounding you. Don't worry, I still have this little bit of pride. I won't pester you. What are you talking about? And Yu's handsome face was filled with pain. He grabbed her wrist and shook her. If you can't truly understand my heart, I'm not thinking about myself now. I'm thinking about you. Your future, it's more important than my own matters. I love someone, but it doesn't mean that I have the right to destroy them. Princess Mingzhu's eyes shone brightly. Princess Mingzhu cried and laughed at the same time. Her voice trembled. I'm satisfied to hear you say that you love me. You said the word love. You said your true heart. That's enough. And you, I love you too. I'll always remember the first time we met. You rode a horse and rushed over like a god descending from the sky to save me. From that day on, in my heart, you became my master, my God, my faith, my love, and my heart's connection. I can't help it. I'm just like that. So, if you want me to keep a distance from you, fine. If you want me to control my gaze, fine. If you want me to talk to you as little as possible, there's only one thing that you can't control, and you can't control me. That's my heart. Princess Mingzhu looked at Yu with infatuation. The tears in her eyes had turned into 2 clusters of flames. There was a kind of power burning fiercely toward Yu. With a resolute expression, she said, I'll never take back the love I've given you, and I'll never repent. Even if it's just a game to you, it's an eternity to me. And Yu looked at Princess Mingzhu. His pupils were trembling. He was too shocked. After she said such a thing, he couldn't say anything else. Compared with her indomitable spirit, how shabby had he become? And Yu felt ashamed of his inferiority in front of her. Amidst the feeling of inferiority, there was also the most intense, most painful, most heartbreaking love. He had never experienced this kind of love in his life. And Yu gazed at Princess Mingzhu. Under the moonlight, her face was glowing like a pearl. There was deep affection and despair on her face. And Yu couldn't speak or think. He was completely immersed in an unprecedented shock. He had such sincere, pure, and passionate love. He was terrified, but he was also glad. Ningxu was speechless. Master, my God, my faith, what the hell was this? After hearing Princess Mingzhu's words, Ningxu's teeth were so sore that he couldn't even feel them. She was honest and shameless. Ningxu's worldview was completely refreshed. They. And Lingyun pointed at the 2 people over there. Ningxu looked over and saw that Yu and Mingzhu were already hugging and kissing each other. Ningxu pulled Lingyun, who was in a daze, away and pulled her into his room. And Lingyun was so angry that her face turned ashen. How could Mingzhu do this? How could she snatch father away? I've always treated her as my sister-in-law in my heart. Ningxu's face darkened. And Lingyun immediately shut her mouth, but her expression was still full of anger. She was angry that Mingzhu had lied to her. Ningxu looked at the indignant Lingyun. At this time, Lingyun didn't speak up for her. She didn't even speak up for her mother. How could she save such a child? She was most afraid of meeting such a simple-minded and brainless person who would hurt her deeply. Ningxu felt very tired. Ningxu didn't expect them to express their feelings so quickly. How long had it been? Princess Mingzhu had only been in the general's mansion for a little more than a month. This made the 2 of them burn with passion. They could no longer suppress the feelings in their hearts. And Yuming was aware of his responsibilities, identity, and status, but he still did not hesitate. He no longer suppressed his surging emotions and threw himself into this passionate love like a moth darting into a flame. Princess Mingzhu was even more so. Her God, her master responded to her feelings, which was enough to make her wild with joy. Ningxu was a bystander. He couldn't see how desperate the love between them was. He only felt disgusted. He couldn't understand why such a love was respected and supported by everyone in the end. Logic was fed to the dogs. and Lingyun was angry that Princess Mingzhu lied to her. She took a detour when she saw Princess Mingzhu. Especially when Lingyun saw Princess Mingzhu's bright red face and her incomparably beautiful appearance, she was so angry that she could not vent her anger. When Princess Mingzhu saw her good friend treat her like this, she was still happy that her feelings were reciprocated. Her heart gradually cooled down. She wanted everyone's blessings, especially Lingyun, who was Yu's daughter. Mingzhu wept as she stopped Lingyun and asked, "Lingyun, why are you treating me like this? Did I do something wrong? If I did something wrong, please tell me. You ignoring me like this makes me feel very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. I don't want to lose a friend like you, I beg you." And Lingyun waved her hand away and said coldly, "Princess, I treated you as a friend, but I didn't expect you to like my father." Princess Mingzhu was shocked and depressed when she heard Lingyun say what she had tried so hard to hide. She shook her head and said painfully, "Lingyun, I didn't want to lie to you, but I really couldn't help it. I fell in love with your father without knowing where it came from. I couldn't suppress my feelings. Even if there was a cliff in front of me, I would jump down without hesitation." And Lingyun was shocked. But, my mother." And Lingyun struggled. That was her father, her mother's husband. Princess Mingzhu grabbed Lingyun's hand and said humbly, "Lingyun, I have never thought of destroying your family. I just want to stay by your father's side and watch him from afar. I just want to watch him from afar." And Lingyun was speechless. She looked at Princess Mingzhu's beautiful face and the tears on her eyelashes. She looked very pitiful. And Lingyun's heart softened. "I really lose to you." Princess Mingzhu laughed and cried at the same time. She grabbed Lingyun's hand and said, "Lingyun, thank you for forgiving me. Thank you. I'm just shocked by you." And Lingyun shook her head, looking like she couldn't do anything about it. Ningxu, who was standing in the corridor not far away, clutched his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "She wanted to be your little mother. How could you forgive her so easily?" The veins on Ningxu's forehead bulged when he saw the two of them holding hands again. How could Princess Mingzhu be so shameless as to say such things? She looked so pure and innocent. She snatched someone else's husband and did it without hesitation. Didn't Lingyun have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong? He felt so stifled. Ningxu hammered his chest. He had lived long enough to see things like this. "Madam?" Zhuer looked at Ningxu worriedly. "Madam, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Go and find old madam." Ningxu coughed and went to find old madam. Ningxu wanted to protect the general's residence, not destroy it. The general's residence was already a small boat in a storm. She couldn't sink the boat just to take revenge on some people. The general's residence was where Wei Lingxian could settle down. Therefore, he had to find an ally. And old madam was an ally. Old madam had lost her father and supported the entire family on her own. She had also found a virtuous wife like Wei Lingxian for Yu so that Yu could focus on his career. Old madam was the best at manipulating people. All these years, she had never argued with Wei Lingxian. Wei Lingxian was filial and virtuous, and she had never interfered in the matters between Yu and Wei Lingxian. Even if Yu didn't have a concubine in his backyard, old madam didn't mind. This made Wei Lingxian feel even more respect for her mother-in-law. Ningxu walked into old madam's courtyard and heard her personal maid say that she was taking a nap. Ningxu didn't say anything and waited outside for her to wake up. The maid brought a stool for Ningxu, and Ningxu sat down with a faint smile. Ningxu waited for almost 2 hours before there was movement in the room. It was obvious that old madam had just woken up. After a while, the maid called Ningxu in. Ningxu reached out to straighten his clothes before walking in. Old madam was drinking tea when she saw Ningxu's red eyes. She was stunned for a moment before she asked, "What's wrong?" "Mother, I have something to say to you in private," Ningxu said. Old madam had all the maids in the room leave before Ningxu said, "Go ahead. There's nothing that can't be said between us." Ningxu told old madam everything he saw last night. When old madam heard this, her hand that was holding the teacup trembled, and the tea spilled out. Ningxu stepped forward, took the teacup from old madam's hand, and placed it on the table. Old madam looked very tired. "Why doesn't Yu know his place?" What will you and Princess Mingzhu do if he does this? Old Madam's expression was uncertain. You can't do this. Ningxu was not surprised at Old Madam's attitude. A widowed woman raising her eldest son must have gone through unimaginable hardships. Old Madam had a lot to do with the fact that Old Madam could make the general's mansion what it was today. It was impossible for a princess of the royal family to be a concubine of a general. This was a challenge to the authority of the royal family. If Yu divorced his wife and remarried, he would definitely be blamed for Qin Shimi. Besides, Wei Lingxian didn't do anything excessive. She didn't violate the rule of 7 divorces. She even gave birth to 2 children and took good care of the general's mansion. Old Madam was famous for being virtuous. If she divorced Wei Lingxian, what would people think of the general's mansion? Old Madam was a woman who had lost her husband, so she cared a lot about her reputation. Princess Mingzhu was also an ignorant person. If she could bear the responsibility of being the first wife of the general's mansion, she would be born to be a concubine. That was why Old Madam was so against Mingzhu and Yu in the plot. However, Old Madam was more rational, while the original owner fell into endless pain and depression, which made her behavior a little crazy. The room was silent for a moment. Ningxu and Old Madam didn't speak. The atmosphere was so heavy that it made people hold their breaths. Old Madam closed her eyes. When she opened them, she looked at Ningxu and asked, "What do you think we should do about this?" The old lady asked for Ningxu's opinion. If this matter was not handled well, it would be a disaster for the general's mansion. The old lady couldn't suppress her anger and disappointment, but she held it back. She pulled the beads in her hand quickly. Her son had done such an irresponsible thing at his age. The old lady had a shadow in her heart when she saw the 2 of them riding on the same horse. If Yu was unmarried and a royal princess married his son, it would be good for his son's future. But now Princess Mingzhu might bring disaster to the general's mansion. The old lady tried her best to steady her breath. Ningxu asked, "Lingxian, what do you think?" "I'm in a mess. I'm afraid that something will happen to the general's mansion. If Princess Mingzhu was not a royal princess, I would marry her for Yu. But Princess Mingzhu is the descendant of King Yin. She is still in mourning. I'm afraid that the Empress Dowager will blame the general's mansion." Ningxu looked depressed and sad. "I sent Yu away before, but I didn't expect Yu to be like this. I didn't expect Yu to, Mother, what do you think?" Ningxu kicked the ball to the old lady again. "I have no idea now. The general's mansion, and Yu, Princess Mingzhu, and Lingyun, who is Princess Mingzhu's friend." The old lady pulled the beads faster and faster. Finally, the beads scattered and the round beads rolled on the ground. The old lady suddenly opened her eyes. "You go to the palace with me." Ningxu thought so. Even if Princess Mingzhu wanted to go to the battlefield, she couldn't run out of the general's mansion. Ningxu went back to his yard and put on the 3rd-rank noble lady's robe. When he came out, the old lady had already put on the robe and got on the carriage. Ningxu handed the token to the palace and helped the old lady to the Empress Dowager's palace. After paying respects to the Empress Dowager asked about Princess Mingzhu. The old lady said respectfully, "Princess Mingzhu is very good. I'm afraid that I didn't take good care of her and neglected her." The Empress Dowager said with a smile, "Mingzhu is not a picky child. Please take care of her." The old lady's face darkened for a moment. Ningxu watched from the side. He wondered how this absurd and illogical thing could happen. Why should the general's mansion support Princess Mingzhu? The matriarch hesitated for a moment before saying, "Empress Dowager, this subject's wife is afraid because this subject's grandson, Yu, is planning to get married. Furthermore, Princess Mingzhu is still in mourning. This subject's wife is somewhat afraid that this happy occasion will offend Yan Wangying's spirit." When the Empress Dowager heard this, she was in a trance for a moment. She seemed to have just remembered that Princess Mingzhu was still in mourning. Ningxu was too tired to complain. In this world, other than love, everything else could be ignored. The old lady said a few more words to the Empress Dowager. Seeing that the Empress Dowager was already tired, she tactfully excused herself. From the beginning to the end, Ningxu didn't say anything. He just accompanied the old lady. Coming out of the palace, the old lady's figure was a little hunched. Ningxu felt that this old lady was quite strong. And Yu was an unfilial son. Like father, like son. Wei Lingxian's child was also like this. He resented his own mother for a woman. The old lady went to rest as soon as she returned to the manor. Ningxu was wondering when the Empress Dowager would call Princess Mingzhu back to the palace. Ever since Yu and Mingzhu revealed their relationship, Yu rarely came to Ningxu's courtyard at night. Yu was afraid that Princess Mingzhu would be angry. After receiving such a warm and sincere feeling, Yu realized that he only respected his wife and didn't love her. She slept in the study every night, saying that she was reading military books. Ningxu pretended that he didn't know anything. It was better for her to sleep alone. Not long after, the Empress Dowager sent someone to the general's mansion. She said that the King of Yen was about to reach the 7th day of his life. The emperor had asked an eminent monk to perform a ritual. As the King of Yan's descendants, Princess Mingzhu and the Crown Prince should go to the palace. Yu and Mingzhu heard the news. At night, Yu sneaked into Mingzhu's courtyard. Seeing Mingzhu crying alone, he was heartbroken. He hugged Mingzhu from behind. Mingzhu was shocked and struggled. "Mingzhu, it's me," Yu said in a low voice. Mingzhu immediately stopped struggling and just cried. Yu turned Mingzhu's body. Seeing Mingzhu's tears falling like rain, his heart ached even more. He couldn't help kissing Mingzhu's eyes. "Don't cry. Do you know that seeing you cry makes me feel so useless? I want to kill myself." "No." Mingzhu covered Yu's mouth. "I won't allow you to say that. I'm going to the palace tomorrow. And Yu, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to go to the palace. I feel like I'm going to die if I leave the general's mansion and you." Yu said, "It's okay. You'll come back." Mingzhu hugged Yu. "I'm happy, but I'm also in pain. Yu, I'll work hard to make everyone recognize us." "Mingzhu, you're so nice." The next day, Ningxu looked at Yu and Princess Mingzhu. The two of them were like White Snake who was going to be locked in Leifeng Pagoda. Princess Mingzhu cried in front of the nanny sent by the Empress Dowager. She went to the palace to kowtow to the dead King of Yen. Why did her father perform a ritual as if she was going to die? The nanny didn't know what to say. Yu looked like he was enduring the pain. Ningxu thought he was constipated. Although the two of them were in pain, the carriage still left. Yu couldn't help but take a few steps as if he wanted to chase after the carriage. Princess Mingzhu lifted the curtain in the carriage. When she saw Yu standing at the gate of the general's mansion, she burst into tears. The old lady's face was dark all the time. Ningxu was watching the show. He was not moved. He only felt inexplicable and disgusted. Since Princess Mingzhu entered the palace, Yu had become very dispirited. He sighed sorrowfully and was often in a daze. He was lovesick that only Princess Mingzhu could cure. Moreover, he had lost weight. Ningxu thought it was too exaggerated. One day apart felt like 3 years. The religious rite lasted for 7 days, and it was time for Princess Mingzhu to come back. Yu had been waiting at the entrance of the general's mansion since early in the morning. He had cleaned himself up and looked handsome, completely different from the decadent look he had shown a few days ago. However, Yu didn't see Princess Mingzhu at the gate of the general's mansion until it was dark. He didn't eat or drink for the whole day. Ningxu thought, so affectionate, so touched. Damn. The old lady asked Ningxu to invite Yu into the mansion for dinner. Ningxu went to invite Yu, but Yu ignored Ningxu and looked in the direction of the palace. Ningxu said, "You can eat or not." Without Princess Mingzhu in the general's mansion, Ningxu could eat and sleep well. However, in front of the old lady, Ningxu pretended to be very worried about Yu. It seemed that he couldn't eat and only ate the dishes. The sky gradually darkened, but Yu had been waiting at the gate of the general's mansion. Seeing her father like this, Lingyun immediately felt distressed. At the same time, she was also moved by the sincere relationship between her father and Princess Mingzhu. Ningxu saw the expression on Lingyun's face and was moved and shocked. Ningxu's hands were itching to slap her face. What position did she place her mother in? And Lingyun ran to the gate and said to her father, "Father, go in and eat something first." And Lingyun waved her hand and didn't say anything. And Lingyun lifted her skirt and ran into the general's mansion. She said to Ningxu, "Mother, go and persuade father. Father's body won't be able to take it if he continues like this." Ningxu was speechless. At this moment, Ningxu didn't know what to do at all. *CK, even if Inu died, it had nothing to do with her. It was better for him to die quickly, die quickly. And Lingyun saw Ningxu's cold face and didn't say anything. Finally, she sighed. Ningxu sneered in his heart. "Soon, you won't have the mood to care about these sad things. And you kept waiting like this." The old lady stood at the gate with her walking stick and looked at Inu. She sighed and kept muttering, evil creature, evil creature." In the end, it was Princess Mingzhu who bribed a little eunuch in the palace. The little eunuch found the general's mansion and said to Inu, who was guarding the gate, "General Zhenwei, Princess Mingzhu was left in the palace by the Empress Dowager. She can't leave the palace until the princess is out of service. Princess Mingzhu asked you to find a way to save her. And you had been hungry for a day and hadn't eaten anything." When he heard this, his body shook twice. He grabbed the little eunuch's body and shook it. He roared, "How could this be? How could this be?" The little eunuch was shocked by Inu's shaking. He quickly said, "I don't know. I don't know anything." Inu's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Ningxu exclaimed and hurriedly ran over. He kicked Inu without leaving a trace, but Inu didn't have any reaction. It seemed that he had fainted. Old Madame Fu's face was full of anxiety and worry. She also expected better from Inu. Inu was almost 30 years old, but he was like a young boy, risking his life for a woman. Inu, who had fainted, was brought in. He fed him some water and called for the doctor. The doctor said that he was too angry and weak. In any case, Ningxu just kept feeding Inu water. "Father is so pitiful." And Lingyun clenched her fists. "He can't meet Princess Mingzhu. Father, you have to wake up. Princess Mingzhu is still waiting for you to save her," and Lingyun said to the unconscious Inu. Ningxu was speechless. How could there be such an unscrupulous person? *CK. Was the Empress Dowager in the Imperial Palace going to kill Princess Mingzhu or something? She actually wanted to save her in the Imperial Palace. These words were really disgraceful. How did this child grow up? How did the original owner teach his child? Old Madame Fu stroked her chest as if she was about to have a heart attack. Ningxu hurriedly asked the maid to help old Madame Fu to rest. Old Madame Fu didn't force him. She said that if Inu woke up, she would send someone to inform her. Ningxu nodded. Ningxu said coldly to Lingyun, "You also go to rest. I'll look after your father." Seeing Ningxu like this, Lingyun said with some indignation, "Mother, why do you think the Empress Dowager doesn't let Princess Mingzhu return to the general's mansion?" Ningxu wanted to roll his eyes. He wondered if Lingyun was living in a feudal society where the emperor's orders were greater than heaven. Did the Empress Dowager need to explain to you what she wanted to do? Princess Mingzhu is a princess of the royal family. What's wrong with her living in the imperial palace? For example, you are a member of the general's mansion. If you live in the general's mansion, why don't you live in the minister's mansion? Ningxu said coldly. But. And Lingyun said again, but Princess Mingzhu has already treated the general's mansion as her own home. If you treat the minister's mansion as your home, then the minister's mansion is your home? Ningxu's tone became colder. She was simply a muddle-headed person. And Lingyun felt very uncomfortable after being scolded by Ningxu. Mother, don't you like Princess Mingzhu? She's so beautiful. Ningxu said. Go and rest. I'll wait for your father to wake up. Get lost. I want to hit someone now. And Lingyun could only leave. Ningxu pulled open Inu's clothes, revealing a strong and scarred body. He turned Inu over and stabbed a silver needle into his back. Inu, who was unconscious, groaned and sweated profusely. Ningxu pulled out the silver needle and waited by the bed for Inu to wake up. Inu slept all night and only woke up the next morning. When he woke up, his face was sallow. He ignored Ningxu, who had been watching over him all night, and lifted the quilt to go into the imperial palace to see Princess Mingzhu. However, after taking 2 steps, he collapsed on the ground. And you had not eaten for a day and a night. He was so hungry that he had no strength. The old lady came in with her walking stick. When she saw Yu, she raised her walking stick and wanted to hit him. However, when she saw the haggard Yu, she held her walking stick in the air for a long time. And you, what are you doing? You're so muddle-headed that you can't see things clearly. It's impossible between you and Princess Mingzhu, the old lady said sternly with her walking stick. And you said, I'm muddle-headed. I don't want to see things clearly. After meeting Mingzhu, I feel that my life is not in vain. My life can be colorful, even if it's short. Colorful fireworks, right? They deserve to die in the end. Ningxu looked at the old lady with a hurt, painful, and constipated expression. Mother. The old lady forced Yu to drink some porridge. And Yu, who was drinking a bowl of porridge, looked at Ningxu. He walked over and grabbed Ningxu's wrist. He used so much strength that Ningxu's wrist hurt. It's you. It must be you. And Yu roared at Ningxu. Ningxu's face trembled. He felt that his face was splashed with saliva by Yu. Damn it, it's so disgusting. He really wanted to kick Yu's crotch. Ningxu said in a trembling voice, Husband, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by it? The old lady held her walking stick and shouted, and Yu, let go of Xianxia first. We can talk about it. Ningxu struggled to get rid of Yu's control and hid behind the old lady. It must be you. As soon as you entered the palace, the Empress Dowager summoned Princess Mingzhu. It's you. It must be you. And Yu pointed at Ningxu, his face full of pain and hatred. If you have anything to do with me, come at me. Why do you have to deal with Princess Mingzhu? Have you thought about how painful it must be for her to be alone in the palace? Wei Lingxian, I was wrong about you. Princess Mingzhu is just a lonely woman. Can't you tolerate her? Where did your elegance and dignity go? Ningxu was speechless. I want to kill my husband. And Yu's roar and accusations not only made Ningxu want to kill him, but even the matriarch was dumbfounded. She said in a daze, and Yu, Lingxian is your wife. How can you say that about her? Moreover, we entered the palace together. She didn't say anything in front of the Empress Dowager. Mother, I'm your son. Why are you protecting this evil woman? If it wasn't for her, Princess Mingzhu wouldn't have entered the palace. And Yu had completely lost his mind. He wanted to vent the anger in his heart, but the pain made him unable to see anything clearly. He only wanted Mingzhu. Ningxu looked at Yu's red eyes. He looked as if he had gone crazy. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. You went to the palace because you wanted to stop me and Mingzhu, right? And Yu said angrily. The old madam shook her head. I went to the palace with Lingxian to ask the Empress Dowager to bestow a marriage to Yu. Once there's a suitable candidate, the Empress Dowager will bestow an honorable marriage. And Yu was stunned. He pursed his lips tightly, stood up, and rushed out of the room. I don't care. I'm going to the palace to find Mingzhu. I won't allow it, the old madam said sternly. And Yu was in pain and helplessness. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the old madam. Mother, I beg you. I can't live without Mingzhu. Without Mingzhu, I feel that there's no joy in my life. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Then you lived in pain for the first half of your life? You and Wei Lingxian helped each other in difficult times, but it was fake. Damn it. Seeing Yu's infatuated look, Ningxu was so embarrassed that her cancer of embarrassment flared up. You. The old madam was so angry that she was about to have a seizure. You're planning to abandon the general's mansion, your wife, and your son, and barge into the palace. What kind of place is the palace? You can go anywhere you want. Princess Mingzhu is a princess of the imperial family and lives a luxurious life in the palace. You're a man with a family. Can Princess Mingzhu be your concubine? And you felt basin after basin of ice water being poured on his body, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In the end, he was still her son. The old lady was angry and distressed. she said, and you, forget about Mingzhu. She has a noble status. In the future, her husband will definitely be a dragon or phoenix among men. Don't tell me you want to ruin her and the general's residence. Thinking that Mingzhu was going to marry someone else, and you held in pain, like a trapped beast. Seeing his mother like this, Ningxu said, Mother, and Yu's emotions are unstable now. Let him rest more. Old Madame Fu closed her eyes and locked the door to prevent Yu, who was emotionally unstable, from going out. The old lady's face had more wrinkles. She looked at Ningxu and sighed. Ling Xian, it's been hard on you. Ningxu shook his head and said, I just want to protect the general's mansion and the 2 children. You're sensible. And Yu hasn't suffered any setbacks since he was young, and his battles have been smooth sailing. I originally thought that Yu would be safe and sound, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen at this age. What kind of goo did Princess Mingzhu cast on Yu to make him so obsessed? The old lady was almost gnashing her teeth, and her tone was filled with hatred. Ningxu's face was filled with worry, but her heart was cold. Yu was locked up, and his meals were sent in by Ningxu. When Yu saw Ningxu, his eyes were very cold. In front of Ningxu, he threw all the food on the ground, and the plates shattered. Ningxu's expression was indifferent. He didn't let anyone clean up and locked the door. He didn't care about Yu anymore. Old Madame Fu was in low spirits. When she heard Ningxu say that Yu still didn't eat, she gritted her teeth and said, It's fine if he doesn't eat. He only knows how to eat when he's hungry. Ningxu just curled the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything. But what Ningxu didn't expect was that Lingyun actually opened the door secretly and let Yu out. Yu went straight in the direction of the imperial palace after he went out. When Ningxu came to deliver the food, he saw Lingyun in the room. His expression changed. He grabbed Lingyun's collar and dragged her directly to the ancestral hall. He kicked her leg and directly made Lingyun kneel on the ground. Mother! Lingyun shouted in pain. She felt that her knees were broken. She looked at Ningxu in disbelief. How can you do this to me? Ningxu said coldly, Repent in front of the ancestors properly. The entire general's mansion will be gone because of you. Lingyun didn't understand. Seeing Ningxu's cold expression, she was very scared. She wanted to say something, but she saw her mother quickly walk out and lock the ancestral hall. If you don't understand, keep kneeling. Ningxu went directly to the stable. He took a horse and jumped on its back, heading for the imperial palace. Yu was crazy for love. What kind of place was the imperial palace? He could break in whenever he wanted. Yu had lost his mind. There was only Mingzhu in his mind. Mingzhu, what kind of power could make someone so crazy and stupid? Was it really love? If it was, then love was really a terrible thing. Now Yu was simply inhumane. When Ningxu arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace, he saw Yu arguing with the guards and shouting for Princess Mingzhu. Let me in. I want to see Princess Mingzhu. General you can't enter the imperial palace without the waste token and His Majesty's imperial edict. If you want to break in, we can only take you down as an assassin. I'm just going to the imperial palace to see Princess Mingzhu and the little heir. I'll see if they're doing well. I'll come out soon, Yu said patiently. When Ningxu heard Yu's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The imperial palace was Yu's home. He could enter whenever he wanted. He kept talking about Princess Mingzhu. Did Yu really care about Princess Mingzhu's reputation? Did Yu really love Mingzhu? He didn't care about her reputation. Ningxu hurriedly got off the horse and dragged Yu over. When Yu saw Ningxu, he immediately said, What are you doing here? Are you also here to stop me? I'm telling you, I won't go back until I see Mingzhu. Yu wanted to shake off Ningxu's hand, but he felt that Ningxu was too strong. He couldn't shake him off at all. I don't care if you want to die, but I can't let you drag the general's mansion down with you. Ningxu had never seen a person go crazy. It was as if he had been bitten by a mad dog and got rabies. He swelled again. He saw once again that great love needed to be so hysterical. The love that Ningxu had seen was either hurting each other, trampling on others without principles, or ignoring everything hysterically. damn it, love was a matter between two people. Why did so many people have to be involved in a love war, damn it? Without saying anything, Ningxu knocked you out with a karate chop and put you on the horse. Then he took out a money bag and gave it to the guards. He said, "I'm sorry, everyone. General is drunk." The guards weighed the money in their hands and generously said that this didn't happen. Ningxu rode his own horse and led Yu's horse. The unconscious Yu was lying on the horse's back. Ningxu flicked the whip in his hand and whipped Yu's body. It was too damn annoying. How could there be such a person? And Yu, who was whipped by Ningxu, groaned and did not wake up. When they returned to the general's mansion, the old madam was waiting anxiously. When she saw the unconscious Yu, her expression turned ugly. Ningxu explained, "Granny, and you wanted to barge into the palace, so I had someone knock him out." Ningxu did not want to tell the old madam that he was the one who did it. The old madam sighed and had someone bring Yu back to the room. She said to Ningxu, "Xian, you did the right thing. Now the general's mansion can only rely on you and me." The old madam grabbed Ningxu's hand and patted it. "And you is lucky to have a wife like you. Was it a blessing?" However, and you did not know how lucky he was. It was ironic. It was supposed to be the man who protected the family, sheltered the family from the wind and rain, was filial, and raised the children. However, the woman had to support the entire family. A muddle-headed man was really scary. She could be so calm because she did not love anyone who did not have any fluctuations in his heart. People who fell into a whirlpool of emotions were irrational. Ningxu said to the old madam, "The general's mansion will be fine." The old madam had been working too hard recently. She did not look energetic, but Yu could not see it. Ningxu walked into the room and saw Yu lying on the bed with tears in the corners of his eyes. Ningxu sneered and unbuttoned Yu's clothes. He turned over and took a silver needle to the side of Yu's waist. Yu groaned in pain and sweat poured out of his body. Ningxu pulled out the silver needles with an indifferent face, helped Yu put on his clothes, and then locked the door. During dinner, there were only Ningxu and the old lady at the table. The old lady sighed and said, "Let Lingyun out." Ningxu put down his bowl and chopsticks and said respectfully to the old lady, "Mother, Lingyun is not young anymore and is still ignorant. If she marries into her husband's family like this, I'm afraid it's not a marriage but a feud. Didn't she think about what kind of disaster it would bring to the general's residence if she let her father out today?" The old lady sighed, waved her hand, and said tiredly, "Whatever you say." Ningxu saw that the old lady didn't want to eat. She didn't even touch her chopsticks. Ningxu scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to the old lady. He said, "Mother, drink some soup. It's not good for your health if you don't eat anything." Ningxu really didn't want anything to happen to the old lady. The old lady was an old lady from a feudal society. There were some things that Ningxu still needed the old lady to remind him. Although this body was the general's wife, it was nothing in front of the royal family. The old lady drank half a bowl of soup and didn't drink any more. She returned to her room to rest. Ningxu went to the ancestral hall to see Lingyun. He opened the door with a creak. In the dim ancestral hall, Lingyun was no longer kneeling on the ground. Instead, she was sitting on a praying mat. When she saw Ningxu enter, she hurriedly said to Ningxu, "Mother, you're here to let me out." Ningxu closed the ancestral hall door. He looked at Lingyun and asked, "Do you know your mistake?" "Mother." Lingyun wanted to pull Ningxu's sleeve coquettishly, but Ningxu avoided her and only looked at Lingyun coldly. Lingyun looked at her mother's face flickering under the flickering candlelight. Her mother's eyes were so cold that it was frightening. Lingyun felt wronged. "Mother, you don't love Lingyun anymore." Ningxu took a deep breath and said indifferently, "I asked you if you know your mistake." I know my mistake." Lingyun immediately said, "Mother, can you let me out?" Ningxu pointed at the rows of ancestral tablets. His voice was like thunder. "Tell me in front of the ancestors where you were wrong." Lingyun was frightened by Ningxu's terrifying appearance. She immediately started crying. "Mother, don't be like this. Lingyun is scared." Ningxu only looked at her. Lingyun cried as she looked at Ningxu. She saw her mother's gaze was as cold as a knife. When she looked at her, it was like a sharp blade piercing towards her. It was also like an ancient well that reflected the moon. It was treacherous and terrifying. And Lingyun was scared in her heart. She cried even louder. Mother, I know my mistake. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have let father out. What else? Ningxu asked. What else? And Lingyun looked at Ningxu. She was a little confused. Ningxu's heart was burning with anger. He was about to explode. After doing so many missions, Ningxu had never felt so helpless and angry. Treating innocence as cuteness. Naivety was really killing people. Ningxu was glad that he had sent Yu away in advance. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what kind of chaotic scene it would be. This kind of love and hate entanglement really burned his brain. Ningxu reached out and touched the tears on Lingyun's face. And Lingyun's tears turned into a smile. Mother. Ningxu smiled and said, kneel properly. Don't be lazy. In this ancestral hall, the ancestor spirits are watching you. When you think it through, they will let you out. Mother. The smile on Lingyun's face froze. She looked at Ningxu in disbelief. Ningxu turned and walked out of the ancestral hall. And Lingyun in the room reacted. She banged on the door and shouted, Mother, let me out. Mother, I'm so scared. Ningxu stood outside the door. Hearing Lingyun's heart-wrenching voice, a complicated feeling welled up in his heart. There was heartache, hatred, and an indescribable melancholy. These were clearly the emotions of the original owner. Mother, mother, how can you do this to me? I hate you. I hate you. You weren't like this before, mother. And Lingyun banged on the door and cried. She didn't want to stay in the ancestral hall. She kept feeling that there were pairs of invisible eyes looking at her. Mother, mother, Lingyun hates you. Mother, I was wrong. Let me out. Ningxu stood at the door and said, in the past, mother spoiled you too much, causing you to be unable to distinguish right from wrong. From today onwards, I won't spoil you anymore. When Lingyun heard Ningxu's voice outside the house, she cried even louder. It was especially unbearable for a person who doted on her to suddenly treat her badly. And Lingyun was very angry now. She even resented her mother. She said without thinking, Mother, you're just angry because I let father out and he went to look for Princess Mingzhu. That's why you're angry and vent your anger on me. Ningxu, yes, I'm venting my anger on you. Who told you to be my daughter? I gave birth to you and raised you. What's wrong with venting my anger on you? Because what you owe me, I don't owe you. Ningxu said indifferently. Mother, you. And Lingyun was stunned. Kneel properly. The ancestors are watching you. Ningxu said indifferently. Ningxu asked Shu'er to bring him a praying mat. He knelt in front of the ancestral hall and said to Lingyun, kneel properly. You're not the only one who did something wrong. I also did something wrong. And Lingyun saw her mother kneeling on the ground through the crack in the door and didn't know what to say. She just shouted, Mother, kneel, Ningxu said coldly. With Ningxu outside and Lingyun's heart calmed down. She knelt on the praying mat and looked around. She felt that the ancestral hall was gloomy. Shu'er put a cloak on Ningxu. Ningxu closed his eyes and circulated his qi to extinguish the burning anger in his heart. She had to stay calm. Otherwise, she would be no different from the original owner. If she, an outsider, was so angry and irritable, then Wei Lingxian, who was in this situation, was like being roasted in a fire. All kinds of emotions could drive a person crazy. She always felt that there was some kind of power that made people crazy and desperate. If the heavens wanted to destroy people, they first had to make them crazy. Mother, are you there? And Lingyun heard that it was quiet outside and couldn't help but ask. Ningxu made a sound of acknowledgement. And Lingyun's heart calmed down immediately. And Lingyun asked Ningxu, Mother, what did you do wrong? Ningxu said coldly, I doted on you too much. You didn't know right from wrong and didn't know the ways of the world. Based on your own preferences, you arbitrarily decided right and wrong. You even brought harm to the entire general's residence. You're ashamed to face the ancestors of the In family. And Lingyun bit her lip and didn't say anything. She felt wronged and scared. Her mother, who loved her, shouldn't be like this. Ningxu moved his knees and closed his eyes, reciting the incantation for a peerless martial art in his heart. Ningxu felt that he needed to exchange for a secret manual that could calm one's heart, such as the heart-cleansing incantation. And Lingyun called out from time to check if Ningxu was outside. As long as Ningxu responded, and Lingyun's heart would be incomparably calm. "Mother, do you hate Princess Mingzhu?" And Lingyun asked. Ningxu faintly said, "Lingyun, there are some things that you have to see with your own eyes. Put yourself in mother's shoes and treat yourself as mother. What do you think?" Ningxu continued, "You don't have to stand on your mother's side. Let's talk about you. In the future, when you get married, your husband will fall in love with a woman of noble status. You will face the possibility of being abandoned. Not only that, the child you raised will have to call someone else mother. The husband you love doesn't love you, the child you love doesn't love you. You will grow old and have no one to rely on. You will die a miserable death. After you die, no one will burn any paper offerings for you, while your beloved husband will be in love with someone else. Will you like the woman who stole your husband and your child?" Ningxu's voice was very calm and indifferent. However, thunderclaps exploded in Lingyun's heart, making her body tremble and mournful. She said with a crying voice, "Mother, Ningxu sighed and said, "Lingyun, this matter is far from simple. Think about it carefully. I hope that the general's mansion will be safe. I hope that you and your brother will be safe." This was the wish of the original owner of this body. She wanted to minimize the damage in this disaster as much as possible. As for Wei Lingxian wanting to return to the days without Princess Mingzhu, it was impossible. What happened was what happened. Wei Lingxian cared about these two children. Ningxu had tried his best to make these two children understand things. Damn, it was really difficult for her, who had never given birth to children, to educate them. "Mother, Princess Mingzhu said that she didn't want to steal father from you. She said that she could stay by father's side regardless of the status. She said." And Lingyun couldn't continue in the end. Ningxu didn't get angry. He said to Lingyun, "What else? What kind of person do you think Princess Mingzhu is?" "Princess Mingzhu is an approachable person. She is elegant and refined. Moreover, she is overflowing with talent. She can even compose poems," and Lingyun said. Ningxu said, "No matter how approachable Commandery Princess Mingzhu is, she is still a Commandery Princess of the royal family. She has a noble status and is not equal to us. She can ignore it, but if she does, it will be disgraceful." That night, Ningxu and Lingyun talked for a while. Ningxu knelt at the door for the whole night. When he got up, his legs were numb. When he opened the door of the ancestral hall, he saw Lingyun lying on the ground. Touching her head, he felt that she had a fever. Ningxu unhurriedly asked Zhu to bring the feverish Lingyun into the room. To put it bluntly, Ningxu would rather Lingyun be sick like this than see her jump up and down all day. After giving Lingyun cold medicine, old madam came over and saw that her granddaughter was sick again. She sighed and blamed Ningxu for keeping Lingyun in the ancestral hall all night and making her sick. Ningxu didn't say anything. Old madam kept muttering things like "evil creature" and so on. While Lingyun was still sick, and you woke up and wanted to go out. Ningxu directly ordered people to seal up the windows to prevent you from running away. Old madam closed her eyes and didn't say anything to Ningxu's actions. There were tears in the corners of her eyes. Ningxu entered the room and looked at Yu. He said, "Yu, before you calm down, you should stay in this room." Yu looked indifferently at Ningxu. "Do you think you can trap me like this?" Ningxu said indifferently, "I know I can't trap you. I just want you to think clearly. You carry the lives of everyone in the general's residence on your shoulders. Are you sure you want so many people's lives to fulfill your love with Princess Mingzhu? Your Majesty, if the Empress Dowager blames you, Mother won't be able to bear it at her age. There's also your son Yu's future and Lingyun's future happiness. Have you considered her life for the rest of her life? If you don't care about anything, who will Lingyun marry if her reputation is ruined?" He clearly had so many responsibilities on his shoulders. Why was Yu still so willful and stubbornly wanted to be a moth to a flame? In the end, he was selfish. Sometimes, people didn't just live for themselves. Yu painfully covered his head and growled. His expression was contorted. Ning. She didn't pay attention to him and directly locked the door. And Ling Yun's fever was very serious. Lying on the bed, she began to talk nonsense. Ning Shu rubbed her body and gave her cold medicine. It was faster than drinking Chinese medicine. Ning Shu was still calm and unhurried. This made the matriarch's anxious heart calm down a little. She felt that her daughter-in-law was strong. In the face of such a situation, she still wanted to take care of the general's residence. Holding Ning Shu's hand, she sighed and said, Ling Xian, don't worry. I will always be on your side. If you weren't here, my old bones wouldn't be able to hold on. Because these people had nothing to do with her, she wasn't anxious at all. She didn't feel any heartache. Naturally, she was incomparably calm. Now, Yu was no longer hysterical. When Ning Shu brought food into the room, he ate and rarely lost his temper. It seemed that he had restrained all his emotions. He was often in a daze and sometimes clenched his fists. Clearly, he was struggling fiercely in his heart. On one side was his family. On the other side was the only woman he loved in his life. It was as if a knife had cut his heart in half. Princess Mingzhu was waiting for her god to save her in the palace. In the square palace, Princess Mingzhu felt suffocated. Everyone here was indifferent and did not have the warmth of the general's mansion. Princess Mingzhu missed Yu very much. The Empress Dowager asked her to pray in the temple and did not allow her to go out. The Empress Dowager did not allow her to go back to the general's mansion, which made Princess Mingzhu very miserable. Every time a palace maid came to the temple to deliver food, Princess Mingzhu kowtowed and begged the little palace maid. Please, can you let me go out to find Yu? I'll give you money. Can you let me go out? I want to find my brother. Where is he? Without me by his side, my brother will be very sad. Seeing a princess kneeling and kowtowing to them, the little palace maids were so scared that their faces turned pale. They also knelt and kowtowed, asking the princess not to make things difficult for them. But after a long time, these palace maids were used to Princess Mingzhu's kneeling and kowtowing. There was even disdain in their eyes. She was still a commandery princess, yet she was kowtowing to servants like them. She kept talking about generalin, and kept talking about men. She was simply shameless. Her brother was staying in the palace, but she acted as if she had done something to him. It was as if the palace was a horrible place. The Empress Dowager asked Princess Mingzhu to pray for her deceased parents and clansmen in the temple. But Princess Mingzhu cried all day and covered her heart with her hands, which made the Empress Dowager very annoyed. The Empress Dowager did not have much contact with Princess Mingzhu before. After a short contact from Yunzhou to Jingqing, Princess Mingzhu was sent to the general's mansion. Therefore, every time Princess Mingzhu saw the Empress Dowager, she would kneel on the ground and kowtow to the Empress Dowager. She was not afraid of pain, and then she would say with tears in her eyes, Empress Dowager, you are so kind, noble and kind. You must have experienced such unforgettable love. Then she would cry and bitterly ask her to go out and find Generalin. The Empress Dowager almost had a heart attack because of Mingzhu, especially when Mingzhu would pull on her skirt every time she spoke and look up at her with a humble look. It was as if Princess Mingzhu would cry if she spoke harshly. The Empress Dowager was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She locked Princess Mingzhu in the Buddha hall. Then, she heard Princess Mingzhu calling for Yu. The Empress Dowager felt that the general's mansion had evil intentions. Ning Shu and the old lady were summoned into the palace by the Empress Dowager. As soon as they paid their respects, they heard the Empress Dowager's roar. She scolded and condemned Ning Shu and the old lady. The old lady and Ning Shu were prostrated on the ground. The old lady's body was trembling. Ning Shu could see that the old lady's forehead was covered in sweat. Ning Shu pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He prostrated on the ground and listened to the Empress Dowager's words. And you deliberately seduced Princess Mingzhu in order to climb up the nobility. There was more cold sweat on the old lady's forehead, and the clothes on her back were wet with cold sweat. After the Empress Dowager finished speaking, Ning Shu said, Your Highness, please forgive me. Since Princess Mingzhu came to the general's mansion, I have regarded her as my daughter. My husband treats Princess Mingzhu with respect. Maybe it's because Princess Mingzhu just lost her family, and it was Inyu who saved her, so she relies on Inyu a little. However, she definitely doesn't have such bold thoughts. The Empress Dowager was also very angry because of Princess Mingzhu's crying. Now that she had vented her anger, she saw the old lady kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. She looked very pitiful. Besides, Inyu fought for the country, so she couldn't disappoint the officials. She said, I hope so. When Princess Mingzhu is out of service, I will arrange a marriage for her. Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Highness. Ningxu kowtowed. The Empress Dowager rubbed her forehead and waved to Ningxu and the old lady. Ningxu helped the old lady out of the imperial palace. When the old lady got into the carriage, she staggered twice. Fortunately, Ningxu supported her, or she would have fallen out of the carriage. After returning to the general's mansion, the old lady rested first. Then she fell ill. It seemed that the old lady would not be able to get up. Only then did Inyu remember his mother. He knelt in front of the old lady and cried and confessed. The old lady said bluntly, the Empress Dowager won't agree to your marriage. When Princess Mingzhu is out of service, the Empress Dowager will arrange a marriage. The Empress Dowager already thinks that you have seduced Princess Mingzhu, and the whole general's mansion will be punished. No, Princess Mingzhu and I are really in love. Is she going to marry someone else? And Yu's eyes were a little blank. The old lady's face was livid, and her illness became more serious. I won't agree to your marriage even if I die, unless I die. And Yu's expression was incomparably painful. His eyes were red, and he gasped for breath. Finally, he asked, Mingzhu, is Mingzhu doing well? Of course she's doing well. She's supposed to be a princess who lives in luxury, the old lady said while holding her breath. Ningxu stood at the side like an outsider. He looked at his husband's painful and helpless appearance because of another woman. Oh my, seeing you in pain makes my heart feel good. And you knelt in front of the old lady and said, I will give up on Princess Mingzhu. The old lady's expression relaxed. She seemed much more relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Ningxu and Inyu left the room. And Yu, who was walking in front, stopped and turned to look at Ningxu. He said, are you satisfied? Concubine Ning almost laughed. She said in a dignified manner, husband, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not dissatisfied. I'm just asking for a stable life. I'm asking for the stability of the general's estate. I'm asking for the safety of my children and a place to settle down. And you coldly snorted and didn't say anything. He turned and left. From then on, he never entered Ningxu's courtyard again. Ningxu went to see the sickened Lingyun. And Lingyun was still in a daze. When she saw Ningxu, she called out mother. Ningxu only told her to rest well. The next day, Inyu proposed that he was going to go to war. The old lady sighed and didn't say anything. She agreed. On the other hand, Ningxu rolled her eyes. If Inyu chose to fight at this time, it was obvious that he was trying to avoid emotional matters. If he didn't have a stable mood to fight, and the battlefield was constantly changing, how could such an irrational Inyu be qualified to fight? This was irresponsible to the soldiers and the country. Ningxu had been to war before and knew the influence of a general on the battlefield. It was no wonder that Inyu was defeated in the end. Inyu told his family, and the next day, he quickly left the camp. Ningxu went to see Inyu off. He saw Inyu's eyes. He was riding on a horse. He was extraordinarily handsome. It was no wonder that Princess Mingzhu kept calling him a god and a ruler. Inyu was indeed charming when he acted like this. After Inyu's departure, the general's mansion quieted down. The fiery atmosphere also gradually cooled down. It was as if she had returned to her previous tranquility. After experiencing hysterical madness, she was suddenly at peace. Ningxu finally understood what the original owner, Wei Lingxian, longed for. It was this kind of tranquility. Princess Mingzhu's appearance was like a typhoon, destroying everything around her. After Lingyun recovered from her illness, Ningxu allowed her to take care of the entire general's residence. And Lingyun's temperament was obviously much more dull. Sometimes, no one knew what she was thinking about. She didn't look as lively as before. Some things could be felt with personal pain. Ningxu only used an example to change in Lingyun's attitude. She didn't mention Princess Mingzhu for a while. Although the old madam had recovered, she was not in good spirits. However, Ningxu didn't think it was over. He didn't know if the elopement in the plot would happen again. After all, Princess Mingzhu was now in the heavily guarded palace. When Princess Mingzhu heard that Yu went to the battlefield, she was completely stunned. Why? Why didn't you go to the battlefield? Why didn't he come to save her? Princess Mingzhu was very sad. She knelt on the futon and cried pitifully. The palace maid next to her ignored Princess Mingzhu and looked at her with disdain. Princess Mingzhu was very determined as she cried. She made up her mind. She would go to the battlefield to find Yu. She couldn't bear to be separated like this. Even if she had to die, she would die by Yu's side. Ningxu, who was in the general's mansion, heard that Princess Mingzhu secretly ran out of the palace. She bribed a eunuch and disguised herself as a young eunuch. Ningxu didn't know how to complain about this. How could it be so easy to sneak out of the palace? Everything was for the sake of the plot. Anything that didn't conform to logic could be ignored. Princess Mingzhu also left a letter saying that she was going to find Yu and ask the Empress Dowager for forgiveness. When the old lady heard about this, she almost fainted. It was simply ridiculous. She had already asked her son to give up Princess Mingzhu, but this woman was like a leech sucking on her son. Before the Empress Dowager made trouble, Ningxu took the lead to enter the palace. In front of the Empress Dowager, he said that he was willing to step down from the court to help Yu and Princess Mingzhu. Ningxu also explained that she did not expect Princess Mingzhu to do that. Originally, the Empress Dowager was still angry because Princess Mingzhu had slipped away from her eyes and traveled thousands of miles to find a general. There was no dispute between them. Did she think that she was blind? Moreover, she had already said that she would arrange a marriage for Princess Mingzhu when she came out of the costume. Now, Princess Mingzhu had run away with a man. It was a slap in the Empress Dowager's face. Originally, when she saw Ningxu, she was very angry. But when he came and asked to leave, the Empress Dowager was really stunned. This was undoubtedly a good idea. Princess Mingzhu had run away with a man and had lost her reputation. But of course, it was impossible to let a princess of the royal family be a concubine. Undoubtedly, General Zhenwei's wife asking to leave was a perfect way to solve the problem. The Empress Dowager shook her head and said, "You are General N's first wife. How can you leave just like that?" Ningxu nodded. He was not surprised by this result, because the Empress Dowager did not dare to do so. If this precedent was set, how could the Empress Dowager face the imperial court's appointed wives? Moreover, if General N's first wife left, it would seem that the royal family forced her to leave. Moreover, Wei Lingxian was a woman who did nothing wrong. In this case, Princess Mingzhu was not in the right. When Ningxu returned to the general's mansion, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the general's mansion would not be endangered. This was completely Princess Mingzhu's personal behavior. The news of Yu's defeat spread to the capital. The old lady fainted completely. The general's mansion began to be inexplicably chaotic again, which made people restless and desperate. The atmosphere was suffocating. Moreover, Lingyun was also in trouble. Because she and Princess Mingzhu had spent a lot of money, now there was basically no money in the account book. She could not even maintain the basic operation of the general's mansion. The things that Princess Mingzhu liked were exquisite and expensive. And Lingyun and Princess Mingzhu did not have the concept of money. When they saw something they liked, they bought it. They spent money like running water. The old lady wanted to use her private money to pay for the general's mansion, but Ningxu did not let her. He directly reduced the number of servants in the general's mansion. Ningxu asked Lingyun to choose which servants to let leave the general's mansion. All the servants knelt in front of Lingyun and begged her not to sell them. Lingyun had never experienced such a thing. Every servant cried miserably and knelt in front of her. They were very pitiful. Lingyun looked at Ningxu and said hesitantly, "Mother, are we really going to sell them?" Ningxu said faintly, "Yes, because the general's mansion is not enough to support them now." Your father's salary is not much, and the profits from the shop are only enough to cover the expenses of the general's mansion. You have been in charge for so long, haven't you noticed this? And Lingyun said, many of these things were bought for Princess Mingzhu. I know, but you were the one who paid at that time. Ningxu said, choose who you want. These servants can't serve in the general's mansion, but they can go to other mansions to serve the new master. And Lingyun struggled. And Lingyun had never experienced such a thing. And Lingyun was so scared that she cried. She looked at Ningxu for help, but Ningxu just shook his head at her. And Lingyun finally chose a few servants and sold them to the trafficker. And Lingyun took the money that the trafficker gave her. It was just a small 2 pieces of silver. The servants who were sold immediately looked at Lingyun with resentment. If it wasn't for their status, they would have cursed at Lingyun. And Lingyun didn't expect that the servants who were usually so respectful to her and called her second miss would look at her so fiercely. It was as if they wanted to eat her. And Lingyun was so scared that she took a step back. Ningxu pushed her behind him and let the trafficker take the servants away. Mother. And Lingyun said to Ningxu, feeling wronged. Ningxu said, don't be afraid. After this, the general's mansion will have to increase our income and reduce our expenses. Lingyun, you have to learn how to do these things. I know. And Lingyun was depressed. She was not in a good mood. After that, Ningxu, the old madam, and Lingyun discussed how to increase their income and reduce their expenses. The old madam cancelled the daily bird's nest. Ningxu also cancelled the bi-daily bird's nest. This way, they could save a lot of money. And Lingyun bit her lips and said, there are a lot of things in Princess Mingzhu's courtyard. Should we sell the things in her courtyard? Ningxu smiled and looked at Lingyun. At this time, Lingyun started to learn how to plan. No need. Princess Mingzhu will come back in the future. Ningxu said with certainty. The old madam's face turned pale. On the other side, Princess Mingzhu rushed to the battlefield with great difficulty. Just as Yu was about to kill himself with his sword, Princess Mingzhu screamed and ran over to hug Yu, who was covered in blood. Yu did not recognize the travel-worn and dirty woman at first, but when he heard Mingzhu's voice, his body stiffened and trembled. He said in disbelief, Mingzhu. It's me, it's me. Mingzhu's tears fell like rain as she hugged Yu. They looked at each other as if they had seen through thousands of mountains and rivers. Their hearts were overflowing with emotions as they hugged each other tightly. Yu said, I wanted to die, but after seeing you, I suddenly don't want to die. Don't die, don't die. Mingzhu leaned into Yu's arms and cried. Then they decided to drag out an ignoble existence. After that, they began to communicate with their souls. Yu and Mingzhu returned to the capital. They knew that there would be huge ways ahead of them, but they were fearless. Yu and Mingzhu rode on the same horse. Mingzhu turned her head and smiled at Yu. The emperor was furious about Yu and Princess Mingzhu. He abolished Princess Mingzhu's title of Princess Shudai and demoted her to a commoner. Yu was demoted from a rank 1 general of Xinwei to a rank 3 commandant. Yu was already very happy to pay such a price to get Princess Mingzhu. He could pay any price to be with the person he loved. Princess Mingzhu accepted the imperial edict calmly. In her heart, if she had to choose between Yu and a princess, she would choose Yu. Now that she was no longer restricted by her status as a princess, she could enter the general's mansion and live with Yu. Princess Mingzhu hugged her younger brother, the little heir. No, to be exact, Mingzhu was now a commoner, not the little heir's sister. Princess Mingzhu cried and told the little heir to work hard to revitalize the King Yan's mansion. Then she went to the general's mansion with Yu without looking back. The whole family waited for them at the entrance of the general's mansion. Ningxu had a smile on his face. And Lingyun stomped her feet. How can she be so shameless? Aren't you shocked by her courage to die for you? Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at Lingyun. She's eloping, shameless. And Lingyun spat. During this period of time, she had experienced many things and understood many things. The old lady sighed. When she saw the 2 people riding on the same horse, her face immediately darkened. Ling Xian, no matter what, I will always be on your side, the old lady said to Ningxu. Ningxu didn't comment. He just didn't know what would happen under the halo of the female lead. However, when Ningxu saw Yu's sallow face, he couldn't help but smile. Moreover, looking at the intimacy between the two of them, it should be a physical intimacy. The two of them dismounted, and Ningxu was the first to kneel in front of the matriarch, giving the matriarch a fright. She took 2 steps back with an ashen face and did not say anything. "Old madam, I love your son more than myself. I want to integrate into the general's mansion. Old madam, I will be filial to you. I will love you as much as I love in you. I will respect and honor you. Please accept me, old madam. I will definitely move you with my sincerity. Get up." The matriarch's face was trembling. Ningxu then said to Ningxu, "Madam, I really love in you. Please help us. Forgive me for not being able to control myself. I won't monopolize in you. Just treat me like a cat or a dog." If she was really a cat or a dog, she would have been beaten to death. Ningxu reached out and slapped Ningxu's face. Then, with a pained expression, she said, "I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. Can you forgive me for not being able to control myself?" Ningxu covered her face and looked at Ningxu with tears streaming down her face. She shook her head. "Madam, I'm fine." She was so good at enduring. Looking at her, she looked like she was being bullied. And Yu's expression immediately turned ugly. He shouted at Ningxu, "What are you doing? How can you hit her?" Ningxu said, "I couldn't control myself just now." "You." And Yu frowned. "Why are you bullying Ningxu like this?" And Yu, "I'm fine. Please don't blame madam." "Alright, let's go in." The matriarch interrupted the argument. She glanced at the weak Ningxu and felt extremely annoyed. During the meal, the matriarch saw Ningxu and sat down. She coughed and said, "I don't know if Princess Ningxu is used to eating these things." Ningxu quickly said, "Mother, I like these things very much. You don't have to call me mother. It's unreasonable. Although you are a princess, you have already been demoted to a commoner. Moreover, you are a concubine. Call me madam." The matriarch said indifferently. Her words clearly made Ningxu unable to back down. Feeling wronged, and you could not help but say, "Mother, it's better to treat Ningxu like before." "It's fine." Ningxu smiled at Yu, causing the matriarch's face to darken again. Ningxu sneered. In the past, Ningxu had the status of a princess. Her status was noble. But now, Ningxu was just a concubine who had been stripped of her status. There was something wrong with Yu's head. How could he allow his mother to worship his concubine? Ningxu could clearly feel this family's rejection of her. The matriarch did not like her. The matriarch did not like her. Even her good friend, and Lingyun, looked at her with disgust. The sudden change in status made Ningxu feel very uncomfortable. However, seeing Yu, Ningxu's heart was filled with courage. She could rely on her sincerity to make these people accept her again. After dinner, Yu and Ningxu went to Ningxu's courtyard. Ningxu saw Ningxu and Lingyun standing together not far away. They were looking at her. She said to Yu uneasily, "Go to madam's courtyard. You haven't seen each other in a long time." Yu grabbed Ningxu's hand. "Can you bear to push me to another woman?" Ningxu muttered, "You are the person I love. Of course I can't bear to." "Don't worry. I will be loyal to you. I will be loyal to our relationship." As soon as Yu entered the room, he impatiently kissed Ningxu's lips. Ningxu let out a rippling sound. "You really don't need to go to madam's place?" Ningxu's consciousness was hazy as she asked happily. "No need. The one I love is you." And Yu said, "I can't betray our relationship." He clearly meant that he had already dumped that old hag. Yet, he still said it so nicely. And Yu was very excited on Ningxu's young body. He huffed and puffed for a while. Not long after, he vented his excitement. He laid on Ningxu's body and panted. Ningxu had just started to feel something when Yu finished. Ningxu felt as if she had fallen into the air. It was very uncomfortable. However, seeing how tired Yu was, she was too embarrassed to let him do it again. especially when she saw that Yu had actually fallen asleep. Mingzhu was a bit unhappy. However, the excitement of being by Yu's side suppressed her unhappiness. The next morning, it was supposed to be time for Mingzhu to serve tea to the elders in the family and Mingxu, the first wife. However, Yu and Mingzhu slept until late in the morning, leaving the old madam and Ningxu in the main hall for so long. Ningxu didn't care about this. The old madam held her walking stick with an ugly expression. In the end, she comforted Ningxu and said, since she doesn't want to serve tea, then forget it. Only when you, the first wife, drink her tea will it be considered as acknowledging her identity. She doesn't even care about it, so don't bother about her. Ningxu nodded. And Lingyun was already hungry from waiting. She couldn't help but ask Ningxu, Mother, why don't I get someone to call father? Ningxu looked at the old madam, and the old madam asked her personal maid to call for someone. After a while, Yu and Mingzhu arrived. When Mingzhu entered the room and saw everyone looking at her, her face immediately turned red. She looked extremely beautiful. When Ningxu saw Yu's slightly yellow face, he smiled meaningfully. Mother, I'm sorry for making everyone wait. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat. Yu was the groom last night, so he looked radiant. Even so, Ningxu could still see that his face was slightly yellow. Father, do you know that everyone has been waiting for you for a long time? And Lingyun pouted and complained to Yu. Yu doted on his daughter, so he didn't say anything when he heard this. However, Mingzhu knelt down in front of Lingyun and said, Lingyun, this is all because of me. I was a little tired in the morning, so I slept a little longer. I'm sorry. And Lingyun's expression instantly turned ugly. She said, Get up. Don't kneel. I was wrong. I made everyone wait for me. I apologize to everyone. Can you forgive me? Mingzhu looked at Lingyun as if she was waiting for her forgiveness. Otherwise, she wouldn't get up. And Lingyun was speechless. Lingyun, you are so kind. Please forgive me, Mingzhu said again. And Lingyun was furious. She was the one who came late. If she didn't forgive him, would she be unkind? Ningxu laughed unkindly in his heart. There were some things that could only be felt when it happened to oneself. Mingzhu in the plot was like this. She treated her knees as if they were made of iron. She would kneel down at the slightest provocation and shed 2 drops of cat urine. Everyone stood on her side and blamed the original owner. Now that it happened to Lingyun, how did Lingyun feel? It probably wouldn't be too pleasant. Although Mingzhu was pure, she could feel the hatred and malice others had towards her. In this room, Lingyun was the first to speak. Mingzhu could feel that Lingyun did not like her, so she did it out of instinct. Out of instinct, he wanted to use the strength of the people around him to help him get out of this predicament. Therefore, Lingyun was now being targeted. Ningxu didn't say anything and just watched from the side. Lingyun, please forgive me. Mingzhu said to Lingyun, who had an ugly expression. And you pulled up the kneeling girl and said to Lingyun, this was my idea. You don't have to blame Mingzhu. Mingzhu is also your mother. Show her some respect. Mother? My mother is Wei Lingxian. Damn, when did a concubine become my mother? And Lingyun was furious. Seeing her father protect Mingzhu, she felt even more sad and jealous. Lingyun and I are friends. You don't have to call me mother. Mingzhu hurriedly waved her hand. And Lingyun was even angrier. Damn, her good friend stole her father. Anyway, Lingyun felt disgusted but couldn't vomit. She felt extremely uncomfortable. Lingyun, it's getting late. Serve the dishes. Everyone is hungry, Ningxu said to Lingyun. And Lingyun pouted and ordered the servants to serve the dishes. This was Mingzhu's first meal in the general's residence as a concubine. According to the rules, she should serve a table of people. A concubine was basically a servant. However, Mingzhu sat beside Yu and picked up food for him. She looked extremely sweet. Mingzhu didn't realize that her identity was different. She was no longer Princess Mingzhu. Furthermore, she was a concubine. The legal wife even had the right to sell her. She lived in her own world and didn't know or care about anything. The old madam's face was dark the whole time. The sound of the ivory chopsticks poking the bowl was very loud. And you noticed that his mother didn't seem to be in a good mood. He asked, "Mother, are these not to your taste?" The old madam, "Haha, after breakfast and you and Mingzhu left." The old madam slammed the ivory chopsticks on the table. She looked extremely angry and her voice was trembling. "What kind of upbringing is this? I've never seen such an improper person." Ningxu only comforted the old madam and told her not to be angry. "Now, and you naturally treated Mingzhu like a pearl. It was easy to fall in love. Only when they continued to love each other was true love." Ningxu took An Lingyun to various gatherings of noble ladies to let An Lingyun see the world. At the same time, he also took An Lingyun to see her in-laws. Many noble ladies looked at Ningxu with sympathetic eyes. In the past, and you didn't even have a concubine. Now that a shameless Princess Mingzhu had appeared, they all warned Ningxu to set up the rules. Mingzhu was just a commoner now. What was there to be afraid of? Ningxu always smiled and said that he understood. The other madams looked at Ningxu with even more sympathy. Her husband had been snatched away by a woman, but she still had to force a smile. They all talked about how they punished the restless concubine. Almost all of them were gnashing their teeth. As long as it was the legal wife, she hated the concubines who shared her husband. And Lingyun listened at the side and felt that the door to a new world had opened. What was it about being sold? What was it about completely sterilizing the concubine? What was it about being able to torture the concubine and making her serve tea? On the way back, and Lingyun asked Ningxu, "Does everyone hate concubines?" And Lingyun's living environment was simple and happy. Naturally, she didn't see what a family with many wives and concubines looked like. Therefore, she naturally couldn't care less about the harm concubines caused to the legal wife. The legal wife had to pretend to be generous and take in concubines for her husband. Ningxu didn't directly say, "Which one of these madams do you think is the easiest to get along with?" "I think it's Madam Li. I heard that Madam Li's son is about the same age as your brother." And Lingyun was stunned for a moment. Her face turned red, and she said embarrassedly, "Mother, don't be embarrassed. Men should get married when they grow up, and women should get married when they grow up," Ningxu said. "It's good to have more contact with these madams. When you get married in the future, you can be mentally prepared. Your future husband can't only have you as his only woman." "It's good to listen more," Ningxu said indifferently. And Lingyun's heart was suddenly covered with a layer of shadow. Can't I be like father and only have mother as his wife? How can these men be so fickle? And Lingyun couldn't continue speaking because her father also had a concubine now. Moreover, he was in his old age and had entered a field of flowers. However, Anyolai's actions hurt Wei Lingxian more than those men who had many wives and concubines hurt their wives. Since he couldn't do it, why did he give Wei Lingxian such hope? Ningxu didn't care about the gloominess in An Lingyun's heart at all. She even stabbed a knife into An Lingyun's heart. An unmarried man also has maidservants by his side. Before you get married, the man already has women by his side. After you get married, these maidservants will be promoted to concubines. Your father doesn't have any maidservants by his side because he often fights, Ningxu said indifferently. And Lingyun's expression became even more depressed, as if she had stepped on feces. Ningxu shouted. "In a daze, mother, of course, you will also be loving with your husband, although you will share your husband with other people." Ningxu stabbed An Lingyun's heart again and again. Ningxu said again, "You are the daughter of General Zhenwei, so you will naturally be the legal wife, so you must take care of the family matters seriously. When you get married, your in-laws will be your family. There are some things in the general's manner that can't be controlled. A married daughter is like spilled water." And Lingyun was speechless. Ningxu ignored An Lingyun's depression and began to discuss the marriage of her son, and Yu, with the old madam. The old madam had taken a fancy to Minister Su's daughter, but Ningxu immediately rejected her. In the plot, Su Li was Yu's wife, but she held Mingzhu in high esteem. She even praised Mingzhu for her bravery in love and her undying devotion. Mingzhu was clearly the woman in her husband's heart, but she still sided with her love rival and even went against Wei Lingxian's real mother-in-law, accusing her mother-in-law of being cruel to Mingzhu. Another woman who couldn't distinguish right from wrong, a woman who was naive. Ningxu directly stated his reason. This Su Li is Minister Su's only daughter, so it's inevitable that she will be spoiled. And Yu is the eldest son, so his wife will be the eldest daughter-in-law. In the future, she will have to bear the heavy responsibility of the rear courtyard of the general's manor. I have seen this woman before, she is a naive and lively child. When the old madam heard this, she removed this Su Li naive and stupid, she didn't understand the ways of the world. How could she manage the inner courtyard well and deal with the other madams? Did she offend everyone? Ningxu had never thought of setting any rules for Mingzhu, nor did he want Mingzhu to greet him. With regards to Anyu's love for Mingzhu, Ningxu also treated himself as blind and did not see anything. Regarding this, Mingzhu felt extremely happy. Although Madame did not say anything, Mingzhu felt that Madame had already forgiven her. And Lingyun, who was supposed to protect Mingzhu in the storyline, was intentionally or unintentionally making things difficult for her. Moreover, Ningxu saw that Lingyun looked like she was practicing. She was probably practicing how to deal with a concubine. For example, if Mingzhu wanted to eat something, Lingyun would ask the servants to delay the delivery. When Mingzhu asked about it, Lingyun would say that the general's estate did not have money and could not afford such expensive things. Even the old madam did not have money to eat bird's nest. Mingzhu first made a scene out of being wronged, and then Anyu came out to defend Mingzhu. However, Lingyun directly said, "Father, you've been demoted, and your salary isn't much. The general's residence isn't rich now." Hearing his daughter's words, Anyu could not straighten his back. In the end, the matter was left unsettled, and Mingzhu asked her personal maid to buy it herself. Although she was able to eat what she wanted to eat with her own money, Mingzhu felt very uncomfortable. And Lingyun saw the good things in Mingzhu's courtyard and felt very uncomfortable. Many of the things here were bought with her own money. Now, the general's estate was living frugally, but Mingzhu had so many good things here. A concubine had more things than her mother's house. Ningxu only silently watched Lingyun's change. So the stick had to hit oneself to know the pain. Now, would Lingyun still warmly welcome Mingzhu into the family of the general's estate? People were selfish. When it came to their own things, they would work hard to fight for them. Now that the general's estate was doing worse than before, but Mingzhu was still doing very well, how could Lingyun continue to watch? Anyu and Mingzhu had been lovey-dovey for a while. In the past, they used to be lovey-dovey together every day, but recently, Anyu would occasionally sleep in the study. Ningxu looked at Anyu's slightly yellow face. He frowned and looked a little distressed. Mingzhu's expression also looked a little bitter. Ningxu laughed wildly in his heart. Time was a butcher's knife, enough to obliterate all true love and emotions. Anyu and Mingzhu both died in the end, achieving an unprecedented period of true love. What was death? What was death? Live and see how long you can love each other. Only love that can withstand the ravages of time is true love. Lust, with love, there will naturally be lust. It was just that the current Anyu did not seem to be able to satisfy Mingzhu. Since you're old, you should be more honest. Don't act like an old man and think that you're a hot-blooded young man. Recently, Anyu was very distressed, very distressed. Every time after making love, Anyu would feel very satisfied, but Mingzhu would not feel satisfied. He wanted to do it again, but for some reason, his body was not strong enough. Facing Mingzhu's bitter eyes, Anyu was in a sorry state and even reduced the number of times they made love. Anyu felt that there was a problem with his body. It was not that he could not do it, he could do it, but he could not do it for long. Previously, he thought that it was because he was too excited. After all, Mingzhu's body was so young and tender. But after doing it with Mingzhu so many times, it was the same situation every time. This made Anyu feel a little afraid. He even secretly went to find a doctor. The doctor felt his pulse and said that his kidney was weak. He prescribed some kidney-nourishing medicine for Anyu to boil and drink it. In order to fool others, Anyu pretended that he was sick and wanted to drink the medicine. After knowing that Anyu was sick, Mingzhu started crying as if Anyu was going to pass away. This made the old lady's face turn ugly. However, Anyu was very touched. He felt that Mingzhu was concerned about him. In front of everyone, they hugged and hugged again. Anyu said some words of love while wiping Mingzhu's tears. Finally, Mingzhu's tears turned into a smile. Ningxu was speechless. He was speechless. There was his mother, his wife, and his daughter in this house. Couldn't he be more careful? How could he be unable to control himself so much? Ningxu sighed. He felt that he was going to be alone for the rest of his life. Love was simply something that made people collapse. That was true. She could not even guarantee her life. Love was something that she could not hope for. Anything was more stable and better than love. In any case, Ningxu was extremely disgusted. Were the two of them planning to roll on the spot? Ningxu smelled the medicine that the servant girl brought in. The corner of his mouth curled up, but he did not say anything. And Lingyun saw Mingxu's actions and felt even more disgusted. The moment she left the room, she scolded, "Vixen." And Lingyun had long been displeased with Mingxu's house. Thinking that they were all using the general's residence's money, and Lingyun's heart ached. She would always find excuses to steal the things in Mingxu's house. Mingxu thought that Lingyun had forgiven her and generously gave all the good things to Lingyun. However, every time Lingyun came to ask for things, Mingxu would be unhappy. These things were all hers. What right did she have to ask her for them? Now, Ningxu basically didn't have to do anything. With Lingyun as the housekeeper, he didn't have to serve Yu. It was as if he was enjoying his old age in advance. Ningxu watched as Lingyun and Mingxu got into a conflict over a white jade hairpin. Mingxu's usual trick was to cry and kneel down to scare people. And Lingyun followed Ningxu and always attended banquets. Naturally, she knew a lot. No matter what, Mingxu was an elder. If she knelt down to her, her reputation would be ruined. And Lingyun felt that Mingxu was vicious and used this method to ruin her reputation. So, when Mingxu knelt down, and Lingyun also knelt down. And Lingyun's actions made Mingxu feel as if she had swallowed a fly. She felt wronged and hateful. Why did Lingyun treat her like this? She was so good to Lingyun and gave her all the good things. Why was Lingyun still so greedy? The general's residence was so warm before, and Lingyun was her friend. Why did she become like this? She already explained that she couldn't help it. She wanted to integrate into the general's residence, but why did Lingyun do this? Mingxu felt that Lingyun betrayed their friendship. Of course, in the end, the conflict still needed Yu to mediate. And Yu naturally sided with the person he loved deeply. This white jade hairpin was naturally given to Mingxu. And Lingyun was very angry. This was her father. Why was he always siding with this woman? Why, at this moment, Lingyun was just like Wei Lingxian back then. She was jealous, hateful, dissatisfied, and hurt. Her father sided with Mingxu without even thinking about it. He didn't even ask about what had happened. Just like that, he sided with Mingxu. And Lingyun felt hurt. Ningxu saw Lingyun kneeling on the ground. Her body was trembling with anger, but Yu was holding Mingxu. He sighed and walked over. Ningxu pulled Lingyun up from the ground. And Lingyun turned and saw her mother. The tears that she had been holding back immediately fell. Ningxu looked at Yu and said, "Husband, the general's residence's shop is not doing well. After you were demoted, your salary is not as much as before. The general's residence is not doing well. Now that Lingyun is in charge, she wants to save a little." This white jade hairpin was bought by Lingyun for Mingxu. Now, Lingyun wants it back and sells it to support the general's residence's expenses. When Yu saw his first wife, he was in a daze for a moment. He felt that he had not seen her for a long time. Usually, this woman did not have any sense of existence. He doted on Mingxu, but she did not say anything. And Yu felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. If the other party had made a ruckus to stop him and Mingxu, he would not have felt guilty at all. Now that he heard her calmly speak the truth, Yu felt ashamed. Yu took the white jade hairpin from Mingxu's hands and gave it to Lingyun. Mingxu's expression instantly darkened. This wasn't about the hairpin. Now that Wei Lingxian had said this, Yu wouldn't give her the hairpin. This made Mingxu very uncomfortable and felt a sense of crisis. And Lingyun held the white jade hairpin in her hand, her eyes filled with deep mockery. Mingxu knelt in front of Ningxu with a plop. Ningxu looked at Mingxu coldly and generously accepted Mingxu's kowtow. She was just a concubine now. Did she really think that she was Princess Mingzhu? Once she knelt, others would be terrified and uneasy. Madam, it's my fault. I didn't think that the general's mansion would be like this. I'll take out my own money tomorrow, Mingzhu said very profoundly. Ningxu smiled faintly. Very good. It's good that you think that way. After all, you're also a member of the general's mansion. Mingzhu's face revealed an expression that was both smiling and crying. She kowtowed to Ningxu. Thank you, madam, for accepting me. Thank you, madam. Ningxu's smile became even more dignified and virtuous. Ningxu pulled Lingyun to his courtyard. He took out the hairpin from the box and gave it to Lingyun. Lingyun hurriedly waved her hands. I don't want mother's hairpin. I did it on purpose. I wanted Mingzhu's hairpin on purpose. Ningxu pulled Lingyun's hand and said, before doing anything, you have to find a good reason for yourself. You have to put yourself in an advantageous position. This way, you won't fall into the trap of making things difficult for others. Your father dotes on Mingzhu, so naturally, whatever Mingzhu says is right. You're a girl, so you shouldn't get involved in your father's backyard. Let your father dote on whoever he dotes on. But mother, I can't accept it in my heart. Lingyun stomped her feet. Right now, father only has eyes for Mingzhu. Could it be that you can't accept it? Ningxu looked at Lingyun. You have to keep your cool. What good will it do you if you go head to head like this? So what if you vent the anger in your heart? Your father still favors Mingzhu. Don't make trouble with Mingzhu. One is a concubine, and the other is a junior. It's not good for your reputation. Ningxu instructed Lingyun. Lingyun naturally knew that her mother was doing this for her own good. She nodded and didn't say anything. Not long later, Mingzhu personally took her own money to Ningxu's courtyard and gave a bag of silver to him. Ningxu let Lingyun take it. Lingyun curled her lips. It was just this little bit of money. Previously, when Mingzhu came to the general's estate, she used banknotes to buy things. This little bit of money wasn't even a fraction of the banknotes. When Mingzhu left, her footsteps were light. She clearly thought that her and Anyu's love had received everyone's blessings and support. Ningxu shook his head. Bickering with people who lived in their own world was just asking for trouble. Moreover, as long as he said something, even if he said it a little louder, she would immediately kneel down and repent, constantly begging for forgiveness. I was wrong. I apologized. You should forgive me. If you don't forgive me, then it's your fault. It's your fault. There was nothing more painful than having their true love shattered. Although the people in the general's estate had supported her and Anyu's love, Mingzhu now had a new worry, and that was the intimacy between her and Anyu. It was like this every time. She only felt a little, but the lovemaking was already over. Sometimes, Mingzhu felt so bad that she would cling on to Anyu, but Anyu couldn't do anything about it. He would always push her away until he was tired. There was a shadow in Mingzhu's heart. She thought that Anyu had gone to find another woman. However, ever since she came to the general's estate, Anyu had always been with her. The two of them had never gone to Wei Lingxian's courtyard. Although she didn't want to admit it, Mingzhu felt that Anyu wasn't good enough. Anyu was Mingzhu's first man. She didn't know what other men were like. Due to a woman's shame, Mingzhu didn't tell him her true feelings. She didn't want Anyu to think that she was a loose woman. Anyu could sense Mingzhu's dissatisfaction, but he was powerless. He drank so much medicine, but it was useless. Anyu didn't know what was wrong with his body. This feeling made him very afraid. Anyu knew that if this continued, there would be a day when Mingzhu would complain. He loved Mingzhu and wanted to give her the best things, but what was wrong with his body? It had never been like this before. Anyu looked for a lot of doctors and prescribed a lot of medicine, but it didn't work. Even if he ate the medicine prescribed by a famous doctor, he still couldn't change the problem of not being able to last long. Ningxu watched silently as Anyu drank the medicine in big bowls. He ate more than 3 meals a day. His face was green with excrement, and his expression was extremely ugly. Ningxu looked dignified and virtuous on the surface, but in his heart, he laughed wildly with his hands on his waist. Especially when he saw that Anyu often slept in the study and Mingzhu's resentful look, Ningxu only sneered in his heart. The current in you could no longer love you and ck you to death. He could no longer make Mingxu want to live and die. Hee. Ningxu really wanted to stretch to express his joy, but considering his dignified and magnanimous image, Ningxu gave up. Although Enyu was young and fast, Mingxu was still pregnant. Moreover, Mingxu did not know that she was pregnant. She vomited profusely while eating. When the doctor came to take a look, he said that she was already 2 months pregnant. Although the old lady did not like Mingxu, she was still her grandson in her stomach. It was always a good thing to have more grandchildren. She even took out her own private money to buy a lot of tonics for Mingxu to take good care of her body. When the old lady saw Mingxu's weak appearance and her body did not look very good, she was a little worried and hoped that the child would be born safely. Enyu was very excited when he found out that his beloved was pregnant. He was even happier than when he was a father for the first time. He hugged Mingxu and spun around twice. The old lady was so scared that she quickly asked him to put her down. When she found out that Mingxu was pregnant, and Lingyun was unhappy. Now, and Lingyun was not as innocent as before. She thought a lot about the arrival of this child. The first thing she thought about was that this child might threaten her and her brother's position. Although it was a son of a concubine, it had the right to inherit the general's residence's things. If it was a girl, it would be fine. If it was a boy, then it would be a threat to her brother. Moreover, seeing how happy her father was, and Lingyun was very worried. She was afraid that Enyu would unconditionally side with this younger brother or sister. Seeing her mother's carefree appearance, and Lingyun couldn't help but ask, "Mother, aren't you worried?" "What are you worried about?" "There's nothing to worry about." Ningxu was actually a little surprised that Mingxu was pregnant. In the storyline, Mingxu was not pregnant. Actually, this child didn't have any conflict with Enyu and Lingyun. Ningxu didn't want to care about this child. And Lingyun stomped her feet and didn't say anything. Her eyes flickered and she seemed to be struggling. Ningxu looked at her and said, "Lingyun, this child is your brother. There is a big age gap between you and him. There are some things you can do and some things you can't. Do you understand?" Ningxu looked at Lingyun's expression. There was struggle and hesitation between her brows. It was obvious that she minded this child a lot. Brothers who didn't share the same mother, this feeling was really strange. Hearing Ningxu's words, and Lingyun let out a long sigh and said, "Mother, I understand." In essence, and Lingyun was kind. She could fight for what she needed, but the premise was that she couldn't hurt others. Mingxu's pregnancy made Enyu very happy. He had his own child. More importantly, he wouldn't be intimate with Mingxu for a long time. To be honest, Enyu was actually a little afraid of being intimate with Mingxu now. He was afraid of seeing her disappointed eyes. Enyu wanted to take advantage of Mingxu's pregnancy to nurse his body back to health and then give Mingxu a new him. Mingxu was pregnant, so she seemed a little delicate. In addition, her body was a little weak. She would vomit whatever she ate. She would always clench her fists and hit Enyu. Enyu would always smile and let Mingxu hit him without complaint. It made Mingxu feel sweet and painful. Ningxu didn't pay attention to the two people who were entangled with each other. He called Enyu, who was in the army in Lizhou, back. He said that he had arranged a marriage for him and asked him to come back to see. Enyu ran back excitedly. Then, he bumped into his father supporting Princess Mingxu in the garden. Princess Mingxu was clutching her belly with one hand. Enyu was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was going on. Why was his father so intimate with Princess Mingxu? Well, who the hell could tell him what was going on? The old lady hadn't seen her grandson for a long time. Especially after so many things had happened in the general's mansion, the old lady cried when she saw Enyu. Ningxu saw that Enyu's entire person had changed a lot. He had turned black, and there was a light scar on his face. Furthermore, he looked much stronger than before, and his entire person looked much sharper. Sure enough, he had changed a lot. Enyu was puzzled about the matter between Enyu and Princess Mingxu. Especially when he came back, his father didn't even ask about him. Enyu asked his sister about his father and Princess Mingxu. And Lingyun hated Princess Mingxu very much now. When she heard her brother call that cheap concubine a princess, she immediately spat and said, "She's not a princess now. She's just a concubine." Then, Lingyun told her brother about how she had run to the battlefield and what had happened between her and Yu. She also said that Mingzhu was now 2 months pregnant. After hearing this, Yu was stunned. The woman who was as gentle as water in his heart was suddenly disillusioned. In the blink of an eye, she had become his father's concubine and was about to have a child. Yu pursed his lips and sighed in his heart. What kind of courage did it take to go to the battlefield? If she ran to the army of Liz Ho, she would definitely be dragged into the camp by the valiant veterans and treated as a military prostitute. During this period of time in the army of Liz Ho, Yu suffered a lot. There was no reason, no injustice, only strength and experience. When he first went there, he was not convinced. When he argued, he was directly beaten down. When he fell to the ground, everyone around him ran up and trampled on him. The wound on his face was caused by bandits when he was suppressing bandits. That knife almost took his life. The last thing that flashed in his mind was Mingzhu's face, but he didn't expect it to be such a situation. Yu only felt that it was ridiculous. Mingzhu called Yu to the front and said, "Your grandmother and I have found a woman for you to come back and take a look." Yu looked at his mother. Her face was calm as she talked to him about things. She didn't look sad at all. She even stood up when the general's residence was in danger. "Mother, you make the decision." Yu said with some disinterest. "A woman who can take care of the family like mother is enough." Mingzhu looked at Yu and asked directly, "Are you still thinking about Mingzhu?" Yu's hidden thoughts were found out by her mother. For a moment, she was so embarrassed that she did not know what to say, especially now that Mingzhu was her father's woman. I didn't," Yu stuttered. She saw her mother looking at her like that. "You're quibbling. Keep quibbling." Mingzhu looked at Yu with his eyes. Yu was a bit embarrassed. She spread her hands and said, "I used to like gentle women like Mingzhu, but now that she's father's woman, I don't have any thoughts." Mingzhu was a bit surprised. This child was very infatuated with Mingzhu. Now that he had changed a lot, it did not seem like that. Mingzhu was glad that she had sent Yu away earlier, before he had fallen deeply in love with Mingzhu. She reckoned that the environment had also affected Yu a little. The Yu now looked smarter and more tactful than before. Her face and hands were also injured. A strange question suddenly appeared in Mingzhu's heart. Looking at Yu's lower body, the Liz Ho army was full of rough men. Usually, there were no women. With Yu's gigolo appearance, would she be pressed down? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Mingzhu looked at Yu with a strange expression. Yu was speechless. Coming out of her mother's courtyard, Yu bumped into Mingzhu, who was standing in the corridor feeding the fish. Yu wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, so she turned and left. "Yu." Mingzhu called out to Yu. Yu turned to look at Mingzhu and called out, "Aunt." When Mingzhu heard Yu call her, her face froze. After all, she was younger than Yu. However, did this mean that she acknowledged her? "Are you doing well in the Liz Ho army?" Mingzhu asked. Yu cupped her fist and said, "Thank you for your concern, Aunt. Everything is going well. You don't have to be polite with me. I've always treated you as a friend." Mingzhu saw Yu's distant appearance and felt bad. She also saw that there were no longer obvious scars on Yu's face. She said, "It looks like you're not doing well. You've suffered a lot." Mingzhu took 2 steps towards Yu. Yu saw her supporting her waist as she walked towards her. She immediately took 2 steps back and said, "It's nothing for a man to suffer a bit. Actually, at that time I did not approve of you joining the Li Zhou army." Mingzhu said, "I do not understand why Madame would send you to such a difficult place." Yu frowned and said, "Auntie, continue feeding the fish. I'll be leaving first." Mingzhu looked at Yu's back and furrowed her brows in grievance. Why was he like this? Mingzhu sighed. She felt that Yu was avoiding her because Lingyun had said bad things about her in front of her brother. Mingzhu rubbed her stomach. Suddenly, she did not know why, but her heart felt uncomfortable and tired, especially when she saw the tall and sturdy Yu. Her young body made Mingzhu's heart feel strange and restless. Mingzhu, you're here. I've been looking for you everywhere. And Yu walked over and said worriedly to Mingzhu. Because Yu had been drinking medicine a lot recently, there was a medicinal smell all over his body. When Mingzhu smelled this smell, she immediately covered her mouth and retched. And Yu saw that Mingzhu was vomiting uncomfortably and immediately wanted to reach out and pat her back. However, the closer Yu got, the more uncomfortable Mingzhu felt. She quickly used her hand to block Yu. Don't come over. I want to vomit. And Yu's face froze. He stood there in a daze and did not move. His heart was in turmoil. He was hurt by Mingzhu's attitude. Mingzhu saw that Yu was in a daze. After vomiting, she said, "You have a medicinal smell on you. I feel a bit nauseous." And Yu pursed his lips. After a while, he said, "Go take a bath first." After saying that, his body stiffened and he turned around to leave. Mingzhu looked at Yu's lonely back. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not call out to Yu. Mingzhu did not know about the matter between Yu and Mingzhu. He was currently with the old madam bringing Yu to see his future wife. Mingzhu felt that it was very strange. He had not even gotten married yet, but now he was looking for a daughter-in-law. Yu was very satisfied with his future wife. She was a gentle and beautiful woman. She looked like a reasonable woman. Mingzhu was also very satisfied because the current Yu was not infatuated with Mingzhu. Yu decided to return to the Lizhou army after getting married. The old madam also had the same idea. She clearly felt that her body was not very good. She wanted to see her great-grandson and die without regrets. The group of people returned to the general's residence. They saw Mingzhu waiting at the door. Mingzhu's gaze swept across Yu's face. Mingzhu asked, "Madam, did you leave the residence for something today?" Mingzhu smiled and said, "Today, we went to see Yu's fiancé. Soon, Yu will get married." "That's right. I will have a beautiful sister-in-law soon." And Lingyan smiled very happily. It was as if she was demonstrating to Mingzhu. Previously, she treated Mingzhu as her future sister-in-law. However, she did not expect Mingzhu to shamelessly like her father and do so many ridiculous things. Now, when she went out to attend banquets, she would hear people laughing at the general's residence. Because of Mingzhu, the general's residence even looked at her strangely. When Mingzhu heard this news, she took 2 steps back in shock. Then, she forced a smile and said to Yu, "Congratulations." "Thank you, Auntie." Yu said politely. Mingzhu turned and left. The old madam supported herself with her walking stick and said unhappily, "Unruly thing." Mingzhu raised his eyebrows. He felt that Mingzhu's current state was not right. Could it be that pregnant women were all strange, because both sides were satisfied, and Yu and Lin Yanlei's marriage was quickly put on the agenda. The whole family gathered together and chose an auspicious date to propose marriage. And Yu was a little dissatisfied. This was because no one in the family had informed his son that he was going to get married. After a few people discussed it, they informed him. Mingzhu sat on the side and did not say anything. From time to time, she would look at the wheat-skinned Yu. His body was incomparably tall. The scar on his face gave him a hint of bravery. His aura was even stronger than his father's. Mingzhu did not know if it was an illusion, but Yu was a little dispirited. That dispirited feeling made Mingzhu feel that Yu was not her god. He was not her master. Yu felt that the whole family was ignoring him. His dignity as the head of the family was being challenged. He said, "This Lin Yanlei lost her mother early. She has a younger brother. She cannot marry a woman who has lost her parents." Mingzhu almost laughed out loud. "You are the one who slept with a woman who is in her mourning period. You have the nerve to talk about others." "Father, I am very satisfied with this Lin Yanlei. She is a sensible woman who knows how to take care of people." She raised her younger brother. Soon, her younger brother will be taking the imperial examination. She is a smart and capable woman. Mingzhu's face was dark and gloomy. Yu was the head of the family and the pillar of the family. He supported the entire general's residence and protected the family. However, when it came to Ming Zhu, and you even wanted to abandon the family and his responsibilities, causing his status in the family to rapidly decline. Now, and you did not approve of you marrying the Li family's widowed daughter, but his opposition did not cause any waves. No one took his words to heart. And you seem to have realized it as well. He frowned tightly and felt very uncomfortable. After agreeing on the date, Yu was ready to go to the Li residence to propose marriage. When Ming Zhu saw Yu riding on the back of a horse, her posture was valiant and incomparably handsome. She suddenly felt a sense of pride that her own child had grown up. Yu looked at his son and suddenly felt that he was very unfamiliar with him. He often went to war, and everything at home was taken care of by Wei Lingxian. In a trance, his son and daughter were already at the age to start a family. Yu wanted to give Yu a few words of advice, but he did not know what to say. And Lingyun told her brother that the marriage proposal must go smoothly and he must marry his future sister-in-law. Yu laughed heartily and cupped his fists to his family. "Grandson, your son will definitely succeed." The old madam smiled happily, and Ming Zhu also had a smile on his face. This kind of life was very blissful. Yu stood together with Ming Zhu and felt like an outsider. They were clearly his family, but he felt that there was no relationship between them. An unprecedented loneliness welled up in Yu's heart. Ming Zhu looked at the tall Yu, her eyes sparkling. The marriage proposal process went smoothly. After accepting the bride, asking for her name, accepting the bride's 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 name, and inviting the bride's name. The two families quickly set a date for the marriage half a month later. Soon, the day of the marriage arrived. The general's residence was bustling with noise and excitement. Bright red lanterns were hung up. And Lingyun had a smile on her face as she ordered the servants to do things. Even the old madam came to help. And Yu was wearing a bright red bridegroom's outfit, an official's hat, and a red string hanging from her shoulders. She looked very jubilant. Ming Zhu looked very satisfied and nodded. She was very handsome. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the general's residence, Ming Zhu's courtyard was much quieter. Ming Zhu leaned against the door, her hand holding onto a servant girl's hand. Looking at the busy people, she felt like an outsider. "Miss, do you want to go in? The wind is strong at the entrance." Ming Zhu's personal maid said to Ming Zhu. Ming Zhu saw Yu, who was dressed in a wedding gown, walking down the corridor. He looked healthy and handsome, his entire body was filled with joy, and he was beaming with joy. Ming Zhu suddenly realized that she and Yu did not go through any ceremony when they got married. Especially when she saw the bride and groom holding the bouquet in one hand, under the cheers and laughter of the crowd, Ming Zhu's heart suddenly felt like it was being hammered. She did not have a wedding, no dowry, no brothers to carry her on their backs, no 10 miles of red dowry, no big red bridal sedan, nothing. Hearing the sound of the ceremony, Ming Zhu felt that her life was not worth it. What did she want? She did not have anything. And Yu did not give her anything. And Yu said that he loved her, but she did not get anything in return. Ming Zhu looked at the bride with a veil on her head, and there were poisonous thorns in her heart that pierced her heart. Jealousy, unwillingness, she looked at Yu and Wei Lingxian sitting together, accepting the bows of the newlyweds. She did not even have the chance to stand side by side with Yu. They were the happy family. Especially when she saw the smile on Wei Lingxian's face, an indescribable pain surged in Ming Zhu's heart. Everyone was happy, but Ming Zhu's bitter face ruined the atmosphere. When the old madam saw Ming Zhu like this, she directly told her to go back to the courtyard. Who was she trying to show this to? Ming Zhu, who was chased away, felt even more wronged. It was as if she was being bullied. She looked at Yu, who was drinking with someone else, and did not notice her at all. The liveliness here did not belong to Gidge. She could not feel this kind of liveliness. Ming Zhu smiled and talked to the other madams. From the corner of his eye, he saw Ming Zhu's lonely expression. Ming Zhu should now understand that her and Yu's love did not receive anyone's blessings. Everything was just her imagination. Ming Zhu's current status could not even be considered a concubine because it was not on the family tree. She should have been a concubine, but because they did not serve tea, the old madam did not care about Ming Zhu. Naturally, she would not be kind enough to mention the family tree. Therefore, it was easy to fall in love, but it was not easy to stay in love. In the end, Yu and Mingzhu both died and became true love. Looking at Yu, this body felt gratified. It was obvious that he was happy to see his son start a family and marry a good wife. After a lively day, the general's residence quieted down. Mingzhu and Yu lay together. Mingzhu asked Yu, there is no such wedding between us. Yu hugged Mingzhu. When your child is born, I'll hold one for you. An indescribable anger and exhaustion suddenly surged in Mingzhu's heart. She turned her back to Yu. Yu hugged Mingzhu and comforted her. Mingzhu, you're pregnant now. Don't think too much. It's not good for your health. Mingzhu was very angry, but she could not explain why she was angry. After a while, Mingzhu turned around and saw that Yu had fallen asleep. Yu was getting married today. As Yu's father, he naturally had to deal with the guests. If it was in the past, Yu would definitely comfort Mingzhu, but he was too tired today, so he fell asleep first. However, Mingzhu's suppressed emotions suddenly exploded at this moment. It turned out that she was so aggrieved and uncomfortable. The current Mingzhu could not even deceive herself. Yu was everything in her life, but Mingzhu realized that she was not everything in Yu's life. This made Mingzhu angry, unwilling, and vaguely regretful. Wake up, Yu, wake up. Mingzhu slapped Yu's face. Yu opened his eyes and held Mingzhu's hand. He felt a burning sensation on his face. His skin seemed to have been scratched by Mingzhu's nails. What are you doing? Mingzhu, what's wrong with you? Yu's face was filled with anger. No one would be in a good mood after being hit all of a sudden. When Mingzhu saw that Yu was so fierce to her, tears immediately fell. She cried loudly, you actually yelled at me. How can you treat me like this? Yu reached out and hugged Mingzhu in his arms. He comforted her tiredly. Do you feel uncomfortable? Don't cry. My heart is going to break when you cry. Mingzhu leaned on Yu's body. When she smelled the medicine on Yu's body, she immediately felt like vomiting. However, Yu hugged her tightly. The thick smell of medicine at the tip of her nose caused Mingzhu's stomach to churn. She pushed Yu away and threw up by the bed. Mingzhu's vomit filled the entire room with a sour smell. Yu wrinkled his nose and looked at Mingzhu, who was lying on the edge of the bed and vomiting. Yu felt that something in his heart had been destroyed. In Yu's heart, Mingzhu was a gentle and poetic person. However, Mingzhu was vomiting filth in her mouth. Yu found it hard to accept. However, when this thought came to his mind, Yu was shocked. He loved Mingzhu so much. How could he have such thoughts? Yu felt that he needed to organize his thoughts. He got off the bed and ran out of Mingzhu's room in a panic. Mingzhu just stared blankly and cried silently. Yu spent the night in the study. He stood by the window the whole night and looked at the bright moon in the sky like a piece of wood. The next day, the newlyweds met their in-laws. Ningxu and the old lady were wearing brocade clothes and waiting for Yu and Lin Yanlei. What surprised Ningxu was that Yu came over very early today. His complexion was very ugly, and there were dark circles under his eyes. His face was sallow, and his expression was extremely ugly. Why wasn't Yu with Mingzhu? Weren't the two of them conjoined twins? Ningxu was curious, but he looked dignified and virtuous on the surface. After a while, Mingzhu also came over. She held her waist and walked in. Her face was extremely pale, so pale that the veins on her forehead were showing. The old lady saw Mingzhu's weak appearance and her face was pale. She quickly asked, "What's wrong with you? Did you not rest well?" Mingzhu glanced at Yu and said to the old lady, "I'm fine. I just can't eat. I feel nauseous and want to vomit." Pregnant women are all like this. Everyone has been through this. Even if you want to vomit, you have to eat, the old lady instructed Mingzhu. Ningxu saw that the atmosphere between Yu and Mingzhu was a little strange. It looked like they were quarreling. The newlyweds came in. Yu held Lin Yanlei's hand and stepped into the door. Lin Yanlei saw so many people looking at her and quickly wanted to shake Yu's hand off. However, Yu held it tightly, causing Lin Yanlei's face to turn red. Everyone responded with kind smiles. Mingzhu looked at Lin Yanlei and suddenly felt envious. Lin Yanlei first knelt down to serve tea to the old lady. The old lady smiled and gave her a pair of bracelets that were as white as jade. They were flawless. The old lady said, "This was given to me by your grandfather. I'll pass it on to you." "Thank you, grandfather." Lin Yanlei had a smile on her face. She looked very happy. Then, it was Yu's turn. "And you gave him a red packet." Lin Yanlei brought a cup of tea to Ningxu and called her mother. Ningxu's face was amiable, but she was crying in her heart. Was she going to become a grandmother soon? It felt so complicated. Ningxu gave Lin Yanlei a thick red packet and a pair of dragon and phoenix bracelets. Next was Mingzhu. Mingzhu didn't expect Lin Yanlei to serve her tea. Everyone else was kneeling, but Lin Yanlei was half squatting in front of Mingzhu. She knew that Lin Yanlei was polite. Mingzhu hurriedly took the teacup and took a sip. She looked even more nervous than Lin Yanlei, the newlywed. After drinking tea, she naturally had to give a gift. Mingzhu took a hairpin from her head and gave it to Lin Yanlei. Lin Yanlei took the hairpin and pursed her lips. She said, "Thank you, auntie." Seeing Mingzhu like this, the old lady rubbed her forehead. And you saw Mingzhu's nervous and helpless appearance. His heart ached. He walked over and sat beside Mingzhu as if he wanted to lean on her. When Mingzhu saw this, he only smiled faintly. The general's residence already had a daughter-in-law. Under Ningxu's suggestion, and Ling Yun gave the authority of the housekeeper to Lin Yanlei. Lin Yanlei didn't expect that she would be in charge of the general's residence as soon as she got married. She felt uneasy and wanted to return the authority to Ningxu. "Mother, your daughter-in-law just got married. It's not appropriate," Lin Yanlei said respectfully. Ningxu looked at Lin Yanlei. She was a dignified and elegant woman. She had a determined look on her face. After all, she lost her mother when she was young and had to take care of her younger brother. She was younger than Mingzhu, but she was much more intelligent than Mingzhu. Ningxu smiled and said, "You are already a member of the general's residence. These things were originally your responsibility. Don't worry, don't worry." Lin Yanlei was relieved. She was much more considerate than in Ling Yun. Ningxu let Ling Yun learn from Lin Yanlei. The sisters-in-law got along very well. And you seemed to like Lin Yanlei very much. She even delayed the date of her return to the Lizhou army. The two of them were in harmony. Although there was still some politeness between them, there was sweetness in their interactions. There was no vigor, only the warmth of a trickle of water. If Ningxu had to choose, she would rather choose this kind of slow and steady relationship. Like Mingzhu and Yu's fiery relationship, what would be left after it burned? The love between Yu and Lin Yanlei gave Mingzhu an indescribable feeling. Mingzhu often saw Yu pick a flower from the garden and put it in Lin Yanlei's hair while she was reading the account book. Yu's shoulder was placed on Lin Yanlei's, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. It looked exceptionally beautiful. Yu had never done any of these things for her. Mingzhu held her waist and couldn't help but walk towards the two of them in the pavilion. They were so happy. Mingzhu walked into the pavilion and saw the petite Lin Yanlei almost embedded in Yu's embrace. Yu's body was strong and strong. She really wanted to know what it felt like to be in his embrace. "Aunt." Lin Yanlei bowed towards Mingzhu. Mingzhu looked at Lin Yanlei in a daze. This woman was beautiful and dignified. When she stood together with Yu, they were a perfect match. An elegant young man and a beautiful young woman. It was like a painting. Mingzhu looked at the two of them. There was an indescribable jealousy in her heart. Because Yu's young body was tall and broad. She didn't dare to get close to Yu. The smell of medicine on his body was strong. As long as she got close to him, she would feel disgusted. Now, Yu's body didn't have the vigorous smell of a man, but the smell of an old man in his twilight years. And it was mixed with the smell of medicine. Mingzhu didn't know why Yu kept drinking medicine. Lin Yanlei saw Mingzhu looking at her and Yu strangely. Yu frowned and said, "Aunt, Yanlei and I will leave first." Saying that, she pulled Lin Yanlei away. Mingzhu looked at the two of them and narrowed her eyes as they walked away. "You, don't you feel that aunt is very strange?" Lin Yanlei frowned and said to Yu. A woman's intuition was very sharp. Lin Yanlei felt that Ming Zhu had a faint hostility towards her. Lin Yanlei couldn't understand why this aunt was hostile towards her. And you didn't care and said, don't mind her. When you meet her in the future, just follow the etiquette. Lin Yanlei smiled and looked at Anyu gently. Has the general been sleeping in the study recently? Zhu who was beside Ning Shu, asked. Zhu helped Ning Shu wash up as she said, yes, he has been sleeping in the study for the past few days. Naturally, she was not as clingy as before. However, what Ning Shu did not expect was that Ming Zhu did not make a fuss. And you slept in the study while Ming Zhu continued to live her own life. Ming Zhu was the kind of person who would not be able to stand being ignored. However, this made Ning Shu very surprised. After washing up, Ning Shu went to eat breakfast. When he walked into the hall, Lin Yanlei had already asked the servants to set the table. Her diligent manner made Ning Shu feel a little ashamed. And you was blessed to have such a gentle and considerate wife. After a while, the old lady also came. Her eyes were filled with joy when she saw Lin Yanlei. She clearly liked this granddaughter-in-law. Other than Anyu and Ming Zhu, the two eye-catching people, Ning Shu felt that this family was very happy. She should be leaving this world soon. Ning Shu didn't do anything in this world because she had more important things to do. She couldn't afford to be angered by this shameless pair of adulterous couple. Every time she saw Anyu's sallow face, Ning Shu would reveal a meaningful and dignified smile. Then, when she saw Ming Zhu's bitter and regretful expression, Ning Shu revealed an even more dignified smile. Ning Shu, wahahaha, Ming Zhu was a little girl. She longed for a tall and strong man to conquer her and dominate her. However, Anyu did not seem like a dominator now. Anyu's masculinity could not be displayed. In bed, he could not conquer Ming Zhu. Perhaps in Ming Zhu's heart, Anyu's image of a god had begun to collapse. Moreover, ever since Ming Zhu became pregnant, Ning Shu had not seen any joy on her face. What made Ning Shu even more shocked was that Ming Zhu's gaze towards Anyu was very strange. Could it be that Ming Zhu had some thoughts towards Anyu? In the storyline, Anyu liked Ming Zhu, but Ming Zhu did not like Anyu. At that time, Anyu was immature and only relied on his deep feelings to love Ming Zhu. However, Ming Zhu did not like him. Could it be that because of Anyu's problem, Ming Zhu changed her target? Ning Shu shook his head. That was absolutely impossible. Ming Zhu and Anyu were true lovers who could follow each other through life and death. However, the current Anyu's body was strong and powerful. She was no longer a pretty face. Her entire body was filled with an imposing aura. She indeed looked more charming than the gigolo from before. And you didn't come over for breakfast, so old Madame Fu asked someone to send the food to his study. When Ming Zhu heard that Anyu did not come, her eyes flashed, she pursed her lips and drank the porridge bit by bit. Sitting opposite Ming Zhu were Anyu and Lin Yanlei. Ming Zhu kept looking at them, but Ning Shu kept looking at Ming Zhu. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong with this. Pearl. Feeling that someone was looking at him, Ming Zhu turned his head and met Ning Shu's gaze. Ming Zhu immediately lowered his head to eat his porridge, he did not dare to look around anymore. After breakfast, the group of people walked out. Ming Zhu, who was walking out, suddenly tripped and fell straight to the ground. Ah! Ming Zhu held his stomach and cried out in pain. Why did you push me? Ming Zhu pointed at Lin Yanlei. Lin Yanlei, who was standing beside Ming Zhu, had a pale face. She was stunned and immediately said, I didn't push you, I didn't. Save my child, please save my child. Ming Zhu cried and shouted. Ning Shu squatted down to help Ming Zhu, but Ming Zhu brushed away Ning Shu's hand and held her stomach as if Ning Shu was going to harm her child. Mother, I really didn't push Aunt. Lin Yanlei's voice had a sobbing tone. She really did not do that. She did not know that Aunt had fallen to the ground. Bring Ming Zhu back to the courtyard first. Go find a doctor, find a doctor. Old Madame Fu used her walking stick to shout. Ming Zhu's face was pale as she shouted, I beg you, please save my child, save my child. But when Ning Shu reached out to help Ming Zhu's face was full of fear. It was as if everyone there was going to harm her. Ning Shu squinted his eyes and said to Anyu, who was comforting Lin Yanlei, bring Ming Zhu back to her courtyard. As soon as he said that, Ningxu saw the light of desire in Mingzhu's eyes. Ningxu's heart suddenly had a strange feeling. That's not good. And Yu shook his head. He and Mingzhu were not of the same generation. In name, she was a concubine mother. It was not good for him to carry her. Hearing Yu's rejection, Mingzhu's tears fell. Ningxu saw that Mingzhu was not bleeding. He guessed that she was fine, so he asked Zhu'er to call Yu over. When Yu came over, he saw his beloved lying on the ground. These people were watching from the side. He was suddenly angry. Mingzhu is pregnant. How can you treat her like this? Yu roared and hurriedly carried Mingzhu to the courtyard. Ningxu sneered. The group followed into the courtyard. Mingzhu was lying on the bed with a pale face. Yu held her hand tightly and said, "Our child will be fine. It will be fine." The doctor came over and said that there was nothing serious. She was just frightened and needed to rest. Mingzhu looked at Lin Yanlei's face and asked, "Why did you push me?" "I didn't. I really didn't push you." Lin Yanlei's face was pale. She said calmly, "I was on your left. If I pushed you, you should have fallen to the right. But you fell to my side." "You were the one who pulled me," Mingzhu said sadly. Ningxu said coldly, "One moment you say that someone pushed you, the next moment you say that someone pulled you. What is going on? Are you questioning Mingzhu? Mingzhu almost lost her child, and you still want to interrogate her like this. Do you still have any humanity?" Yu said sadly. His sallow face was twisted in pain. Ningxu, calm down. Don't be angry. Yu protected his wife behind him and confronted Yu. Nianlei would never do such a thing. Why don't you say that your concubine fell down by herself? How dare you talk to your father like this? Yu seemed to feel that his dignity was being challenged. He spoke harshly to Yu. He was like an old lion trying to maintain his dignity. He suddenly realized that there was no one standing beside him in the room. Mingzhu, who was lying on the bed, only knew how to cry. Being all alone, loneliness welled up in Yu's heart. Yu said coldly, "I'm telling the truth. No one saw what happened clearly. My wife cannot be bullied." Mingzhu saw Yu like this and Yu who was silent. Her tears flowed even more fiercely. She did not say a word. The old lady slammed her walking stick and said, "All right, stop fooling around. Mingzhu, take care of your body. This matter will be over." Because of the old madam's intervention, this matter was resolved. As for the truth of the matter, everyone probably knew the answer in their hearts. The group of people left Mingzhu's courtyard. In the house, Mingzhu looked at Yu with tears in her eyes. His figure seemed to be bent, and he looked much older. Mingzhu's mouth tasted bitter, so bitter that she wanted to vomit. "Why? Why didn't you help me?" Yu knows how to protect his wife, but what about you? We almost lost our child. How could you do this? Mingzhu hammered Yu's chest. Do you know how scared I was just now? Yu's expression became even more desolate. The child in your stomach is my child, but Yu is also my child. Mingzhu, I'm in a difficult position. Mingzhu's eyes widened, and tears trembled on her eyelashes. Yu, how could you do this? You don't love me at all. You still think about Wei Lingxian in your heart. That's why you're so good to Wei Lingxian's child. You promised me that you would treat me well for the rest of my life. Yu, I lost my status as a princess because of you. I don't want anything. I only want you. Don't treat me like this. Mingzhu cried and shouted. Yu thought of the shocking things Mingzhu had done for him. He hugged Mingzhu and comforted her. Mingzhu, I love you. Do you want me to dig out my heart for you to see? You're pregnant now. You always like to think too much. Mingzhu, let's move out. Yu said firmly. Let's move out of the general's residence. Mingzhu was stunned. You want to move out of the general's residence with me? I only have you in my heart. Yu looked at Mingzhu. Mingzhu shook her head. Your mother won't agree. It's good that you have the heart. Mingzhu lay down, and her tears turned into a smile. Seeing that Mingzhu was so righteous, Yu was naturally happy. He kissed Mingzhu's forehead. Mingzhu smelled the bitter and unpleasant smell of medicine in Anyu's mouth. "And you, can you stop drinking medicine?" Mingzhu said. "I can't smell medicine now." "Okay." Anyu thought of his body and hesitated for a moment before agreeing. On the other side, Lin Yanlei was very uneasy. Ningxu said, "Mother, I really didn't do such a thing. I have no reason to do such a thing." Ningxu smiled and said, "Of course I believe you. In the future, if we meet Mingzhu, we will take a detour." Seeing that her mother-in-law believed her, Lin Yanlei breathed a sigh of relief and told Ningxu, "Mother, I don't think Yang likes me." "Of course. Maybe it's because you're happy, so she's jealous of you," Ningxu said straightforwardly. Lin Yanlei had something that Mingzhu did not. "Jealous of me? Why? Isn't she in love with father-in-law?" Lin Yanlei's expression changed and she said, "Mother, I didn't mean it." "Nothing." Ningxu said indifferently, "I don't blame you. You don't have to take it to heart. Just live well within you." Lin Yanlei nodded and left. As soon as Lin Yanlei left, Ningxu suddenly laughed. The more he thought about it, the funnier it was. What was Mingzhu doing now? Using her own child to frame others, all because of her own jealousy. She was jealous that Lin Yanlei was the main wife, jealous that Lin Yanlei had a young and valiant husband. People were indeed greedy. In the plot, Anyu loved Mingzhu. Even if Anyu was married, he still had Mingzhu in his heart, but Mingzhu did not care. Wei Lingxian loved but could not get her, so she was in pain. Everyone in the general's residence was on Mingzhu's side. Anyu loved her, and Anyu also loved her. It seemed that Mingzhu was the happiest in the general's residence. But now, Lin Yanlei appeared. Her husband loved her dearly, and everyone liked her. This made Mingzhu jealous, especially now that Anyu was not very good. Mingzhu's personality was weak and obedient. She liked men who were as tall as gods. Anyu, on the other hand, was younger than Anyu. She had strong hormones. Sure enough, things between the bed were not smooth, and all the problems came out. There was nothing between a man and a woman that could not be solved with one thing. If one thing was not enough, then two. It was great to torture each other like this. Let's see how long your true love can last. There was a limit to everything in the world. The faster you overdraft, the faster it dissipates. Ningxu hummed a song, looking very happy. Because of Mingzhu's slip, old madam did not let Mingzhu come over to eat with everyone. The reason was to take care of the baby. Between her granddaughter-in-law and her son's concubine, old madam chose her granddaughter-in-law. Since Mingzhu did not go, Anyu naturally had to accompany Mingzhu. Without Mingzhu's bitter face, Ningxu ate much more happily. Anyu wanted to return to the army in Lisho. He still wanted to return to the army after a month of marriage. It was just a pity for the newlyweds. Although Lin Yanlei was reluctant, she did not stubbornly let Anyu stay. Ningxu approved of Anyu returning to the army. The current Anyu was much more capable than the Anyu in the plot. It was not Anyu's turn to save him on the battlefield. The father and son did not have too much of a knot because of Mingzhu. Anyu would not die like in the plot. If Anyu did not die, Mingzhu would not die for love. It was good to be alive. Don't die. Ningxu was thinking about when to leave this world when Zhu'er came in and told him that Mingzhu was born prematurely. The child was born prematurely at 7 months. Ningxu did not know the reason. He heard from the servants in Mingzhu's courtyard that Mingzhu and Anyu quarreled. Anyu pushed Mingzhu, and Mingzhu fell to the ground and saw red. Ningxu, who heard the news, was speechless. She was quite good at acting. When Ningxu rushed to Mingzhu's courtyard, old madam was already waiting. Mingzhu's high-pitched and painful voice came from the house. If she had the strength to scream, she might as well save the strength to give birth. Anyu knelt on the ground and held his head with both hands. He pulled his hair and hammered his head. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Ningxu was expressionless. He pretended to comfort him. "Mingzhu will be fine." Old madam sighed. She felt that it was not easy for this child to be born safely. She did not know if a child born prematurely at 7 months could survive. Ah! Another high-pitched voice came from the house. When Anyu heard this voice, his eyes turned red and he hammered the ground like a wild beast. Mingzhu, nothing can happen to you, Anyu said in a low and painful voice. Old Madam asked, what happened? Why did you see red? Anyu's lips trembled. There were some pregnancy spots on the pregnant Mingzhu's face. Anyu had just said it casually, but Mingzhu's reaction was huge. She cried and shouted that Anyu despised her and that Anyu still had Wei Lingxian in his heart. In the beginning, Anyu still tried to persuade her. He swore to the heavens that he only had Mingzhu in his heart, but Mingzhu still did not believe him. She cried and blamed Anyu. Mingzhu had nothing now. She had no family. She had been demoted to a commoner. Her brother was no longer her brother. Anyu was her only hope, so Mingzhu naturally had to hold on to him. No matter what, Mingzhu only had Anyu. She was so poor that she only had Anyu. Even if she was dissatisfied with Anyu, she could not leave him. She had developed an emotional dependence on Anyu. Mingzhu had been in the general's manor for a while. In private, there were servants who mocked her for not being a Junju and coming to be someone's concubine. In the beginning, Mingzhu did not think much of it and even mocked them for not knowing love. She was not even afraid of death for Anyu and did not care about her status. However, after staying in the general's manor for a long time and hearing such words, Mingzhu's heart began to waver. Her life in the general's manor was not as comfortable as when she was a Junju. She even had to haggle over every ounce of money. However, there was no turning back. Right now, Mingzhu could only be with Anyu. She even had to be lovey-dovey with Anyu to comfort herself that her decision was not wrong. However, she was sensitive and wanted to use a sharp attitude to test Anyu's sincerity. As long as Anyu's attitude was slightly off, Mingzhu's heart would be filled with regret. Right now, Anyu and Mingzhu's hearts were tired. However, they had to maintain this relationship and show that they loved each other very much. Not only did Mingzhu give a lot, but Anyu also gave a lot. His career had come to an end. His colleagues even mocked him behind his back. They mocked him for losing the emperor's favor for a woman. In order to prove to everyone that they were right, Anyu and Mingzhu could only continue to love each other. Ningxu, why are they so tired? Tsk. Mingzhu's moans in the room became weaker and weaker. Basin after basin of blood was carried out. It was a shocking sight. The matriarch closed her eyes. Clearly, she no longer had any expectations for this child. Ningxu had Zhuer give a piece of ginseng to the midwife for Mingzhu to eat. Ginseng could replenish energy and at least give birth to the child. And you saw Ningxu take out a piece of ginseng and was startled. He said, Ling Xian, thank you. Ningxu smiled and did not say anything. Mother, has the child not been born yet? Lin Yanlei had been instructing the servants to boil water and boil medicine. However, after such a long time, Lin Yanlei came over to take a look. She was worried about Ningxu. Ningxu also frowned. In the plot, Mingzhu was supposed to die. Could it be that Mingzhu would die? Ningxu did not want Mingzhu to die. If Mingzhu died, she would become a cinnabar mole and bright moonlight in Anyu's heart. Being together day and night, they would only see each other's flaws. If a person died, the beauty left in the hearts of the living would be magnified infinitely. Ningxu returned to his own courtyard and wrote a prescription for Zhuer to get the herbs. Mingzhu had already lost all her strength from screaming. Furthermore, she felt as if there was a knife twisting in her stomach, and her mouth was being fed bitter medicine. Mingzhu felt that she was going to die. Before she died, Mingzhu wanted to see Anyu, but what came out of her mouth was a weak moan. The midwife shouted with all her might. Mingzhu seemed to have heard Wei Lingxian's voice outside the house. She was talking to Anyu so tenderly. Mingzhu was furious. She had painfully given birth, but Anyu stayed with Wei Lingxian. If she died, would Anyu still remember her? Ningxu saw that Mingzhu was not giving birth for a long time and shook her head. She deliberately raised her voice and shouted, Hubby, Mingzhu will definitely be fine. I will always be with you until Mingzhu gives birth. Anyu was originally at a loss, but when he heard his wife comforting him, the anger in his heart dissipated a little. He said, Ling Xian, I'm very worried about Mingzhu. Ningxu was speechless. F*ck off. How could he say such things in front of his wife? It seemed that Anyu did not care about his wife's feelings at all. After a day, Mingzhu finally gave birth. She gave birth to a thin and weak daughter with bruises all over her body. Mingzhu's body was weak, and her pelvis was small to begin with. In addition, this child was not a ripe melon, so it was especially difficult to give birth. The old lady looked at the kitten-like baby in the swaddling clothes. Her breathing was weak, and she cried like a kitten. She sighed. And you did not look at the child. He wanted to rush into the delivery room, which was filled with blood, but the old lady stopped him. Ningxu went in to take a look. Mingzhu's face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood. Ningxu secretly pricked Mingzhu for a while. Of course, he was doing a good deed to prevent Mingzhu from bleeding. Ningxu firmly believed that death was nothing. Living and enduring everything was the most painful. In the original plot, Mingzhu and Anyu died and were buried together, while Wei Lingxian lived and endured everything painfully. The child was too small and did not have the ability to suck at all. Even if there was a wet nurse, the child could not drink milk on her own. She could only let the wet nurse squeeze the milk out. Lin Yanlei could only feed the child bit by bit. Furthermore, the child choked easily. Every time she fed the child, Lin Yanlei trembled in fear, afraid that something would happen to the child. When Mingzhu woke up, she wanted a child. When she saw how thin and weak her child was, she immediately cried and blamed Anyu. When something happened to Mingzhu, Anyu was very worried. However, Mingzhu was fine. Hearing Mingzhu's blame, Anyu felt very tired. Looking at his thin and weak daughter, Anyu felt even more tired. The old lady knew that Mingzhu was not someone who could take care of the child. If she really let Mingzhu take care of the child might not survive. She took the child away and took care of it herself. Then, she asked Ningxu and Lin Yanlei to help. The old lady's actions made Mingzhu break down. Her own child actually had to be raised by someone else, and it was even raised by Wei Lingxian. Mingzhu was very sad. She cried and asked Anyu to bring the child back. Anyu explained that the child was in danger now. When the child was better, they could bring her back. Furthermore, Mingzhu was weak now and could not take care of the child at all. Seeing that Anyu did not agree, Mingzhu cried even more sadly. She blamed Anyu for separating mother and daughter. She blamed Anyu for being seduced by Wei Lingxian. Anyu was helpless. He hugged Mingzhu tightly and firmly said that he loved Mingzhu. This sentence was always on the tip of his tongue. Mingzhu's heart ached that Anyu refused to take their child back. She lifted the blanket and ran barefoot to the old lady's courtyard in her underwear. With a plop, she knelt in front of the old lady. Ningxu was speechless. Didn't her leg hurt? Furthermore, she was in confinement. Was it okay to ruin her body like this? When Mingzhu saw Ningxu holding her child in his arms, her heart burned with anger. She felt that Wei Lingxian was going to snatch her child away. "Old madam, please return my child to me. I can't live without her." Mingzhu's face was covered in tears. She kowtowed to the old lady in a pitiful manner. "Old madam, please don't separate us." The old lady gasped and almost closed her eyes. She stared blankly at Mingzhu, not knowing what to say. Ningxu felt that Mingzhu's brain was indeed different. Could she take care of her daughter in her condition? Mingzhu insisted on getting her child back. She did not care about her weak body and knelt on the ground. She kowtowed as if she was not afraid of pain and kept begging the old lady to return her child. She looked so miserable and helpless that it was almost snowing in June. Ningxu felt that the child in her arms had peed. It was warm, and then the child burst into tears. His cries were soft, and it sounded like he was sobbing. It made one's heart ache. Ningxu and Lin Yanlei quickly changed the child's diaper. When Mingzhu saw her daughter crying, her tears fell even more. She kowtowed to the old lady and said, "Old lady, I beg you to pity me, don't separate us mother and daughter, my child is still so young, she can't leave me." The old lady was speechless. Ningxu was speechless. Lin Yanlei was speechless. Ningxu did not know what Mingzhu was thinking. According to the rules, she was the child's mother. She had the right to take the child away. As a concubine, Mingzhu did not have the right to raise the child. Besides, the child was weak now. No one felt that Mingzhu could take care of the child. However, Mingzhu felt that others wanted to steal her child. She could not understand it. The old lady held her walking stick and said coldly, "Go back to where you came from. Don't make a scene here." Mingzhu looked at the old lady in disbelief. She said bitterly, "Old lady, you have children too. Why are you so cruel to separate us?" Mingzhu rubbed his forehead. Why wasn't you not online at this time? He could not take it anymore. This kind of person lived in her own world. She could not hear what others said. And you rushed over and saw Mingzhu trembling and kneeling on the ground. He hurriedly carried her up. Mingzhu cried and said to Enyu, "Can you take our child back? That's our child." Enyu rubbed his forehead and said tiredly, "Mother has never thought of stealing our child. This child is also her granddaughter. Mother will not harm her. The child is weak now. Mother will help take care of her. You have to recover first." Mingzhu bit her pale lips and looked at Enyu accusingly. She was sad that Enyu was not on her side. Enyu carried Mingzhu away. Mingzhu struggled the whole way. The old lady sighed. What kind of people are they? Mingzhu only smiled faintly. Mingzhu was innocent and naive, she did not know much about the world, but she could not even differentiate between good and bad, so there would be trouble between the two of them. After that, Mingzhu would run over to the old madam every 2 to 3 days, insisting that the old madam return her daughter to her. She did not do her confinement properly, and would often kneel on the ground and kowtow. The old lady was so angry that she had a migraine. Fortunately, the child could drink milk on her own now. Seeing Mingzhu's behavior, the old lady originally wanted to wait for the child to get better before giving the child to Mingzhu, but she decided to raise the child by her side. She was afraid that when the child grew up, it would be like Mingzhu. The general's residence could not afford to lose this person. Although she was a concubine's daughter, she could not lose the reputation of the general's residence. Therefore, now that the old lady was determined not to hand the child over to Mingzhu, Mingzhu made an even bigger fuss. She would make a fuss with Enyu every 2 to 3 days, asking him to take the child back. On one side was his mother, and on the other was his beloved. Moreover, the old lady had already made the reason very clear. Now that the child was weak, the old lady was helping. The old lady was already old, and she still had to take care of the child. She was already very tired, and Mingzhu was still making a fuss with him. And you did not know what to do. And you had no choice but to be tortured by Mingzhu. He rarely went to Mingzhu's courtyard and always avoided her, afraid that there would be some conflict. He simply did not know what to do with the crying Mingzhu now. After a month of confinement, Mingzhu was even more delicate than before. She was even weaker than before, and her face was so pale that there was no color at all on her face. Mingzhu felt that if the wind blew a little stronger, Mingzhu would be blown away. Why did she torture herself like this? Why did she have to suffer so much? Mingzhu did not understand what these female leads were thinking. Life was already so difficult, so why did they have to torture themselves? Lin Yanlei was found to be pregnant, which made the old lady really happy. This was a great-grandchild. Mingzhu was also happy. He felt that he had aged and become a grandmother. When Mingzhu heard this news, her tears fell because she thought of her daughter again. During her confinement, Mingzhu was always crying, causing her eyes to be hazy with tears. Sometimes, she would even cry uncontrollably. When the wind blew a little stronger, her eyes would feel uncomfortable. Mingzhu had been out of confinement for 2 months, but Mingzhu and Enyu did not have any lingering feelings. Mingzhu, who was immersed in her daughter's matters all day, finally reacted and gently pestered Enyu. Mingzhu had been making a fuss, and suddenly, she was no longer angry. Enyu was also very happy. Naturally, they hugged each other. Enyu, who had been drinking Chinese medicine for nearly a year, was still very fast. Soon, he handed over his rations, causing Mingzhu, who was hugging Enyu, to stiffen. Mingzhu was very angry and pushed Enyu away. Then, she turned her back to Enyu. Enyu rubbed his forehead in distress. He did not know what was wrong with his body. Being despised by Mingzhu, Enyu felt that his dignity was trampled on by Mingzhu. Both of them were unable to face each other. Enyu put on his clothes and left. Mingzhu silently cried again. The next day, Ningxu saw Yu's sallow and distressed face and Mingzhu's incomparably bitter face. She chuckled and chatted with Lin Yanlei, ignoring the two people who were not living harmoniously on the bed. The old lady told Lin Yanlei to pay attention to things during her pregnancy. Lin Yanlei smiled and nodded. When Yu came in, he saw such a harmonious scene. However, it did not seem to have anything to do with him. When he walked in, his family only glanced at him and talked to each other. No one cared about him. And Yu was helpless and angry. Ningxu saw that there was nothing between Mingzhu and Yu. There was no eye contact. Mingzhu's face was full of fatigue, and there was numbness between her brows. Therefore, it was easy to fall in love, but not easy to continue loving. Love was fragile and changeable. A little setback could cause love to change. After breakfast, Ningxu returned to his courtyard and heard 2333's voice. Ding, mission completed. Leaving the mission world. Ningxu smiled. He finally left this world. His head was dizzy. When Ningxu opened his eyes again, he was already in the system space. He then lay on the bed and slept. When he woke up, Ningxu first cultivated for a period of time. When his soul was full, he took the watering bottle and sprinkled water on the potted plants. Seeing the water dripping down from the green leaves, Ningxu felt his restless heart calm down. 2333, let's take a look at the points for this mission. Ningxu was still wondering if he had guessed Wei Lingxian's intentions correctly. Ningxu had already tried his best to save the general's mansion so that Wei Lingxian's two children could have a better life. Okay. 2333 said. Ningxu's stats panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 Name, Ningxu, Beginner Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 50002500000 Soul, 200 Health, 60 Wisdom, 85 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Mental Strength, 120 Combat Strength, 40 Faith, 1 Aptitude, 26 Merit, 15-20 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Level Honorable Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader's Halo, Grass's Blessing, Fulfill Wei Lingxian's Wish. Mission Completion, 100. Received 30 attribute points. Ningxu was very surprised. 250,000 points and 30 attribute points. This was the highest number of points in history, and also the highest number of attribute points. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that Wei Lingxian approved of her actions, so she had to try to put herself in her shoes. Ningxu fully understood the importance of wisdom, and added her attribute points to wisdom and combat strength. Number, 23333 Name, Ningxu, Beginner Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 250,000 Soul, 200 Health, 60 Wisdom, 85-15 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Mental Strength, 120 Combat Strength, 40-15 Faith, 1 Aptitude, 26 Merit, 35 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Level Honorable Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader's Halo, Grass's Blessing. Ningxu added 15 attribute points to wisdom, but he didn't feel anything. Ningxu picked up a book from the bookshelf and started to read it. The things that were difficult for her to understand in the past were now much easier to read. She didn't have the same confused expression as before. Could this be the performance of a high IQ, making it easier to understand knowledge? Ningxu asked, is my intelligence high now? What is the upper limit of intelligence? 2333, hehe, what does hehe mean? Ningxu felt the system was mocking him. 2333 said, your IQ is really not that high. Among all the quest enforcers, you are probably at the bottom of the bottom. Your IQ should be around 500. Your IQ, hehe. F***ck. Did he mean that she was mentally retarded? Ningxu's heart, which had been a little proud a moment ago, turned cold in an instant. Ningxu started to browse the exchange shop and bought water, fasting pills, and medicine. Seeing that she had 300,000 points, Ningxu wanted to buy something. However, when she saw that there were millions of points, Ningxu was stunned. Especially when she saw an amulet that could block a fatal attack for a quest enforcer. This was simply a lifesaver. How could there be such a thing? If one encountered a fatal attack during a mission, one's soul would not be erased because of being killed. It would be the same as the previous mission enforcers and would be killed by others. Xianxia drooled as she looked at the amulet. However, this amulet could only be exchanged with merit points. Moreover, it required 40 merit points. However, she only had 35 merit points at the moment. She was still short of 5 merit points. Moreover, merit points were not something that could be earned like points. Even the system didn't know how to calculate merit points. A quest might give 1 merit point, or it might not. For example, Xianxia's quest didn't give her any merit points. When she had enough merit points, she would definitely exchange them for an amulet. However, Xianxia still felt that merit points were a little expensive. She had completed so many quests, but she only had 35 merit points. However, anything that could save her life was good stuff. Xianxia sat on the ground and began to cultivate. She felt that her soul was stronger than before. When she touched her soul, it felt like her skin. Xianxia wondered if she could rebuild her body. No matter what, there was no harm in having a strong soul. It wouldn't be easily affected by the emotions of the person who entrusted it. Xianxia stretched and said to 2333, "Let's enter the quest." Okay. Xianxia's head was dizzy for a moment. When her soul had completely adapted, she opened her eyes. The light was a little dazzling. Xianxia blocked it with her hands and then turned her hands over to examine them. It was because this pair of hands was too beautiful. They were slender like jade and looked like they were carved out of jade. The nails were shiny and elegant. However, this pair of hands belonged to a man. Because they were very wide, Xianxia touched her chest. She had chest muscles, but they were flat. Damn, how did I become a man again? After touching her lower body, Xianxia completely gave up. She looked at the decoration in the room. It was low-key and luxurious. Everything was exquisite. Obviously, the owner was rich. And the bed was very big. Xianxia suddenly thought of a sentence, "Every morning, I wake up on a 60-square-meter bed." Go away, you damn money. 2333, how did I become a man? Xianxia asked 2333. Last time it was a mistake, but this time it was a man again. 2333 didn't say anything. Xianxia shouted again, "Hey, 2333, what's going on?" 2333 still didn't say anything. Xianxia, what's wrong with it? Is it dead? Xianxia shouted twice. The system died. Xianxia gave up on summoning the system and accepted the plot first. But after seeing the plot, Xianxia felt that his whole body was not good. Very bad. The original owner was called Gong Luo. He was the CEO of W City's Miyagi Group. The Miyagi Group was deeply rooted in W City. In the W City's business world, Gong Luo was born with a diamond in his mouth. He was handsome and rich. He could beat any woman between the ages of 8 and 88. The original owner had a high IQ and was a man of means. After Gong Luo took over the Miyagi Group, it went up another level. The Gong family became a top rich family. This kind of man could make a woman go crazy. Gong Luo was a man who was loved by millions. But Xianxia had a headache because Gong Luo was the male lead of this world. Male lead, damn, how can a main character like you counterattack? Xianxia felt that he was running further and further down the unknown road. This was the male lead's top configuration. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Xianxia felt that he was transported to the wrong world. And this plot made Xianxia want to die. He really wanted to die. This was a doting story that was so sweet that it made one's teeth fall off. The female lead, Nuan's boyfriend, cheated on her and slept with her best friend. Nuan was so angry that she decided to find a gigolo and slept with Gong Luo. When she went to work the next day, she found out that the gigolo she found was actually her superior and the company's CEO. What followed was a love story. Before Nuan could react, the two of them had already gotten a marriage certificate and started a sweet story of doting on his wife. If there were any villains who came to cause trouble, Gong Luo dealt with them one by one. Ning Shu rubbed his forehead. He really couldn't understand why the high and mighty CEO would fancy an ordinary woman who was cheated on by her boyfriend. She didn't sleep with her boyfriend, then her boyfriend cheated on her, so she went to look for a gigolo. When she was with her boyfriend, she kept her chastity, but when her boyfriend cheated on her, she boldly looked for a gigolo. Furthermore, Gong Luo only wanted this woman and doted on her. It was simply killing Ning Shu's logic dog. Perhaps this virgin body was left for the male lead, Gong Luo. Ning Shu could only sigh. Girls must protect themselves well. What if the gigolo was sick? What if she got pregnant? What if she got pregnant? Was she going to look for the gigolo? Ning Shu lit a candle for Nguyen's ex-boyfriend. He was destined to not get the female lead's body. You couldn't sleep with a tall, rich, and handsome guy just because you went out. If you slept with a cake-rich guy, the cake-rich guy might not necessarily take responsibility. Gong Luo was very good to Nguyen, so good that all the women in the world were envious of Nguyen. The story of an ordinary woman and a CEO. The overbearing CEO fell in love with me. Gong Luo was a very smart man, but when he faced Nguyen, he doted on her unconditionally. He was like a marionette, doing his best to treat Nguyen well. He treated Nguyen as if she was his own life. Gong Luo felt that something was wrong, but when he faced Nguyen, his heart softened and he doted on her. Even if there were any misunderstandings, they would be easily resolved. Gong Luo felt that he was a marionette, always doing exaggerated things for Nguyen, such as chasing her from 1,000 miles away, a room full of diamond rings. When he faced Nguyen, Gong Luo felt that he was broken. Ning Shu felt that this was love. Since he slept with her, he had to take responsibility for her. Gong Luo felt an unknown force controlling him, and even felt that the heavens had forcefully stuffed such a woman into his hands. He didn't know if he loved Gong Luo deeply, but in his heart, he felt that it had to be her. Gong Luo had a fiancé, but he married Nguyen, so his fiancé was naturally used as cannon fodder. Ning Shu felt that she should become this cannon fodder's fiancé instead of the great Nanju lord. What the F***ck, right now, Gong Luo wanted to get rid of the power that was controlling him. Gong Luo was a proud person. He would never accept a love that was controlled like this. Even if he really liked this Nguyen and loved this Nguyen, it was out of his own heart and not because he was being controlled by some unknown power. Ning Shu scratched his head. Oh, he, how could she resist the heavenly Tao laws? I refuse with a capital refuse. But now that he had lost contact with the system, Ning Shu couldn't go back now, so he had to do this quest even if he didn't want to. Ning Shu felt tired. He had never met such a deceptive system before. Feeling that I will never love again. Even Gong Luo couldn't get rid of the plot, so how could she? Ning Shu wiped his face and got up from the bed, preparing to take a shower. He looked at his own body. It was strong and muscular, with abs and Apollo's belt. It was simply too perfect. Especially his face, which was slanted to his temples. His facial features were exquisite, and his pair of bright black eyes were deep and mesmerizing. Ning Shu was amazed by his handsomeness. Touching his male body, Ning Shu finished showering and put on his suit. When he looked in the mirror, he was practically drooling. The suit made his body look tall and slender, with a kind of abstinence and sexiness that made people want to conquer him. Ning Shu went downstairs. The servant, Auntie Li, told Ning Shu, "Sir, your coffee is ready." Ning Shu sat on the sofa, reading the newspaper, and then drinking the extremely bitter coffee, smacking his lips. Ning Shu leaned against the sofa. Since he wanted to get rid of the plot, he could solve it by not sleeping with Nguyen. Yes, not sleeping with Nguyen. After breakfast, Ning Shu went to work. Then, he realized that with his intelligence, he couldn't handle the company's affairs well. At first, he was a little flustered. How did Gong Luo manage to handle the company's affairs and date at the same time? Whenever something happened to Nguyen, Gong Luo would put down his work and even hold a meeting. If something happened to Nguyen, the meeting would be suspended. It seemed that with Nguyen, the center of Gong Luo's life became Nguyen, and only Nguyen. Ning Shu firmly believed in the concept of love. That was, if you liked someone, you had to work hard to be like the person you liked. Only then would you be worthy of the person you liked. And Nguyen was a very ordinary girl. She grew up in a completely different environment from Gong Luo. The level of contact was also different, and the style of doing things was also different. How could they love each other when they had different values? In this love, only Gong Luo endlessly gave, and Nuan was a woman living under Gong Luo's wings. In this life, she only needed to do one thing, and that was to let Gong Luo pamper her, and pamper her again. Ningxu had a headache. After dealing with the matters in the morning, if it weren't for the presence of a few secretaries, Ningxu would have really knelt down in front of this pile of documents. Feeling a little tired, Ningxu went to the bedroom next to the office to rest. He sat on the bed and meditated to see if he could cultivate the ultimate martial arts. After cultivating for a while, he felt refreshed. However, he didn't cultivate Qi Jin. This world wasn't suitable for cultivation in the first place. There were restrictions. In addition, he didn't have enough spiritual energy. It was enough to strengthen his body. After leaving the room and looking at the documents on the table, Ningxu felt a headache coming on. He felt that his intelligence was really not good. It seemed that he had to add more attributes to his intelligence points in the future. Otherwise, he would really not be able to handle some missions in the future. Ningxu decided to go to the bar at night to take a look. He wanted to see how the plot would have developed if he hadn't slept with Nuan. At night, the lights of the city were waning. Ningxu drove to the bar. When he walked in, the bar was filled with noisy music. Everyone was doing their best to twist their bodies. Perhaps it was because this body was too obvious. The moment Ningxu walked in, many women surrounded her. There were even men who surrounded her. *CK, I'm not gay. I'm not a lesbian. Ningxu saw Nuan sitting in the corner drinking. She was drinking and cursing her scumbag ex-boyfriend. Ningxu looked at Nuan. She wasn't very beautiful, but she had a pure aura. Her temperament made people feel comfortable. A delicate little beauty, a pretty girl from a humble family. Ningxu didn't appear in front of Nuan, but he also didn't see Nuan looking for a male escort. Instead, someone wanted to take advantage of her and was chased away by Nuan. There was a change in the plot? Ningxu watched Nuan from a hidden spot. Seeing that Nuan kept drinking, she left the bar. Ningxu followed behind her and saw Nuan get into a taxi. Looking at the taxi driving away, Ningxu had a bad feeling in her heart. She felt that this mission was going to fail. For the next few days, Ningxu went to this bar. Whenever she went, Nuan would be there. Furthermore, she drank more and more. She kept scolding the adulterous couple. Clearly, she was very angry with her ex-boyfriend and best friend. However, Ningxu did not see any signs of Nuan looking for a gigolo. Damn, Ningxu finally knew where the problem was. If she did not have any relationship with Nuan, then the plot would not progress. The beginning of the story was Nuan and Gong Luo sleeping together. Only then did the story progress. However, now that she did not have any relationship with Nuan, the plot remained stagnant. Ningxu realized a very dangerous thing. If she did not leave with Ningxu and Nuan, then the plot would not progress. The mission would not be completed. She would stay in this world forever until her soul power and life points were depleted. However, if she left, then the plot would allow her to be with Nuan. How could she escape the plot? Ningxu felt that Gong Luo actually wanted to get rid of Nuan. However, the powerful plot made Gong Luo helpless. He even felt that he loved Nuan without any dignity. Gong Luo was cold and wise. However, with Nuan, he felt that he had lost his intelligence. The things he did were very childish. It was true that people in love had a negative IQ. To sleep or not to sleep, to sleep or not to sleep, to sleep or not to sleep, to sleep or not to sleep. If she did not sleep, then the plot would not progress. She would stay in the plot forever until her soul power was depleted and she was waiting for death. If she slept, then she would have to take responsibility. It would be the same as in the plot. How could she change the plot? To sleep or not to sleep, 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 using a man's body to sleep with a girl? Ningxu pulled at his hair. I choose to die. Ningxu walked over to Nuan with a glass of wine in his hand and sat beside her. Nuan was a little drunk. When she saw a man appear beside her, her expression turned cold. Go away, there's no need for service here. Ningxu didn't say anything. And Nuan turned her head and saw a man sitting beside her. He was tall and handsome, and his side profile was charming. His eyes sparkled in the dim bar. Noble and proud. And Nuan patted Ningxu on the shoulder and said, "You're so good-looking. Why are you doing this kind of work?" And Nuan looked at this man and thought of her scumbag ex-boyfriend and her shameless best friend. The two of them flaunted their affection in front of her every day, and that scumbag even said that she was a hypocrite. "How much do you charge for a night?" "I'll cover you," Ningxu asked after Nuan struggled for a while. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. Ningxu nearly choked on his saliva and cried. Damn, the female lead also chose her partner. Before she appeared, she didn't think of looking for a gigolo. Now that he appeared, he was being treated as a gigolo and was even being covered for the night. Ningxu cleared his throat and said something a domineering CEO should say. "Woman, you can't afford to sleep with me. I'm very expensive." And Nuan rolled her eyes at Ningxu and gulped down her wine, burping. Ningxu said drunkenly, "I'll cover you for tonight." And Nuan said as she awkwardly wrapped her arms around Ningxu's neck. "Aren't you in this line of work?" Ningxu smelled the scent of alcohol on Nuan's body and was very curious as to how Gong Luo managed to eat this woman. He was so drunk that his entire body reeked of alcohol. His appetite was abnormally good. Ningxu wanted to push Nuan's hands away, but Nuan's hands were tightly wrapped around his neck. It was as if her entire body was leaning against him. Ningxu wanted to die. She really couldn't do it. "It's you. You'll serve me tonight," and Nuan said domineeringly. It was obvious that she was very drunk. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu booked a room, then used all his strength to push Nuan's hands away and threw her on the bed. And Nuan fell on the bed and moaned. Her face was flushed red and she looked very seductive. Then, Ningxu lowered his head and looked down. There was a reaction. Ningxu really wanted to die. Only now did he realize that men could really separate their desires from their emotions. Ningxu didn't care about Nuan on the bed and went straight home. F***ck, he really couldn't do it with a girl. As for Nuan in the hotel, Ningxu couldn't be bothered. Although Nuan was just a weak woman, other than Gong Luo who had taken her body, no other man could do it. Even her ex-boyfriend couldn't. No wonder her ex-boyfriend cheated on her. Actually, Gong Luo wasn't unhappy. After all, Nuan was wholehearted and even gave her virginity to Gong Luo. Ningxu was very distressed. What the F***ck should he do? What the F***ck should he do? What the F***ck, when he got home, it was already midnight. Ningxu pulled the tie around his neck. Thinking about how tiring it was for a man to wear something like this every day, Ningxu felt a little out of breath. Opening the door, Auntie Li placed the shoes in front of Ningxu and said, "Sir, Miss Song is here." Miss Song? Ningxu was in a daze for a moment. Only then did he remember that Gong Luo had a fiancée called Song Ning. She was a match for Gong Luo, but compared to the Gong family, the Song family paled in comparison. Gong Luo and Song Ning's marriage was a strong alliance between the two families. It was beneficial for the development of both families. Not to mention, Song Ning loved Gong Luo. Her future husband was so good. Song Ning was envied by her group of sisters. Ningxu nodded and walked in. He saw a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa. She was slim and had a well-proportioned body. She wore a knee-length skirt, revealing her slender calves. She had delicate ankles and flawless skin. Just by looking at her legs, one could tell that she was a beauty. Ningxu looked at her face and was stunned. He saw that Song Ning was very beautiful. Her skin was creamy and her facial features together gave people a very beautiful feeling. Her eyes were watery and the corners of her mouth were curved. Her smiling face emitted a lustrous luster under the light, like a beautiful pearl. Ningxu once again doubted Gong Luo's taste. Why would such a beautiful fiancé like Nuan? To be honest, Song Ning was much prettier than Nuan. Gong Luo. Song Ning walked in front of Ningxu and naturally took his arm. She raised her head and smiled at Ning Shu. The corners of her eyes were curved. She was very beautiful. Ning Shu's eyes were dazed for a moment. Oh my god, he felt like he was mesmerized. Why are you back so late? Hey, you smell like alcohol. Did you go drinking? Song Ning frowned and said. Ning Shu nodded and asked, why are you looking for me so late? To be honest, Ning Shu did not know how to interact with Gong Luo's fiancé. Moreover, Song Ning seemed to like Gong Luo a lot, which made things even stranger. It's already midnight. Do you have something important to say? Ning Shu looked at Song Ning and asked. Otherwise, she would not have waited until midnight. Song Ning sat on the sofa and leaned back. Her petite body seemed to be embedded into the sofa. She said, I haven't seen you in a long time. I came to see you. There's a family gathering this weekend. I came specifically to look for you. Uncle and auntie will be there. Song Ning frowned. Her expression carried the charm of a little girl, but also an indescribable naivety. She was really a beautiful woman. Even to Ning Shu, Song Ning was a very beautiful and elegant woman. She made people's hearts go soft and itch. How much glory did the female lead, and Nguyen, have to defeat Song Ning? She defeated a woman who was prettier, wealthier, and more capable than her. Ning Shu said, for this kind of thing, you can just make a call. You don't have to wait until now. Song Ning stood up and stood in front of Ning Shu. She raised her small face. Her face was like a lotus petal, fresh and moving. Ning Shu felt his heart go numb. He even had a feeling that he was going to fall in love with this woman in front of him. Ning Shu quickly shook his head. Oh my, I'm a woman. How can I fall in love with a woman? Song Ning frowned. She seemed to be dissatisfied with Ning Shu's reaction. She frowned and said, I haven't seen you in a long time. I came to see you. Song Ning counted on her fingers. She seemed to be counting how long it had been since they last met. Then, she used her jade-white finger to poke Ning Shu's chest. Can't I come to see you? Ning Shu was speechless. So it was so tough to dress as a man. Not only did it feel awkward, but he also had to face all kinds of girls. It was too tiring to love. Ning Shu grabbed Song Ning's hand that was poking his chest. It hurt a lot. Song Ning furrowed her brows. A trace of displeasure flashed across her face, but she quickly smiled. It's already so late. Either you send me back or I'll stay here. Ning Shu was about to offer to drive her home when Song Ning yawned. I'm tired. I'll ask Auntie Li to prepare a guest room for me. Ning Shu's lips twitched. He asked Auntie Li to prepare a guest room for Song Ning. Ning Shu felt very hungry and tired, so he prepared to go upstairs to rest. After taking a quick bath, Ning Shu laid on the spacious bed and stared at the ceiling. Ning Shu pulled at his hair, thinking about this quest. This mission was simply too difficult. It didn't matter if he slept or not. He really wanted to die. Ning Shu's head hurt from thinking about it. Why not just let the second male lead sleep with the female lead? But with the way the plot was going, the second male lead probably wouldn't be able to sleep with her. Ning Shu turned over and heard knocking sounds on the door. Ning Shu got up and opened the door. He saw Song Ning in white pajamas. Ning Shu asked directly, what's the matter? It's late. Go to sleep. Don't try to cause trouble. Song Ning furrowed her brows. She said gloomily, Gong Luo, you don't love me. You don't have any feelings for me. Then let's break off the engagement. Ning Shu was a little impatient. Since you want to break off the engagement, then let's do it. Then he closed the door with a bang. Outside the room, Song Ning's expression was ugly. How could this be? Song Ning touched her face. Gong Luo was actually indifferent. She had investigated. Gong Luo and that woman and Nguyen were not related yet. Why was he still so cold to her? No matter what, she had to make Gong Luo like her. Song Ning regretted saying that she wanted to break off the engagement. If she didn't have the status of fiancé, how could she get close to Gong Luo? She really didn't know what was so good about Nguyen that Gong Luo liked her so much. Song Ning returned to her room gloomily. She clenched her fists. She had to get Gong Luo. Ning Shu didn't know what Song Ning was thinking. He didn't sleep well the whole night. The next morning, his beard was unshaven. Ning Shu hurriedly shaved his beard. Then he cut his handsome face, leaving a red mark. Looking at his handsome face in the mirror, he decided to just ruin it. The female lead probably wouldn't like him. Without his charming face, the female lead naturally wouldn't like him. Moreover, the female lead was someone who treated money like dirt. Just having money wasn't enough. It was really a tragedy to ruin his beauty. Ning Shu patted his face. It wasn't easy to be handsome. He couldn't ruin it. When Gong Luo came back and saw his handsome face ruined, how could he face life? Especially for a public figure like Gong Luo, who would appear on TV, magazines, and newspapers at any time. After putting on his clothes, Ning Shu went downstairs. He saw that Song Ning had already woken up. When she saw Ning Shu, Song Ning smiled brightly. This smile was warm and seemed to be able to dispel the haze in one's heart. Even Ning Shu felt like he was going to be healed by this smile. He felt like he couldn't control himself. Damn, don't lust after a woman's body. Ning Shu nodded to Song Ning. He sat opposite Song Ning and prepared to eat breakfast. Song Ning pushed the milk in front of Ning Shu and said, "Don't drink coffee in the morning. Drink milk. It's good for your body." Okay. Ning Shu couldn't drink the bitter coffee and obediently drank the milk. Song Ning saw that Ning Shu was obedient. She smiled, but then her expression became a little gloomy. Ning Shu and Song Ning ate breakfast in silence. Song Ning kept looking at Ning Shu. Ning Shu wiped his mouth with a tissue and said to Song Ning, "If you have something to say, just say it." Song Ning's face was bitter. She supported her chin and said, "Gong Luo, last night when I said that I wanted to cancel the engagement, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Ning Shu nodded. "I know. The marriage between our two families isn't that simple." Song Ning's expression became even gloomier. Why was this person so stubborn? She had loved him for so many years in vain. After breakfast, Ning Shu went to work. He didn't have a clue about the mission, so he could only learn how to work. It was always good to learn more. But not long after, Song Ning walked in front of Ning Shu in an office lady's suit. Ning Shu looked at her. "From today onwards, I will be your secretary." Song Ning turned in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, "Gong Luo, do I look good in a secretary's suit?" Ning Shu nodded. "Very good." Song Ning was the kind of person who had very good skin. The black suit on her made her skin look even fairer. The contrast of white and black made her look even more beautiful. Especially when she smiled, it made people's hearts tremble. Ning Shu chanted Amiba in his heart. She was really beautiful. He couldn't understand why Gong Luo didn't like Song Ning. Song Ning looked at Ning Shu with a helpless expression. "If you don't think I look good, you don't have to be so perfunctory. You do look good." Ning Shu praised sincerely. Song Ning was speechless. "Sincere my ass." Ning Shu thought it would be fine with Song Ning as his secretary, but after a while, the head secretary brought another secretary, and this secretary was actually in Nuan. When he saw Nuan, Ning Shu felt uncomfortable. The plot actually sent Nuan to him. Nothing had happened between them that night. Song Ning also felt uncomfortable. Her eyes wandered between Ning Shu and Nuan. Could it be that they already had sex? Song Ning stomped her feet angrily. Why was Nuan still haunting him like a ghost? When the head secretary introduced Ning Shu to Nuan looked at Ning Shu and felt that this man was very familiar. She felt like she had seen him somewhere before. "From now on, you will be in charge of serving the CEOT, the head secretary said to Nuan. Nuan nodded, her eyes fixed on Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu lifted his eyelids and said coldly, "Have you seen enough?" Hearing this voice, Nuan finally remembered that this person was actually a gigolo. She thought he was a gigolo. Nuan wanted to find a hole to hide in because she really couldn't stand the jerk and her toxic best friend. She didn't stay in her original company and applied for a job at the Miyagi Group, but she didn't expect her future boss to be a gigolo. Nuan's face turned red. When she woke up this morning, there was no one by her bed. And Nuan felt that she was too drunk and didn't feel anything. Now that she saw her gigolo boss, Nuan wanted to die. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Ningxu waved his hand. He was having a headache. Song Ning's eyes were fixed on Nuan. When Nuan left, Song Ning asked Ningxu, do you know her? She acted as if she knew you. Ningxu saw the hurt and wronged look on Song Ning's face and his head hurt even more. He said, I don't know her. He didn't expect that as a man, he could enjoy the treatment of being surrounded by beautiful women. However, Ningxu's heart was bitter. She didn't want it at all. Song Ning pouted and looked at Ningxu. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. She said in an aggrieved tone, Ningxu, you are my fiancé. You can only be mine. When Song Ning said this, her expression was domineering and she acted like a spoiled little girl. It was not repulsive at all. When he got closer, Ningxu smelled the fragrance on Song Ning's body. It was not the fragrance of perfume, but more like the fragrance of a human body. It was a natural body fragrance, and her breath smelled like orchids. Ningxu's heart trembled. She really was a top-quality woman. He couldn't understand why the original owner didn't like her so much. Ningxu pulled Song Ning's hand away from his neck. Why couldn't they talk things out? You're the young miss of the Song family. Don't mess around here. You can't be a secretary. Ningxu said helplessly. Song Ning's eyes flashed with speechlessness and gloominess. She couldn't understand why Gong Luo was so indifferent to her. Was it because she wasn't beautiful enough? Impossible. Of course I have to stay here to guard you, in case some vixen takes you away. Song Ning said again. Ningxu was even more helpless. What vixen? How shameless must she be to go after a girl, Song Ning frowned. Her gaze swept over Ningxu's face inch by inch. Suddenly, Ningxu asked, Gong Luo, as your fiancé, I have the right to know if you like men. Ningxu really wanted to say that he liked men. He felt that Song Ning was different from the Song Ning in the novel. In the novel, Song Ning saw her fiancé marry another woman and became so jealous that she turned evil. Naturally, she was destroyed by the male lead. However, he didn't expect Song Ning to be such a beautiful woman. The male lead was willing to lay his hands on her. Song Ning went out. She walked to the pantry and looked at Nuan, who was practicing making coffee. She sized her up. Song Ning pursed her lips. She was really ordinary. A very ordinary woman. Why did Gong Luo like this woman and not want such a good woman like her? He was king blind. And Nuan felt that someone was sizing her up. She turned around and saw Song Ning's deep gaze. When she saw Song Ning, Nuan felt that she was very beautiful and felt inferior. She thought of her best friend. A beautiful and flirtatious woman seduced her boyfriend and even showed off in front of her. Song Ning smiled and sized Nuan up. Nuan felt that she was going to be stripped naked by the other party. This feeling was very unpleasant. Nuan greeted Song Ning and said, Hello, I'm Nuan. Nice to meet you. Song Ning said, Hello. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Nuan picked up the coffee and said, I'll go bring the coffee to the CEO first. She walked around Song Ning and went to the CEO's office. Song Ning looked at Nuan's back. She leaned against the wall and looked at Nuan's back. Her eyes were strange, and there was a cold smile on her lips. She ran her fingers through her hair. Standing in front of the carved door of the office, Nuan took a deep breath and then pushed the door open. She saw the man sitting in the office leather chair, looking carefully at the documents. He was wearing a well-tailored suit and had a handsome face. He looked like a god. Nuan wanted to die. She must have been out of her mind to treat this man as a gigolo. And they even had that kind of relationship. It was so awkward. Nuan placed the coffee on Ningxu's table. She took a deep breath and said to Ningxu, Well, the CEO. Ningxu turned to look at Nuan. He saw that her face was extremely embarrassed. She was sweating and blushing. He asked, What's the matter? He really wanted to fire Nuan. Nuan grabbed her clothes with one hand and looked a little nervous. She said, Well, about what happened last night, can you pretend that nothing happened? Ningxu was speechless. Ningshu wiped his face and said, if you're talking about treating me as a gigolo, I don't mind. And Nuan let out a sigh of relief and said, also, about the hotel. The hotel? Ningshu looked at Nuan's face, which was so red that it was about to explode. He didn't know if it was from anger or embarrassment. Ningshu's mind exploded. The veins on his forehead throbbed. He said speechlessly, don't tell me you think that we. Ningshu pointed at himself and then at Nuan. You're thinking too much. And Nuan's face immediately turned red, mixed with shame and indignation. She said angrily, don't talk about it anymore. Can you just forget about it? The veins on Ningshu's forehead throbbed again. I think you're mistaken. Nothing happened between us. Yes, nothing happened. And Nuan let out a long breath. Let's forget about each other. Ningshu was speechless. What the F***? Ningshu gritted his teeth. Why was Nuan so sure that something had happened between them? Ningshu clearly remembered that he didn't take off Nuan's clothes. He left her in the hotel room and left. Could it be that someone took off her clothes later? Ningshu looked at Nuan, who seemed to know what had happened between them and was trying to cover it up. It was as if she did not want her to mention it. Clearly, she wanted them to forget about it and act as if nothing had happened. Ningshu rubbed his forehead and looked at Nuan. Nothing happened between us. Yes, nothing happened. Thank you, and Nuan said with a red face. Ningshu, nothing really happened between us. Ningshu repeated, we didn't have sex. I didn't do anything to you when I sent you to the hotel. And Nuan quickly nodded. Yes. Nothing. You didn't do anything to me. Ningshu wanted to die. He raised his voice and said, nothing really happened between us. Yes. I'm telling the truth. Yes. Ningshu, why? Why did he feel like he could not communicate with her? Ningshu felt the fire in his heart rising. Ningshu almost roared. Don't tell me you didn't feel anything? Your clothes are on and there are no marks on your body. Why do you think something happened between us? Don't tease me, okay? And Nuan frowned. That's right. Her virginity would hurt, but she did not feel anything. Could it be that nothing really happened? And Nuan looked at this handsome man and pursed her lips. She did not say anything and felt awkward. Then, CEO, I'll go out first. And Nuan felt that the room was very hot. She was sweating all over and felt very uncomfortable. Ningshu waved his hand and told her to leave quickly. Ningshu did not know what to do with Nuan now. The plot kept putting her and Nuan together. It was really annoying. She might as well ignore it. Anyway, she did not have sex with Nuan. She did not need to be responsible for her. Just like that. If it was the original Gong Luo, she might have fallen in love with the female lead because of this. But she definitely would not. She would never fall in love with a woman. But, maybe the powerful plot would make her fall in love with a woman. So cold. He had a premonition that he was going to bring the dog home. CEO, these are the documents you need to sign. Not long after Nuan left, Song Ning ran in again to make her presence known. Ningshu looked at the beautiful Song Ning and felt his balls ache. Ningshu reached out to take the document from Song Ning's hand, but Song Ning refused to let go. Ningshu tried to pull away, but Song Ning refused to let go. He decided to just throw it away. Damn it, how could she be seduced by a woman? Don't joke around. Song Ning looked at Ningshu and pouted. How boring. Ningshu asked, what did you say to the secretary just now? You talked for so long. I'm jealous. Ningshu was speechless. Tired sleep does not love. Ningshu looked at Song Ning without saying a word. Song Ning's expression immediately became serious. She looked like a strong woman. Her style changed very quickly. Her appearance gave off a special charm that made men want to conquer her. Ningshu said, you don't lack the salary, so don't make trouble here. Song Ning said with a serious face, Gong Luo, I want to have more opportunities to spend time with you. I want you to fall in love with me. If you can't, I'll choose to give up. We'll call off the engagement. That's good for both of us. Ningshu was a little surprised by this girl's straightforwardness. He asked, "How long do you plan to stay?" Song Ning shrugged. "It will take some time. I need enough time to confirm if you will fall in love with me." Damn, she was really making trouble. The female lead was already a headache, but this Song Ning was still making trouble. His head was about to explode. He really could not enjoy being surrounded by beauties. Ningshu called the head secretary to the front and said directly, "Nuan is not suitable for this job." "Don't." The head secretary was stunned. He asked, "CEO, is there anything you are not satisfied with about An's ability is not to be doubted. After all, she was carefully selected. She can still do the job of serving tea well." What was he not satisfied with? Ningshu said stubbornly, "I don't like her." The head secretary was speechless. Ningshu was still looking at the documents when the office door suddenly opened. The sound was a little loud. Ningshu looked at the door and saw Nuan rushing in front of him. She asked directly, "CEO, today is my first day at work. Did I do anything wrong? You can't fire me for no reason." And Nuan bit her lip and looked at Ningshu seriously. "CEO, I need a reason to be fired." Ningshu said, "I don't need a reason. You're fired." And Nuan looked angry. "What right do you have to be so arbitrary? I didn't do anything wrong. You're being unfair to me." Ningshu looked at Nuan's serious expression and was speechless. "I don't want you to be my secretary." "Do you?" And Nuan bit her lip. "Do you mind what happened last night?" And Nuan quickly waved her hand. "I've never thought of asking you to take responsibility. Just pretend that nothing happened. I just want to work hard. CEO, don't worry. I won't tell anyone." "Tell what?" Ningshu looked at Nuan in disbelief. "I won't tell anyone that I mistook you for a prostitute and what happened at the hotel last night. I need this job. CEO, please be merciful." And Nuan looked at Ningshu with longing eyes. Ningshu really wanted to bang his head against the wall. He didn't know what to say. Previously, he thought that they had made things clear. But now, it seemed that Nuan's mind was still not clear. She still thought that there was something between them. Ningshu laughed coldly and didn't say anything. He looked at Nuan coldly. And Nuan was a little frightened by Ningshu's gaze. She was so scared that she shrank back. She mustered up her courage and said, "You can't fire me. Otherwise, I'll expose it to the media." "Expose what?" Ningshu asked curiously. Did Nuan have something on her? "Absolutely not," and Nuan looked at Ningshu and said, "I'll only tell you if you promise not to be angry. Then don't say anything. Get out. Go to the finance department to get your salary. Let's go." Ningshu didn't want to talk nonsense with her. He didn't want to create any sparks of love. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. And Nuan was choked. She took a deep breath and said, "If you hate me because of what happened last night, I apologize. But I really need this job." After being dumped by a scumbag, she left the company with a scumbag. It would take a long time to find a job. During this period of time without a job, she would have to eat dirt. And Nuan looked at Ningshu with a look of desperation. She said angrily, "If you fire me, I'll expose to the media that you were a prostitute at a hotel last night." Ningshu was speechless. This imagination of hers was enough to make one kneel down. And Nuan thought that she was a prostitute. Now, she actually wanted to expose her to the media and make her a prostitute. And Nuan's courage was really praiseworthy. Ningshu's expression turned cold as he said mildly, "Are you going to expose me as a gigolo, and that you slept with a gigolo like me?" And Nuan pointed at Ningshu. "You're the one who said it. Don't force me. Maybe I'll fight to the death." This was throwing an egg against a rock. Fight to the death, the veins on Ningshu's forehead throbbed. He was speechless. According to the plot's development, shouldn't they have sex and let the female lead see the power of a gigolo? This ridiculous plot made Ningshu want to cry. Ningshu wiped his face and waved at Nuan. "Alright, say whatever you want. Go expose it. You." And Nuan's hands and feet went numb from Ningshu's unbridled behavior. She then said, I told the media that I was pregnant with your child, and you abandoned me after having sex with me. F***ck, this female lead really did what she wanted. So willful. This was the plot. Nothing had happened between them before, and it was just the female lead's imagination. However, the female lead was already very willful in front of her. If it was another boss who wanted to fire the female lead, would the female lead be like this? When facing the male lead, she was full of confidence and felt that the male lead would compromise. No wonder Gong Luo always felt that she was abnormal, to the point that she was groveling for the female lead. In order to show the male lead's love for the female lead, she trampled the male lead into the mud. Although it was natural for a man to dote on his wife, in the plot, the male lead couldn't live without the female lead. After getting married, Nuan wanted to divorce in all sorts of ways. When he heard Nuan say divorce, Gong Luo would press Nuan down and have sex with her for a while, then say evilly, can't I satisfy you? You just have to want a divorce. But all sorts of actions were also fun. Gong Luo was too strong. I couldn't take it. The next day, I held my sore waist and gritted my teeth to ask for a divorce. Gong Luo was cold and self-restrained. His IQ was definitely high. His position determined that he had to maintain a calm mind. However, in the plot, Gong Luo was a childish boy with no intelligence to speak of. His personality was so bad that it was as if he had been possessed. Ningxu's expression turned cold. He looked at Nuan and said, so you're trying to blackmail me. What do you want? Do you want me to be responsible for you? I don't want you to be responsible for me. I just want to work, but you have to force me. And Nuan puffed out her chest, trying to make herself look more righteous. Ningxu was speechless. I'm F***king forcing you. This is my company. If I tell you to scram, you should scram. What kind of logic is this? Especially when Ningxu saw Nuan's aggrieved look, he felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Did she think that he should give in to her just because they had slept together? Get lost. I don't want to see you. Did you say that you have a child or that I'm a gigolo? You can do whatever you want. Ningxu couldn't bear to see Nuan pestering him endlessly. He should let himself back down. What kind of logic was this? She didn't owe Nuan anything at all. Actually, in essence, Nuan had used her body in exchange for Gong Luo's endless love. You slept with my body, so you should treat me well. You have to treat me well. Although it was called love, it was also Gong Luo who had been giving. In the name of love, it was reasonable for her to give in whatever she did. Nuan stared blankly at the cold and heartless Ningxu and complained, I've never seen someone as cold-blooded as you. Despicable capitalist, I didn't do anything wrong at all and you want to fire me. I signed a contract when I entered the company. What you're doing is illegal. I'm going to expose you for exploiting workers. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu didn't know how Gong Luo managed to hold it in, but she really couldn't hold it in anymore. He also saw how powerful the plot was. It would always involve the two of them together. Ningxu got up from his chair and walked in front of Nuan. He looked down at the trembling Nuan from above. This man's aura was really too strong. Nuan couldn't help but take a step back to reduce her fear of this man. Nuan felt wronged. She felt that the CEO today was different from the CEO yesterday. He was so cold today. But she needed this job too much. She had many younger brothers at home who were in university. Also, she didn't want to be looked down upon by that adulterous couple. She couldn't let them see that she didn't even have a job. She didn't even have a career. Nuan felt that she was very pitiful. Right now, she only wanted to work seriously, but she met such a boss. Nuan felt that she should go burn incense. She was too unlucky. You really want to stay in the company? Ningxu looked at Nuan and asked with a smile. Nuan saw the smile on Ningxu's face and instinctively felt that something was wrong. This black-bellied big bad wolf smile was the detestable smile of an exploiter. Nuan straightened her back and said with a trembling voice, as long as you let me stay in the company, I'll do anything you want me to. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu felt very bored. Nuan was acting as if he was a big villain, a big pervert who wanted her to give herself to him. Ningxu expressed that he didn't want to be with girls. And Nuan saw that the CEO was staring at her with a deep and calm gaze that made her heart tremble. She hurriedly said, "Let's make this clear first. You can't force me to sell my body." Ningxu's face twitched and he said directly, "Since you want to stay in the company, then stay in the company. Go do the cleaning. When I'm in a good mood, I'll let you come back to be my secretary." Do cleaning? Did that mean that he wanted her to mop the floor and clean the toilets? And Nuan was stunned. She looked at Ningxu in a daze. "You want me to mop the floor?" Ningxu said, "Not only do you have to mop the floor, but the glass doors and windows of the company have to be wiped clean. The water in the toilets must be clean enough to drink." And Nuan was speechless. And Nuan was furious. This man was deliberately making things difficult for her. She didn't do anything wrong, so why did he hate her so much? Ningxu thought it through. He wouldn't chase Nuan away. Based on the plot, Nuan would definitely be sent to his side. Perhaps the next time it would be more intense methods, such as Chinese medicine, which required a woman to have sex with him to relieve the effects. And the person he would be having sex with might be Nuan. In any case, he had to get Nuan and him into bed. Only then would they be able to develop feelings for each other. What a world with broken moral principles. You don't want to be a cleaner? Fine, then you can leave the company, Ningxu said coldly. What a bad guy. And Nuan glared at Ningxu. So be it. I know you hate me and want to use this method to chase me away, but I won't let you get what you want. Fine, then please leave. Close the office door and report to the cleaning department. Ningxu sat on the chair and didn't even look at Nuan. And Nuan took a deep breath. She glanced at Ningxu and turned to leave the office. She almost didn't let her tears fall. Her expression was very stubborn. Ningxu chased Nuan to the cleaning department. Without Nuan by his side, Ningxu suddenly felt that the whole sky was bright. He kept feeling uncomfortable. He was a cute girl, but he actually had to do that with a girl. The plot was like a tiger watching its prey, always wanting to get them on the bed. Just thinking about that scene made him want to vomit blood. You must stay calm, my moral integrity. Why are you looking at me like that? Ningxu looked at Song Ning, who was in an office lady's suit, sitting on the sofa. She supported her chin and looked at Ningxu in confusion. She looked confused, but she gave off a very flirtatious feeling. Song Ning narrowed her eyes and asked, "How did Nuan offend you? You want her to clean the toilet?" Song Ning was really confused. She looked at Ningxu with a questioning and sharp gaze. Song Ning was really confused. Shouldn't Gong Luo dote on Nuan and put the whole world in her hands? What was going on now? Song Ning's gaze scraped across Ningxu's face inch by inch. It was very sharp. Ningxu's expression was very cold. He said calmly, "She disobeyed me. This is her punishment." Song Ning made a no sound. So he was sulking. Every time Song Ning saw Gong Luo, this man, he was so stubborn. He was expressionless as if he had facial paralysis. He would only have an expression when he was with Nuan. Song Ning was very unhappy. She really didn't understand what was so good about Nuan. Love was really unreasonable. She didn't know if anything had happened between Gong Luo and Nuan. "Gong Luo, can I ask you something?" Song Ning asked Ningxu. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Ning. Ningxu was a little confused. He felt that there was something wrong with this Song Ning. "What is it?" Ningxu's face was tense. "You're here to work, not to chat. If you're going to be like this, you can go back." Song Ning walked to the desk and slammed her hands on it. She tilted her body and looked into Ningxu's eyes. Ningxu looked at the cleavage under Song Ning's shirt. It was white and full, like a big steamed bun. It made him want to grab it. Ningxu took a deep breath. This Song Ning was always trying to seduce him. Ningxu felt like he couldn't control himself anymore. Oh, he, Song Ning's temperament was ever-changing. She was like a little vixen. This kind of woman was much more interesting than Nuan. Once again, she felt sorry for the male lead's taste. However, once the male lead had someone in mind, his eyes could no longer see anyone else. In his eyes, Nuan was the most beautiful. Everyone else was either ugly or a femme fatale. Ningxu lowered his eyes and didn't look at Song Ning. Gong Luo, tell me honestly. Do you have anything to do with Nuan? Or is Nuan actually your little sweetheart? As your fiancé, I have the right to know. At our level, I won't say anything if you want to play around. However, if you don't interfere with the cooperation between our two families, then I won't agree. Ningxu was silent. He crossed his fingers and looked at Song Ning. Why do you think there's something between me and Nuan? Or did you send someone to follow me? Looking at Song Ning's expression, she seemed to know that there was something between him and Nuan. Ningxu narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze over Song Ning's face. He looked at Song Ning's face carefully and felt that it was breathtaking. The more he looked at her, the more beautiful she became. A face that could enchant people's hearts. The way the corners of her lips curled up slightly made people feel that she was the most beautiful existence in the world. I didn't send someone to follow you. I was just on guard. Song Ning looked at Ningxu and smiled. A lot of pocketbooks say that men like you like women like Nuan, who's like plain porridge and side dishes. I don't think there's anything wrong with my guard. Song Ning flipped her hair and met Ningxu's eyes. You're my fiancé. You can only be mine. Song Ning's eyes seemed to have infinite bright stars in them. They were so beautiful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Ningxu instantly felt as if there were fireworks exploding in his mind. It was extremely gorgeous. Ningxu quickly shook his head. Damn, he was actually mesmerized by a woman. What the f***ck? The halo of calmness flowed into Ningxu's heart. Only then did Ningxu's heart calm down. That strange throbbing was then suppressed. Ningxu felt sweat break out on his back. His face was a little pale. He looked at Song Ning without a change in expression. You don't have to worry about my matters. I know what I'm doing. You. Song Ning bit her lips and frowned. She turned around and left in anger. Her back was full of anger and sadness. It made one's heart ache. Once Song Ning left, Ningxu let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat off his head. He realized that a person's charm had reached the point where both men and women were attracted to her. Ningxu was a little suspicious of Song Ning. It was impossible that she couldn't catch Gong Luo with such means. So annoying, Ningxu planned to go to the toilet. When he reached the toilet, he instinctively walked to the female toilet. When he saw a female employee in a cleaning uniform, Ningxu reacted and quickly turned around to leave the female toilet. Ah, you pervert. You actually went into the female toilet. Ningxu originally wanted to apologize, but when he turned around, he saw Nuan in a cleaning uniform. She was wearing a mask and holding a mop in her hand. She was glaring at Ningxu angrily. How could he meet her like this? Ningxu wiped his face. He didn't want to say anything and turned to leave the female toilet. And Nuan shouted, You pervert. You actually went into the female toilet. If I meet you, I'll definitely not let you off. And Nuan said as she swung the mop at Ningxu. You look well dressed, but you're actually a beast in human clothing. Ningxu dodged Nuan's mop, but the dirty water on the mop still splashed onto his trousers. Are you crazy? You're the crazy pervert. You still think you're in the right when you go into the female toilet. And Nuan held the mop dripping with water like a female warrior. Then, she evilly splashed the water on Ningxu's shiny black leather shoes. Ningxu was speechless. Do you want to die? Ningxu looked at Nuan indifferently. And Nuan laughed happily and said loudly, I have more dirt on you now. You're actually a pervert who goes into the female toilet. I'm warning you, you'd better be polite to me. Otherwise, I'll spread this news. The CEO of the Miyagi Group, Gong Luo, is a pervert. Ningxu was speechless. Did she have to use this kind of plot to tie the two of them together? Why did Nuan think that he should be threatened by her? The female lead's world was simple and black and white. With this kind of personality, who knew how many people she would offend, Ningxu turned to leave. The more he competed, the more tired he would be. Especially when he was competing with someone like the female lead who was pure, innocent, and sweet. It was even more tiring. Nuan saw that Ningxu was about to escape, so she held the mop and opened her arms to block Ningxu's path. She raised her head and looked at Ningxu. You can't leave. You're blocking me in front of the female toilet. Do you want to do something to me? Ningxu looked down at Nuan. Haha, you dragged me to the ladies' room because you wanted to do something to me. How dare you accuse me of entering the ladies' room as a pervert? Ningxu sneered. Get lost. If you block my way again, I'll kick you. Nuan was instantly enraged. She looked at Ningxu in disbelief. How can you be so shameless? You're shameless. You were the one who entered the ladies' room. How dare you accuse me of wanting to do something to you? Nuan was so angry that she was about to cry. However, Ningxu felt that Nuan's reaction was too extreme. This was the plot. It wanted the two of them to be entangled with each other. Even if she had unconsciously entered the wrong room, such a thing would have happened. Ningxu pushed Nuan away. Get lost. Don't block my way. Nuan was accidentally pushed to the ground by Ningxu. She groaned in pain. Ningxu saw Nuan fall to the ground. Her eyes were filled with tears and she looked at him with hatred. Ningxu suppressed his urge to help Nuan up and went into the men's room next door. After peeing, Ningxu came out of the toilet. He saw Nuan still sitting on the ground and wiping her tears. Ningxu knew that even if he helped Nuan up out of kindness, Nuan wouldn't appreciate it. Were she and Nuan going to become quarrelsome lovers now, no matter what, Nuan would always appear in front of her to attract her attention. Ningxu strode past Nuan without looking sideways. Nuan looked at Ningxu's back and pursed her lips. She muttered, what a bad guy. Ningxu felt that the plot was really *ket up. When Nuan became a secretary, he had to face her all the time. Now that Nuan had become a cleaner, Ningxu could bump into her at any time. Nuan even had to clean the CEO's office. It was really *ket up. Ningxu expressed that there was nothing worse than this, especially when he had a fiancée with boundless charm who was attractive to both men and women. He still had to resist his restless heart. It was simply too hard to bear. Bang! The large vase on the floor in the office was smashed into pieces. Nuan, who was wiping the dust with a handkerchief, was dumbfounded. She hurriedly apologized to Ningxu, CEO, I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. Ningxu took a deep breath, wiped his face, and waved his hand. Get out. Ningxu couldn't figure out why the cleaning department would let Nuan clean the CEO's office. Especially since Nuan had just joined the cleaning department. Why would she be given such an important job? There was no need to explain. This was the plot. Ningxu felt very tired. Song Ning crossed her arms as she watched the scene unfold. Her lips curled into a faint smile. She couldn't understand why Gong Luo would like and pamper such a girl so much. Thinking of this, Song Ning's eyes flashed with gloom. Nuan hurriedly apologized to Ningxu. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. Deduct this vase from my salary. Ningxu wanted to wipe his face again. He was in the midst of a beautiful love story, but it drove him crazy. You've only been working for a few days. How much salary can you get? Why can't you leave the Gong Corporation? Song Ning looked at Nuan and asked. You can't even buy this vase with a year's salary. Nuan opened her mouth in shock. She looked at the broken pieces on the floor. Why is it so expensive? Nuan picked up the broken pieces with her bare hands and said, I really didn't do it on purpose. Nuan's finger was cut by the broken pieces of the vase and was bleeding. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu sighed deeply. What kind of situation was this? Was she trying to make him feel sorry for Nuan? The plot was really everywhere. Song Ning took the paper and pressed it on Nuan's bleeding finger. She said calmly, get out. But. Nuan looked at Ningxu. Ningxu waved his hand and didn't even look at Nuan. Nuan left in disappointment. Ningxu looked at the broken pieces and blood on the floor and shook his head. Song Ning walked over and looked at Ningxu. She asked, what's wrong? Do you feel sorry for her? I'm off work. I'll leave first. Ningshu picked up his suit jacket and left. Song Ning looked at the man's back and felt that this man was the most determined person she had ever met. He was actually so indifferent to her. Did he like Inwan that much? Song Ning slapped her face. This was really. Ningshu left the office and went to the garage to start his car. The car had just gotten onto the road when a figure suddenly walked towards the front of his car. Ningshu quickly braked and jumped in fright. F*ck, who was the one who didn't want to live. Ningshu opened the car door and saw Inwan sitting in front of the car with a pale face. She looked as if she was still scared. Ningshu felt that his patience had reached its limit. Why did he run into this woman everywhere? The plot was quite intense. What are you doing? Ningshu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. His heart was full of curses. Inwan turned her head and looked at Ningshu. Her eyes trembled as she said, CEO, I didn't do it on purpose. I was thinking about something and really didn't notice. Inwan tried to stand up with difficulty, but she seemed to have sprained her leg. She cried out in pain. Ningshu was speechless. Could he just leave this female lead who had sprained her leg? He felt that he could run into Inwan anytime and anywhere in the day. It was really annoying. Are you okay? Ningshu asked Inwan. Inwan quickly waved her hand and said, I'm fine. I'm fine. Ningshu nodded. It's good that you're fine. Ningshu turned around and wanted to get into the car and leave. CEO, wait a minute. Inwan limped over to Ningshu. The veins on Ningshu's forehead throbbed. He asked, is there anything else? Do you need medical fees? Inwan's face suddenly turned serious. I don't want your money. Ningshu's lips curled up. Don't be angry. Smile. You must be calm. Ningshu smiled and asked Inwan, I don't want money. Is there anything else? Inwan said, about the vase, I'll find a way to compensate you. It was my fault. I was careless. I just hope you won't chase me out of the company. Ningshu said patiently, why? This vase is very valuable. Your 1-year salary is not enough. As long as you leave the company, you won't have to pay for it. It was the first time Inwan had seen this man talk so much to her. He was usually impatient with her. Inwan was not used to it. She shook her head and said, I can't leave the company. Ningshu, why? Why? Ningshu said helplessly. He really couldn't understand what the female lead was thinking. Inwan said, I need this job. My brother is in college, and I have to send money home every month. Ningshu moved his neck and said, but you have to pay for the vase. Your 1-year salary will be gone. It's like you worked for free for a year. You can quit and find another job. Inwan shook her head again. I can't leave the company. Ningshu was speechless. Damn it. The topic kept repeating itself. Ningshu and Inwan's conversation reached a dead end. You can leave the company. No, I can't leave the company because I need this job. You can find another job. You don't have the money to pay for a vase. No, I can't leave the company. Why can't you leave the company? I just can't leave the company. The scumbag will look down on me. Ningshu wiped his face and took out money from his bag to give to Inwan. Inwan was unhappy. Ningshu said, this money is for you to take a taxi to the hospital to have your leg checked. I don't want it. I don't want it. Inwan turned and limped away. Ningshu didn't bother to look at Inwan. He got into the car and went back to his villa. The villa was brightly lit. Ningshu opened the door and smelled the aroma of food. Ningshu took off his slippers and walked to the kitchen door. He saw Song Ning with a scarf around her neck, cooking. Even when she was cooking, Song Ning was still beautiful. The atmosphere was warm. You're back. Song Ning smiled and asked Ningshu, you left before me. Why did you come home later than me? Ningshu leaned against the door and looked at Song Ning's face. Her smile was really charming. Why are you still here? What are you doing at my house? Ningshu, are you blind? Didn't you see me cooking? Song Ning rolled her eyes at Ningshu. She reached out her hand and said, give me a plate. Ningxu opened the cupboard and took out a plate for Song Ning. Song Ning put the food on the plate and said, "Bring it to the table." Ningxu nodded and brought the food to the table. After a short while, 4 dishes and a soup were ready. They were all very home-cooked dishes, and they looked, smelled, and tasted good. Ningxu was amazed by his cooking skills, because she couldn't make such dishes. Song Ning took off her scarf and sat opposite Ningxu. She said, "Eat. Try my cooking." Ningxu tasted every dish and praised sincerely, "It's really delicious. Your cooking is really good." Ningxu's praise didn't make Song Ning happy. Instead, her face darkened. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. "You can cook?" It was surprising that a young lady like Song Ning, who had never done any household chores, knew how to cook. Song Ning used her chopsticks to poke at the rice in her bowl. She curled her lips and said, "Haven't you heard that if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first? I have practiced cooking for a long time, but I still can't capture your stomach." Ningxu was speechless. She felt like she was being flirted with again. Damn, Ningxu thought he might be gay after being flirted with by a beauty like Song Ning every day. Absolutely not. Oh my god, Ningxu felt that her moral integrity was about to collapse. In the face of Song Ning's complaints, Ningxu didn't say anything. He ate in silence. Song Ning furrowed her brows. Was he still a man? Could he only be in Yuan? She didn't believe it. Song Ning rested her chin on her hand. She looked at Ningxu and said, "Give me a piece of the stir-fried lettuce in front of you. Why don't you get it yourself?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Ning. "Because I can't reach it," Song Ning said matter-of-factly. How could she not be able to reach it? Ningxu looked at the flirtatious Song Ning and pushed the plate of stir-fried lettuce in front of her. Song Ning was speechless. What a boring man. Why was he so different when he was with Yuan? Song Ning's face grew worse. Seeing that Ningxu only cared about eating, Song Ning's mood worsened. She put her chopsticks on the table and rested her chin on her hand as she looked at Ningxu. Ningxu couldn't take it when a woman looked at him with such seductive eyes. "Song Ning, what is your goal?" Ningxu asked directly. Song Ning twirled her hair with her fingers and said matter-of-factly, "Of course, it is to make you fall in love with me. After all, we are engaged. Since we are destined to get married, it is better that we fall in love. Then, our married life will be happier. I am a woman. Of course, I need a warm family. Rather than the two of us being strangers after we get married, why don't we try to fall in love with each other now?" Song Ning said generously. Ningxu suddenly didn't know how to refute because what Song Ning said made sense. "But, until now, I have realized that you haven't fallen in love with me," Song Ning said in distress. "Is it that difficult to like me?" "Difficult, very difficult," Ningxu said. He didn't want to be a lesbian. "What's wrong with me?" Song Ning looked at Ningxu. "Am I not pretty enough?" Ningxu shook his head and said, "You are very beautiful. But why don't you like me?" Song Ning was speechless. "I can be in the hall, and I can be in the kitchen. What are you not satisfied with? I am AF** king girl, and you are a girl too. How could we be together?" When the mission was completed, Ningxu would leave. As for the relationship between Song Ning and the original owner of the body, it had nothing to do with him. Ningxu wouldn't make decisions for the original owner of the body when it came to matters of love. He had no right to make decisions for the original owner of the body. "Forget it. I am not eating. Your attitude displeases me." Song Ning stood up and sat on the sofa, ignoring Ningxu. Ningxu shrugged. He saw that there was still food on the plate. Ningxu had finished it all. It was shameful to waste food. "I am not going back today. I will stay here. When I have enough, I will leave," Song Ning said unhappily. Ningxu didn't say anything. "If you want to stay, then stay." Song Ning saw that Ningxu had gone upstairs and was ignoring her. She wrinkled her nose in annoyance. After taking a shower, Ningxu lay on the spacious bed and stared at the white ceiling. He was thinking about the mission in his heart. This mission was simply too troublesome. Moreover, with the fate between him and Yuan, they would always bump into each other. There might even be some kind of pink bubble scene that would appear. Sigh, what a cruel life. Ningxu was about to close his eyes when there was a knock on the door. Ningxu rolled his eyes and got off the bed to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, Ningxu saw Song Ning barefoot and wearing a nightgown. Song Ning's hair was loose, and her long black hair was slightly curly like seaweed. It was very charming. Under the nightgown was a pair of flawless white thighs. Her enchanting figure was very attractive. Why was she knocking on the door dressed like that? It couldn't be what he thought it was, right? Ningxu swallowed her saliva and asked, "What's the matter?" Song Ning pushed Ningxu away and walked into the room barefoot. She sat on the bed and looked at Ningxu. "What do you think?" "I think we shouldn't be like this." Ningxu looked at Song Ning and didn't say anything. Both of them wanted to f***ck him. Please let them go. Sex before marriage is very important. I want to see if you can do it. Didn't people say that sex is the main reason for divorce? Song Ning said with a charming expression. She was like a seductive vixen. According to the normal development, she should have just said, "Don't ever say that men can't do it. I want to show you if I can do it." Then, she would have done it. Damn, what should I do? It was so embarrassing. When she was the female lead, there were always men who wanted to f***ck her. When she was the male lead, there were always women who wanted to f***ck her. Actually, the male lead was also very miserable. Ningxu pursed his lips and looked at the seductive little vixen at the door. The veins on his forehead bulged. It was so awkward, but he still had to maintain a smile. "Are you sure?" He looked at Song Ning and asked, "Are you sure you want to?" Song Ning stood up and walked in front of Ningxu. She reached out and poked Ningxu's chest. "We're all adults. What do you think?" Ningxu smiled and grabbed Song Ning's white, jade-like fingers. He looked at her fingers carefully. They were slender and beautiful. Every finger seemed to have been carefully polished. She was really a beautiful woman. Seeing Ningxu so focused, Song Ningxu's heart couldn't help but throb. Song Ning's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. This man was really handsome. Ningxu let go of Song Ning's fingers and turned to touch Song Ning's arm. It was as if she was touching a piece of warm and smooth white jade. It was indescribably moving. Ningxu's heart uncontrollably spasmed. Song Ning's face flushed red. She looked at Ningxu with eyes full of love. Ningxu looked into Song Ning's eyes. He felt that this woman loved him very much. It was as if he was the most important person in her life. He was worthy of her trust and love. Their hearts were connected. Ningxu grabbed Song Ning's arm and pulled her out of the room. He said calmly, "I don't want to talk to you." Song Ning's face froze. She was in disbelief and anger. Her expression was strange. "Are you a man?" Song Ning didn't know what to say. Did Gong Luo really like Yuan that much? Did he want to keep his chastity for Yuan? Song Ning was furious. She reached out and grabbed Ningxu's clothes. She said fiercely, "Are you a man or not? Or are you saying you can't do it? I'm going to pounce on you today and make you mine." Song Ning said as she stood on her tiptoes to kiss Ningxu. F***ck, this was too much. Ningxu put his hand on Song Ning's face and said, "Go to sleep. Don't think about anything else." Then, Ningxu slammed the door shut. Song Ning's nose was almost flattened by the door. Song Ning rubbed her nose and sneered. She crossed her arms and walked away. Ningxu shook her head and lay down on the bed to sleep. This wasn't her body. She was here to complete a mission. She didn't have the right to use the client's body to do anything out of line, and she definitely couldn't cause any trouble for the client. Especially when it came to matters of the heart, Ningxu didn't dare to cross the line. He couldn't be greedy for momentary pleasure and complicate things. As for his fiancée, Song Ning, he would have to wait for the original owner, Gong Luo, to come back and deal with her. The next day, Ningxu woke up and went downstairs. He didn't see Song Ning, so he asked Auntie Li, "Where is Miss Song?" Miss Song left early in the morning. Auntie Li poured a glass of milk for Ningxu. She left early in the morning. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that what happened last night made Song Ning angry. Ningshu shrugged. She left, so be it. It was better if she didn't hang around in front of him. She wasn't a real man. Ningshu drove to the company to pick her up. As soon as she entered the company, a figure bumped into her arms. Ningshu quickly pushed the person away. It was Nuan in her cleaning uniform again. Nuan was mopping the floor and didn't notice the person beside her. She accidentally bumped into the person who was rude and almost pushed her. "Why are you like this?" Nuan immediately scolded. When she turned her head and saw that it was Ningshu, she immediately shushed him and lowered her head. Ningshu said calmly, "Be careful when you're cleaning. Can you take responsibility if you bump into a client?" Nuan pouted and said, "I didn't do it on purpose." "Why are you so fierce?" "Am I fierce?" "I'm just stating the facts," Ningshu said helplessly. Nuan nodded and Ningshu left. Nuan caught up with Ning Shu and asked, "CEO, you won't fire me, right?" Ningshu said, "Since you want to stay in the company, then stay. Remember, you have to pay for the vase." "I know. Thank you. I'll pay for the vase." Nuan suddenly smiled. Seeing Nuan like this, Ningshu really wanted to facepalm. When he entered the office, he saw Song Ning, who was in her office attire, organizing documents. Everything in the office was neat and tidy. Ningshu thought that Song Ning had left the company, but he didn't expect her to come so early. Morning, Ningshu greeted Song Ning. Song Ning's expression was calm. She said seriously and coldly, "Morning, CEO." Then she brushed past Ningshu like a stranger and left. She was so passionate yesterday, but today she was so cold. He really couldn't get used to it. She was really fickle. She was probably still angry about what happened last night. Ningshu didn't think he did anything wrong. Song Ning's anger had nothing to do with him. After that, Song Ning showed the demeanor of a strong woman. She took care of everything. Ningshu didn't say anything, but Song Ning could understand what he was thinking. She was really capable. But she was very cold to him. She looked serious and treated him like a boss. Ningshu shrugged and didn't care at all. It was best to be cold like this. He couldn't stand it when she kept flirting with him. With Song Ning by his side, Ningshu's work was much easier. Facing a mountain of documents, Song Ning could distinguish the important and urgent documents and the ones that could be delayed. This made Ningshu's work more organized and easier. Song Ning looked at Ningshu's indifferent expression. She bit her lips tightly. She looked at Ningshu's eyes with indifference and indignation. Ningshu ignored Song Ning, who was as cold as ice. She was thinking about the mission. Looking at Nuan mopping the floor and wiping the coffee table, Ningshu felt that he should think of a way to cut off the practice between the original owner and Nuan. Ningshu didn't expect that he would have to do something like this one day. Breaking up the couple, and Nuan, who was wiping the glass, kept feeling a burning gaze on her. She followed the gaze and met the CEO's meaningful gaze. And Nuan's heart thumped. What was wrong with this person? Why did he keep staring at her? Could it be that he was thinking of firing her? Song Ning saw that Ningshu was staring at Nuan and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why did Gong Luo like Nuan so much? Song Ning's shoulders slumped. This was so boring. After work, Ningshu returned to the villa. He didn't see Song Ning and didn't see her cooking. He asked Auntie Li, "Where's Miss Song?" Auntie Li said, "Miss Song went back. She already packed her luggage." Ningshu raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Ningshu didn't care at all. And Nuan was already a headache. It was good that Song Ning left. After going to work, Ningshu didn't see Song Ning in her suit. He looked around but didn't see her. Usually, Song Ning would hang around in front of Ningshu whenever she had nothing to do. Now that Song Ning suddenly stopped coming, Ningshu was really happy. Secretary Ningshu asked, "Where is Miss Song?" "Miss Song won't be coming today," the secretary said. Ningshu was even happier and asked, "She won't be coming in the future?" The secretary looked at Ningshu's beaming face and said, "President, Miss Song is sick. Do you want to go and see her?" "Yes, I'll find time to go and see her." Ningshu went into the office and saw Nuan cleaning the office. Ningshu saw her every day. He rubbed his forehead. The plot always brought them together. He always felt that Nuan was cleaning the place where he appeared. And Nuan felt that the president was looking at her. Every time he looked at her with such a passionate gaze, it made Nuan feel very anxious. There was an indescribable fear and heartbeat. Ningshu sat on the sofa and looked at Nuan. There was nothing wrong with Nuan. She was a girl who was favored by God, and then God arranged for a domineering president to fall in love with her and then spoil her. She was very ordinary and had no outstanding ability. She must have done a lot of good in her previous life to be able to meet a man like Gong Luo in this life. She didn't need to struggle to reach the peak of life. Marriage was a woman's second life. Love was a matter between two people, but Gong Luo felt that he was being controlled. This feeling made Gong Luo feel uncomfortable. Love was the feeling of a man and a woman interacting with each other. But in this relationship, Gong Luo gave a lot, and Nuan enjoyed Gong Luo's love. Even when there was a conflict, Gong Luo was the first to bow down. And Nuan couldn't bear Ningshu's gaze anymore. She gathered her courage and turned around to say to Ningshu, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you plotting something? I'll pay for the vase." Ningshu leaned back and looked at Nuan. He said aloud, "Why do you have to be in my company? I can introduce you to a position in other companies." And Nuan held the handkerchief in her hand and said, "Other companies may not want me." "Scumbag, no, my ex-boyfriend is very rich. He will deliberately cause trouble for me. I may be fired if I go to other companies." F*ck, this plot is so F*ket up, he wanted Nuan to take root in the Miyagi Corporation. Ningshu's face twitched. He didn't know what to say, so he waved his hand at Nuan. "Get out." And Nuan nodded and went out obediently. When she reached the door, she stopped, turned around, and said to Ningshu, "CEO, I feel like you hate me." "Is that so?" Ningshu said casually. And Nuan said tactfully, "In the future, I'll appear less in front of you. I'll clean the office when you're not in the office." Ningshu grunted and did not express any opinion. And Nuan felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. She asked Ningshu, "I heard that Miss Song Ning is your fiancé?" "Uh-huh." Ningshu nodded. And Nuan suddenly didn't know what to say. She looked at the man sitting on the sofa, noble and proud. Her heart couldn't help but twitch because this man's face was enough to charm anyone, men and women alike. "You can go out." Ningshu waved his hand. And Nuan turned and walked out of the office. Ningshu unbuttoned his suit, took off his jacket, and began to work. Then he realized that without Song Ning by his side, it was very difficult to work. He was used to a relaxed work environment, but now he was not used to it. Ningshu shook his head. That was why he had to rely on himself for everything. Once he relied on others, it would become a habit, and it would be his own destruction. Song Ning really understood people's hearts. She invaded his life and work in a way that penetrated the stone with dripping water. Now that she was suddenly not by his side, Ningshu felt awkward and inconvenient. Song Ning had this ability, so why would she lose to Nuan who didn't have any ability? This didn't make sense. After finishing his work, Ningshu felt that he had to go and see Song Ning. When he reached the hospital ward, Ningshu saw Song Ning's pale face. Her small face looked very delicate. Compared to her usual enchanting appearance, Song Ning was very weak now. She was like a child who had taken off her disguise, revealing her innermost nature. It made one's heart ache for her. Ningshu didn't expect Song Ning to really be sick, and it seemed to be quite serious. He reached out his hand and placed it on Song Ning's forehead. "You have a low fever. What's wrong?" Song Ning coughed and rolled her eyes at Ningshu. "I have a cold. I'm sick. I have a serious cold." Ningshu could only say, "Rest well." Song Ning's face darkened. Her eyes lost their light. She reached out her hand and grabbed Ningshu's finger. She was like a child grabbing onto Ningshu's finger. This action brought a sense of uneasiness and dependence. Ningshu sat by the bed. "Don't think too much. Rest well." Song Ning grabbed onto Ning Shu's finger tightly and said in a low voice, Ning Shu, is it really that difficult to give your heart to me? Difficult, very difficult. Ning Shu wouldn't give his heart to someone else. If his heart wasn't with her, would she still be herself? Would she still be able to calmly complete her mission? Her life wasn't even guaranteed. Moreover, giving his heart to a woman was even more ridiculous. Ning Shu said lightly, why do you want my heart? Isn't it good that we're like this? What good? I can't hold on to my heart anymore. That's why I want yours. Song Ning's expression was pitiful. We're engaged. What's wrong with loving each other? The veins on Ning Shu's forehead throbbed. His heart was filled with curses. I don't want to lie to you. I won't fall in love with you. Ning Shu pried Song Ning's finger away. He felt a little apologetic. Song Ning's pale face twitched. Her eyebrows furrowed in anger and unwillingness, but it disappeared in an instant. She still looked pitiful. Ning Shu comforted Song Ning and wanted to leave. She couldn't fall in love with a woman now. She could only avoid Song Ning. As for this kind of relationship, she would leave it to the original owner to deal with. Moreover, this Song Ning was really charming. As a woman, she felt her heart skip a beat. Her charm was irresistible. Don't go. Don't go. Song Ning lifted the blanket and pulled out the 4 needle from the back of her hand. She stood barefoot in front of Ning Shu. Is it really that hard to make you fall in love with me? Ning Shu rubbed his forehead. Is it really that easy to fall in love? Can you fall in love just like that? Why are you in such a hurry to make me fall in love with you? Ning Shu frowned. He looked down at Song Ning. After all, they were engaged. With this layer of relationship, it was possible to slowly develop feelings for each other. But why was Song Ning in such a hurry? Song Ning's face froze. She said, because I'm in love with you. That's why I'm in such a hurry to get your response. I'm restless and anxious. That's why I'm in such a hurry. Gong Luo, can you understand how I feel? Song Ning reached out and grabbed Ning Shu's shirt sleeve. She gripped it so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She was trembling slightly, making one's heart ache. Ning Shu felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to respond to Song Ning's feelings? Song Ning loved Gong Luo, not her. But now, Song Ning wanted him to give his heart to her. This heart was hers, not Gong Luo's. Song Ning, rest well. I'm leaving. Ning Shu pushed Song Ning's hand away and walked out of the ward. Gong Luo, how can you be so cruel to me? Song Ning's weak voice rang out in the ward. Seeing Ning Shu leave without looking back, Song Ning was so angry that she jumped up. She had never been so defeated before. It made Song Ning very angry. After leaving the hospital, Ning Shu felt that he was really sick. He couldn't wait to avoid Song Ning. Why did he get close to her? When he returned to the company, a figure knelt in front of him as soon as he walked into the office. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to maintain his calm image, Ning Shu would have jumped up in fright. Ning Shu took a closer look and saw Nuan kneeling in front of him, crying. Her face was as pale as a ghost, and her hair was a little messy. She was as pathetic as could be. Ning Shu suddenly had a bad feeling. What was the plot trying to do? What? Ning Shu's voice was sullen. He strode to the sofa and sat on it. What's the matter? And Nuan knelt in front of Ning Shu and begged Ning Shu while crying, CEO, please help me. I beg you. What kind of trouble was this? Ning Shu rubbed his forehead impatiently. And Nuan saw that Ning Shu was silent and quickly kowed out and begged, CEO, I beg you. I beg you. What's the matter? Ning Shu said calmly. CEO, can you lend me 500,000? And Nuan also felt that her request was a little too much, but she had no other choice. Now, she had to sell herself to repay her debt, how bitter, but she still had to maintain a smile. Ning Shu asked, what for? My brother, he. And Nuan's tears streamed down her face and fell onto the ground. She fainted on the ground, looking very pitiful. Ning Shu closed his eyes. Since he didn't want to talk about it, then forget it. President, my younger brother got into a car accident and now he needs surgery fees. I only know rich people like you. Please lend me 500,000 yuan. I'll pay you back, Yuan said with tears in her eyes. Ningxu was speechless. As expected, this was the plot. Why did Yuan think that he would lend her money and look for her first? It was completely subconscious. This was the plot. Ningxu crossed his legs and indifferently said, "Why should I lend you money? We're not familiar enough to lend money to each other. We can't even be considered friends." "Yes, but I really have no other choice. I can only beg you." And Yuan also had no other choice. Where could she get 500,000 yuan now? Without 500,000 yuan, what should she do? Her brother was dead. Her brother was waiting on the operating table, waiting for the money to save his life. "President, I'll definitely pay you back. Even if I have to sweep the floor for the rest of my life, I'm willing. I beg you, I don't want my salary anymore. I beg you." And Yuan kept kowtowing to Ningxu. Ningxu took a deep breath and said, "Since you're borrowing money, you should have some kind of guarantee. There's a bank you can borrow money from. Why do you have to borrow from me?" And Yuan said, "I thought of using the house as a mortgage, but 500,000 yuan is not a small amount. It'll take a long time to verify it. My brother needs the money urgently to save his life." "Is it serious?" Ningxu asked. And Yuan wiped her tears. "He's unconscious now. He's waiting for the money to save his life. I'll do anything you want me to do. I beg you, President, I beg you." And Yuan's face was red from crying. She looked very pitiful. Ningxu thought about it and wrote a check for 500,000 yuan to Yuan. And Yuan wiped her tears, crying and laughing at the same time. Ningxu kowtowed. Thank you, thank you. Wait a minute. Since you're borrowing money, you should write an IOU. My money doesn't grow on trees." Ningxu said lightly. And Yuan quickly said, "I'll write the IOU right away." And Yuan wrote the IOU while crying. Ningxu looked at the IOU and handed the check to Yuan. And Yuan kowtowed to Ningxu again. Her hand holding the check was trembling. Because she had been kneeling for too long, she staggered when she got up and almost fell into Ningxu's arms. Ningxu turned around and avoided her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." And Yuan quickly apologized. Her face was red from embarrassment. Ningxu waved for her to leave. And Yuan hurried out of the office. Ningxu looked at the check and sneered. It wasn't that she was being kind. In order to connect her to Yuan, the plot actually caused Yuan's brother to get into a car accident. Now, she was Yuan's creditor. She was really unscrupulous. The whole world was serving Gong Luo and Yuan's relationship, causing misunderstandings between them or elevating their feelings. Everyone was the foundation of their relationship. The heavens were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. It was really too extreme. The money in his hands could save lives, so be it. Besides, Ningxu didn't want to use this IOU to threaten Yuan. Ningxu rubbed his forehead. Perhaps it was because he had stayed in the hospital for too long and had seen too many struggles. Ningxu still couldn't stand by and do nothing. Ningxu slapped himself in the face. Who asked you to pretend to be a Virgin Mary, after Song? Ning recovered, she went back to work as if nothing had happened. She helped Ningxu deal with things and didn't flirt with Ningxu anymore. She looked like she was doing business. Seeing Song Ning like this, Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that this was pretty good. Perhaps the original owner would come back and see such a good fiancé. Maybe they would have a good marriage. As long as he didn't flirt with her. And Yuan took 550,000 yuan to save her brother. When she came to work, she quickly bowed to Ningxu and kept saying, "CEO, thank you, thank you. Remember to return me the 500,000 yuan, Ningxu said coldly. And Yuan pouted and said, "I know. I'll work hard and return the 500,000 yuan to you as soon as possible." After Yuan left, Song Ning couldn't help but ask Ningxu, "Why did you suddenly lend her money?" Song Ning raised her eyebrows. "Don't tell me she sold herself to you for 500,000 yuan?" Ningxu was speechless. "Is she really worth that much?" Song Ning looked at him with disdain. So you like this kind of thing? Song Ning sighed. I don't know why you don't like me. Maybe I'm not as pure as Anwan? No, I think you're better than Anwan. Ning Shu admired capable women. Capable women could survive no matter where they were and didn't need men to save and protect them like gods. Song Ning rolled her eyes. Since I'm good, why don't you like me? Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu was annoyed that Song Ning kept asking him why he didn't love her. Why should I love you? I'm a woman. Should I flirt with Gong Luo when he comes back? No, she just wanted to complete the mission and leave this world. 2333 was dead. No matter how he called, there was no response. Ning Shu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go back if he stayed here. And it was the feeling of being a man for the rest of his life. Song Ning saw that Ning Shu's expression wasn't good. She shrugged and said, forget it, I won't say any more. If I say more, you'll be annoyed and think I'm forcing you. Song Ning left the office, but her back looked sad. Ning Shu wiped his face and went back to work. After work, Anwan walked to Ning Shu's office. She wasn't wearing a baggy cleaning uniform, but a skirt. The contrast was stunning. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at Anwan. What's the matter? Anwan looked hesitant. Finally, she said, well, as a reward, I want to treat you to a meal. Please give me a chance to thank you. Ning Shu rejected her directly. No need. Just return the money to me as soon as possible. Do capitalists only see money in your eyes? Money is one thing, my gratitude is another. Please, let me treat you to a meal as a thank you. Anwan rubbed her hands and begged Ning Shu. Ning Shu rejected her flatly. He was determined not to be in the same frame as the female lead. Something might have happened again. No, it was too dangerous. Anwan saw that Ning Shu had rejected her request without hesitation, and her eyes were filled with confusion. She asked, why? You lent me the money and saved my brother. I must express my gratitude, and I'm doing this to apologize. Apologize? Ning Shu asked in surprise. Anwan nodded. I used to think that you were a bad person, but now I realize that you're a good person. When I was in danger, you still lent me money. I apologize. Ning Shu waved his hand. No need. Song Ning walked over and held onto Ning Shu's arm. She glanced at Anwan and said, since she's really grateful, why don't we go? She lent us 500,000 yuan. It's only right that we treat her to a meal. Ning Shu was speechless. F***ck, what is this guy doing? Anwan saw Song Ning holding Ning Shu's arm, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. It was as if half of something had been taken away from her. This feeling was too strange. Anwan shook her head to suppress it. Ning Shu asked, did you agree? He agreed, but I'm going too. You won't mind, right? Song Ning tilted her head and leaned against Ning Shu's arm. She minded, of course she minded. Anwan didn't know why she minded it so much. She was treating the president to a meal, so why did Song Ning have to follow? But when she thought of the relationship between them, Anwan felt very awkward and helpless. I don't mind. Miss Song, come with us, Anwan said. Ning Shu didn't expect Anwan to treat them to a high-class restaurant. Did Anwan have the money to treat them to a meal at a place like this? She didn't even have enough money to pay for the surgery, and now she wanted to treat them to a meal here. When they were ordering, Song Ning deliberately ordered the most expensive meal. Ning Shu clearly saw Anwan's face twitch. It was obvious that Song Ning's order was beyond Anwan's tolerance. But Anwan was stubbornly holding on. She was a little embarrassed. Ning Shu ordered a relatively cheap meal. Seeing that Ning Shu's meal was much cheaper than Song Ning's, Anwan's eyes flashed. Ning Shu asked, President, is this all you're eating? Do you want to order a little more? I'm not hungry, Ning Shu said indifferently. He looked very cold and unapproachable. Anwan nodded and ordered the cheapest meal. After all, she had a debt of $500,000. To be able to treat them to a meal at a place like this, Anwan had mentally prepared herself for a long time. Song Ning looked at Ning Shu's actions. She moved closer to Ning Shu's ear and whispered, You're so considerate. You're always thinking of saving money for Anwan. Ningshu felt his ear itch. Song Ming's hot breath was on his ear. It was very itchy. Song Ming saw Ningshu's ears twitch. Her ears were turning pink at a speed visible to the naked eye. She suddenly burst out laughing. "You're so cute." Ningshu pushed Song Ming away. He unbuttoned his suit and opened his jacket. He could feel the fine hairs on his back. And Nuan looked at their actions and felt that she was a big light bulb. It was indescribably awkward. The steak was served. Song Ming pushed the plate in front of Ningshu. "Help me cut it." Ningshu really wanted to ask why. Was her hand lame? Song Ming looked at Ningshu with pitiful eyes. She reached out her slender and fair hand. "Look at my hand. It hurts. I can't even cut the steak now." Ningshu was speechless. "I'm working for you. If you have any conscience, you should cut it for me." Song Ming smiled and looked at Ningshu. Song Ming was like a shameless child now. She was acting shamelessly, but she was also cute and playful. Damn it. If he asked her to cut it, then cut it. He was flirting with her again. She would die if she didn't flirt with him. Ningshu cut the steak for Song Ming. Only then did Song Ming smile in satisfaction. Seeing Nuan in a daze, she said calmly, "Do you want Gong Luo to cut the steak for you too?" "No need, no need." And Nuan quickly waved her hand. "I don't want to trouble you, CEO." And Nuan thought for a moment and raised her glass of red wine. Ningshu proposed a toast. She said shyly, "Thank you, CEO, for lending me 500,000. Otherwise, my brother's name would have been lost. I propose a toast to you." "Thank you." Ningshu nodded. He raised his glass and clinked it within Nuan's. He took a sip and put it down. And Nuan looked at Ningshu's indifference and felt a little scared. She didn't say anything and buried her head in the steak. Song Ming's expression said, "I'm not happy. Come and coax me." Ningshu looked straight ahead and focused on eating. Song Ming felt wronged and kept drinking. Ningshu couldn't help but say, "Can you drink less?" "No, I'm not anyone to you." "Why do you care?" Song Ming pouted and threw a tantrum. Ningshu frowned helplessly. A woman was acting coquettishly with him. This feeling was really weird. When Nuan saw this scene, she felt even more awkward. She couldn't sit still. The two people in front of her were engaged. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They were a perfect match. They were a perfect match. They were the envy of others. But why did she feel disappointed? Could it be, and Nuan looked at the cold Ningshu. Could it be that she had feelings for this cold, heartless, and sharp-tongued man? Impossible, impossible. She didn't like this kind of man. She liked men who were gentle to her and could tolerate her. She didn't like this man who was picky. And Nuan, you can't have water in your brain. Ningshu watched as Song Ming gulped down the alcohol and looked aggrieved. After a while, her face turned red, and even her eyes started to blur. It was obvious that she drank too much. More than half of the red wine on the table was gone. Seeing that Song Ming still wanted to drink, Ningshu reached out and took Song Ming's glass. "Stop drinking." Song Ming chuckled at Ningshu, then picked up the bottle and gulped it down. She didn't know if she was angry at herself or at Ningshu. Ningshu watched as Song Ming downed the entire bottle of wine. Then, she laid on the table and did not move. She was dead drunk. Ningshu was speechless. Ningshu said to Nuan, "I have to go first. Song Ming is drunk." "It's okay. Take Miss Song away first," and Nuan said quickly. Ningshu nodded and helped Nuan out of the restaurant. And Nuan looked at their backs and saw that they hadn't touched their plates much. For some reason, Nuan's heart was filled with an unknown bitterness and grievance. She seriously wanted to treat them to a meal, but this was the result. And Nuan clutched her chest, feeling terrible. Ningshu stuffed the drunken Nuan into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and drove back to the villa. After getting out of the car, Song Ming vomited for a while, then leaned on Ningshu. Ningshu said aggrievedly, "Gong Luo, I feel terrible." "Don't you know to drink less if you feel terrible?" Ningshu said angrily and poured a glass of water for Song Ming. Song Ning was sleeping on the sofa. Ningxu walked over and pushed her. Get up and drink some water. Song Ning sat up shakily and drank the water in the glass. She turned to look at Ningxu, then pounced on Ningxu and pressed Ningxu onto the sofa. She said with tears, I hate it when you're with Yuan. I hate it very, very much. Song Ning's tears dripped onto Ningxu's face, making Ningxu feel hot. His heart spasmed uncontrollably, and his heartbeat sped up. The blood in his body seemed to have become restless. Ningxu furrowed his brows and chanted, Ba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Coupled with the effect of the calm halo, Ningxu's agitated heart calmed down. Ningxu pushed Song Ning away and straightened his clothes. You drank too much. I did drink too much, but I know very well in my heart. Song Ning grabbed Ningxu's hand and pressed it against her heart. Gong Luo, I like you so much that my heart hurts. Ningxu felt the soft thing in his hand, and his heart was filled with grief and indignation. F***ck, so what if you have big breasts? When I was the female lead, I was also a big-breasted girl. He was so jealous. Ningxu pulled his hand back and said, wash up and sleep. You'll feel better after a good night's sleep. Song Ning was so angry at Ningxu that she was about to cry. She suddenly burst into tears, and her cries were filled with grief and indignation. Ningxu looked at Song Ning's crying. It was simply disturbing. Don't cry. What's there to cry about? Ningxu said. Song Ning's face was contorted with anger. She grabbed Ningxu's collar and roared, you don't even like me, and you don't allow me to cry? I want to cry. What can you do about it? Ningxu tilted his head, not wanting to smell the alcohol on Song Ning's body. Don't act like a drunkard. I'm not acting like a drunkard. My mind is clear. Song Ning started to take Ningxu's collar. Since I can't get your heart, I'll get your body. That way, I won't lose out. Ningxu was speechless. What the F***ck, Ningxu quickly protected his body. She was going to F***king force herself on him. She even wanted to F***king get his body. How scary. Ningxu pushed Song Ning away forcefully. Song Ning stumbled and almost fell to the ground. She didn't know how to react for a moment. Then, she became very angry. She staggered over and reached out her hand to pull off Ningxu's pants. I want to see if you're a man. How can you do this? Ningxu was speechless. What the F***ck? I'm scared. Enough. When are you going to stop acting like a drunkard? Ningxu said sternly with a cold face. Song Ning lowered her head. Her eyes, which were supposed to be in a daze, flashed with fierceness and hatred. When she raised her head again, her eyes were hazy. She looked like she didn't know what was going on. Ningxu asked Auntie Li to give Song Ning a bath. Then, he went upstairs to rest. His whole body was covered in sweat. After a quick bath, Ningxu lay on the bed, exhausted. Auntie Li's voice sounded outside the door. Sir, I can't control Miss Song. She refuses to take a bath and sleep. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck. He had never felt that women were so troublesome. When he was a woman, he didn't feel that women were troublesome at all. But as a man, he felt that women were so troublesome. Ningxu went downstairs and saw Song Ning fumbling around for alcohol. Ningxu stood in front of Song Ning. Song Ning narrowed her eyes. She didn't seem to see Ningxu. Her hands were touching her body. It was as if her hands were magical. Wherever Song Ning touched, her skin would burn. Small flames would ignite in her body, making her blood boil. Then, F***king, Ningxu had a reaction. Ningxu looked down at his crotch. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Why did he have to transmigrate as a man? Why? Why, it was such an embarrassing thing. Ever since he transmigrated as a man, Ningxu had become a cat that kept an eye on his crotch. He kept looking down at his crotch, afraid that something embarrassing would happen. For example, it would suddenly protrude out of his control. Ningxu, I choose dog leading. Ningxu grabbed Song Ning's hand that was fumbling around his body. He pulled Song Ning's hand and walked towards the door. Song Ming asked with a blank face, "Where are you taking me? I can't rest with you making such a fuss." "I'm taking you home," Ning Shu said matter-of-factly. Song Ming's face was extremely stiff. She looked at Ning Shu and complained, "I've never seen such a cold-hearted person like you. I feel terrible. You actually want to send me away. You're bringing me around in the middle of the night. Gong Luo, you're heartless." Ning Shu was speechless. *CK, what should he do when he suddenly realized that he was such a jerk? Then stop making a fuss. Have a good bath and rest. Making such a fuss makes everyone uncomfortable, Ning Shu said calmly. Song Ming hummed in grievance. She lowered her head and her hair covered her face. She looked extremely lonely and innocent. She looked really pitiful. Song Ming reached out her hand and grabbed Ning Shu's fingers. She looked up at him. "Why can't you try to accept me? All I want is to be with you." "Ning Shu, I like you," Song Ming said as she wrapped her arms around Ning Shu's waist. She leaned her head on Ning Shu's chest. "Don't push me away. Let me hug you for a while. This might be the last time I'll be in your embrace." When Ning Shu heard this, he did not hesitate to push Song Ming away. Song Ming was dumbfounded. Clearly, she was surprised by Ning Shu's actions. That was not the plan, alright? After being rejected by a man over and over again, Song Ming felt a little embarrassed. Furthermore, beautiful women were all prideful. Song Ming felt that she had already shamelessly pursued Gong Luo, but he still rejected her. It was really annoying. She wanted to just walk away, but there was a stubborn feeling in her heart. She had to *King. Take down this abstinent man. Ning Shu looked at Song Ming and asked, "Do you want to go back?" Song Ming shook her head. "I'm dizzy. I'm going to sleep." Then, she went into the guest room. She could have just gone to sleep. What was all this fuss about? Ning Shu shook his head and looked at Song Ming. No matter how much she flirted with her, she wouldn't fall for Song Ming. Not to mention that she wasn't Gong Luo, she was a woman who liked another woman. Also, Ning Shu was very annoyed by this kind of love. Once he got involved, it was like falling into a swamp. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. She couldn't love someone in her current situation. Perhaps when the dust settled, she would try to watch the clouds with someone. But not like now. Ning Shu realized that his current situation was the same as when he was lying in the hospital with a terminal illness. He didn't know what his future would be like. Perhaps he would die during a mission and disappear completely. Song Ming loved Gong Luo so deeply. He would wait for Gong Luo to come back. That night, Song Ming did not cause much trouble. However, when they woke up the next day, Song Ming's face was unbearable. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper. Even her lips were pale. She did not wear any makeup. She could not be more haggard. Ning Shu looked at Song Ming and asked, "You don't look too good. Do you want to go to the hospital?" Song Ming waved her hand. "No need. I can take it." Could he hold on with this expression? But the body belonged to Song Ming. If Song Ming said she could take it, then it was fine. Ning Shu didn't want to be overly concerned about Song Ming. He didn't want their relationship to progress any further. Otherwise, Song Ming would force herself on him again. Ning Shu sat opposite Song Ming. He saw her sipping her milk as if she was going to vomit if she drank too much. Did drinking too much alcohol have such a big side effect? She looked so haggard that anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her. "You shouldn't go to work. You don't look good," Ning Shu said to Song Ming. Song Ming looked at Ning Shu indifferently. "Can I take that as you being concerned about me? Don't worry about me. Just pretend you didn't see anything." "You're making my resolute heart waver again," Song Ming said coldly. Ning Shu nodded. "I'll pretend I didn't see it next time." Song Ming really wanted to pick up the plate and press it against the man's face. She wanted to smear the sandwich all over his face. She had never seen such a man before. Song Ming's face turned even paler. She was so pale that she looked almost transparent. Ning Shu couldn't help but ask, "Are you really okay?" "I'm fine," Song Ming said through gritted teeth. After Ningxu finished his breakfast, he went to work. After all, there was so much work waiting for him every day. He really admired Gong Luo's ability. He dated Yuan every day, yet the company didn't collapse. There was a lot of work. Song Ning watched as Ningxu left. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. He left just like that. He left just like that. She felt so uncomfortable and he left just like that. Damn, this man didn't play by the rules. She felt like she had been played. Song Ning scratched her head in frustration and bit her lip. It looked like she had to prepare for an escape route. When Ningxu arrived at the company, he bumped into Yuan. Ningxu pretended not to see Yuan and walked past her. Yuan, she wanted to greet him, but he ignored her and walked past her. It was so awkward and uncomfortable. CEO, wait. Yuan quickly caught up with Ningxu and stood in front of Ningxu. Seeing Ningxu's cold expression and the way he looked at her was cold and indifferent, she swallowed her words. She didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was a little tense. Ningxu asked, "What's the matter?" Yuan asked, "Is Miss Song okay?" "She drank so much yesterday." "She's fine." Ningxu walked around Yuan and left. This man was too cold and cold-blooded. It was unbearable. His heart was bitter. Ningxu felt like he was sandwiched between Yuan and Song Ning. He took turns to show his presence in front of her, not caring whether she could take it or not. Ningxu wiped his face. This mission was really a trap. How was he supposed to get rid of Yuan? Ningxu believed that even without him and Yuan, this girl who was doted on by the heavens, would still have a good life. The problem was that the plot wanted to forcefully tie them together. If he chased Yuan away, who knew what the plot would do? It was too annoying. "CEO, the CEO of Ding Phone Company is here to visit you," the secretary said. "It's about the cooperation proposal." "Let him in." Ningxu stood up. Zhong Jingbin walked in a casual suit. Zhong Jingbin's face was handsome, but he had a pair of foxy eyes. He looked like a playboy, giving off a frivolous vibe. Zhong Jingbin was the second male lead. Under his flirtatious appearance was his deep love for the female lead. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Zhong Jingbin's eyes, to fall for the married Yuan, he had no choice but to like Yuan. When Ningxu saw Zhong Jingbin, his eyes lit up. He might as well let the second male lead, who looked flirtatious on the outside and had deep love on the inside, take over. He really wanted to wipe his face. What was he doing? Not only did he have to break up the couple, but he also had to be a matchmaker. He even had to push the original owner's wife to someone else. Damn, he didn't know what to say. Ningxu didn't expect to get a lot of points for this mission. To be able to lead this world, Ningxu was already very grateful. He had some doubts in his heart. Without Yuan, perhaps the plot would arrange for another girl to appear in front of Gong Luo, and the plot would keep repeating. Ningxu shook his head. He only needed to mess up the story of Yuan and Gong Luo. As for the other things, he had to leave it to the original owner. Zhong Jingbin reached out and shook hands with Ningxu. He smiled and said, "CEO Gong, how have you been?" "Hello." Ningxu said coldly and invited Zhong Jingbin to sit down. Ningxu still wanted to say something, but the office door suddenly opened. Yuan walked in with a mop and a bucket. Ningxu was speechless. Yuan saw that Ningxu had a guest and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, CEO. I'll go out immediately." "Wait a minute. Make 2 cups of coffee," Ningxu said to Yuan. Yuan was a little surprised, but she still did as she was told. Ningxu saw Zhong Jingbin's foxy eyes light up, and his gaze followed Yuan. Could it be that the two of them had already met, and looking at Zhong Jingbin, he should be interested in Yuan? When Zhong Jingbin was talking to Ningxu, he was distracted and kept looking out the door. Ningxu didn't say anything. Something must have happened between the two of them that she didn't know about. After a while, Yuan came in with a cup of coffee. However, it looked a little ugly in her cleaning uniform. Yuan lowered her head and looked straight ahead as she placed the coffee in front of Ningxu and Zhong Jingbin. Zhong Jingbin looked at Yuan with a smile and suddenly laughed. The world is really small. And Nuan turned and saw Zhong Jingbin. Her eyes widened and her face flushed red. Why are you here? And Nuan hugged the tray and looked at Zhong Jingbin warily. Why are you here, you big pervert? Pervert? Ning Shu's gaze lingered between Nuan and Zhong Jingbin. Did something happen between the two of them? Get lost? Get lost? Perhaps because Ning Shu's gaze was too lustful, and Nuan's face turned from red to purple. She looked at Zhong Jingbin angrily. Zhong Jingbin touched his thin lips and said flirtatiously, it tastes good. Ning Shu was speechless. He really got lost? Could it be that the plot had changed? You're shameless. Don't say it again. If it weren't for the fact that the CEO was still around, and Nuan really wanted to tear this sly fox's mouth apart. Zhong Jingbin smiled and looked at Nuan, who was hopping mad. Ning Shu was speechless. Damn it, did he get lost? Ning Shu's heart was extremely irritable, but her face remained expressionless as she silently watched the explosive interaction between Zhong Jingbin and Nuanchen. Zhong Jingbin lifted Nuan's hair and sniffed it. And Nuan immediately snatched her hair back and glared at Zhong Jingbin. Zhong Jingbin looked at Nuan's lips. You're looking at me like that. Do you want me to kiss you? Get lost. And Nuan was so frightened that she took a step back. Zhong Jingbin laughed out loud. When Nuan took a step back, he took a step forward. And Nuan was so angry that her face turned red and her eyes were filled with fear. Ning Shu looked at Zhong Jingbin flirting with the girl with a cold expression. Why don't you tell me, did you scram or not? You may leave. Ning Shu waved his hand at Nuan, and Nuan immediately felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She hurriedly ran out of the office. Zhong Jingbin still wanted to hold on to Nuan, but Nuan ran very quickly. Zhong Jingbin shrugged his shoulders and couldn't help but laugh out loud. His expression was somewhat doting. Seeing Ning Shu staring at him, Zhong Jingbin chuckled and sat down. Ning Shu said, "The employees in your company are very interesting." Zhong Jingbin said as he took a sip of the coffee. She's a little stubborn. TSK, this coffee doesn't taste good. Ning Shu said indifferently, we're still talking about the cooperation. She's just a cleaner. Zhong Jingbin shook his head. How can I let such an interesting girl sweep the floor? Isn't this something that should be done by aunties? Gong Luo, you didn't do this very well. Why don't you let this girl come to my company and be a secretary? It'll be good to tease her when I have nothing to do. Ning Shu was speechless. She owes me 500,000. Give me 500,000 first, then take her away. Ning Shu said indifferently. 500,000? Zhong Jingbin suddenly frowned. What's a relationship between the two of you? Nothing at all. It's just that my younger brother is sick, and then he wants to borrow money from me. Ning Shu said indifferently. Zhong Jingbin suddenly laughed as if he had heard a big joke. You borrow money to do good deeds. The vampire Gong Luo actually has such thoughts? We're talking about cooperation, let's not talk about this. Ning Shu's expression was indifferent, making it impossible for others to read his emotions. Zhong Jingbin's expression was a little bad. Ning Shu said directly, I'm a little interested in this girl. If she's your mistress, then just say it. I don't want to be melodramatic and fight over a woman with you. Song Ning has always been spying on the company. How could she have a mistress? Ning Shu's lips curled up. If you want Nuan to come to your company, you can tell her yourself. Nuan? Is her name Nuan? Zhong Jingbin touched his chin and recalled the name like an idiot. His peach blossom eyes were shining. Ning Shu was speechless. After all this time, he didn't even know her name. Zhong Jingbin raised his wrist to look at his watch and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I still have something to do. Let's talk next time, okay? Ning Shu didn't say anything. Zhong Jingbin tidied his hair and then left the office. Ning Shu felt that this guy must have gone to flirt with Nuan again. He suddenly saw the light of victory. It would be good if Nuan and Zhong Jingbin got together. It seemed like Zhong Jingbin was very interested in Nuan. It was probably because he hadn't made any progress with Nuan for a long time, so the second male lead came online early. It was a good thing that he came online early. Nuan didn't have any substantial relationship with her now. Zhong Jingbin and An were both unmarried, so they might be able to become a couple. Ningxu wiped his face. Why were her missions getting weirder and weirder? Just as he was thinking about this, An suddenly rushed into the office angrily. She stood in front of Ningxu with her fists clenched. Her face was red, and her expression was stubborn. Ningxu's face turned cold. Get out, what rules do you have? An eyes were red, and her body was trembling. Ningxu asked, why did you do this? What did I do? Ningxu frowned and said indifferently. An cried and said, you sold me to that man just for 500,000 yuan? How could you do this? I'm a human being, not a commodity. I have my dignity too. You've gone too far. An looked as if she had been greatly insulted. She wiped her tears and spoke to Ningxu hatefully. Ningxu, what did I do? An was really wronged. She had already trampled her dignity to the ground. She borrowed 500,000 yuan from Gong Luo, but she didn't expect that Gong Luo would sell her to that fox-like man for 500,000 yuan. Especially when that man said with a smile that she was his after he paid off the 500,000 yuan for her. An hated this man. He was obviously a playboy. Last night when she treated the CEO and Miss Song to dinner, she met this man when she was paying the bill. In order to avoid being chased by several women, this playboy directly pulled An, pressed her against the wall, and kissed her. An was so angry that she gave Zhong Jingbin a slap and ran away angrily. But she didn't expect that this man would appear in the company and say that he wanted to buy her for 500,000 yuan. An didn't even need to think to know that this man wanted to take revenge on her for hitting him last night. An was more hurt by the CEO's attitude. When the CEO lent her money before, she thought that the CEO was a kind person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. It wasn't like she didn't want to repay the 500,000 yuan. Why did he sell her to that man in such a way? She knew that the man didn't have good intentions. Thinking of this, Anwan's tears fell again. She felt very wronged. Ningxu heard Anwan's accusation and saw Anwan's aggrieved expression that said, you pushed me into the fire pit. Ningxu felt helpless. Ningxu rubbed his forehead. Zhong Jingbin wants to poach you. Since he wants to poach you, shouldn't you give him 500,000 yuan? It was a fact that Anwan borrowed money. How could he send Anwan away happily without taking the money? But you're selling me to that man by doing this, Anwan said as she cried. Ningxu, flips table, they couldn't have a better conversation. Why did Anwan feel that he was selling her? Ningxu expressed that he couldn't understand this thought. I only told Zhong Jingbin that you owe me 500,000 yuan. He poached you to be his secretary. He should know that you owe him 500,000 yuan, Ningxu said indifferently. Anwan said as she cried, but I have my dignity. Did you consider my feelings when you did this? I'll return the 500,000 yuan to you myself. I don't need that man to pay for me. It's up to you. No matter who pays, I'm a businessman. I only have money in my eyes. Ningxu waved at Anwan. Get out. If you barge into my office so unruly again, you can just pack up and leave. Anwan's tears fell. She felt terrible. Ningxu said, I originally thought that you were a good person. I really misjudged you. You only have money in your heart. What can you do with money? Not everything can be bought with money. Ningxu looked at Anwan and sneered. Your brother's life was bought with money. Didn't you beg me for money too? What kind of mentality did she have to suffer for money and then despise money and rich people? Did this make her seem virtuous? Ha ha ha, he felt that Anwan's thoughts were really capricious. She did whatever she wanted. When Anwan heard Ningxu's words and how pitiful she was for money, she felt as if her self-esteem had been sliced into pieces. Especially when the person in front of her was her creditor. Anwan was ashamed and angry. Could it be that she wanted to put down her dignity and beg for help? If she wasn't forced to do so, who would put their dignity on the ground and let others trample on it? What Anwan couldn't stand the most was Ningxu's attitude, which made her feel very embarrassed. I'll return the money to you. Although you're my creditor, it doesn't mean that you can decide my life at will. Anwan wiped her tears with the back of her hand and turned to leave the office. Ningxu shrugged. He had no idea what Nuan meant. Decide Nuan's life? She only cared about Nuan because she had eaten too much. Furthermore, Ningxu could not understand Nuan's anger at all. He had no idea what Nuan was angry about. He kept saying that he had sold her out. Why was it so difficult to communicate with him? How could a debtor become a lord? Ningxu rubbed her face hard. She was so frustrated that she wanted to die. Whenever something like this happened, every time Nuan saw Ningxu, she would put on a cold face and ignore Ningxu. Even if she met him normally, she wouldn't greet him. She would just snort coldly and brush past Ningxu. Ningxu was baffled. Could it be that Nuan's lack of basic greetings to her superior was a sign of her dignity? Ningxu sneered. Of course, a person who was favored by the heavens naturally didn't need to consider this problem. She would live a better and more comfortable life than others. Others had to struggle to survive, but these people could live in their own world and do whatever they wanted. It was no wonder that there were always people who were so jealous that they turned evil. He was lucky that he didn't gain anything, but some people could be so lucky. And Nuan was completely an ingrate now. Instead, she kept saying that others were trampling on her dignity. Ningxu only wanted Zhong Jingbin to get rid of Nuan quickly. Every time he saw her, he felt frustrated. Zhong Jingbin always came to the Miyagi group with the excuse that he was there to talk about work. But in the end, he always went to flirt with Nuan, often making her angry. Anyone could tell that Zhong Jingbin was interested in Nuan, but Nuan always felt that Zhong Jingbin was here to take revenge on her. She was very slow. Zhong Jingbin liked this Nuan very much. The two of them bickered and quarreled like quarrelsome lovers. Ningxu watched all of this silently and didn't say anything. Ningxu felt that he had lost the right to be the male lead because he wasn't qualified. He didn't treat the female lead well and even trampled on the female lead's dignity. He borrowed money and asked the female lead to return it. It was simply disgraceful. And now, Zhong Jingbin felt like he was going to be promoted. Which female lead would return money to the male lead? Regarding this, Ningxu's face was cold, but his heart was throwing flowers. Song Ning, on the other hand, felt that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. The two of them were supposed to be in love. Why were they in such a situation now? Didn't Gong Luo dote on Nuan a lot? He was afraid of spoiling her when he kept her in his mouth and afraid of dropping her when he held her in his hands. Could it be that her role had caused Gong Luo and Nuan's marriage to break? But Song Ning clearly felt that Gong Luo didn't fall in love with her, and his affection for her was always at 0. It had never changed. It was a solid 0. In such a situation, the one who was wrong was Gong Luo. What was wrong with Gong Luo? Song Ning observed Ningxu from head to toe, trying to find out what was wrong. But after observing for a while, Song Ning couldn't find anything wrong. He was similar to the Gong Luo in the storyline, cold and aloof. But why was Gong Luo indifferent to Nuan? Could it be that Nuan's heart had changed and she ran off to be with the supporting male lead? F***ck, what was going on? Why did it suddenly become so complicated? But the current situation was clearly in her favor. It was better that Nuan wasn't by Gong Luo's side. Ningxu had long noticed that Song Ning was looking at him with suspicion and vigilance. This made Ningxu wary. What was Song Ning thinking? Could it be that she wanted to get him into bed? Song Ning probed. Gong Luo, and Nuan is going to run off with someone else. Ningxu looked at Song Ning and was very wary. He said, she and Zhong Jingbin are just friends. What friends? Why would friends be so ambiguous? I even saw them hugging and kissing. Song Ning pursed her lips and pressed her finger against her lips. You and I are engaged, but I've never kissed you. Are they friends? Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at Nuan. Why are you so concerned about Nuan? She's just an ordinary employee. You're paying too much attention to her. Song Ning's expression was a little unnatural. She said with some grievance, I'm just wary of her. You didn't even blink when you lent her 500,000. It's normal for me to suspect that there's something going on between the two of you. Was Song Ning taking the straightforward route recently? She really said whatever was on her mind. Ningxu didn't know how to continue the conversation. However, Ningxu started to suspect Song Ning in his heart. Song Ning let out a long breath and patted her chest. Her breasts rippled and were very eye-catching. As long as you don't like Nuan. And Nuan's face was filled with relief. Ningxu looked at Song Ming's chest and then looked away. So what if she had big breasts? He asked, why should I like Nuan? Ningxu never understood Song Ming. Why did Song Ming think that he should like Nuan? Or did Song Ming know the plot? Was Song Ming a transmigrator? A reincarnator or a mission enforcer? If she was a reincarnator, she should be jealous of Nuan. However, Song Ming's attitude towards Nuan was always high and mighty. Sometimes, she even looked down on her. She was most likely a mission enforcer like him. When Ningxu thought of this possibility, the hairs on his body stood up. He felt that this B*TCH might really be a mission enforcer. She kept teasing him. Ningxu's mind flashed with all kinds of thoughts, but his face was expressionless. He asked Song Ming, why should I like Nuan? Song Ming pursed her lips and said, don't you guys like this kind of pure and innocent girl? No, I like people like you. Ningxu grinned. Looking at his smiling face, Song Ming really wanted to give this man a big slap. Although he said he liked her, he should at least give her a better impression of him. F***ck, it would always be a 0. Song Ming was so angry that she wanted to cry. She had never seen such a hooligan. And Nuan and Zhong Jingbin's relationship developed rapidly. Not long after, Ningxu saw the two of them acting intimately. And Nuan was often teased until her face turned red. He would either suddenly kiss her or hug her. And Nuan would faint from the smell. Zhong Jingbin's flirting skills were simply through the roof, and the interaction between the two of them was incredibly sweet. The entire Miyagi Corporation was filled with the sour taste of love. Ningxu, a single dog, silently ate a few pounds of PDA. Look, even without Gong Luo's love, there were other men who loved Nuan. And Nuan was born to be loved. In comparison, they were both women. Ningxu even began to doubt his own life. Forget it, he was destined to work hard. On this day, Zhong Jingbin brought Nuan to Ningxu. He directly said to Ningxu, CEO Gong, you have to let her go. I'm taking Nuan away. Ningxu looked at Nuan. Her face was rosy and she looked energetic. And Nuan, who was nourished by love, was very beautiful. It was just that she had kept talking about her dignity and accused her of selling her to Zhong Jingbin. Not long after, she slapped herself in the face and left with Zhong Jingbin. Ningxu's expression was indifferent as he said, sure, just give me 600,000. CEO, I borrowed 500,000 yuan. Why did it suddenly become 600,000 yuan? And Nuan was instantly displeased when she heard that it was 600,000 yuan. She felt that Ningxu was deliberately raising the price. Ningxu ignored Nuan and said to Zhong Jingbin, this cleaner broke a vase before. 100,000 is the compensation for the vase. And Nuan covered her mouth in shock. She looked at Ningxu even more indignantly. What vase is worth 100,000 yuan? How can you do this? You're blackmailing me on purpose. How can you do this? I'm an antique vase. This price is already very cheap. Ningxu said indifferently. It's just so much money. What can you do to me? And Nuan frowned and said to Zhong Jingbin, I think we should just forget about it. Ningxu said in surprise, what do you mean forget about it? You owe me money. Now you're returning the money, not buying anything. How can we forget about it? And Nuan was immediately embarrassed. Why did the CEO have to talk about money, especially in front of Zhong Jingbin? She previously thought that the CEO was a good person, but now it seemed that he was still a cold-blooded capitalist. Zhong Jingbin saw his woman's embarrassed look because of a mere 600,000 yuan. He very straightforwardly wrote a check for 600,000 yuan to Ningxu. This is 600,000 yuan. From today onwards, Nuan is no longer an employee of your company. Ningxu didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but the current scene was like a prince defeating an evil dragon and saving a beautiful princess. She inexplicably became the villain. Ningxu took the check and said to Nuan, go to the finance department to get your salary. You're no longer an employee of the Gong Corporation. However, Nuan seemed to have been insulted. I don't want your money. She then pulled Zhong Jingbin away. Zhong Jingbin shook his head and left with Nuan with a doting look on his face. Ningxu, although it was strange, Ningxu felt relieved. Now that Nuan had nothing to do with him, he would let Zhong Jingbin pamper Nuan. Ningxu could even feel the shackles on his body slowly dissipating. Ningxu directly said to the head secretary, "You don't have to work with Dingfeng Corporation for this project. Find other partners." With Nuan's temper, she definitely wouldn't let Zhong Jingbin work with a cold-blooded capitalist like him. In the plot, Gong Luo destroyed many companies for Nuan. For example, when the heir of a certain company pursued Nuan, Gong Luo immediately destroyed the company out of jealousy. He simply couldn't stop. Beneath Nuan and Gong Luo's love was the blood and tears of many cannon fodder. Now go and have fun by yourselves. Sometimes, it was a disaster to provoke someone who wasn't clear-headed. Without Nuan by his side, Ningxu felt that the world was beautiful. He just didn't know when he would be able to leave this world. 2333, are you there? Haven't you died yet? Stop pretending to be dead. Ningxu tried to communicate with the system, but 2333 still didn't make a sound. It was as if it had disappeared. If the system was a person, Ningxu really wanted to beat it to death. Ningxu was about to get off work when Song Ning walked over and held onto Ningxu's arm. Seeing Ningxu's reluctant expression, Song Ning brushed her hair and said, "No matter what, you're my fiancé. It's not wrong for me to declare my ownership to others, right?" Song Ning looked like a jealous lover. Ningxu nodded. "Up to you." Song Ning's face stiffened. Damn it. Damn it. Song Ning felt like she was being tortured by this man. No matter what she did, this man was indifferent. His affection for her would never change. Actually, this man was a robot. Back at the villa, Ningxu saw that Song Ning was familiar with the place and asked, "Aren't you going back?" Song Ning picked up a pillow. Ningxu smiled and rolled his eyes. "I can stay as long as I want. If I get tired of you one day, I'll leave." Ningxu nodded. He pulled off his tie and prepared to go upstairs to take a shower. "Gong Luo, I'm hungry." "Cook for me," Ningxu shouted. "I'm a guest." "Do you want me to starve to death?" Ningxu unbuttoned his shirt and said, "What do you want to eat?" "Tell Auntie Li knows how to cook." Song Ning pouted. "I just want to eat what you cook." "Forget it, let's not talk about it. You have a heart of stone. No matter how I treat you, you can't feel it. You should be alone for the rest of your life. Don't cry when I leave." Song Ning said fiercely, but her voice was soft. It didn't sound like a threat. Instead, it sounded like sweet coquettishness. Song Ning was a little witch. Sometimes she was gentle, sometimes she was charming, and sometimes she was devilish. Every side of her gave people a very fresh feeling. Ningxu felt that if he were a man, he might really be mesmerized by Song Ning. However, she was a woman. Moreover, Ningxu already had doubts about Song Ning. Many times, he didn't look at Song Ning's beautiful face. Ningxu went upstairs to take a shower. When he came down, Auntie Li had already prepared dinner. Song Ning sat on the chair, holding a pair of chopsticks and poking at the dishes on the plate. Ningxu sat opposite Song Ning. Seeing that she wasn't eating, he asked, "Is it not to your liking?" "I want to eat what you cook." Song Ning propped up her chin and looked at Ningxu expectantly. Ningxu was speechless. She really didn't know how to cook. Ningxu said calmly, "I don't know how to cook. I'll teach you, okay? Think about us cooking together." That image is so loving. Song Ning looked at Ningxu with some excitement. "What do you think? What was so loving about it? Was there any love in stir-frying?" Ningxu picked up his chopsticks and said, "Eat." Song Ning looked very disappointed. She looked at Ningxu with accusation in her eyes. It was as if Ningxu had bullied her. Ningxu didn't have much of an appetite. "Let's eat." "I have no appetite if you look at me like that," Ningxu said directly. And Nuan's face stiffened. She looked fierce for a moment, then returned to normal. She slammed her chopsticks down on the table and said coldly, "Gong Luo, do you think that just because I like you and I love you, you can trample on my feelings and hurt me as you wish?" Ningxu shook his head and said, I don't think so. In the face of such a situation, she didn't accept it as true respect. Damn it, why did this kind of love matter make him so irritated? I love you, you love him, he loves her, she loves him, he loves her, and she loves him. His affairs are really annoying. And Ningxu was also annoyed that Song Ning always talked about love. Even if Song Ning really loved Gong Luo, it was still annoying. Perhaps it was because her soul was that of a woman, and she was of the same gender as Song Ning. Perhaps men liked this method. This Song Ning really needed to make people happy. Song Ning saw that the man in front of her had a cold expression. It was as if he was indifferent to her words. Song Ning had accumulated a lot of anger in her heart. At this moment, she exploded. Song Ning stood up abruptly, causing the chair behind her to fall to the ground. Her face was ashen as she placed her hands on the table. Ningxu roared, will it kill you to pay attention to me? Song Ning was really pissed off. Ningxu stood up and said calmly, I don't know what I want. Things like love have to be done slowly. Why are you in such a hurry? Song Ning wanted to slap him. After such a long time, his affection for her hadn't increased at all. He actually said that it would be done slowly. The fact that his affection for her hadn't increased at all meant that this man didn't like her. I'm not in a hurry. I just hope that you can occasionally respond to my feelings. After saying this, Song Ning felt a little defeated. I know now that no matter what I do, you won't fall in love with me. Song Ning turned and walked towards the door. Ningxu hurriedly stopped Song Ning. It's so late. Where are you going? Song Ning said calmly, of course I'm going home. I don't want to annoy you here. Song Ning's tears fell. She looked up at Ningxu. You heartless guy. I curse you to be alone for the rest of your life. Ningxu frowned. What was going on? Before Ningxu could say anything, Song Ning's tears fell. She hugged Ningxu's waist. She was so strong that Ningxu took 2 steps back. Song Ning's tears wet Ningxu's shirt. It was very hot. Ningxu felt an indescribable pain and sadness in his heart. It was like a thin needle piercing his heart. It was very painful. Ningxu, I've done everything I could to make you fall in love with me. Why can't you fall in love with me? Song Ning's sobbing voice sounded in Ningxu's arms. Ningxu felt that he was having a heart attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in so much pain. He silently recited the chants of a peerless martial art. Under the effects of the calm aura, he was finally able to suppress the overwhelming pain. But Ningxu's body was weak. His back was covered in cold sweat. He coldly pushed Song Ning away. But Song Ning hugged Ningxu's waist tightly. She cried and said, you pushed me away countless times. This time, no matter what, I won't let you push me away. Of course, Song Ning hugged Ningxu tightly. They were inseparable. Ningxu was speechless. He had never felt so broken before. I won't fall in love with you. No matter what you say, I won't fall in love with you. I will never fall in love with you. Ningxu's voice was firm. He began to suspect Song Ning's identity. This Song Ning was a mission enforcer. The mission was to make him fall in love with her. But she wasn't the original owner. Of course, he wouldn't fall in love with her. If Song Ning hadn't been so anxious, Ningxu wouldn't have suspected her. Why? Song Ning's voice was shaking. She looked up at Ningxu. Why can't I? Song Ning's face was like a lotus petal covered in dew. It was beautiful. It made people feel pity for her. She really was a beautiful woman. She was a woman who could bewitch people. Ningxu was very glad that he had stayed calm. If he hadn't, he would have become a tool for this woman to complete her mission. Ningxu looked at Song Ning carefully. Her eyes were full of love and affection, but deep down, they were cold. Why? I gave you my heart. Why can't you love me? Gong Luo, I can't live without you. Song Ning cried pitifully. She grabbed Ningxu's shirt. She was sincere. She was sincere. Ningxu couldn't feel Song Ning's sincerity. If he didn't have sincerity, what right did he have to ask others to give their sincerity? It wasn't just love. Even making friends required sincerity. Sincerity was for sincerity. Schemes were for schemes. Ningxu pushed Song Ning away, and Song Ning fell to the ground. She lowered her head and cried, and a fierce look flashed across her eyes. Song Ning stood up. Ningxu asked, "Can I ask you, why can't you love me? Am I not beautiful enough? Am I not good enough?" Song Ning moved closer to Ningxu. She stood on her tiptoes. Ningxu breathed out. "There has to be a reason. There has to be a reason why you can't love me." Ningxu could even smell the fragrance coming from Song Ning's mouth. When he smelled it, Ningxu felt his brain slow down. The blood in his body boiled. He looked at the face that was close to him. His eyes focused on Song Ning's red lips. Ningxu slowly lowered his head. His target was Song Ning's lips. That red was what he had wanted all his life. Song Ning closed her eyes. Her eyelashes were wet with tears. She raised her head to welcome Ningxu. Ningxu felt as if he had been bewitched. He crazily wanted the woman in front of him. His body was tense. Looking at the face so close to him, he thought, this is a woman. A woman. He wants to kiss a woman. Ningxu's heart was roaring. He felt as if his worldview had been shattered. Ningxu had never met a mission enforcer like this. She was so good at bewitching people. Ningxu moved closer to Song Ning's face. He tilted his head and whispered into Song Ning's ear, "You are so beautiful." Song Ning's lips curled up into a smile. She was so beautiful. She was practically the best in the world. Ningxu said, "But I like men." Ningxu pushed Song Ning away. He held back his feelings and said, "I like men." Song Ning was speechless. Song Ning looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She was petrified. She didn't recover for a long time. Finally, she pointed at Ningxu. You, suppressing the desire in his body, Ningxu smiled calmly. "I like men." "That's impossible." Song Ning shook her head. "You can't like men. That's impossible." Song Ning's expression was ferocious. She grabbed Ningxu's shirt collar. "You can't like men." Ningxu said calmly, "I can always fall in love with you." "Fall in love with you." Song Ning's expression was dark and ferocious. She grabbed Ningxu's collar and gritted her teeth. UF** King Gay. Why didn't you tell me you liked men? No, men can't be indifferent to me. Song Ning looked at Ningxu's face. She covered her face and cried. You made me fail. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu was struggling in her heart. They were both mission enforcers. If Song Ning failed, would she be killed? But she really couldn't love Song Ning, let alone give her her heart. Especially when Song Ning had to be coaxed and lied to give her her heart. Song Ning looked at Ningxu with hatred. She pointed at Ningxu and said, "I will remember you." After Song Ning finished speaking, she fainted on the ground. Ningxu was shocked. He helped Song Ning up and placed his finger under her nose. She was still breathing. Ningxu carried Song Ning to the sofa and sat beside her, waiting for her to wake up. His whole body was weak, and the exhaustion came from his soul. It was as if his spirit had been overdrawn. Song Ning, who was sleeping on the sofa, hadn't woken up yet. Ningxu sat on the sofa and meditated. Now, she had finally witnessed the power of mission enforcers. They really used all kinds of martial arts. Even a woman like Ningxu couldn't resist, let alone a man. Perhaps some men knew that this woman didn't love them, but they were unable to extricate themselves from her charm. Ningxu shook his head. When he returned this time, he had to exchange for the clear heart mantra. Only then could he resist the temptations of the outside world. The most important thing was to strengthen his spirit. There were too many temptations in every mission. He had to think of a way to suppress the negative emotions in his heart and resist the greed in his heart. Ningxu had an even bigger dream in his heart. He wanted to stand at the top and look at the thousands of worlds. He wanted to live as long as the sky, and to exist forever. But now, she was just a beginner mission enforcer. She was like an ant. What she needed to do was to survive. She needed to be strong and powerful. This path was difficult but colorful. There wouldn't be a second chance in life. No matter what, Xianxia was grateful to the system for giving him this opportunity. Perhaps he was a tool, but Xianxia was willing to be a valuable tool. If there was effort, there would be gain. If there was gain, there would be effort. One day, he would be strong enough to be fearless. He would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those strong people. Song Ning, who was sleeping on the sofa, was about to wake up. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at Song Ning. Song Ning's eyes moved. When she saw Xianxia, she was stunned. Gong Luo? Where am I? Song Ning sat up. Xianxia looked at Song Ning. The current Song Ning should be the original owner. The current Song Ning's radiance seemed to have been sucked away. Although she was still beautiful, she wasn't as dazzling as before. She was like a pearl covered in dust. That mission enforcer probably had a very high charm value. That mission enforcer probably hadn't been erased. He must have some method to prevent himself from being erased. But this grudge was something to be dealt with. Song Ning looked at Xianxia. Her eyes were filled with affection. Xianxia smiled. Song Ning must really love Xianxia. Xianxia said, "Your body isn't very good. You fainted. Rest well." Okay. Song Ning looked at Xianxia. She hesitated and asked, "Can you take me home?" Xianxia nodded and drove Song Ning home. Song Ning's expression was blank. She clearly didn't know what had happened. When they arrived at Song Ning's house, Song Ning got out of the car first. She bent down and said to Xianxia, "I'll go in first. Drive slowly." Xianxia nodded. Okay. Xianxia realized that getting along with Song Ning was more comfortable than getting along with that mission enforcer. Song Ning wasn't like that mission enforcer, who always flirted. Xianxia turned the car around and left. He looked at the rearview mirror and saw that Song Ning was still standing at the iron gate of the villa. Love was a matter between two people. There was no need for others to interfere. Everyone was unique. Did the target love the mission enforcer or the original owner? After solving Yuan's problem and solving Song Ning's problem, Xianxia's heart relaxed a lot. He returned to the villa and slept until noon the next day. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. He didn't feel tired anymore. Xianxia now knew that he was really weak. He was a weak mission enforcer. Mission enforcers who were slightly stronger than him could crush him. In the future, he might encounter a situation where mission enforcers were at odds with each other. If he wasn't strong enough, he could only be defeated by other mission enforcers. Xianxia's heart was suddenly filled with a sense of urgency. He felt that something was chasing him from behind, forcing him to speed up his path. Song Ning, this mission enforcer, was definitely stronger than him. When he faced this mission enforcer, Xianxia was completely holding on. He clenched his teeth so hard that they bled. In the end, he won. However, it was a very difficult victory. Perhaps if he was a little weaker and was bewitched by Song Ning, his entire soul would have collapsed. There was nothing more important than persevering to be himself. Some bottom lines must be firmly held. Perhaps it was more difficult than others, but it allowed him to go further. Xianxia smiled at the mirror. He was so handsome that it made people unable to close their legs. She tried to call the system in her heart, but the system still didn't respond. What the F***ck was going on? She was almost done with all her missions. Why wasn't she allowed to leave this world? F***ck, was the system dead? She wanted to complain. This broken system was always breaking down. It didn't let people do their missions properly. Xianxia felt that she should have added her attributes to her luck. She must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to encounter this broken system. Since the system didn't respond, Xianxia had to continue staying in this world. Xianxia wondered if he would have to stay in this world for the rest of his life. The more he thought about it, the more he despised this broken system. Xianxia still paid more attention to Zhong Jingbin and Yuan's relationship. The two of them were so sweet that others were envious of them. They all said that Zhong Jingbin, the playboy, had changed his mind. Zhong Jingbin's heart was all on Yuan. Although Zhong Jingbin's previous girlfriends came to cause trouble, Zhong Jingbin solved them all. Although there were some conflicts, overall, it was very sweet. Sometimes, when Ningxu went to business gatherings, he would see Zhong Jingbin bringing in Yuan to such occasions. He even introduced Yuan to others. Obviously, he treated Yuan as his future wife. His sweet appearance was like a dog slaughtering dogs. Ningxu wished Yuan and Zhong Jingbin a happy life together from the bottom of his heart. Ningxu pondered. Perhaps he would have to wait until Zhong Jingbin and Yuan got married to complete his mission. Wiping his face, Ningxu actually felt quite sad for the original owner. After all, his wife was going to be with someone else. He didn't know how Gong Luo felt. However, Yuan's attitude towards Ningxu, the cold-blooded capitalist, wasn't very good. Even when their gazes met, Yuan looked away in a fit of pique, ignoring Ningxu. Ningxu felt that it was strange. He felt that Yuan's personality was quite annoying. After all, he had lent money to Yuan's brother when he needed it to save his life. It could be said that he had helped Yuan. But to just ask Yuan to return the money, was that treacherous? Asking Yuan to return the money was trampling on Yuan's dignity. In such an occasion, Ningxu didn't even greet Zhong Jingbin. He didn't want to have anything to do with these people at all. The business deal he discussed with Zhong Jingbin previously also fell through. Luckily, Ningxu found other business partners. Actually, Zhong Jingbin came to the Gong Corporation to discuss business only to meet Yuan. Business was a small matter. Anyway, after meeting Yuan, the man only had Yuan left in his life. He could give up on his business. It wouldn't collapse anyway. Dating was the most important thing. Ningxu walked out of the banquet hall. When he was about to leave, a figure bumped into Ningxu's arms. Before Ningxu could do anything, the woman fell to the ground first. Ningxu took a closer look. It was Yuan in a gown. Yuan was very beautiful in a gown, but now Yuan's expression was very sad. Seeing that it was Ningxu, she got up from the ground and cried as she said to Ningxu, "President, help me." There were tears on Yuan's face. She looked like she had been hurt. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu felt stifled, but he still had to keep a smile on his face. He turned around and left. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the other side. Yuan wiped her tears and hugged Ningxu's arm. Ningxu wanted to shake Yuan off without thinking, but Yuan hugged him very tightly. Ningxu couldn't shake her off at all. He looked up and saw Zhong Jingbin running over angrily. Especially when he saw that Yuan was holding on to Ningxu's arm, his face turned even colder. "Yuan, come here," Zhong Jingbin said coldly to Yuan. Yuan hugged Ningxu's arm tightly. Her tears fell like rain. She shook her head and said sadly, "I don't want to go over. Go find your lover. That's all in the past. I only have you in my heart now. Why don't you believe me?" Zhong Jingbin explained. "I never thought of getting back together with my ex-girlfriend. We just hugged like friends." Ningxu was speechless. "Damn it. If you guys want to fight, then fight. Why drag me into it? What about you? You're indeed related to Gong Luo." Zhong Jingbin looked at Ningxu coldly. His expression was gloomy. "I say, you lent me 500,000 yuan just like that. I'm afraid your relationship isn't as simple as a debtor's. You're shameless. What right do you have to frame me?" And Yuan was so angry that she cried. "There's nothing going on between CEO Gong and me." Zhong Jingbin's heart ached when he saw Yuan like this. However, his anger made his words very hurtful. "Are you planning to rekindle your old flame with Gong Luo?" "Yes. If you can get back together with your ex-lover, why can't I?" And Yuan said angrily. "CEO Gong, please take me away." And Yuan begged Ningxu. "I don't want to see this person." Ningxu, F***CKU. He hated this kind of melodramatic scene the most. Zhong Jingbin was so angry that he raised his fist and wanted to punch Ningxu's face. Ningxu tilted his head and grabbed Zhong Jingbin's wrist. Then, he punched Zhong Jingbin's face. F***CK, I didn't do anything. Why did I become the victim of your emotional conflict? You even want to hit me." Ningxu was filled with anger. He kicked Zhong Jingbin in the stomach. Zhong Jingbin bent over in pain and held his stomach. The veins on his forehead were popping out. And Nuan was so scared that she shouted, "Don't hit me. Please don't hit me." And Nuan's voice attracted a lot of people to watch. There were even reporters taking photos. Ningxu frowned and said in a low voice, "Shut up." And Nuan covered her mouth and ran to Zhong Jingbin's side. Her heart ached as she asked, "Zhong Jingbin, are you okay? Are you okay?" Zhong Jingbin suddenly hugged Nuan. And Nuan struggled. "You liar, let go of me." Zhong Jingbin's face was bruised by Ningxu. He grimaced and hugged Nuan like a rascal. Seeing Nuan struggling, he said, "Don't move. I'm in pain. My body is in pain." "Pain, where does it hurt?" And Nuan didn't dare to move and asked anxiously. Zhong Jingbin grabbed Nuan's hand and placed it on his heart. "It hurts the most here. It hurts for you." And Nuan suddenly smiled through her tears and asked Zhong Jingbin, "Does it still hurt?" It hurts a lot." There was a sour smell of love. Ningxu turned and left. He didn't want to see these two crazy people. It really made him unhappy. His existence just now was to make Zhong Jingbin jealous and then fight to show Nuan's charm. It seemed like he wasn't the male lead anymore. It felt like he was a spare tire. Ningxu felt that it was really funny. And Nuan actually asked him to take her away. Where did her confidence come from? Crazy confidence. If you guys love each other, then just love each other. Why did you have to drag others into it? The next day, Ningxu looked at the newspaper. It was a big headline. The photo was of her fighting with Zhong Jingbin. It said that the CEO of Miyagi Group and the CEO of Dingfeng Group fought over a woman. Moreover, Nuan was also dug up by the media. Her family conditions, work experience, relationship history were all exposed in front of everyone. And Nuan was called the modern version of Cinderella by the media. Ningxu sneered. Crazy. It was just a matter of dating. Did they have to attract so many people's attention? It was probably because every woman was jealous of Nuan. Ningxu thought that this matter was over. When he arrived at the company, he saw that the company's entrance was surrounded by reporters. They said they wanted to interview her. When the reporters at the entrance saw Ningxu, they swarmed over and almost stuffed their microphones into Ningxu's mouth. "CEO Gong, what's your relationship with Nuan? What was the reason for the fight at last night's banquet? And Nuan is an employee of your company. Did you have a special relationship with her before? Did you hit Zhong Jingbin because he stole Nuan? Does that mean Nuan cheated on you?" These reporters were trying their best to dig out some inside information. This kind of feud between rich and powerful families attracted the attention of the general public, and the newspaper was selling very well. Ningxu was annoyed. How did he get dragged into this kind of situation? This kind of plot was simply F***ket up. What, he wasn't the male lead anymore, and now he was the villain? Ningxu sneered in his heart and said indifferently, "I have nothing to do with Nuan. As for me hitting Zhong Jingbin, it was because of the cooperation between the two families." Things were going well, but Zhong Jingbin suddenly went back on his word and caused losses to the Miyagi Corporation. The reporter wasn't satisfied with such an answer and asked sharply, "And Nuan was there at the time, and someone saw Nuan hugging your arm. How do you explain this?" "Why should I explain? I have a fiancée. She's beautiful and dignified, and has a good family background. Why should I like Nuan who has nothing?" Ningxu sneered. "I have nothing to do with Nuan." The security guards pushed the reporters aside and let Ningxu enter the company. Ningxu wiped his face. It seemed like he had formed a grudge with Zhong Jingbin. If he were in Zhong Jingbin's position, he would definitely think of ways to destroy the Miyagi Corporation. In the plot, Gong Luo's favorite thing to do was to break the Tianliang Wangpa and cause some companies to go bankrupt. Of course, it was all because of Nuan. Zhong Jingbin would also do such things to express his love for Nuan. Ningxu held a board meeting and made arrangements in advance to resist the possible economic impact from the Dingfeng Corporation. And Nuan, who was watching TV in the mansion, was furious when she heard what Ningxu said. She said to Zhong Jingbin angrily, "Zhong Jing, how can he say that? His words are too harsh. Zongjing hugged Nuan and said with a smile, actually, I'm quite happy that he said that. He can't see how good you are. You're still laughing. And Nuan said angrily, he said I have nothing. I don't have a good family background, and I don't have a peerless beauty. Do you think so too? And Nuan threatened Zhong Jingbin. Zhong Jingbin laughed and pulled the bruise on his face. And Nuan immediately asked, are you alright? I'm fine. Zhong Jingbin smiled very sweetly, that's because that guy didn't know how good you are. Luckily, I made the first move. In the future, there will be things that Gong Luo will regret. However, he actually dared to say such things about my woman. He has to pay a price, right? What are you doing? And Nuan hugged Zhong Jingbin. Zhong Jingbin patted Nuan's head, it's fine. You don't have to care about this. And Nuan, let's get married. And Nuan's face showed hesitation, but your parents don't accept me. It's fine. You don't have to care about other things, Zhong Jingbin said with a smile, his peach blossom eyes shining brightly. And Nuan met such a pair of eyes, which contained deep affection, doting, and infinite love. And Nuan's heart throbbed and she hugged Zhong Jingbin. As Ningxu expected, Zhong Jingbin made a move against the Gong Corporation and secretly bought a large amount of the Gong Corporation's scattered shares. Ningxu felt like King a dog in his heart. They were going to go against each other just like that. There was no reason at all. Now that the plot had changed, Gong Luo was no longer the male lead. What right did he have to have such good conditions? These external advantages were to allow Gong Luo to dote on Nuan without restraint. Now that he was no longer the male lead, he still wanted to have such good conditions. *CK off. This world revolved around Nuan. So the plot now was to let Zhong Jingbin strip Gong Luo of his various halos. It was fine as long as there was a powerful male lead in this world. How could others suppress the male lead? The Gong Corporation's capital was stronger than the Ding Feng Corporation's, but she didn't know why Zhong Jingbin was so confident in going against her. Bewildering confidence. Ningxu directly retaliated against Zhong Jingbin's attack. Let's see who has more money. If you buy the Gong Corporation's shares, I'll buy your shares. Let's see who wins in the end. If you have the ability, use your money to fight. When dealing with such matters, one had to cut off all means of retreat. Moreover, one had to prevent others from taking advantage of the chaos to take a bite out of it. This made Ningxu feel a little tired. What Ningxu didn't expect was that the Song family would actually come to help and support the Gong Corporation at this time. Although the Gong Corporation was sitting steadily on Mount Tai and didn't have any major problems, this timely help made Ningxu sigh. One had to know that in the plot, the Song family had declined because of Song Ning, and this decline was naturally due to Gong Luo's efforts. But now, the Song family actually came to help at this time. Ningxu felt pain in Gong Luo's face. His face was swollen from the slap. It seemed that after meeting in Nuan, Gong Luo's IQ dropped. However, Ningxu looked at the proud Song Ning in front of him and said, thank you for this time. I can still handle it. Song Ning waved her hand and said, we're engaged. It's my duty to help you. Is what you said on TV true? Song Ning supported her chin and looked at Ningxu. You said that I'm noble and elegant, have a good family background, and look down on anyone who has nothing. Is that true? Of course, I'm telling the truth. Ningxu nodded. Song Ning smiled even more happily. The corners of her mouth curled up. She said proudly, I didn't know that you liked me before. If you like me, just say it. Ningxu was speechless. So all the young ladies were so arrogant? I persuaded my father to help you this time. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Song Ning said to Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. He should treat Song Ning to a meal. However, when they arrived at the restaurant, they met Zhong Jingbin and Nuan. And Ningxu's reservation was right next to theirs. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Song Ning greeted them graciously. Hi, how are you? And Nuan looked at Song Ning. She thought about how Gong Luo praised Song Ning on TV as noble and beautiful and elegant, and had a good family background. So when Nuan looked at Song Ning now, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous and inferior. And Nuan actually cared a lot about Gong Luo's words. There was a period of time when Nuan almost fell for this noble and arrogant man. When she borrowed money from him, he did. And Nuan thought that the CEO was a gentle person, but in the end, she found out that he was actually a cold-blooded and heartless person. What Nuan couldn't stand the most was Gong Luo's evaluation of her. He said that she had nothing. This cold-blooded person had nothing. He only had money in his life. He had nothing. He was so poor that he only had money. Ningxu pulled out a chair for Song Ning. Song Ning thanked Ningxu with a smile and sat down. Then, Ningxu sat opposite Song Ning. He let Song Ning order first when it came to food. And Nuan watched from the side and felt that Gong Luo was really gentle to Song Ning. Zhong Xingbin saw Nuan staring at the man and was a little unhappy. He said, "Your husband is here." And Nuan smiled sweetly at Zhong Xingbin and fed him a piece of steak with her fork. Ningxu watched from the side and felt his teeth ache. They were still showing off their love in this kind of situation. Song Ning saw this scene and smiled without saying anything. "CEO Gong, I didn't expect to meet you here." Zhong Xingbin raised his wine glass to Ningxu. Ningxu raised his wine glass with a cold expression and returned the toast. He said indifferently, "I didn't expect it either. I'm serious. I've never seen such a thick-skinned woman. No, I should say that she's ungrateful." Ningxu looked at Nuan. "You really want to see the world in chaos?" Zhong Xingbin frowned. "CEO Gong, be careful with your words." Ningxu looked at Nuan and said, "When your brother was sick, I lent you money. In the end, it was my fault. When you quarreled, you used me as a shield. The tension between the Miyagi group and Dingfeng group is also because of you." And Nuan shook her head. "I didn't want it to be like this. But you let things happen like this." Ningxu said indifferently, "Even if I'm a cold-blooded capitalist, I've created wealth for society. You're someone who doesn't know how to repay kindness." Ningxu didn't understand why Nuan felt so uncomfortable when he wanted to repay the loan. Shouldn't she repay the loan? And Nuan kept saying, "I'll repay the money." When she really did repay the money, she was like this. Ningxu felt that he was looking for trouble for himself. And Nuan's face turned pale at Ningxu's words. She wanted to retort, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't have that kind of intention at all. And Nuan felt very embarrassed, and her eyes became misty. Ningxu took a sip of wine. "Don't cry. It's not nice to cry in a place like this. Ningxu, pay attention to your attitude. It's not up to you to talk about my woman." Zhong Xingbin narrowed his peach blossom eyes and looked at Ningxu with an oppressive gaze. Ningxu sneered, "What an overbearing CEO." Ignoring Zhong Xingbin, Ningxu said to Song Ning, "Let's eat, then we'll go watch a movie." "Okay." Song Ning smiled brightly. She curled her lips and looked reserved. Seeing that the people at the table next to her were ignoring her, Nuan was furious. How could this man be so hateful? Nuan stood up and left with her bag. "Hey, Nuan." Seeing Nuan leave, Zhong Xingbin immediately chased after her and left the restaurant. Zhong Xingbin reached out and grabbed the angry Nuan. With a bad expression, he asked, "Why are you running? You didn't do anything wrong. You don't have to hide from Gong Luo." And Nuan's tears suddenly fell, falling onto the back of Zhong Xingbin's hand. Zhong Xingbin reached out and used his fingers to gently wipe away Nuan's tears. He kissed Nuan's forehead and said, "You're crying for someone else. My heart hurts." And Nuan's tears flowed even faster. She sobbed and said, "Back then, I had no choice. My brother was lying in the hospital and urgently needed money. I could only borrow money from Gong Luo. Because of money, my dignity has been trampled to the ground by Gong Luo. Because I once borrowed money from him, that's why he can humiliate me like this. Don't say any more. I know. I only hate that I didn't meet you earlier and let you and Gong Luo have such a relationship." Zhong Xingbin hugged Nuan and comforted her. In the dining room, Song Ning put down her knife and fork. Ningxu said, "I'm done eating. You said you were going to treat me to a movie. Is that true?" "Of course it's true." Ningxu stood up and said to Song Ning. Song Ning smiled. In the afternoon, Ningshu didn't go to work. Instead, he went to watch a movie with Song Ning and then went shopping. It felt like a shopping spree between best friends. Ningshu looked at Song Ning. Perhaps when Gong Luo returned, Song Ning and Gong Luo might be able to get married. In Ningshu's opinion, Gong Luo and Song Ning were more compatible. The two of them lived in similar environments, had the same standards, and had the same values. The two of them didn't need to get used to each other. They didn't need to compromise or give in to each other's values. Since ancient times, it was important to be well-matched in social status. This made sense. A dragon wouldn't enter a group of snakes. Cinderella's father was an earl. If he didn't let Cinderella have the chance to attend the palace banquet, how could she? Ding Feng Corporation increased their pressure on Miyagi Corporation. Ningshu didn't hesitate to retaliate. How you treat me, I'll treat you. In Ningshu's opinion, the current Zhong Jingbin was rather irrational. He couldn't understand why Zhong Jingbin was so determined to destroy the Miyagi Corporation. Perhaps it was for Yuan, or perhaps it was the power of the plot. In any case, Ningshu definitely wouldn't resign himself to death. If you guys love each other, so be it. Do you have to be like this? The Gong Luo in the plot was like the current Zhong Jingbin. However, Gong Luo was much stronger than Zhong Jingbin. It wasn't as strenuous for Zhong Jingbin to deal with others. Zhong Jingbin was originally just a supporting male character. Now that he was about to be promoted to the main character, his role naturally needed to be strengthened. Attacking Miyagi Corporation would naturally allow Ding Feng Corporation's financial resources to increase. Zhong Jingbin was ruthless to her, so she didn't hold back either. However, Ningshu had the Song family's help. On the other hand, the surrounding people who were eyeing covetously and waiting to take a bite of the meat didn't gain any benefits. On the contrary, Ding Feng Corporation's competitors snatched away a lot of business resources in this battle. Just as the two sides were in full swing, an invitation was delivered to Ningshu's desk. Ningshu flipped open the invitation. It was Zhong Jingbin and Yuan's wedding invitation. Ningshu flicked the invitation with his finger. They were finally getting married. They had to hurry up. On the day of the wedding, Ningshu brought a few bodyguards to a luxurious hotel to attend Zhong Jingbin and Yuan's wedding. Zhong Jingbin was dressed in a white suit. When he saw Ningshu and a few bodyguards wearing sunglasses, his peach blossom eyes shone brightly, making him look even more handsome. Ningshu, you actually brought bodyguards to attend my wedding. I never knew you were so timid. Zhong Jingbin reached out his hand and shook Ningshu's hand. Ningshu didn't care about Zhong Jingbin's mockery. He said indifferently, I've always been timid. After all, there are so many people today. It's easy for something to happen. Zhong Jingbin's expression didn't look good. He felt that Gong Luo was cursing his and Yuan's wedding. This was the most beautiful moment of his and Yuan's life. How could they allow any mistakes to happen? Therefore, Gong Luo thought too much. He never thought of doing anything to Gong Luo. Even if he wanted to deal with Gong Luo, it wasn't the time. Zhong Jingbin and Yuan's wedding was very grand, attracting the attention of the entire W city. Many reporters were taking pictures everywhere. Moreover, those who attended the banquet were all political and business celebrities. Everyone present was not simple. It seemed that Zhong Jingbin had put in a lot of effort for this wedding. Such a grand wedding was what every woman longed for. Women yearn to marry the right person, to be a little princess on their wedding day that would make the world envious. Therefore, for an ordinary girl like Yuan to have such an opportunity, it was simply enviable. Ningshu sat in the corner with several bodyguards protecting Ningshu. The elegant sound of the violin flowed through the wedding march, filling the air with a sweet atmosphere. The bride walked out surrounded by a group of people. Yuan wore an expensive and exquisite wedding dress and a diamond necklace around her neck. Yuan was just a delicate beauty, but when she dressed up, she was stunning. As soon as Yuan came out, the surrounding reporters took pictures of her crazily. Yuan's face revealed a happy and sweet smile. Yuan walked towards Zhong Jingbin under her father's lead. Zhong Jingbin had a smile on his face and his eyes were filled with affection. He looked at Yuan who was walking towards him step by step. Happiness was close at hand. Ningxu watched Zhong Jingbin and Yuan swear their vows to each other and felt the restraints on him lessen a little. Ningxu looked around and found that Zhong Jingbin's parents did not have much joy on their faces. Obviously, they were not satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Actually, in the storyline, Gong Luo's parents were not satisfied with Yuan either. However, Gong Luo managed the Miyagi group well and had great power in the Miyagi group. The shares in his hands were more than Gong Luo's father, the chairman of the company. Gong Luo was considered to have grown up and his parents could not do anything to him. Moreover, Yuan rarely suffered from difficulties from her in-laws. These were all blocked by Gong Luo. However, Zhong Jingbin had not developed to this stage and was not strong enough for him to do whatever he wanted. Gong Luo had always been accommodating in Yuan, so Yuan was not hurt in this marriage. Instead, she was blessed. But could Zhong Jingbin do it? No matter what, Gong Luo was stronger than Zhong Jingbin. After all, Gong Luo was the original male lead. Just as Zhong Jingbin and Yuan were about to exchange rings, an enchanting woman walked in with her high heels. Her high heels clicked loudly on the floor. It was obvious that this woman was Zhong Jingbin's confidant that he hadn't dealt with well. Zhong Jingbin's expression changed when he saw this woman. He immediately ordered the security guards to drag this woman out. Several tall and strong security guards wanted to drag the woman away, but the woman actually took out a gun from her bag and fired a shot at the ceiling. Immediately, the atmosphere became tense. Some timid women held their heads and screamed. Yuan was so scared that her face turned pale. Zhong Jingbin held Yuan in his arms to comfort her. He coldly looked at the enchanting woman who fired the gun and coldly said, "Wei Hong, what are you doing?" Ningxu knew this woman called Wei Hong. She was the daughter of W City's boss. Zhong Jingbin used to be a womanizer, so naturally he would have an affair with this kind of wild and beautiful woman. Alright, today's drama was very exciting. Wei Hong pointed the gun at Yuan and coldly said, "If you marry her today, I'll kill her." Yuan was so scared that her body trembled. Zhong Jingbin stood in front of Yuan and coldly said to Wei Hong, "Then you can kill me first. You know I can't bear to kill you. Get out of the way." Wei Hong's face was livid. The guests who came to attend the banquet were all evacuated. Wei Hong didn't care about these people. Her target was Yuan. Ningxu left the hotel under the protection of several bodyguards. Before he left, he gave Zhong Jingbin a look that said, "Good luck." Zhong Jingbin's face was livid when he received Ningxu's look. He even thought that Wei Hong was sent by Gong Luo. Noticing that Yuan was trembling behind him, Zhong Jingbin's eyebrows were full of heartache and pity. His eyes were extremely cold when he looked at Wei Hong, which made Wei Hong's sad and indignant heart feel even worse. She and Zhong Jingbin had that kind of relationship. They were good at playing and were friends with benefits. But when it came to bed, women fell in love more easily than men. For this grand wedding to end so anticlimactically, it was simply a joke. Ningxu's expression was indifferent, but he was gloating in his heart. Love dies quickly. The next day, Ningxu woke up early in the morning and opened the entertainment newspaper. The headline was indeed about the wedding yesterday. Wei Hong shot and injured Zhong Jingbin. Wei Hong's target was Yuan, but she didn't expect Zhong Jingbin to take the bullet for Yuan. When Wei Hong was in a daze, she was restrained by the security. Now, Wei Hong was still locked up in the police station, and Zhong Jingbin was lying in the hospital. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders. He didn't sympathize with him at all. Who asked you to be a playboy and couldn't control your lower body? You also didn't handle your relationship with your previous woman well. Now that something like this happened, you reaped what you sowed. Playing with feelings was the easiest way to get burned. There were also some bad tabloids that said that the Zhong Jingbin family was going to divorce their daughter-in-law, Yuan, and something like this happened on the first day of their marriage. They even listed Zhong Jingbin and Yuan's birth characters seriously, saying that the two of them were incompatible. But yesterday's wedding incident increased the sales of these newspapers by a lot. Ningxu put the newspaper aside. Although the wedding didn't go well, Yuan and Zhong Jingbin were officially husband and wife. After all, the two of them had already gotten their marriage certificate. He just didn't know if they would hold another wedding after this failure. Even if they did, would anyone attend? It was a terrible start to a marriage. While Zhong Jingbin was in the hospital and no one knew if he was dead or alive, Ningxu shamelessly kicked him when he was down and increased his actions against the Dingfeng Corporation. If he didn't take action now, was he going to wait until Zhong Jingbin recovered to fight him? Take your life while you're sick. Under Ningxu's suppression, the Dingfeng Corporation's sales dropped a lot, and a few of their international cooperation projects were snatched away. Zhong Jingbin's father even came to look for Ningxu and asked Ningxu not to be so ruthless. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for anyone to fight to the death. Ningxu sneered. Zhong Jingbin had always been the one who provoked him, and it was also Zhong Jingbin who made the first move. Now they were criticizing him. Ningxu didn't even care about the people from the Dingfeng Corporation. Ningxu went to the hospital to visit Zhong Jingbin. He was lucky that nothing happened to him, and Yuan was taking care of him closely. It seemed that the relationship between the two of them wasn't affected by this incident. Instead, after experiencing life and death, they became even more determined. Ningxu lit a candle for Zhong Jingbin in his heart. If he hadn't risked his life to take the bullet for Yuan and proved his love for her, would Yuan forgive Zhong Jingbin so easily? If Zhong Jingbin hadn't been shot, Yuan wouldn't have forgiven Zhong Jingbin at all, especially after such a thing happened at the wedding. Zhong Jingbin used his injury to exchange for Yuan's forgiveness. From Ningxu's point of view, Zhong Jingbin was also someone who was controlled by the plot. He was willing to do anything for Yuan. It was definitely true love. However, Zhong Jingbin's parents really didn't like Yuan. The moment she married into the Zhongjing family, they felt that it was just like what the tabloids said. Their birth characters were incompatible. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. The elders of the Zhongjing family chose to forget that it was all because of the conflict between Zhong Jingbin and Wei Hong. They completely let the weak Yuan take the blame. Who asked Yuan to have nothing? Ningxu smiled faintly. This was the real life of a rich family. If one didn't have the ability, they wouldn't even have a place to stand in the family. When the rich enjoyed the best quality of life, they put in more effort and pressure than ordinary people. This was very fair. However, Yuan forcefully broke into a class that didn't belong to her. Of course, she would be ostracized. In the plot, the Gong Corporation gave a portion of its shares to Yuan so that she could hold her head high in the Gong family. However, it wasn't known if Zhong Jingbin could do it. To be honest, in the plot, Gong Luo really doted on Yuan and was considerate of her in all aspects. On the other hand, Yuan enjoyed Gong Luo's doting with a clear conscience. Everything was because of love. Because Gong Luo loved her, and she loved Gong Luo. However, no one should endlessly sacrifice for the other. During the period when Zhong Jingbin was recuperating, the board of directors of the Dingfeng Corporation removed Zhong Jingbin from the position of CEO due to his injuries and promoted his younger brother to the position. After Zhong Jingbin's younger brother was promoted, he stopped fighting with the Gong Corporation. This was an arduous and unrewarding task. It was completely exhausting the corporation's financial resources without any returns. Zhong Jingbin's younger brother personally came to apologize and express goodwill to Ningxu. Zhong Jingbin's younger brother wasn't as good-looking as Zhong Jingbin. Furthermore, he was an illegitimate son. Zhong Jingbin completely inherited his father's flirtatious nature. However, Zhong Jingbin met his true love and stopped. However, Zhong Jingbin's father didn't meet his true love. He had many illegitimate sons and daughters. It was said that the youngest one was still in his arms for vaccination. One could imagine how fierce the competition in the Zhongjing family was. Ningxu accepted the Zhongjing clan's apology and didn't say anything else. When Zhong Jingbin found out about this in the hospital, he was so angry that his gunshot wound started bleeding again. Yuan comforted Zhong Jingbin, saying that health was more important than anything else. Zhong Jingbin restrained himself from getting angry at Yuan, but he was still angry. His career and status had been taken away by someone else. This made Zhong Jingbin very upset, but when he saw Yuan, who had been taking care of him all this while, he felt comforted in his heart. When he was lonely, there was such a person by his side. After Zhong Jingbin recovered from his injuries and was discharged from the hospital, he was caught up in the fight for the inheritance of the family, and he didn't have the energy to deal with Ningxu. Ningxu also calmed down and learned all kinds of business knowledge, as well as the operation of the group, and learned how to manage such a large group. Sometimes, Ningxu felt a little strained. Was it because his IQ was too low? In the future, he needed to add more attribute points to his wisdom, but he couldn't fall behind in martial arts. This was something that could protect his life, so he couldn't fall behind. Ningxu paid a little attention to the Zhongjing clan. Now, the Zhongjing clan was really lively, with all kinds of feuds, love, and family members being tortured by power and money. Zhongjingbin wanted to regain control of the group, but how could his newly appointed brother hand it over obediently? People from all walks of life were sinister, and they wore all kinds of masks, making it impossible for people to distinguish them. Everyone had their own selfish motives and goals, which made the situation of the Zhongjing clan seem very strange. He just didn't know if Yuan could adapt to such a complicated life of a rich family. Ningxu felt that with Yuan's simple mind, she would definitely be used by others. Yuan was the daughter-in-law of the Zhongjing clan, the wife of the first successor, so many people had their eyes on her. Such a tiring life would exhaust Yuan mentally and physically. She had to beat around the bush when she spoke, and she also had to think about the meaning of other people's words. Just thinking about it made him feel tired for Yuan. Ningxu sometimes saw Yuan when he attended business banquets. There was fatigue between her eyebrows, and even the exquisite makeup couldn't hide this tiredness. She tried her best to talk to the other rich ladies elegantly, and she was also very careful with her words. This Yuan was no longer the lucky girl in the plot who was pampered to the heavens by Gong Luo. Although Zhongjingbin loved her, he was busy fighting for his own power. Once he was trapped, he could only fight to the death. Now, Yuan had to help Zhongjingbin fight for resources and connections, so that Zhongjingbin could win the battle for the successor. Ningxu shrugged. Why didn't Yuan say that Zhongjingbin only had power in his heart now, thinking about how Yuan accused him of being a cold-blooded capitalist who only had money in his heart? Ningxu wanted to laugh. Yuan turned her head and met Ningxu's eyes. Ningxu raised his wine glass to Yuan. Yuan hesitated and was about to walk towards Ningxu, but Ningxu turned and left. He didn't want to have anything to do with Yuan at all. Yuan stared at the man's back, her face turning purple. Suddenly, she felt like crying. She was really tired. Sometimes, she couldn't understand Zhongjingbin's actions. Yuan wanted Zhongjingbin to give up such a fight and live an ordinary life. It was better than this endless fight. But every time she said something like this, Zhongjingbin would be very angry. He would hug her and tell her that it would be fine in the future, that it would be fine when we win. But when would that be? Yuan couldn't see the end of it. Yuan worked hard to learn how to help Zhongjingbin, but this kind of life made Yuan feel very lost and empty. Brocade clothes, branded bags, luxury cars to send her when she went out, and a nanny to wait on her at home. But Yuan felt that she shouldn't live such a life. She shouldn't immerse herself in such an endless fight. Ningxu didn't care about what Yuan did. After a period of practice and hard work, Ningxu became more and more familiar with managing the Miyagi group. Sure enough, it was better to learn more and think more. Sometimes, Ningxu had to work until 2 in the morning. Ningxu wasn't as smart as Gong Luo. In order to not appear unprofessional and inexperienced in front of his subordinates and the board of directors, he really put in a lot of effort. Ding, mission completed. Leaving the character world. 2333, who had disappeared for a long time, finally spoke. Ningxu first sneered, then his head buzzed. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the system space. Looking at the familiar decorations, Ningxu let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would really stay in the mission world, and that it was a man's body. Ningxu looked down and saw that his soul was so thin and transparent that it was about to dissipate. He was shocked. His soul was already relatively strong, but he had never done a mission to the point where his soul was about to disappear. Right now, his soul would probably dissipate with the wind. End of chapter 432. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.